Chapter 1. The Underhanded Scheme. In the Great Yu Dynasty, the royal capital lay shrouded in a tempestuous northern wind, blanketed by snow. The trees were adorned with icicles resembling spears, transforming the entire city of Great Yu into a realm of ice and snow. To the north of the city stood a dilapidated wooden courtyard. With a thunderous crash, the decrepit door was kicked open. Yang Kaitai, accompanied by a group of followers, stormed into the courtyard with fierce determination, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Jiang Fei and her so-called foolish son, Xiao Chun. Jiang Fei, if you do not repay this debt today, I shall take your foolish son with me. It is only just for a mother to repay her debts through her child. Ha ha ha. Yang Kaitai sneered at Jiang Fei before shifting his attention to Xiao Chun, her son. Xiao Chun, once the seventh prince of the Great Yu Dynasty, was widely recognized as a paragon of talent, possessing a level of cultivation that left his peers in despair. He was hailed as an once-in-a-century genius of the dynasty. Many believed that he was destined to be the next Yu king. However, all of this changed irrevocably due to a mishap that occurred half a month ago. Xiao Chun encountered a catastrophic event, resulting in his complete loss of cultivation and a jarring injury to his brain. He became an infamous figure throughout the Great Yu Dynasty, labeled as a waste and a fool, the greatest disgrace to the royal Yu family. Subsequently, Xiao Chun and his mother were framed and expelled from the palace, relegated to the most notorious slum in the northern part of the city, where they endured a life of suffering and humiliation. Yang Zhishi, I promise to repay the 50 silver coins I owe you. Please grant me one more day, and I assure you I will repay it, Jiang Fei implored, shielding Xiao Chun behind her and forcing a smile towards Yang Kaitai. Jiang Fei, you have uttered those words no less than 10 times. Given your current destitute state, what do you propose to repay me with? Do you take me for a fool? As Yang Kaitai's words fell, a wicked smile spread across his face as he lunged toward Xiao Chun. No money? Then your son shall serve as collateral. Though he has become a waste and a fool, there are still those in the capital interested in him. He could fetch a handsome price, Stop. Despite her heart racing with fear, Jiang Fei resolutely shielded Xiao Chun with her frail body, refusing to allow Yang Kaitai to take him away. Xiao Chun was her life. No matter what, she would not permit Yang Kaitai to seize him. If death was inevitable, she would die alongside Xiao Chun. Jiang Fei, you brought this upon yourself. To me, you're less than a dog. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kaitai grinned maliciously and swung his hand toward Jiang Fei. Just as Jiang Fei braced for the impending blow, a hand suddenly shot forth, intercepting the strike at the last possible moment. In the next instant, to Jiang Fei's astonishment, the seemingly foolish Xiao Chun stood before her, delivering a powerful punch toward Yang Kaitai. Seventh Prince, you are no longer the unparalleled genius you once were, but merely a waste. A waste dares to strike at me. How utterly absurd. Ha ha ha. Yang Kaitai was momentarily taken aback before mocking laughter erupted from him as he transformed his palm into a fist, launching a vicious punch at Xiao Chun. A mere waste dares to strike at Yang Zhishi? The seventh prince has truly proven himself a fool. Only a fool would act so boldly. Ha ha. Yang Kaitai's entourage erupted in derisive laughter, their gazes filled with scorn as they regarded Xiao Chun. Yang Kaitai was a formidable expert at the third level of the opening veins realm. Had Xiao Chun's cultivation remained intact, with his mastery at the peak of the ninth level of the opening veins realm, he could have easily dealt with Yang Kaitai. But now, the more they contemplated, the more ludicrous the situation appeared. The next moment, boom, the two fists collided with tremendous force. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Yang Kaitai was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, dazed and seeing stars. My arm is broken. Yang Kaitai writhed in agony on the ground, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Xiao Chun. Aren't you supposed to be a waste? How is this possible? Before Yang Kaitai could utter another word, Xiao Chun thrust a sword through his neck. Gurgle. Blood gushed from Yang Kaitai's neck, and after a brief struggle, he succumbed to death. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the seventh prince a waste and a fool? At that moment, The gazes directed at Xiao Chun transformed completely, filled with terror and dread, no longer daring to harbor any contempt. Take this corpse away and get lost. Xiao Chun raised his head, casting a cold gaze at the others. Upon hearing his words, the remaining individuals hastily hoisted Yang Kaitai's lifeless body and fled in panic, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chainer, has your mind returned to you? Jiang Fei stared at Xiao Chun, a mixture of surprise and joy illuminating her features. Xiao Chun smiled and nodded at Jiang Fei. Wonderful. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. However, this joy was short-lived, as deep concern quickly replaced it. Chainer, you were too reckless just now. I've heard that Yang Kaitai is affiliated with the First Prince. This matter will undoubtedly reach the ears of the First Prince soon. Once the First Prince discovers that you have regained your senses and a portion of your cultivation, he and the Queen Mother will undoubtedly resort to more sinister schemes, for they have gone to great lengths to suppress us and will never allow us any chance of resurgence. Especially the Queen Mother, whose heart is as venomous as a viper, employing all manner of treachery that is nearly impossible to guard against. The Queen Mother was none other than the biological mother of the First Prince. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun interjected, revealing a mysterious smile. Mother, precisely because Yang Kaitai is affiliated with the First Prince, I chose to kill him outright. What I desire is for the First Prince and the Queen Mother to learn of my recovery. Jiang Fei was taken aback, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Xiao Chun. Chainer, what do you mean by that? Mother, just wait and see. If I am not mistaken, there will soon be a stir in the palace, and that is precisely what I seek, he. Xiao Chun flashed a knowing smile at Jiang Fei. Approximately half an hour later, an extremely cold, sharp voice suddenly pierced through the courtyard from outside. Seventh Prince, the Queen Mother commands your presence at tomorrow's martial seal ceremony. You must not fail to attend. So soon? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Beside him, Jiang Fei wore an anxious expression. In the next moment, a grim-looking old eunuch, flanked by a group of young eunuchs, stormed through the door. This is the martial seal edict. Seventh Prince, take it. Should you defy the order and fail to attend the martial seal ceremony, the Queen Mother has the authority to execute both you and your mother according to royal law. The old eunuch forcefully tossed a golden token into Xiao Chun's hands, his face twisted in disdain as he swiftly departed with his entourage. He found the sight of these lowly commoners in their shabby courtyard utterly revolting. The Queen Mother's response was astoundingly swift and ruthless. Jiang Fei's complexion changed dramatically as she hastily urged Xiao Chun, Chainer, the Queen Mother has summoned you to the martial seal ceremony. This is clearly an attempt to exploit the event to eliminate you. You must not attend. Chapter 2. A Dire Predicament. In this Kunlun small world, for a martial artist to defy fate and transform their destiny, to truly leap over the Dragon Gate, they must obtain the martial seal bestowed by the gods from beyond the 9 heavens. Only by unlocking the martial seal can a martial artist break free from their shackles and seize the opportunity to cultivate to a level that defies mortality. A person who has not unlocked the martial seal is destined to lead a life of mediocrity, forever trapped in the lowest realm of physical existence, relegated to being little more than a brute with a modicum of strength. In the Kunlun small world, the concept of martial authority is paramount. Every warrior within an empire or dynasty must participate in a martial seal ceremony held by the ruling royal family to receive the divine martial seal. The martial seal ceremony of the Great Yu dynasty is orchestrated by the Yu royal family and occurs once every 4 years. During this time, every eligible youth may gather at the Yu Emperor's Plaza to participate. However, there is a strict stipulation. Anyone who has sustained physical or mental injuries within the month prior is forbidden from attending. Otherwise, the divine power granted by the martial seal could inflict catastrophic damage, resulting in certain death. Half a month ago, Xiao Chun not only suffered severe physical injuries, but also sustained significant damage to his mental faculties. Should he attend the martial seal ceremony, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Queen Mother's decree was evidently a guise to eliminate Xiao Chun under the pretense of royal authority. If Xiao Chun were to attend the martial seal ceremony, he would face certain death. Should he refuse to comply, the Queen Mother would have a legitimate reason to execute both him and his mother. This was an inescapable trap. The strategies of the imperial harem were indeed ruthless and devious, leaving one defenseless. Xiao Qin's current predicament could be likened to a storm brewing on the horizon, where even a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, as the one directly involved, Xiao Chun displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he wore a knowing smile. Just as I anticipated, the Queen Mother's countermeasure is to compel me to attend tomorrow's martial seal ceremony. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Fei could no longer contain her rising fury and shot Xiao Chun an exasperated glare. Chainer, is this the outcome you desired by killing Yang Kai-Tai? You are leading yourself to the brink of death. At that moment, Jiang Fei's expression reflected her profound frustration. Mother, no matter what, I must participate in this martial seal ceremony. Xiao Chun grasped Jiang Fei's hand and spoke with a reassuring smile. The martial seal ceremony occurs once every 4 years, and after the age of 18, one can no longer take part. I'm only 15 this year, and if I wish to unlock the martial seal, this is my last opportunity. In truth, what I fear is not that Queen Yu will eliminate me during the martial seal ceremony, rather. I fear that she will use my physical and mental ailments as an excuse to prevent me from attending tomorrow's event. Now that she intends to employ others to do her dirty work, it suits me perfectly and alleviates my final concerns. Mother, rest assured, for others in such circumstances would face certain death at the martial seal ceremony. But for me, there is no danger at all. Instead, I shall encounter immense fortune. Just wait for the spectacle tomorrow, haha. As Xiao Chun concluded, his laughter blossomed into a radiant smile, his eyes glinting with a cunning light, resembling a wily little fox. Within the royal family, no one is ever a mere candle in the wind. Queen Yu and the Crown Prince seek to utilize the martial seal ceremony to eliminate Xiao Chun. Yet Xiao Chun is equally adept at leveraging their animosity to ensure his unobstructed participation. In this initial, intangible clash, Xiao Chun has clearly outmaneuvered them. In the next moment, Xiao Chun's complexion suddenly turned pale, as he could no longer suppress the internal injuries. He abruptly opened his mouth and spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face becoming exceedingly pale, his body trembling slightly, on the verge of collapse. Chainer, are you all right? Jiang Fei's expression changed drastically as she hurried to support Xiao Chun. Mother, I am fine. Xiao Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled while shaking his head at Jiang Fei. Relying on the ancient dragon elephant's secret method to forcibly enhance his power was ultimately not a sustainable solution. It appears I must restore my cultivation. Xiao Chun chuckled bitterly to himself. Mother, I shall return to rest for a while. With a smile directed at Jiang Fei, Xiao Chun then staggered towards the bamboo house. As soon as he stepped inside, his smile vanished, replaced by a chilling hatred. Recalling the scene from half a month ago, Xiao Chun clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ouyang Yunshan, Xiao Feng, I, Xiao Chun, vow to personally slay you two wretched souls. Half a month prior, Xiao Chun, brimming with joy, set out to meet his beloved fiancée, Ouyang Yunshan, at the foot of Futu Mountain outside the city, unaware that that night would mark the beginning of his nightmare. Ouyang Yunshan deceived Xiao Chun into drinking a cup of wine laced with a debilitating potion, and seizing the opportunity when Xiao Chen's strength was diminished, she, in collusion with Crown Prince Xiao Feng, plunged a sword into Xiao Chen's heart. Ouyang Yunshan, why did you conspire with Xiao Feng to harm me? Xiao Chun felt as though his heart was being ripped apart as he gazed at Ouyang Yunshan in despair, unable to accept this brutal reality. Ouyang Yunshan's response plunged Xiao Chun into an abyss. Xiao Chun, my betrothed, you are about to perish, and as your fiancé, I shall grant you the clarity of an understanding ghost. You need not thank me, I am merely kind-hearted. You see, my Ouyang family possesses the formidable Fire Phoenix bloodline, ranked 99th among the celestial bloodlines. Once awakened, its might is boundless, however. Awakening the Fire Phoenix bloodline is exceedingly challenging, and no one in the Ouyang family has succeeded in hundreds of years. By sheer luck, I obtained an ancient secret method that can aid me in awakening the Fire Phoenix bloodline. This method is quite simple. I must devour the recently awakened Inferno bloodline within you. With the Inferno bloodline as a catalyst, I can undergo a rebirth through fire and awaken the Fire Phoenix bloodline. However, to achieve this, I require the assistance of someone with whom I share a blood relation. Coincidentally, the Crown Prince has long desired to absorb the supreme bone within you, while I seek your Inferno bloodline. Thus, we naturally align perfectly. Now do you understand why I stand with the Crown Prince? Our union is undeniably a match made in heaven, while you are merely a tool for my exploitation. Ouyang Yunshan's words pierced Xiao Chun like 1,000 needles, inflicting excruciating pain. Seventh brother, do not worry, I, your elder brother, assure you that I will ascend as the new Yu King. Moreover, I shall take good care of your fiancée, ensuring her happiness and pleasure for a lifetime. Every night a delight. Ha ha. Crown Prince Xiao Feng looked down at Xiao Chun, sprawled on the ground with a playful glimmer in his eyes, before pulling Ouyang Yunshan into his embrace, reveling in their triumph. Brother Feng, how naughty. Let us first attend to business. When we return, I shall fulfill your desires. Giggle. Ouyang Yunshan laughed sweetly, then bent down, wielding a sharp broken sword, methodically carving into Xiao Chen's flesh, extracting his supreme bone and Inferno bloodline. Throughout the entire process, Ouyang Yunshan wore a radiant smile, devoid of any trace of pity or compassion. It was as if before her stood not a person, nor her betrothed, but a mere insignificant beast. Xiao Chun would never forget the macabre smile on Ouyang Yunshan's face, more terrifying than that of a devil. In that moment, Xiao Chun felt a chilling sense of unfamiliarity towards Ouyang Yunshan, a strangeness that sent shivers down his spine. At long last, Ouyang Yunsan and Xiao Feng struck simultaneously, sending Xiao Chun plummeting directly into the abyss below. With a shared laugh, they took each other's hands and departed. Fortune smiled upon Xiao Chun, for the chasm's depths concealed an ancient pool, allowing him to escape with his life. Yet despite his survival, Xiao Chun inadvertently activated an ancient formation at the pool's bottom, releasing a fragment of the lingering soul of the primordial dragon elephant from the epoch of antiquity. Thus, he gained a recognition of this ancient spirit and acquired an unparalleled martial art, the art of the primordial dragon elephant. Furthermore, he inherited the memories of countless deities and demons. However, as the adage goes, there are no free lunches in this world. Xiao Chun was bound to fulfill a condition set by the primordial dragon elephant, to safeguard the divine tomb and suppress the myriad of deities and demons. Consequently, Xiao Chun devoted himself to comprehending the art of the primordial dragon elephant and assimilating the vast memories of the deities and demons, withdrawing from worldly affairs and becoming a figure regarded as a failure by society. Taking advantage of this situation, Queen Yu and the Crown Prince seized their opportunity, expelling both Xiao Chun and concubine Jiang from the palace, forcing them to endure a life more miserable than that of ordinary folk. Ouyang Yunsan and Xiao Feng, since Xiao Chun has not perished, I am destined to become your nightmare. Even after a fortnight, the hatred within Xiao Chun remained undiminished. You sought to use the martial seal ceremony to eliminate me. But this time, you shall inevitably be disappointed. Now, Xiao Chun has not only thoroughly grasped the art of the primordial dragon elephant, but has also completely digested the memories of countless deities and demons. It is essential to note that the art of the primordial dragon elephant is the foremost forbidden technique of the ancient era. The memories of myriad deities and demons have endowed Xiao Chun with boundless powerful secret arts and profound insights. This is the wellspring of Xiao Chen's confidence. Now, he merely needs to await the passage of time to gradually transform the secret arts and insights from the memories of countless deities and demons into his own. Tomorrow marks the day of the martial seal ceremony, bearing the memories of myriad deities and demons along with the art of the primordial dragon elephant. I wonder what grade of martial seal I shall unlock. Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute, filled with boundless anticipation for the forthcoming martial seal ceremony. The dragon hidden beneath the sea is destined to soar across the heavens. Chapter 3. The performance begins early the next morning. Despite the heavy snowfall and biting cold, the Yu Huang Square at the heart of the city was teeming with people, creating a scene of extraordinary liveliness. Surrounding the altar at the center of Yu Huang Square, countless soldiers busied themselves, leading thousands of livestock in preparation for the impending blood sacrifice. The martial seal ceremony was a blood ritual, offering sacrifices to the heavens in service to the deities, seeking their descent of martial seals to unlock the path of martial arts for humanity. Brother Feng, do you think Xiao Qian will attend the martial seal ceremony today? Ouyang Yunsan, draped in a snow-white cloak, her beauty unparalleled, tilted her head slightly, her enchanting eyes filled with affection as they rested upon Xiao Feng. Today, Xiao Feng donned a resplendent yellow python robe, covered by a white fur cloak, exuding an air of opulence. Rest assured, Sister Yunsan, Xiao Qian will undoubtedly come. Xiao Feng responded with a smile, wrapping his arm around Ouyang Yunsan's slender waist. His expression one of self-satisfaction that, if he shows up, only he shall meet his demise. Should he defy the summons, both he and his mother, concubine Jiang, will perish together. This situation is inescapable, so whether he comes or not, his fate is already sealed. Death, he spoke. A glint of icy malice flickered in his eyes. Although Xiao Qian had narrowly escaped death a fortnight ago, this time, Xiao Feng was determined not to allow him to evade his fate again. One must eradicate the roots of the weeds. This was Xiao Feng's principle. Indeed, to contend with Brother Feng, Xiao Qian is still far too green. Ouyang Yunsan giggled, her laughter captivating those around her. In the next moment, a voice of astonishment rang out. Look, the seventh prince has come to attend the martial seal ceremony. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively raised their heads, gazing in the same direction. When they saw Xiao Qian step by step entering the Yu Huang Square, their expressions turned peculiarly strange. The seventh prince has become a mere shadow of his former self, his body and spirit damaged. How dare he attend the martial seal ceremony? Could it be that he still harbors the delusion that the heavens will favor him, allowing him to successfully unlock the martial seal and make a comeback? What a joke. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. A fool acts without reason. Why should we be so surprised? Since the seventh prince has come to court death, we shall simply enjoy the spectacle. Ha ha. Others joined in the mockery, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Qian as if he were a complete imbecile. Not at all. Now, Xiao Qian is indeed a bona fide fool. My dear seventh brother, I suspect you never imagined that one day, this so-called real star and the greatest genius would fall to such depths. Xiao Feng remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Xiao Qian. Having been trampled underfoot by Xiao Qian for so long, allowing him to remain the second best for years, Xiao Feng's resentment was akin to a raging sea. Now, witnessing Xiao Qian in such a dire state, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the accumulated grievances of years vanished into thin air, that if one must attribute blame, it would be due to Xiao Qian's previous overreach. The higher one leaps, the harder one falls. This was all of Xiao Qian's own making, and he had no one to blame but himself. Ha ha. Beside him, Ouyang Yunsan smiled alluringly, perfectly embodying the notion of beauty coupled with a heart as venomous as a serpent. Indeed, Sister Yunsan is correct. He soared too high and has now descended into an abyss from which he cannot return, entirely of his own doing. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, a smile of approval gracing his features. Listening to the derisive laughter surrounding him, Xiao Qian maintained an expression of unfazed calm, resolutely advancing toward the martial seal platform. As he walked, all present instinctively recoiled, stepping back as if fearing to be tainted by Xiao Qian's misfortune. In that moment, Xiao Qian strode alone through the vast snowfall, appearing solitary and isolated, as if the entire world had cast him aside, surrounded by splendor yet engulfed in silence. This was the true depiction of Xiao Qian's current reality. Were these people truly so cold-hearted and unfeeling? The nature of humanity is indeed a curious thing. Ha ha. Gazing at the diverse crowd around him, a hint of sardonic amusement curled at the corners of Xiao Qian's lips. In a moment, a fragrant breeze wafted past, accompanied by a melodious voice akin to a babbling brook, suddenly reaching Xiao Chen's ears. Seventh brother, ignore those people. I believe that one day you will rise again. Xiao Chun turned quietly to look behind him, but a stunning girl clad in purple, tall and graceful, stood silently in his wake. This was the ninth princess, Xiao Lingtong. Ninth sister, at this juncture, do you still dare to stand with me? Xiao Chen regarded Xiao Lingtong with a self-mocking smile. Why should I not? I refuse to believe that Xiao Feng and Queen Yu could devour me, she retorted defiantly. Xiao Lingtong scoffed, then turned to Xiao Chun with an expression of guilt, saying, Ninth brother, I am truly sorry. After your expulsion from the palace, I wished to assist you, but mother feared retribution and assigned a commander of the Imperial Guards to watch over me, preventing me from stepping outside the palace. As she spoke, Xiao Lingtong suddenly bowed her head in apology. Ninth brother, you have always treated me so well, yet I was powerless during your time of need. I feel utterly useless, by the end of her words. Her voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ninth sister, there's no need for you to feel guilty. Lady Lin acted rightly, given that Queen Yu holds dominion in the harem now. You are merely a victim of circumstance that is of no consequence. Xiao Chen gently lifted Xiao Lingtong's chin, wiping away her tears. Her gesture warmed the coldness of Xiao Chen's heart, igniting a flicker of warmth. Seventh brother, with father currently in seclusion, Queen Yu and the Crown Prince are acting recklessly. When father emerges, I will ensure they are held accountable, avenging you. A fierce glint appeared in Xiao Lingtong's eyes. Ninth sister, I appreciate your good intentions, but I will address my matters in my own way. It is best that you refrain from wading into these troubled waters. Xiao Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head. I refuse to relent. When I seize the opportunity, I will ensure they pay dearly. Xiao Lingtong declared with a stubborn look that in the next instant. Without warning, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Ninth sister, whom do you intend to make pay? You should recognize the reality. The one most likely to ascend to the throne is I, not that useless seventh brother. Ha ha ha, accompanied by a tone of derision. Xiao Feng strode over, hand in hand with Ouyang Yinshan, displaying no sense of embarrassment whatsoever. Both wore expressions of cold disdain. Xiao Feng, the ancestral trial doesn't commence for another month. Do not celebrate prematurely. Xiao Lingtong glared at Xiao Feng, her face a mask of displeasure. Father has issued a decree. Only the one who claims first place in the ancestral trial can ascend to the position of Crown Prince. The outcome is still uncertain. Although seventh brother has encountered some misfortunes, I firmly believe he will rise again and secure first place in the ancestral trial. In my heart, only seventh brother is worthy of the Crown Prince's throne. Despite Xiao Chen's complete loss of cultivation, Xiao Lingtong inexplicably harbored an unwavering confidence in him. That waste, Xiao Chun, could possibly claim first place in the ancestral trial. Xiao Lingtong, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ha ha! Xiao Feng erupted into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. I believe a sow can climb a tree, but I do not believe that waste. Xiao Chun can achieve first place in the ancestral trial. Ha! Ha! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into uproarious laughter, casting mocking glances at Xiao Chun, who had become the greatest joke in their eyes. Ninth sister. There is no need to engage in verbal sparring with such individuals. Noticing Xiao Lingtong's intent to continue arguing with Xiao Feng, Xiao Chun gently shook his head with a smile. Everything will be revealed in the ancestral trial. All right, seventh brother, I will heed your words. Xiao Lingtong replied obediently, ceasing her attention towards the triumphant Xiao Feng. Mu Chun, continue to put on your airs here. I am not concerned about the ancestral trial. My primary concern is whether you can survive the martial seal ceremony. Ha! Xiao Feng laughed triumphantly, then turned with Ouyang Yinshan and departed. Mu Chun, you escaped by sheer luck last time. But this time, you won't have that opportunity. Why should someone like you continue to exist? It would be best for everyone if you were to perish soon. As they passed by Xiao Chun, Ouyang Yinshan let out a soft, shallow laugh. Ouyang Yinshan, rest assured, in this lifetime, you shall never witness my demise. Xiao Chun chuckled lightly, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. Before long, an ancient and distant voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the crowd. The martial seal ceremony officially commences. Those chosen by the divine to receive the martial seal please proceed to the martial seal platform. The martial seal platform is a designated area for receiving the divine martial seal. At the sound of this announcement, the crowd instantly perked up, and all eligible young men and women made their way towards the platform. Meanwhile, the Destiny National Master of the Yu dynasty ascended the altar, holding an ancient bee-skin ritual manuscript, ready to preside over the martial seal ceremony. Under the guidance of the Destiny National Master, the numerous armored soldiers below simultaneously swung their bronze swords, striking down upon thousands of livestock. With blood, we sacrifice to the heavens. Martial authority bestowed by the sovereign, divine right of kings. As the Destiny National Master finished his incantation, he soared into the air, extending his finger vigorously towards the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a purple beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, stretching for thousands of miles, directly penetrating the depths of the sky. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of blood from the sacrificial pool appeared to be drawn towards the purple light, ultimately flowing into the heavens. Chapter 4. The Hidden Dragon, about to emerge from the abyss. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the void, followed by ominous thunder and dark clouds gathering that a mysterious ancient bronze door shattered the void, appearing majestically suspended in the depths of the sky. This bronze door seemed to connect to a terrifying world, as glimpses of deities slaying divine mountains and great demons shattering stars could be discerned within. The martial seal ceremony had officially begun. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, became electrified with excitement. The next instant, swarms of mystical seals shot forth from the bronze door, cascading down towards the Yu Huang Square like a meteor shower. Guided by the purple beam on the martial seal platform, everyone, including Xiao Chun, gazed up with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, holding their breath in anticipation of the descending martial seals. Soon, the multitude of martial seals materialized above the platform, each seeking a suitable host, commencing an ancient and mysterious transmission that in no time, ecstatic shrieks erupted from the martial seal platform. Second grade martial seal. Amazing! I have unlocked the second grade martial seal. Ancestors bless me. I have unlocked the third grade martial seal. From this moment on, I shall soar to new heights. Heaven's protection. I have unlocked the fourth grade martial seal. The young men and women gifted with the martial seal were bouncing with joy. Yet with joy comes sorrow. Those who failed to gain divine approval and unlock their seals hung their heads, their eyes filled with despair, while some, unable to bear the disappointment, broke down in tears. Before long, a voice filled with shock rang out among the crowd. My heavens, the first prince and Ouyang Yinshan have actually unlocked the 8th grade martial seal. The seals above their heads are multicolored. It cannot be mistaken. Goodness, no one in the history of the Yu dynasty has ever unlocked an 8th grade martial seal. The 7th grade martial seal was already the insurmountable pinnacle. This is utterly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled in unison, turning their gazes towards Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan. They beheld 2 multicolored seals floating above their heads, radiating brilliance and splendor. The multicolored seal could only signify one possibility: the 8th grade martial seal. The martial seals are categorized into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th being the highest. The colors from the 1st to the 7th grades correspond to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The 8th grade martial seal is multicolored. As for the 9th grade, it is a resplendent 7-colored seal. 8th grade martial seal. I have unlocked the 8th grade martial seal. I am making history. Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan were aglow with excitement, their eyes brimming with unprecedented pride. Never before in the Yu dynasty's history had anyone unlocked such a high-grade martial seal. In the next moment, as if sharing a telepathic connection, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan simultaneously began to search for Xiao Chen's figure. Soon, their gazes locked onto him. Observing their actions, the onlookers turned their attention to Xiao Chen. The sight of Xiao Chen's current state caused the crowd to burst into laughter uncontrollably. Oh dear! Our once great prodigy of the Yu dynasty is still struggling under the divine power of the martial seal. not even catching a glimpse of the seal itself. Ha ha! The former top genius has now fallen to the point of needing to contend with the divine power of the martial seal for a mere chance to unlock it. How utterly ridiculous. Does he truly believe he can unlock the martial seal? I wager he will perish under its divine power within 10 breaths. A person whose body and spirit had suffered harm within the month participating in the martial seal ceremony was clearly courting disaster, eliciting further laughter from the crowd. Although the divine power of the martial seal poses no threat to normal individuals, it becomes a deadly force for those who have been injured recently. The crowd continued to mock, their eyes filled with schadenfreude as they beheld Xiao Chun, bloodied and in agony, his complexion pale as a ghost, trembling violently, exuding an aura of imminent collapse, as if he were on the verge of perishing in the divine power of the martial seal. Evidently, Xiao Chun was enduring immense suffering. Yet despite this, he gritted his teeth, resisting the divine power of the martial seal. In a moment, boom, the surrounding divine power of the martial seal suddenly erupted, and a seal floated above Xiao Chen's head. The crowd fell momentarily silent in astonishment. The seventh prince not only survived the divine power, but also unlocked a seal. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Upon witnessing this, the smiles on Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan's faces faded, replaced by an icy chill that he didn't die. This is infuriating. However, their spirits soon lifted when they noticed the color of the seal above Xiao Chen's head. It was white. The white color indicated that the unlocked seal was of no grade. The no-grade seal was universally regarded as a useless seal, possessing exceedingly low potential, and was the least desirable of all seals. Whether one unlocked it or not made little difference at no-grade seal. Xiao Chun. Even if you have unlocked a seal, what of it? You are destined to be a waste for life. With your current state, what do you have to compete with me? Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng came to his senses and could not help but burst into laughter. His gaze fixed on Xiao Chun with a mocking expression. Only someone forsaken by the divine could be bestowed with a weapon imprint of no rank. Xiao Chun, oh Xiao Chun, even if you have miraculously escaped death this time. You and I are destined to inhabit different worlds. The chasm between an 8th grade and an unranked imprint is akin to the divide between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable. Ha! Beside him, Ouyang Yunshan also looked at Xiao Chun with a series of cold laughs, a flicker of contempt flashing in her eyes. An unranked weapon imprint. How amusing the esteemed 7th prince, once the greatest prodigy, has actually awakened an unranked weapon imprint. This is truly laughable. Huh. The others were momentarily stunned. But upon seeing the white weapon imprint above Xiao Chen's head, they could not contain their uproarious laughter. At that moment, Xiao Chun became a complete jester in their eyes, unbeknownst to them, as they ridiculed Xiao Chun for awakening an unranked weapon imprint. A mocking laughter suddenly echoed from within the bronze door high above in the sky, a 10th grade weapon imprint, looked upon as an unranked one. Truly, ants will always be ants within the bronze door. A colossal eye, as mighty as a divine mountain, fixated on the myriad of mortals below. In the next instant, the gaze of this divine, I was wholly directed at Xiao Chun, a strange light flickering within. Young man. This emperor has expended great effort to secure for you a 10th grade weapon imprint from the chaotic sea that I hope you do not disappoint me, and strive to break free from that shackle in the future. We shall meet again by fate. With those final words, the divine eye tore through the void and vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. The small man like a snake suddenly, as Xiao Chun sat with his eyes closed. The white weapon imprint above his head radiated brilliantly, gradually transforming into a deep crimson HUEIT actually changed from colorless to red. A first-grade weapon imprint. This scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Am I seeing things? Xiao Chen's weapon imprint has advanced from unranked to first grade. Such an event has never occurred in the history of the Dayu dynasty. A weapon imprint advancing? What kind of sorcery has Xiao Chun employed to achieve this? The crowd was filled with disbelief. Yet it was merely a first-grade weapon imprint. Xiao Feng fixated on Xiao Chun, scoffing, without the infernal fire bloodline and the supreme bone, you're destined to be nothing but refuse in this lifetime. A first-grade weapon imprint merely provides you with a flicker of confidence to cling to life. Brother Feng, is absolutely right. Ouyang Yinshan cackled. A mere warrior worthy of awakening a first-grade weapon imprint is bound to be from a different world than us in the future. Such trash can only serve as our plaything. Yet what does a first-grade weapon imprint matter? Even if it is a tier above an unranked imprint, how does that compare? They possess 8th-grade imprints in the entire Dayu dynasty. No one is qualified to compete with them. Not even the former Xiao Chun could. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Chun slowly absorbed the crimson weapon imprint into his body. No matter how much Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan despised him, they could not choose to forget the scene they had just witnessed. Advancing from an unranked weapon imprint to a first-grade weapon imprint, Xiao Chun had indeed made history in the Dayu dynasty. 7th brother, congratulations on being able to cultivate again. Having completed her inheritance, Xiao Ling Tong approached Xiao Chen's side, upon seeing the crimson glow above his head. Her eyes sparkled with joy, even more so than when she had obtained a 7th-grade weapon imprint. In her eyes, her 7th brother was an immensely powerful warrior, even with just a first-grade weapon imprint. He could return as a formidable force and trample these lowly beings beneath his feet. It is merely a stroke of luck. Awakened, Xiao Chun felt warmth in his heart seeing the vivacious Xiao Ling Tong by his side and spoke. The surrounding people fear me like a viper, yet my sister Xiao Ling Tong continues to regard me as the brother who once sheltered her from the storm. This scene etched itself into Xiao Chen's memory. When I restore my cultivation in the future, I shall declare my return with the blood of these small-minded individuals. Xiao Chun cast a cold glance at the crowd. Clang! The bronze giant door trembled suddenly. And under the control of the national master, the clouds concealed the ancient door from sight, the murderous intent of the ferocious beasts dissipating and the deities vanishing without a trace. The world suddenly paused, the mysterious fluctuations disappearing in an instant. The grand ceremony of weapon imprints had concluded. All the Xiao family warriors who had awakened weapon imprints were to proceed to the ancestral temple to pay homage to their ancestors. Awaiting the trials in the ancestral temple a month later, the national master descended from the altar and led the crowd toward the temple. Before arriving at the ancestral temple, the princess of Dayu stood on a high platform. Draped in a phoenix robe, adorned with a golden phoenix crown, her exquisite face radiating a noble aura befitting one of high status. She declared, "The king of Dayu is currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. This weapon imprint ceremony is presided over by me. Those of the Xiao family who can awaken weapon imprints may receive cleansing liquid as a reward according to the rank of their imprints. For every rank increased, an additional portion of cleansing liquid may be claimed that in the year following the awakening of a weapon imprint, each warrior's demand for cleansing liquid is at its peak. Cleansing the essence and refining the marrow solidifies the meridians, allowing the weapon imprint to absorb the wandering energies of heaven and earth, all of which require cleansing liquid in past weapon imprint ceremonies. Regardless of the tier awakened by the Xiao family disciples, they would all receive 3 vials of cleansing liquid to nourish their meridians. Subsequent rewards would be distributed based on tier. However, if the princess of Dayu implements her method, then Xiao Chen's first-grade weapon imprint will only qualify him for 1 portion of cleansing liquid. That is utterly insufficient, let alone for refining the essence and marrow, even for nurturing the weapon imprint and restoring his body. It falls far short. This woman is indeed ruthless. Xiao Chun coldly observed the noble woman atop the platform. Seeing that the weapon imprint ceremony had failed to eliminate him, she resorted to such insidious tactics to seize the cleansing liquid that rightfully belonged to him, thereby condemning him to a state of exhaustion, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of his own weapon imprint. The most venomous of hearts belongs to women. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chun found himself powerless against her. 7th brother, it's all right that I will share the cleansing liquid with you, Xiao Ling Tong said with concern. Having inherited a 7th-grade weapon imprint, she naturally received 7 portions of cleansing liquid as a reward. Yet, the higher the tier of a weapon imprint, the greater the demand for cleansing liquid, and merely 7 portions were not ample for her. Nonetheless, she still chose to divide the cleansing liquid with Xiao Chun. Witnessing Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan casually tossing the cleansing liquid, Xiao Ling Tong's eyes brimmed with resentment. These 2 villains, relying on their mother being the princess of Dayu, felt entitled to seize the cleansing liquid withheld by her. Consequently, all the Xiao family disciples at this ceremony had to ingratiate themselves with these two to plead for a portion of cleansing liquid. Xiao Chun, don't you wish for cleansing liquid? Come beg me. Kneel down and bow twice. Perhaps I might be inclined to grant you a portion. Xiao Feng laughed arrogantly. Even if Xiao Chun cracked his forehead, he would show no mercy. He wanted to witness this defeated dog being drained by his weapon imprint, ultimately dying a tragic death in the streets. Furthermore, the cleansing liquid granted during the ceremony is not permitted to be given to anyone else. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless and sending the royal guards to strip you of your weapon imprint. The princess of Diyu flicked her phoenix robe and declared coldly, "Doubt of course not. Who would be so foolish as to bestow such valuable cleansing liquid upon others? Indeed, I find it insufficient for my own use. I shall have to spend gold to purchase more at the auction house in the future. Your Highness, you worry too much. Let it be so." The princess of Diyu sneered, her phoenix eyes filled with resentment as she stared fixedly at Xiao Chun and Xiao Lingtong. "If I discover otherwise, no matter how your mother pleads for mercy, I will not show leniency. Cruel, insidious, heartless. This step has entirely blocked Xiao Chen's path forward. This despicable woman." Xiao Lingtong's face flushed with anger. But the surrounding guards, watching with hawk-like eyes, made the cleansing liquid in her possession feel like a hot potato. Accepting it was difficult, and refusing it was equally so. In the next moment, a warm presence enveloped her delicate hand. Gently pushing it back, "Ninth sister, it's all right. This woman believes herself clever, yet she is utterly foolish." Xiao Chun smiled slightly at Xiao Lingtong. "Is it not just cleansing liquid? I have my own means." Chapter 6. Divorce. What means could you possibly have? Xiao Lingtong was on the verge of tears, her exquisite face filled with concern and confusion for Xiao Chun. She did not know that Xiao Chun had experienced a fortuitous encounter. And during the inheritance of the ancient dragon-elephant technique, he had spent nearly half a month suppressing the obsessions of countless deities and demons, the ancient beings of gods and demons. Harboring terrifying obsessions, nearly tore Xiao Chun apart. Yet upon his perseverance, the rewards he reaped were beyond her wildest imaginings. This, indeed, became Xiao Chen's capital. Upon hearing this statement, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan's arrogant smiles grew even more brazen. A mere wastrel dares to aspire to obtain the marrow-cleansing liquid. Have you no shred of dignity left, preparing to sell your body instead? Or do you intend to send your mother, that wretched woman, to beg for a meager portion of the marrow-cleansing liquid from this esteemed lord? Xiao Feng laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. A martial artist who has awakened a first-grade martial seal would not even be worth watching in a duel arena. The only path laid before Xiao Chun was one of humiliating demise. A useless martial artist has no right to partake in cultivation. Were you still the astonishingly gifted genius of yore? Such words might have held some credibility, but now you are merely a pitiful wretch clinging to life. A wastrel remains a wastrel, forever destined to gaze up at our backs. The crowd could not restrain their ridicule of Xiao Chun, their tones rife with contempt and derision. Once, Xiao Chun had been a figure they could only aspire to, yet now, the fallen genius's past brilliance provided fodder for their attacks. The more they had once groveled before him, the more fervently they now sought to derive a sense of superiority from his downfall. The matter had been made abundantly clear. Unless there were objections, this martial seal ceremony would be declared concluded. The queen snorted coldly and prepared to turn away from the high platform. "Wait!" Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from below. It was Ouyang Yunshan. This enchanting woman wore a mysterious smile, as if confident of her victory, and addressed Queen Yu with, "Your Majesty, I have a delightful announcement to make, and I believe you will be quite pleased with this news." Ouyang Yunshan shot a flirtatious glance at Xiao Feng, as if they had conspired in advance, and strode directly toward the high platform. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, his gaze filled with amusement as he scrutinized Xiao Chun. This was Xiao Lingtong, observing the collusion between the two. Suddenly comprehended Ouyang Yunshan's intentions and hastily grasped Xiao Chen's hand, attempting to pull him away. She knew that what was about to transpire would be a tremendous blow to Xiao Chun. It could even shatter the hard-won confidence he had just begun to regain, plunging him back into the abyss. But in the next instant, Xiao Ling Tong felt a firm grip on her delicate hand. Its strength surprising. Xiao Chun smiled faintly at Xiao Ling Tong, then turned toward the soon-to-speak Ouyang Yinshan, exclaiming, "Hold on. Since you have a delightful announcement to make, I too have a splendid piece of news to proclaim publicly." Moreover, Xiao Chun turned his gaze resolutely toward Xiao Feng. "It shall bring great delight to the masses." Ouyang Yinshan appeared momentarily stunned. She could not fathom why Xiao Chun would suddenly rise up, forcibly interrupting her intended declaration before the Xiao family members. She had planned to announce her engagement to the future crown prince of the Yu dynasty, aspiring to become the second Queen Yu. Yet all of this was abruptly thwarted by Xiao Chun. You truly believe that after enduring the betrayals from both of you, I would still tolerate your presence? You wretched woman, I shall announce the annulment of our engagement on your behalf. But not an annulment. Rather, I, Xiao Chun, shall divorce you, this seductive harlot. Xiao Chen's words resonated with conviction, each syllable laden with profound resentment towards Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan that he loathed. He loathed himself for being blind and failing to see Ouyang Yinshan's true nature. He loathed having once devoted himself wholeheartedly to her, only to receive treachery in return, as this harlot conspired with Xiao Feng to inflict harm upon him, ruthlessly severing his supreme bone and hellfire bloodline. Such anguish was akin to 1,000 cuts, a cruel punishment beyond measure. Ouyang Yinshan, as a married woman, shamelessly colluded with her lover to plot against her husband, which is one that she harbored malice against the benefactor who, month after month, restored her vitality with his own blood, repaying kindness with enmity, which is two, she plundered my bloodline, excising my supreme bones solely to ascend the ranks of the powerful, which is three. Such a vile individual is unworthy of being my wife. Ouyang Yinshan, hear me clearly. I, Xiao Chun, shall divorce you, this venomous vixen. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. Ouyang Yinshan stood frozen atop the platform, her expression stiff and her eyes vacant, as if unable to comprehend Xiao Chen's words. What did this mean? Was she being labeled as heartless, ungrateful, and a promiscuous woman? What was happening? The discarded Xiao Chun dared to insult Ouyang Yinshan. No, it was not mere insult. Xiao Chun intended to divorce Ouyang Yinshan. An annulment? No, it was a divorce. The multitude erupted into astonished murmurs, the cacophony growing louder in Ouyang Yinshan's ears, with a piercing scream filled with venom. She shouted, "Xiao Chun, I want you dead. Xiao Feng, kill him. After you kill him, you can do whatever you wish with me. Xiao Chun, you dare." Xiao Feng was consumed with rage. This sudden turn of events occurred as swiftly as lightning, leaving him no time to react. Xiao Chen's words implied that Ouyang Yinshan was merely the discarded refuse of his affections, while he, Xiao Feng, valued this refuse as a treasure. Such was a profound humiliation. Boom! Xiao Feng summoned all his energy, surging towards Xiao Chun with the force of a tempest, his figure slicing through the air like an arrow that a pale white light coalesced in his palm, exuding an overwhelming aura at that moment. Xiao Chen's expression grew grave. Having just subdued the martial seal, he had yet to utilize it to establish a chi pool, and now faced the wrathful strike of a seventh-layer opening expert. In the past, his astounding prowess would have rendered Xiao Feng insignificant. However, now, Xiao Chun's cultivation had been reduced to nothing, even his supreme bone and hellfire bloodline severed by those two wretches. Were he to take that punch directly, he would perish. Yet, to die such a humiliating death was not a choice he would accept. Chapter 7. Severed Bonds and Unyielding Resolve. Dragon Elephant Prajna, with a light exhalation. Xiao Chen's aura surged, an infinite heat radiating from his limbs. The first-grade martial seal began to glow brightly, a crimson light emerging from above his head. Xiao Chen's presence unexpectedly transformed into something formidable, entirely unlike that of a newly awakened martial artist. "Xiao Feng, you dare!" Beside him, Xiao Ling Tong also cried out, her six-layer opening cultivation evident, her aura instantly overshadowing Xiao Chun, barely falling short of the furious Xiao Feng. In that moment, Xiao Ling Tong chose to stand with Xiao Chun, ready to confront the impending assault from Xiao Feng. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Feng snorted angrily. A bone within his chest flickered to life. revealing a multitude of intricate inscriptions, his powerful aura surpassing both Xiao Chun and Xiao Tong. That was originally Xiao Chen's supreme bone, yet now it was wielded against him by Xiao Feng. Xiao Chun, let us see how you fare against the might of my newly acquired supreme bone. To perish beneath your own supreme bone will grant you ample opportunity to boast in the afterlife. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Nonsense, the national master bellowed, the beast skin talisman in his hand suddenly radiating a brilliant light. Boom! A purple lightning bolt shot forth from his hand, crossing dozens of yards in an instant, crashing down between Xiao Feng, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Tong. Smoke filled the air. Bang! The three figures were sent reeling back from the billowing smoke, retreating for dozens of yards before finally halting. Royal decree prohibits family members from harming one another in private duels. Violators shall be exiled to the frontier, never to return to the capital. The national master spoke with a grave countenance. Addressing the two, Your Highnesses, do not presume that the royal law binds you so tightly that you may violate the royal taboo. In the Liu dynasty, the royal family strictly forbade its members from inflicting harm upon one another. After all, controlling a nation entails vast resources and legacies. None could remain indifferent should mutual slaughter among kin be permitted. The Xiao clan would soon find itself in an embarrassing predicament of dwindling numbers within mere decades. But the royal law, Xiao Chun laughed uproariously, as if hearing the greatest joke in the world. His laughter was filled with derision and mockery toward the national master. That day, when my hellfire bloodline and supreme bone were excised, where was the royal law? Pierced in the chest by a poisoned blade wielded by a beloved kin. Where lies the law of the land? Subsequently cast off a cliff, surviving against all odds. Where then is the law? In the end, Xiao Chun nearly roared, "To hell with the law. I shall kill Xiao Feng and slay Ouyang Yinshan. If the law cannot restrain him, then let me take matters into my own hands. Xiao Feng, 1 month hence in the ancestral trial, you shall surely perish." A sinister expression emerged on Xiao Chen's face. "Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end." A tempestuous aura surged forth from Xiao Chun, rivaling the 5th level of the meridian opening realm. This spectacle caused Xiao Feng's complexion to shift dramatically. Incredulously bellowing at Xiao Chun, "Impossible! Your meridians are shattered, your body riddled with poison, and even the Inferno bloodline and supreme bone have been extracted by me. How could you possess such formidable power? Are you even human?" The strength Xiao Chun had displayed was beyond the capacity of a mere first-tier martial seal practitioner. He had been playing the fool all along. Kill him, regardless of the consequences. Xiao Chun must die. A fierce glint flashed across Xiao Feng's face as he slowly gathered his true energy in his palm. "You dare!" The Grand Master, enraged, unleashed a sudden violet beam from his hand, instantly sending Xiao Feng hurtling away. Xiao Feng let out a muffled groan, collapsing into Ouyang Yunshan's embrace, unconscious. Supporting Xiao Feng, Ouyang Yunshan glared at Xiao Chun with venomous eyes. "Xiao Chun, you wait for me. If you wish to harm 7th brother, you must first pass through me." Xiao Tong shouted defiantly, equally refusing to back down as she glared at Ouyang Yunshan. Had it not been for the intervention of their mother, she would have stormed over to demand an explanation from Ouyang Yinshan the moment she learned of Xiao Chen's plight. What if Ouyang Yinshan had the backing of the Ouyang family? To dare lay a hand on Xiao Chun made Ouyang Yinshan her sworn enemy. "Your Highness, the Great Yu dynasty can no longer afford to lose another Inferno bloodline and supreme bone after Xiao Chen's demise." The Grand Master sighed, knowing this statement pierced Xiao Chen's heart like a dagger. Yet it was the harsh truth. The once mighty Great Yu dynasty thrived because of Xiao Chun, earning the admiration and favor of numerous prestigious sects and powerful factions. Yet now, with Xiao Chen's bloodline and supreme bone transplanted into Ouyang Yinshan and Xiao Feng, even the Grand Master, feeling the chill in his heart, could not resort to slaying them to return the bloodline and supreme bone to Xiao Chun. For a bloodline and supreme bone could only be transplanted once. If transplanted again, they would lose their original power and potential. Xiao Chun laughed maniacally. "What nonsense is this law? It's all just empty talk. In this world, only strength speaks the truth. Today you kill me. Tomorrow I shall kill you. The innocent suffer for the rich. Weakness is indeed a sin, lacking strength. One can only endure humiliation when wronged. Yet I, Xiao Chun, refuse to submit to the universally accepted truth. I have contributed immensely to the Great Yu dynasty, yet I am met with such heartlessness. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the royal family of the Great Yu dynasty. Enough, the Grand Master thundered. Xiao Chun, considering your recent recovery, I shall overlook your reckless words. However, should you dare to overstep your bounds again, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands and banishing you to the frontier. Now, leave the palace at once. Out! With a dramatic flick of his robe, the Grand Master declared the martial seal ceremony officially concluded. However, the repercussions of this event would undoubtedly reverberate far and wide. Xiao Chun, despite his grievous injuries, had contended with the power of the martial seal and inherited a first-tier martial seal. He then publicly proclaimed his intention to divorce Ouyang Yinshan, exposing the truth of her collusion with the crown prince Xiaofeng to murder him. These revelations spread at an astonishing pace, becoming the talk of the town. Ouyang Yinshan and Xiaofeng were forever branded onto the pillar of shame. Yet, all of this was of no consequence to Xiao Chun as he returned home. With the martial seal ceremony concluded, every warrior who received the cleansing liquid seized the opportunity to break through their realms. In the following month, the Xiao family's disciples would devote every moment to strengthening themselves, striving for excellence in the ancestral trial, which would determine their future standing within the Great Yu dynasty. They had no choice but to take this seriously. Chapter 8. The Emergence of a Prodigy. The night was as dark as ink, and strange sounds of breakthroughs echoed throughout the capital. After dinner, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, beginning his meditation and cultivation. Though his martial seal was currently weak, being merely a first-tier seal, for one who possessed the ancient dragon-elephant technique, the ability to cultivate true energy was more than sufficient. Ordinary martial artists must first open a chi pool beneath their martial seal to contain the true energy they cultivate. Once this true energy accumulates to a certain extent, it can circulate through the practitioner's meridians under their control, allowing for more efficient utilization. Opening several meridians is what defines the meridian opening realm. Different techniques lead to various meridian pathways. The more profound the technique, the more intricate and astonishing the meridian routes. The Xiao family's overlord technique, practiced by Xiaofeng and Xiaoling Tong, is a highly advanced technique that can open up to 8 meridians. Gathering the power of all 8 to step into the divine ability realm. Xiao Chun, who once entered the divine ability realm, had achieved this by utilizing the overlord technique to open all 8 meridians and consolidate them into a breakthrough. Now, as he prepared to practice the ancient dragon-elephant technique, upon realizing the number of meridians it encompassed, he felt the overlord technique to be utterly inferior, a technique not even worth a dog's learning. The ancient dragon-elephant technique included a staggering 10 meridians for cultivation. It was said to reach the 10th level of the meridian opening realm. Even someone as well-versed as Xiao Chun had never heard of a technique capable of opening 10 meridians. In this world, 9 is the pinnacle. Techniques that can open 9 meridians are treasured artifacts among the great sections. Xiao Chun exhaled softly. After nearly half an hour of arduous cultivation, he had opened a vast chi pool. Yet, merely having a chi pool was far from sufficient. He needed to manipulate the true energy to connect each of his meridians, forging a unique cultivation pathway. This was a path Xiao Chun had never traversed before, fraught with uncertainty and peril. Taking out the jade vial containing the cleansing liquid, Xiao Chun uncorked it and, confirming its authenticity by scent, poured the entire contents into his mouth. Boom! Xiao Chun's expression suddenly changed. The coolness of the cleansing liquid vanished instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming heat coursing through his body as if he were being roasted in a fire. Calm your breath. Hold your breath. Now is the moment. The first layer of the ancient dragon-elephant technique, the previously feeble true energy, surged forth like a mighty river, relentlessly battering against his meridians. Drawing upon his memories, Xiao Chun directed the raging true energy within him to assault the unopened meridians. A wave of excruciating pain shot through his body, as though his meridians were being torn apart, causing him to tremble violently. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed within him. Boom! The meridians burst open. The true energy surged into the newly opened meridians. Marking the first layer of the meridian opening realm, Xiao Chun re-entered the ranks of martial practitioners. The invigorating sensation coursing through his limbs filled him with immense satisfaction. Yet, having experienced all of this before, Xiao Chun was not entranced by the fleeting feeling of power. Instead, he mobilized the true energy within his meridians to press forward towards another meridian, the first layer of the meridian opening realm. A martial practitioner once more. Was that enough? No, it was not enough. Xiao Chun understood that after publicly humiliating Ouyang Yinshan and Xiao Feng during the day, he would inevitably face countless dangers and tribulations in the days to come. If he could not seize this first opportunity to utilize the martial seal for cultivation and regain his peak, the future would require far more cleansing liquid and pills that he had no time to waste. With more than half of the cleansing liquid's potency remaining and his meridians brimming with true energy, Xiao Chun made a bold decision to continue his breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. The third layer of the meridian opening realm. As Xiao Chun gazed at the meager true energy remaining within his 3 open meridians, a tinge of regret washed over him. Must it come to an end here? Xiao Chun let out a bitter laugh. After all, breaking through is not something that could be rushed. The efficacy of a single wash marrow elixir was ultimately limited, despite Xiao Chun possessing the experience of having once achieved a breakthrough, which enabled him to avoid many resource-wasting pitfalls. He could not conjure miracles that, or perhaps it could be said that merely relying on a wash marrow elixir to reach the third layer of the opening meridian's realm was, in itself, a miraculous feat. Just as Xiao Chun sighed and prepared to consolidate his meridians, concluding this session of cultivation, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hurry and refine this elixir. The true energy contained within is sufficient for your breakthrough. Outside the courtyard, an unfamiliar voice echoed that it was the national master. Before Xiao Chun could utter a word, he felt a pill being placed into his mouth, dissolving instantly and flooding his energy pool with potent medicinal power. In an instant, the once desiccated energy pool became brimming with vitality, the true energy roaring as it surged into his meridians, the momentum even surpassing that of his previous breakthrough. 1 meridian, 2. After forcefully opening several more meridians, Xiao Chun felt a thunderous roar reverberate from the depths of his being. An immensely powerful energy surged forth, merging with the tumultuous true energy and striking against his meridians. Boom! Xiao Chun groaned in pain as torrents of true energy surged like a mighty river, crashing into his 10th meridian. Opening meridian's realm, 10th layer, breakthrough. Simultaneously, the sky transformed drastically, endless black clouds gathering, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Boom! The black clouds formed a vortex, and within the eye of the storm, lightning rained down upon the royal capital, leaving countless people in disarray as a torrential downpour ensued. The divine phoenix cried out, the thunder dragon roared, and various divine beast phantoms emerged faintly from the clouds, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet above these phantoms, a colossal dragon elephant stood proudly, trampling the thunder dragon and cloaked in the flames of the phoenix. Roaring towards the heavens, it stirred the entire realm. Inside the palace, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan, who had gathered the power of 7 meridians and were utilizing vast amounts of wash marrow elixir to break through to the divine ability realm, watched the strange phenomena outside the window and burst into hearty laughter. Heavenly phenomena. This is a manifestation of heavenly phenomena. When I, Xiao Feng, broke through to the divine ability realm, I was able to invoke the heavenly phenomena. Xiao Chun, what do you have to compete with me? Hearing this, Ouyang Yinshan immediately gazed at Xiao Feng with delight, saying, Brother Feng, remember your promise to me. You must kill Xiao Chun and avenge me. Outside the royal capital, atop a certain celestial mountain, a sage stood at the peak, gazing in astonishment at the world-shattering breakthrough scene within the capital. Such a genius exists within the royal capital. Yin Kong, quickly send someone to the royal capital. We must recruit this genius who has invoked the heavenly phenomena into our ranks. The Burning Heavens sect, the city of the divine phoenix, the Golden Feather Palace. The renowned sects of the Yu dynasty were all stirred by this terrifying phenomenon. their entire factions in uproar. Who could possess such formidable potential to cause the heavens to shift during their breakthrough? This is heaven's jealousy. This person's talent is so extraordinary that even the heavens must be envious. Hurry, we must send someone to find this genius and recruit him into our ranks. Chapter 9. The transaction. The black clouds loomed over the city, obscuring the sun. After opening 10 meridians, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a faint, almost imperceptible connection with this realm of existence. Boom! A bolt of white lightning, as wide as an arm, suddenly struck the courtyard, instantly creating a shallow pit. The figure that narrowly dodged the lightning wore a helpless expression, realizing that his good intentions in aiding Xiao Chen's breakthrough had resulted in being struck by lightning. Truly a case of being struck by thunder. Yet, as he observed Xiao Chen once more entering a state of enlightenment, the National Master felt a wave of astonishment. Is he about to break through to the divine ability realm? No. His meridians are bright, yet devoid of spiritual resonance, but his aura is even more terrifying than that of a typical 9th layer of the opening meridian's realm. Could it be the legendary 10th layer? The National Master's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were witnessing something inconceivable, his mouth agape. How is this possible? Since the ancient era's destruction and the retreat of the gods, there have been scarcely any practitioners of the opening meridian's realm 10th layer in the mortal world. On one hand, it is deemed unworthy. After all, to possess such extraordinary talent, to open 10 meridians, and to expend energy on breaking through could yield remarkable achievements in itself. On the other hand, once one breaks through to the 10th layer of the opening meridian's realm, it would invoke heavenly phenomena, and manifestations of divine beings would frequently appear. This is a harbinger of chaos in the world. The National Master's expression gradually softened. Xiao Chen's performance exceeded his expectations, even fundamentally altering the original intent behind his visit. Then, amidst the swirling black clouds, a stream of pure, true energy cascaded down like a waterfall, merging into Xiao Chen's energy pool. Boom! Within the energy pool, a magnificent white jade bridge rose from the ground, adorned with carved railings and intricate designs, depicting various rare and extraordinary beasts and fierce birds. Colorful clouds swirled and celestial cranes soared. Just as Xiao Chen stood in a daze, a majestic palace gradually emerged on the other side of the bridge, shrouded in mist, appearing grand and imposing. The celestial bridge. The National Master inhaled sharply. No wonder. Ancient texts had mentioned that during the ancient times, human practitioners could connect with the heavens, forming the celestial bridge. However, with the destruction of the ancient era, all records had vanished, and even the tales of the celestial bridge had become fragmented and difficult to imagine. Yet this scene was undeniably unfolding before the National Master's eyes. In this moment, the National Master couldn't help but secretly lament his past failure to seize opportunities. Otherwise, why was the celestial bridge laid out before him while he stood like a fool, unable to act? Truly foolish. This is the 10th layer of the opening meridian's realm, the pinnacle technique that only existed in the ancient era. With the collapse of the ancient era, countless techniques were lost, and even those hidden sects could scarcely possess any information regarding the celestial bridge. It is no wonder that the National Master's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Without having opened all 10 meridians, how could one invoke a phenomenon? And without a phenomenon, how could the power of the heavens pour in, revealing the deeply concealed celestial bridge within the energy pool? One link leads to another, all intricately connected, as if an invisible hand was slowly guiding the process. What brings you here? After concluding his cultivation, Xiao Chen regarded the National Master, standing before him with a placid expression. During his breakthrough to the opening meridian's realm, Xiao Chen had already sensed the presence of figures moving around him. Indeed, had it not been for the unknown elixir he consumed, his realm would have plummeted significantly, making it difficult to invoke phenomena and reap the benefits. For both emotional and logical reasons, Xiao Chen could harbor no malice against the National Master. However, this morning the National Master had explicitly stated that he could not afford to lose the supreme bone any longer. This statement left Xiao Chen unable to foster any goodwill toward the National Master. It was best to treat this matter with a calm mind. Xiao Chen, How about we make a transaction? The National Master's face twitched slightly as he presented what he believed to be a very amicable smile. A transaction. Xiao Chan furrowed his brows, inquiring, "What kind of transaction?" "I will help you conceal your true cultivation level. And in exchange, you will help me find a spiritual herb called snow dragon grass during the religious trial in a month. What do you think? Given your strength, it should not be difficult for you to harvest the spiritual herb from the core of the ancestral temple." The National Master proposed that I have served as the National Master in the Dayu dynasty for nearly a decade, but within the ancestral temple, due to the restrictions of the Shao family's secret techniques. Those without the bloodline of the Shao family face great dangers and cannot enter. Thus, I require a collaborator to assist me in harvesting that snow dragon grass. Xiao Qian's gaze scrutinized the National Master, donned in his long robe, as he contemplated the credibility of this statement. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Why choose me? In previous years, that spiritual herb was not ripe. An unripe spiritual herb holds little value for me. Even if harvested," the National Master hesitated briefly before explaining, "Xiao Feng's demands are too exorbitant. His conditions are unacceptable to me. So, you've turned your sights on me." Xiao Chan raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly recalling something, and chuckled, saying, "Let me guess, what are Xiao Feng's conditions?" He must have said he would exchange Xiao Qian's life for the snow dragon grass. Under Xiao Qian's probing, the National Master hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Indeed," Xiao Chan flicked his robe sleeve. "All right. I agree to this transaction. However, it's not for the sake of you concealing my cultivation level, but rather to repay the favor of the elixir that aided my breakthrough. I, Xiao Chan, shall never be a petty person who repays kindness with malice. One who resembles Xiao Feng, even if the National Master were to eliminate Xiao Chan on his behalf, would not readily hand over the Shuilong grass to the National Master. Instead, he would seize the opportunity to present a multitude of demands, compelling the National Master to satisfy his insatiable greed. This, indeed, is the reason the National Master ultimately chose Xiao Chan as an additional piece of information. I shall convey to you that the Alchemist and Blacksmith Guild has recently been recruiting apprentices. If you wish to avoid entering the ancestral temple in a month wielding a firewood stick and an assortment of poisons, it would be prudent to enhance your skills in both blacksmithing and alchemy within this time frame. The National Master, having spent nearly a decade in close proximity to that treacherous mother and son duo, believes he possesses a profound understanding of their character. Consequently, he harbors no doubt that, given the malevolent natures of Queen Yu and Xiao Feng, they would undoubtedly replace all the pills and weapons Xiao Chen carried during the trial with the most inferior grade. This is a spatial ring. Upon it, I have inscribed a concealed aura array of the third tier, which even a practitioner at the divine passage level would find challenging to discern your true cultivation. Upon borrowing the ring, Xiao Chan donned it and, in that instant, felt the surrounding space tremble, his aura instantaneously suppressed to approximately the 7th layer of the meridian opening stage, returning to the peak he had once attained before breaking through to the divine passage level. Within the ring, there exists a portion of marrow-cleansing liquid and a jade pendant. When you visit the royal capital's auction house, mentioning my name will grant you a significant discount of at least 20% on the marrow-cleansing liquid, which should be of utmost necessity for you at this moment. The National Master, upon sensing that Xiao Qian's aura had been successfully suppressed, nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, after years without engaging in combat, he remains unblemished. As Xiao Chan circulated his true energy, 10 crimson meridians suddenly radiated with brilliance, unaffected by the concealment array. Thus, your future movements within the royal palace will be considerably more convenient. After entrusting the crucial concealment ring and jade pendant to Xiao Chan, the National Master took his leave, retracing his steps and vaulting over the wall. Outside the palace, several high-ranking guards of the meridian opening stage lay lifeless in the alley, their necks snapped. As the National Master proceeded, he waved his hand, and the corpses vanished in an instant, absorbed into the spatial ring. What an intriguing little fellow! The National Master chuckled softly as he gradually faded from view. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Qian once again sat cross-legged, utilizing the additional marrow-cleansing liquid within the ring to consolidate the newly opened 10th meridian. How a night passed in silence. Chapter 10. Visitors to the sect look. That is Elder Han Shuang of the Burning Sky sect, Elder Fan Zhong from Shunfeng City, who fought valiantly against a fourth-grade demon beast several years ago, has unexpectedly arrived in the royal capital. Also, Elder Pei Hui, a prominent figure from Jinyu City, has not traversed the dynasty for decades, yet here he is, stirred from his slumber. On this day, countless once-dreaded figures of renown gathered in the royal capital, all drawn by the extraordinary talent that had stirred an anomaly in the heavens the night prior. A fire phoenix let out a soft cry as it gracefully descended outside the royal city gate, from which two powerful warriors dismounted, one elderly, the other youthful, proceeding directly toward the city gate. "Brother Han, it has been over 100 years. How have you fared?" A hearty laughter echoed from above. A magnificent chariot descended from the sky, drawn by a proud and massive cloud beast, which disdainfully snorted upon beholding the prostrate fire phoenix. Enraged, the fire phoenix prepared to unleash its fiery breath, but the diminutive Han Shuang seized the reins, forcefully pinning the fire phoenix to the ground, rendering it unable to escape the seemingly nailed hand atop its head. With a smile, Han Shuang turned to the figure disembarking from the cloud beast chariot. "Ah, Elder Fan, my apologies for the disturbance caused by this unruly creature." Elder Fan Zhong chuckled heartily, yet his tone bore no hint of contrition. Let it be. Let it be. We are all part of the Diyu dynasty. No need to let an unruly beast ruffle our feathers." The fire phoenix ceased its struggles and returned to a docile demeanor as Han Shuang tenderly stroked its feathers, offering words of comfort. "Old fellow, who are you referring to?" Elder Fan retorted furiously. "Whoever interjects, that is who I am speaking of." Han Shuang shot back defiantly, their powerful auras suddenly radiating, revealing them as two formidable practitioners at the wall-breaking stage. Just as it seemed the two were on the verge of clashing at the city gate, a long rainbow streaked across the sky, transforming into a human form 3 feet above the ground. "Ha, Brother Han, Brother Fan. It appears you are particularly at odds this time." "Humph." Han Shuang and Fan Zhong exchanged furious glares before, in unison, turning away to deny any advantage to the arriving Elder Pei Hui. Subsequently, a formidable squad of elite guards emerged from the city gate, arranging themselves ceremoniously to welcome the powerful figures from various sects, their demeanor notably obsequious. The captain of the guard stepped forward respectfully. Addressing them, "Honored guests, have you come to recruit the prodigy who caused last night's heavenly anomaly?" Indeed, the entire royal capital is now aware that the one who broke through and stirred such an anomaly is none other than our dynasty's crown prince and his fiancée, Ouyang Yinshan. You mean to say that the one responsible for such an anomaly is the crown prince of the Diyu dynasty and the princess? Precisely. The captain of the guards, sent by Queen Yu that very night to accommodate the powerful visitors, bowed respectfully to Elder Han Shuang. Upon hearing this news last night, the queen promptly dispatched us to welcome you esteemed elders into the palace. Is it truly the crown prince Xiao Feng and his fiancée, Ouyang Yinshan, whose breakthrough caused the anomaly? Upon receiving confirmation from the captain, Elder Han Shuang burst into laughter. "Ha! What a stroke of luck!" In an instant, Elder Han Shuang's spirit soared, casting aside any previous disputes with Fan Zhong, with his connections to the Diyu dynasty. This visit to the royal capital would undoubtedly position him as the greatest beneficiary. Upon returning to his sect, accolades would surely await him. With such prospects, he might even glimpse the realm of the 100 rivers in his lifetime. Esteemed elders, if that is the case, let us make our way to the Yu Palace. With that, Han Shuang enveloped himself in flames, whisking his attendants along as they soared toward the palace in a flash of fire, moving with the speed of lightning. This old fellow is clearly trying to compete with us. Elder Fan Zhong and Elder Pei Hui exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. However, in front of so many witnesses, to not respond would imply that they acknowledged their inferiority to Han Shuang. More severely, it would be an admission that their respective sects were lesser than the Burning Sky sect. Such a notion was unacceptable. With a cold snort, Fan Zhong unleashed his aura, enveloping himself in true energy that transformed into a fiery phoenix, which let out a piercing cry as it flapped its wings in pursuit of Han Shuang. Elder Pei Hui sighed softly, and under the watchful gaze of the captain of the guards, he too transformed into a streak of light, shooting off into the distance with speed not much inferior to the other two. "My lords, please wait for us," the captain of the guards, exuding a sense of resignation, watched the powerful figures swiftly depart, hastily abandoning his subordinates as he leaped atop rooftops, soaring forward in pursuit. Along the way, he trampled numerous homes, provoking a chorus of curses from the townsfolk behind him. Once the city gates were devoid of welcoming guards, silence returned, and a pair of individuals clad in white, resembling a master and servant, leisurely entered the royal capital. Is this truly the royal capital of Dayu? Indeed, it is impressive, far superior to our humble abode. It is all the master's fault. Had we arrived sooner, we could have ridden that fire phoenix. "I have never had the pleasure of riding a fire phoenix," lamented the young attendant. "Younger brother, what are you complaining about?" The scholarly-looking young man lightly tapped the attendant's head with his jade fan. "Excess leads to wealth, and deficiency leads to poverty. Our sect, the Butian sect, has survived the cataclysm of ancient times by embracing a calm demeanor. You see, even without anyone here to greet us, I remain unfazed, so why fret? Let us complete the task assigned by the master, and we shall soon return to the sect to report tea that time. You may fish to your heart's content, and I shall read my books. What a delightful arrangement that would be." The young man smiled faintly and spoke. The chastised scholar dared not retort. Otherwise, he would only invite a more painful punishment. He opened his mouth several times, but upon seeing the young man's jade fan swaying in his hand, he hesitated and fell silent at last. Unable to contain himself, the scholar exclaimed, "I have finally realized why the master summoned you." "Oh, why is that?" The young man inquired, intrigued. "He wishes for you to return in your next life. As for this one, it is best forgotten." The scholar, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. "Look at where we are. You've led us into a dead end in the slums. Nonsense. This must be the will of heaven. I have gained a glimpse of divine insight through my practice of the sky repair technique, which has guided us here." The young man, with an expression of disappointment, tapped the scholar's head. "You thick-headed fool. Do you not understand what the will of heaven entails?" As the scholar clutched his head and fled in embarrassment, he stammered, "Lost brother, the junior is wrong. I beg you, do not strike me. To know one's faults and amend them. That is what makes you a good junior." The young man retracted the jade fan and waved it gently before him. "Listen to your senior. You won't go wrong. Come, I shall lead you out." After a moment, the scholar hesitated. "Senior, shall we not ask a household for directions?" "Ah." After another moment, he added, "Senior." "Ah." Chapter 11. A contest of wits within the royal palace. Queen Yu declared, "Let us dispense with pleasantries and swiftly bring forth the eldest prince and the princess consort." Elder Fan from Shunfeng City stroked his long beard and chuckled. And no matter how eloquently Queen Yu praised Xiaofeng and Ouyang Yinshan, they would ultimately have to meet the public, should it turn out that their talents do not warrant the manifestation of heavenly phenomena. Then the ire of the assembled would surely be directed at the Yu royal palace. "Elders, please do not be anxious. My son and the princess consort both broke through to the divine realm last night. Expending great mental energy, they are currently meditating to consolidate their cultivation. I have already sent someone to urge them. They will be out shortly." The queen smiled slightly, exuding charm that I understand. After all, they are young and full of vigor, which is quite understandable. Elder Han subtly endeavored to ingratiate himself with Queen Yu, his aged face beaming with smiles. The sight made the other two observers feel nauseated, an old bull courting tender grass. And so brazenly did he truly believe that Queen Yu was without her own defenses. Regardless, they had come here to recruit Xiaofeng and Ouyang Yinshan as disciples. To avoid returning empty-handed, they could only endure the wait. After 3 cups of tea, the elders heard, "We apologize for our tardiness." Laughter echoed before they arrived. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Ouyang Yinshan's waist as they stepped into the hall, sitting beside Queen Yu. Xiaofeng wore a smile as he regarded the notable figures from various sects who had come, each once renowned in their own right. An overwhelming sense of honor filled him. The Burning Heaven sect, Shunfeng City, and the Golden Feather Palace all hastily sent envoys to the royal palace, all for his sake. for it was just last night that he had utilized the cleansing fluid to break through to the divine realm, igniting the phenomena of heaven and earth. The joy on Xiao Feng's face was palpable, allowing the elders to probe his cultivation with a thread of divine awareness. Not only did he remain unguarded, but he also openly displayed the supreme bone upon his chest. The intricate inscriptions flickered, and an ancient, venerable aura instantly subdued the numerous elders around him. It was the supreme bone at the same time. The elder examining Ouyang Yinshan wore a similarly astonished expression. Fire Phoenix bloodline. No, this aura is that of the true Phoenix bloodline. The true Phoenix bloodline and the supreme bone. Each of these signifies an extraordinary prodigy. Confirming their identities, the elders recognized these two as the geniuses responsible for the phenomena. The Burning Heaven sect is willing to offer a spiritual-grade martial technique. Shenfeng City is prepared to provide 1 million silver coins. The Golden Feather Palace will present a spiritual-grade treasure. Elder Han, do not compete with me. I shall let you have the next disciple. Brother Pei, grant me this favor, and I will repay you generously in the future. Let you have it. Do you think you deserve such a favor? What do you mean my face count for nothing? Watching the three elders nearly ready to come to blows over him, Xiao Feng could no longer contain his smile. Let them fight. The fiercer the contest, the more it reveals my immense potential, surpassing even Xiao Chun. Yet as he chuckled, Xiao Feng's expression suddenly changed, realizing his sect was absent. Everyone, please calm yourselves. His countenance darkened as he snorted, gathering the true energy of the divine realm within the supreme bone at his right chest. An ancient, domineering aura suppressed all around. Silence with this powerful command. Utilizing the supreme bone, the intricate inscriptions illuminated one by one, and the force unleashed silenced the crowd, halting their disputes as they turned to gaze at Xiao Feng. Why do I not see anyone from the Sky Repair sect? Elder Han, closely associated with the Yu dynasty, furrowed his brow and replied, the Sky Repair sect has always concealed itself within the depths of the mountains, indifferent to worldly affairs. While we were certain these prodigies would indeed attract the attention of the ancient sects, we have yet to hear of any elder from the Sky Repair sect making an appearance. The Sky Repair sect is a revered ancient sect that has preserved its legacy even after the Great Annihilation. Though its disciples are few, countless renowned experts hail from its ranks. In terms of influence and reputation, no other sect can compare. If the Sky Repair sect does not emerge, who can rival them? Ouyang Yinshan slowly rose, feigning a bow to the assembly, and apologetically stated, I sincerely apologize, esteemed elders. As you all know, the most powerful sect within the Yu dynasty is the Sky Repair sect. Moreover, our Emperor Yu himself is a disciple of the Sky Repair sect. For both emotional and logical reasons, Xiao Feng and I should indeed apprentice ourselves under them. But what if the Sky Repair sect does not come? Elder Fan inquired, unwilling to relent that if they do not come. Ouyang Yinshan smiled gently. Then Xiao Feng and I shall depart from the royal capital and seek out the Sky Repair sect in the nameless mountains. After all, to break through from the meridian opening realm to the divine realm and provoke the phenomena of heaven and earth. Possessing both the true Phoenix bloodline and the supreme bone, I am confident that no sect would dare to turn away such a gifted disciple. Although Ouyang Yinshan did not explicitly state his refusal, he had clearly conveyed his and Xiao Feng's stance. Only the Sky Repair sect is worthy of our allegiance. After all, it was only the Sky Repair sect that could truly merit their prodigious talents. Esteemed elders, my Xiao family is more than just Xiao Feng and Yinshan as shining jewels. Even if they cannot be accepted as disciples, there are still many stars waiting to be discovered. In a month, the ancestral trials of the Yu dynasty will commence, and at that time, all of you may observe. Should you find any of my family's disciples worthy, you are welcome to accept them as your own. After the trials, I shall send a generous gift to express my gratitude for your presence. Queen Yu smiled charmingly. Although the elders had not succeeded in recruiting Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan, it was their duty as transmission elders to seek out disciples. Now, with the queen's promise of a generous gift, they were bound by both reason and emotion to remain. Moreover, in their minds, there was no certainty that the Sky Repair sect would take notice of this phenomenon. Perhaps circumstances would yet take an unexpected turn. I have heard tales of a peerless genius within the Dayu dynasty named Xiao Chun. Might anyone know his whereabouts? Elder Pei's expression darkened slightly. But since Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan had not closed off their options, he hesitated to be too severe. Instead, he brought up a rumor he had heard during his time in the sect. Indeed, where is that legendary genius, Xiao Chun? Chapter 12. The Eye Spear Technique. Elder Han and Elder Fan, upon hearing this, perked up their ears, awaiting Xiao Feng's explanation. In the eyes of the world, the only name that stood out as a genius within the Dayu dynasty was Xiao Chun. Why then had the heavenly phenomena been triggered by the previously unremarkable Xiao Feng? That waste? Upon hearing the mention of Xiao Chun's name, Xiao Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hatred, and he contemptuously remarked, "Half a month ago, this wretch accidentally fell from a cliff, scattering his entire cultivation. Since then, he has become utterly insane, akin to a rabid dog, biting indiscriminately. He even slandered me and Yun Shan as the culprits behind his loss of power." As he spoke with palpable emotion, Ouyang Yinshan appeared aggrieved, her eyes turning red, and her tearful visage evoked a pang of sympathy in those who beheld her. Xiao Feng's tone was marked by earnestness, presenting himself as an innocent victim, while transforming Xiao Chun into a madman, a wild dog that knew nothing but to bite recklessly. Under Xiao Feng's narrative, the elders all nodded in agreement, expressing relief that none of them had blindly followed rumors. Had we hastily taken in a worthless individual based solely on hearsay, we would have truly lost face before the sect master, they lamented. And no matter how illustrious Xiao Chun's past reputation might have been, he had now irrevocably fallen into the depths of worthlessness. A person of such diminished capacity was utterly unworthy of engaging in the path of cultivation, and certainly did not merit their recruitment. This, indeed, was the cruel reality of the world. After a round of pleasantries, the elders finally rose to take their leave, escorted by maidservants to their assigned private quarters, where they would await the upcoming ancestral trials in a month's time. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun inexplicably sneezed, his body trembling slightly. "Who is cursing me from behind?" he mused, wiping his nose. That he must be that bastard Xiao Feng. No one else could it be. But alas, I have no time to deal with him now. He was preoccupied with the source of the future cleansing elixir he desperately needed to continue his cultivation. He required both the cleansing elixir and a rare resource known as xianjing. The former was relatively easy to procure, as it could be bought anywhere, provided one had the necessary funds. However, the latter was so precious that even multiplying the price tenfold or 100-fold would not guarantee acquiring a single piece of innate xianjing. It was far too valuable to consider. The cost of a single cleansing elixir was at least 200 silver coins, equivalent to the total annual income of a middle-class family in the royal capital. Moreover, after reaching the 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, Xiao Chun sensed that the effort and resources required to break through to the Divine Passage realm would be exponentially greater than before. Being expelled from the royal palace by the queen meant that he could no longer obtain the cleansing elixir through royal channels. Thus, the only path before him was clear: the auction house. Xiao Chun clapped his hands, secretly grateful that there was still a way out. He bore the ancient legacy of the dragon elephant, a tradition that had existed for eons, with vast martial memories inscribed in his mind. Any single volume of cultivation techniques or martial arts he presented could fetch an astronomical price. However, the Tai Gu Dragon Elephant Sutra and Dragon Elephant Prajna were not for sale. These techniques were so extraordinary that even the slightest hint of their existence would attract unimaginable calamities to Xiao Chun. As the national master had said, the world of the Dayu dynasty was far too small to accommodate the emergence of a peerless prodigy. Xiao Chun's own experiences served as a prime example. Within his memory, he still retained numerous lower-tier techniques and martial arts. Any one of them could command a handsome price. Without delay, he procured paper and pen, meticulously transcribing a set of low-grade spiritual-level martial arts techniques. The Eye Spear Technique. Once the ink dried, he surveyed his completed work with satisfaction, but a low-grade spiritual-level martial art was sufficient to create a stir within the Dayu dynasty, where even the esteemed Xiao family possessed only 2 sets of high-grade techniques. Regarded as treasures for the Ouyang clan, their situation was even more dire. with only one low-grade spiritual level technique treasured above all. Xiao Chun recalled how Ouyang Yinshan had approached him on multiple occasions, expressing her desire to borrow the two supreme techniques of the Xiao clan for her perusal. In retrospect, it was clear that her cunning had begun to unfold from the very beginning. A case of playing with fire and getting burned. Xiao Chun could not help but scoff in indignation. Merely possessing the complete method for this martial technique was insufficient to classify it as spiritual level. It required the engraving of corresponding spiritual diagrams. The cultivation method and the diagram must work in tandem to constitute a true spiritual level martial art. With his true energy flowing, he immersed himself in sketching the spiritual diagrams, his brush gliding across the paper, seemingly infused with a life of its own. As Xiao Chun moved, figures sprang to life on the page, each holding a long spear, appearing almost animated as they wielded their weapons with fierce intent. The eye spear technique was divided into two parts, each consisting of 6 forms, each demanding Xiao Chun's complete focus and dedication in its delineation, posing a significant challenge to both his true energy and mental fortitude. After completing each spiritual diagram, Xiao Chun would need to meditate to cultivate his true energy anew, ensuring he had sufficient reserves for his writing. Finally, exhaling a long breath, Xiao Chun wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a smile breaking across his face. It's done. The spiritual diagrams for the ice spear technique totaled 12, and upon completing them, he sensed, whether it was his imagination or not, that the previously ample reservoir of energy seemed to hint at further expansion. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained. He needed to earn back the silver coins. Shaking his head, he cast aside the impractical notion. Time is of the essence. I must set out now. Exiting the courtyard, Xiao Chun donned a voluminous black cloak, shrouding his form entirely, and stepped into the brightly lit royal capital. The palace guards failed to notice his presence. He moved like a wisp of shadow, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness as he slipped out of the palace. On the streets, children occasionally halted, curiously eyeing the strangely behaving figure cloaked in black. In the obscurity, no one could discern his face, nor could anyone ascertain where Xiao Chun had come from, navigating through one street after another. It wasn't long before he stepped into the martial market in the royal capital. Those who had the requisite qualifications to trade in resources from martial artists congregated within this bustling district. At the heart of this vibrant area stood a grand edifice, which was Xiao Chun's intended destination, the royal capital's auction house. Upon entering the auction house, a strikingly beautiful young maidservant approached him, politely inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Chapter 13. Auctioning Martial Techniques. What services do you offer? I wish to meet the chief steward of your auction house. Xiao Chun deliberately lowered his voice to sound more robust, akin to a man in his 30s or 40s. The maidservant appeared momentarily bewildered. It is quite unusual for a guest to request an audience with the chief steward upon entry. Moreover, his peculiar attire indicated a desire to conceal his identity. He bore a striking resemblance to previous guests who had met the chief steward. This individual must certainly possess a significant background. Please wait in the adjacent lounge for a moment. The chief steward is currently attending to a distinguished guest and is temporarily unavailable to see you. I will certainly relay your request once he becomes free. After guiding Xiao Chun to a nearby VIP lounge, the maidservant respectfully withdrew, disappearing behind a wooden door to inform the chief steward. Xiao Chun stood still, admiring the lavish decor of the lounge as he awaited the chief steward's arrival. Before long, the maidservant returned, escorting a middle-aged man clad in opulent robes. She gestured toward Xiao Chun, saying, "Chief steward, this is the guest who specifically requested to see you. I am Steward Zhang of the Royal Capital's auction house. I hear you wish to meet me." Steward Zhang appeared to be nearing middle age, with a hint of gray at his temples, but his eyes sparkled with brilliance. As if he could see through Xiao Chun's disguise, he scrutinized Xiao Chun from head to toe, causing the latter to feel a wave of discomfort, prompting him to emit a soft huff of irritation in his palm. The ring enchanted with a deceptive array set by the national master flickered subtly, obstructing Steward Zhang's probing gaze. This was an exceedingly profound and unique martial technique. It had to be of spiritual level or higher, Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for one's mere eyesight to activate a concealed aura array autonomously. The ability to practice martial techniques indicated that this unassuming Steward Zhang was, in fact, a formidable practitioner at the Divine Passage realm. Xiao Chun remained composed, retrieving a jade pendant from his ring, and declared, "Is this how the royal capital's auction house treats a potential trading guest? It seems my friend who recommended this place has led me to yet another den of filth." The National Master's jade pendant. Zhang Zhishi's expression subtly shifted, and the speculations he harbored regarding Xiao Chun suddenly dissipated like mist. He humbly apologized, stating, "I beseech your forgiveness. Esteemed sir, I was blind to your true nature, foolishly attempting to discern the depth of your cultivation, and in my folly, I inadvertently slighted a distinguished guest to the National Master. Should I have caused any offense, I implore your magnanimity." The exchange unfolded rapidly, and Zhang Zhishi, indeed, set aside his pride. Upon confirming that Xiao Chun possessed the National Master's personal jade pendant, he immediately offered his apologies and presented Xiao Chun with a VIP card, granting a 10% discount on items purchased at the capital's auction house. There was no hesitation in his actions to this not indicative of the character and ambition possessed by the Grand Steward, who has successfully elevated the capital's auction house to its esteemed position as the foremost in the Yu dynasty. Xiao Chun nodded, discreetly accepting the VIP card respectfully presented by a maid. The card, resplendent in its golden hue, bore the elegantly inscribed character for nation. Truly impressive. Receiving the card, Xiao Chun remarked, "There is no need for forgiveness. I have heard from the National Master that the capital's auction house is the most powerful in the Yu dynasty. I possess a scroll of spirit-level martial arts and wish to auction it here. I kindly request Steward Zhang to facilitate this process, ideally before tonight." Spirit-level martial arts. Zhang Zhishi's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it truly a spirit-level martial art within the Yu dynasty? Not only are spirit-level techniques rare, but even first-rate human-level techniques are treasures worth their weight in gold. For an ordinary family to possess a human-level technique elevates them to a formidable status. Even within the capital, families as powerful as the Ouyang and Shao clans possess no more than a handful of spirit-level martial arts. It typically takes years for the auction house to acquire a human-level technique worthy of being the centerpiece of an auction. If what Xiao Chun claims is true, it would elevate the auction house to unprecedented heights. Xiao Chun retrieved from his ring the cultivation method for the ice spear technique, along with 12 accompanying spirit diagrams. Laying them out meticulously on the table, Zhang Zhishi was transfixed, his gaze fixated on the 12 spirit diagrams, feeling as if the temperature in the room had plummeted due to their presence. Freed from the confines of the spatial ring, the true essence and mental energy contained within the diagrams began to emanate slowly. When Xiao Chun originally sketched the spirit diagrams, he lacked adequate materials. So he utilized paper as the medium that he transcribed his insights and experiences regarding the ice spear technique into the diagrams. Each diagram depicted figures wielding long spears, standing proudly, their powerful spear intent palpable enough to almost cause Zhang Zhishi's cheeks to ache. The chill was palpable. It was indeed a genuine spirit-level lower-grade martial art. Zhang Zhishi carefully set down the spirit diagram, exhaling deeply before affirmatively stating, "However, this martial art requires the practitioner to possess a profound affinity for the ice element, and it must also be practiced by female warriors. Otherwise, one cannot endure the chilling energy awakened within their own body during cultivation." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhishi provided himself with an objective assessment. Such stringent limitations evoked a sense of lamentation within him. Yet he soon felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if this spirit-level lower-grade martial art had no restrictions, Xiao Chun's concerns would not be about whether it could be auctioned off, but rather about the potential frenzy it could incite among the various powerful factions of the Yu dynasty if word got out. However, determining an appropriate price for this spirit-level lower-grade technique posed a challenge for Zhang Zhishi. If set too low, it might displease Xiao Chun and jeopardize relations with the National Master. Conversely, if set too high, it could drastically reduce the number of factions vying for it, diminishing competition and correspondingly lowering the potential profit for the auction house. "Esteemed sir, I must seek your understanding. This spirit-level lower-grade martial art is exceedingly precious, and I cannot make this decision unilaterally. Please bear with me for a moment while I summon our chief appraiser to determine the price of this scroll of spirit-level martial arts. After a brief wait, Xiao Chun was introduced to an elderly gentleman with graying hair, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, yet possessing a keen, vibrant gaze akin to that of Zhang Zhishi, who had trained in specialized martial arts. However, the elder's eyes were even more lively and intelligent. Upon encountering the figure clad in black robes, he refrained from employing any special techniques to gauge Xiao Chun's cultivation, clearly having received prior warning from Zhang Zhishi. This only heightened Xiao Chen's curiosity regarding the true identity of the national master, who had concealed his power and assumed the role of the national master of the Yu dynasty nearly a decade ago, shortly after the ascension of King Yu. Previously, Xiao Chun's relationship with him could only be described as a mere acquaintance, with very few direct conversations exchanged. It was only today, upon presenting the jade pendant at the auction house, that he realized the extent of the national master's renown. Merely being known as an acquaintance of the national master prompted immediate apologies and generous reparations. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered as Zhang Zhishi introduced. This esteemed individual is the chief appraiser of our capital's auction house. I have summoned him to authenticate your spirit-level martial art. The chief appraiser, upon receiving his instructions, approached and began to examine the ice spear technique with great care. Like Zhang Zhishi, he was a martial arts expert and quickly deduced the results, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this is a genuine spirit-level lower-grade martial art. However, the restrictions are rather excessive, making it unsuitable for male practitioners. Xiao Chen acknowledged, "It is indeed a pity, but I acquired this scroll of martial arts through a fortunate twist of fate. Moreover, the ice spear technique I possess was intricately inscribed by a powerful figure of the Baichuan realm, making it even more precious than unrestricted spirit-level techniques. A Baichuan realm expert possesses an understanding of martial arts that transcends ordinary comprehension, and such individuals are unlikely to disseminate their techniques lightly. A scroll of spirit-level martial arts, crafted by a Baichuan realm master, carries enough allure to incite fierce competition among numerous prominent families." The chief appraiser nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, "In that case, we shall set the starting price for the ice spear technique at 300,000 silver coins. Typically, the starting price for ordinary spirit-level techniques hovers around 350,000 silver coins. However, due to the unique nature of the ice spear technique, the chief appraiser intentionally lowered it by 50,000 to differentiate it from standard spirit-level techniques. For a specific group, the potency of the ice spear technique could even surpass that of an ordinary spirit-level middle-grade technique. Yet, for others, its effectiveness might fall short of even basic human-level techniques. Perceptions vary widely. Although the price was reduced by 50,000 silver coins, for Xiao Chun, this discrepancy was negligible. If you have no objections, the auction house will proceed according to protocol to seal this martial art, preventing the rapid dissipation of its true essence and mental energy. Additionally, should the buyer wish to confirm the authenticity of the ice spear technique after purchase, the auction house's rules stipulate that you cannot refuse. Xiao Chen nodded, agreeing to adhere to the auction house's regulations. The auction for the ice spear technique was set for that evening to be the highlight of the capital's auction house. Simultaneously, in order to maximize the potential profits, the auction house dispatched individuals to inform the prominent families within the capital regarding the spirit-level lower-grade martial arts scheduled for auction that night. Key figures from each family arrived at the auction house with substantial funds in hand. Xiao Chun was indifferent to the auction process, focusing solely on the eventual outcome. After nearly 2 hours of bidding, the gavel fell decisively, and the ice spear technique finally found a new owner. Congratulations to the head of the Ouyang family for successfully acquiring the ice spear technique for 1,680,000 silver coins. It was none other than the Ouyang family. Upon hearing this result, Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the Grand Steward, the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Long, along with the Ouyang family's celebrated daughter, Ouyang Yinshan, whom Xiao Chun had long harbored animosity towards, entered the room. Head of the Ouyang family, Miss Ouyang, this esteemed sir is the owner of the ice spear technique. Zhang Zhishi cleared his throat twice, pointing towards Xiao Chun, who who sat at the very top. Ouyang Long, with a beaming smile, glanced over, his gaze lingering for a moment on Xiao Chen's dark robe. Upon realizing he could glean no information, he consciously lowered his posture, slightly cupping his hands in greeting, and said, "I am Ouyang Long, the head of the Ouyang family. May I inquire how this esteemed gentleman is addressed?" Upon seeing Ouyang Yinshan and Ouyang Long, Xiao Chun grew increasingly cautious. Fearing recognition, he coughed lightly, his voice deepening, and replied, "You need not know my name. Once our transaction is complete, we shall part ways, never to meet again. There is no need for further formalities." Here are the 12 illustrations of the cold eye spear technique along with the cultivation manual. You may verify their authenticity at your leisure. Had I known that this scoundrel of a family head would seize the cold eye spear technique, I would have destroyed the essence within the illustrations, ensuring that you wasted over 1,000,000 silver coins on mere scraps of paper. Lost in such thoughts, Xiao Chun took out the illustrations and the written manual, placing them upon the table. Ouyang Long, apologizing for the intrusion, stepped forward to examine the manual and illustrations closely. As his gaze fell upon the paper, the illustrations depicted 12 ink-colored figures wielding long spears, their terrifying spear intent sweeping in all directions. Even Ouyang Long, who had reached the 8th level of the divine ability realm, felt a chilling wave penetrate to his bones. Each technique contained profound martial truths, and even a single move could occupy a common martial artist for a lifetime of study. Before long, Ouyang Long abruptly raised his head, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his brow. This is undoubtedly a top-tier technique among low-grade spiritual skills. The money spent this time was well worth it. Ouyang Long's heart surged with excitement. In that case, our transaction is now complete. Xiao Chun, unwilling to linger, promptly rose to leave the VIP room, striding towards the door. "Take care, my lord." Zhang Zhisher hurriedly followed behind, respectfully accompanying Xiao Chun out of the auction house. "My lord, this is a 2-star VIP card from the Marshall Market Bank, with 1,500,000 silver coins already deposited. As per your instructions, 60,000 silver coins have been exchanged for cleansing liquid, and another portion has been converted into blood pills derived from the essence of beasts, which will also aid in cultivation." Zhang Zhisher handed a VIP card, engraved with 2 silver stars, to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded, accepting the card and exiting the auction house, heading into the distance. Chapter 15. Golden Pill Pavilion at the entrance of the auction house. Ouyang Long laughed heartily. "My daughter, with this cold eye spear technique, I believe you will achieve remarkable results in the upcoming ancestral trial." Ouyang Long expressed with satisfaction. Although this spiritual level martial technique cost the Ouyang family nearly 2,000,000 silver coins, if Ouyang Yinshan could thus enhance her strength and secure a ranking in the coming trial, even if it bankrupted the Ouyang family, Ouyang Long would accept it. A mere 2,000,000 could hardly cripple the current Ouyang clan. "Rest assured, father, I will not disappoint your expectations this time." Ouyang Yinshan, cradling the illustrations of the cold eye spear technique, smiled sweetly. "Haha, indeed. I trust you to handle matters well." Ouyang Long chuckled. "Just like before, when you were poisoned and deceived that fool Xiao Chun, extracting his blood each month to alleviate your affliction. What good was that? A prince born of a discarded consort cannot compete with the legitimate heir of a powerful family for the position of crown prince." Ouyang Long scoffed derisively. "Killing him would be too merciful. If I were Xiao Feng, I would capture that waste and subject him to torturous torment, forcing him to wish for death yet unable to attain it, thereby sending a message to the world that only Xiao Feng is the rightful heir. At that time, with Xiao Feng as the crown prince, you, my daughter, will be the future queen. The sacrifices made by the Ouyang family today will return to us 100-fold. "Father, what are you saying in public?" Ouyang Yinshan feigned reproach, but her eyes sparkled with the joy of impending ascendance. Xiao Chun, that trash, could only provide her with relief from her poison, unable to even satisfy her with a single cleansing liquid or mysterious crystal. Such a useless individual, no matter how extraordinary his talent, could offer her no benefit. Yet Xiao Feng was different. Upon their first meeting, he had been able to provide countless resources to aid her cultivation. In comparison, the choice she made felt undeniably right. However, Why has the organization from the Heavenly Restoration sect yet to make an appearance? Must I truly traverse the nameless mountains with Xiaofeng to seek their whereabouts? Ouyang Yinshan shook her head, dismissing such worries. Xiaofeng had sent all his subordinates to search for traces of the Heavenly Restoration sect within the royal capital. Given a little time, they would surely uncover their location. Once that happened, she would reveal her true Phoenix bloodline, undoubtedly captivating the Heavenly Restoration sect and securing her position as a disciple. Only then would her struggles bear fruit. Suddenly sensing something, Ouyang Yinshan looked up, gazing at Xiao Chen's receding figure, a strange familiarity lingering in her heart. Who is that person? Why does his silhouette evoke such an inexplicable sense of recognition? Departing from the royal capital's auction house, Xiao Chen found a secluded and remote spot within the bustling martial market. He stowed his black robe back into his ring and donned a plain robe instead. This attire made him appear as a young martial artist who had recently come into a fortune, ready to spend lavishly. The martial market was thriving, the vast streets divided into 5 main areas: the pill market, weapon market, beast market, slave market, and auction house. After leaving the auction house, Xiao Chun headed straight for the pill market. For martial artists, besides cleansing liquid, a variety of elixirs could also assist in cultivation. As he walked, he perused the various medicinal pills available in the stalls. Upon encountering suitable elixirs, he did not hesitate to spend a fortune on them. After browsing most of the pill shops, he found himself laden with 2 large bags filled with pills and medicinal materials, parading through the streets amidst the envious gazes of many. Yet the bittersweet reality remained known only to Xiao Chun. A single portion of cleansing liquid cost 200 silver coins, and with the additional costs of various elixirs, a single purchase could easily total over 10,000 silver coins. After acquiring 30 portions of cleansing liquid and nearly 100 assorted first-grade elixirs, the once substantial wealth on his VIP card had diminished by more than half in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of silver coins had flowed away like water. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the insatiable nature of martial cultivation. Even with over 1 million silver coins, he could hardly sustain such extravagant expenditures. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his shopping spree. In a month, the ancestral trial would commence, and Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng would undoubtedly fight with all their might to vanquish one another. He needed to seize every moment within this month to continuously strengthen himself. He must return to the divine ability realm. However, based on Xiao Chen's previous experiences, he knew that to break through the barrier between the opening veins realm and the divine ability realm, he lacked one crucial item: the second-grade elixir, barrier-breaking pill. Given the rarity of the barrier-breaking pill, it was even more precious than all the elixirs he had purchased combined. It was an item that was practically priceless. Even at the royal capital's auction house, Zhang Zhishir had shaken his head helplessly upon hearing Xiao Chen's request. With no other recourse, Xiao Chun could only try his luck at the pill shops, hoping to find a barrier-breaking pill among those specializing in elixirs. Golden Pill Pavilion? As Xiao Chun raised his head, he noticed the sign hanging above a pill shop situated at the crossroads and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Stepping inside, a sprightly attendant promptly approached him, greeting him with a respectful smile. "My lord, what type of elixirs are you interested in purchasing? What kinds of elixirs do you have?" Xiao Chun inquired. "Oh, my lord, you have truly come to the right person. Our store's elixirs are unrivaled even within the entire pill market," the attendant, named Xiao Yong, exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he ushered Xiao Chun inside. Guiding him along the counter where the elixirs were displayed, introducing each one to, "This is the Qi Gathering Pill, a first-grade elixir. Consuming this pill will save an opening veins realm martial artist 3 entire days of arduous training. This is the Qi Cultivation Powder, a first-grade elixir. When consumed during cultivation, it significantly enhances the efficiency of channeling the true energy of the heavens and earth, achieving nearly a 30% improvement over the typical meridian opening practitioners. This is the Great Recovery Pill, and this is the Fasting Pill, a myriad of exquisitely colored elixirs introduced one by one, leaving Xiao Chun both astonished and deeply impressed by the young man named Xiao Yong. Despite being an ordinary individual, he possesses an astonishingly thorough knowledge of such a vast array of elixirs. Each type of elixir, including the nuances of their refinement and potential flaws, was meticulously pointed out by Xiao Yong. Chapter 16. Fire in the Backyard: Some Flaws, which even Xiao Chun had overlooked, were astutely identified by Xiao Yong, who advised him against making a purchase. Since receiving the dragon elephant inheritance, Xiao Qin's mind had become a repository of diverse knowledge. Yet he lamented the lack of opportunities to organize these memories. Now, a fortuitous opportunity had presented itself before him, and naturally, Xiao Chun had no reason to decline that he persistently engaged Xiao Yong with inquiries about elixirs, sometimes even interrupting to share his own insights. After a considerable time, Xiao Chun finally exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of clarity. Now, with ample resources at his disposal, he was more than willing to invest in these everyday elixirs. With a grand flourish, nearly 100,000 silver coins cascaded from his palm, resulting in bags upon bags of precious elixirs. Moreover, both the Qi cultivation powder and the gathering Qi pill are exceedingly rare cultivation elixirs. Even the scions of prominent families might not possess such a substantial wealth to consume these two types of elixirs as casually as candy. Xiao Yong, might there be even more advanced elixirs available at your Golden Pill Pavilion? After placing the filled bags of elixirs into his ring, Xiao Chun clapped his hands and continued to inquire. Indeed there are, my lord. Please follow me, having spent a considerable sum of silver coins at the Golden Pill Pavilion. Xiao Yong, who was responsible for attending to Xiao Chun, would naturally receive a handsome reward in return. With silver coins as assurance, the smile on Xiao Yong's face grew even brighter, and he swiftly cast aside any previous displeasure for being pressed for details by Xiao Chun. Leading him into the backyard, as they walked, he introduced, "Our Golden Pill Pavilion stands as a pillar within the capital's elixir market. We do not merely rely on the elixirs displayed on the counter, which have been sifted through countless times. The true foundation of our Golden Pill Pavilion lies within the backyard, where we boast hundreds of alchemists." Alchemists. Xiao Qin's heart stirred slightly. In this world, the most revered individuals are indeed the alchemists and weaponsmiths. These two professions not only create countless exquisite weapons and elixirs, but also possess formidable mental prowess that ordinary martial artists do not die in combat. They can exploit their enemies' weaknesses, striking down foes in the blink of an eye. Moreover, you have arrived at a fortuitous time. Our esteemed second-grade alchemist, Master Han, is currently refining the essential elixir for practitioners seeking to break through from the meridian opening stage to the divine ability stage. The breaking wall pill. If you are fortunate enough, Master Han might even be inclined to bestow you with one of his elixirs. Bestowing elixirs. Wouldn't that make your Golden Pill Pavilion a fool's errand? If elixirs could be so freely given to strangers, one could easily gather a team to collaborate with these alchemists, doing nothing but reaping the rewards without effort, of course. It is not so simplistic. Perhaps sensing Xiao Qin's thoughts, Xiao Yong explained with a smile. When we recruit alchemists, we have our requirements. Firstly, they must be at least a first-grade alchemist, and they must ensure a success rate of over 60% when refining the most basic blood pill. Furthermore, throughout the refining process, they must consistently complete their assigned tasks. Any surplus elixirs they produce can rightfully belong to the alchemist, whether gifted or sold, with no ties to the Golden Pill Pavilion. A second-grade alchemist is indeed a pivotal figure, and thus cannot be bound by ordinary contracts. For someone of Master Han's caliber, as long as he guarantees the provision of 5 breaking wall pills to the Golden Pill Pavilion each month, he is free to keep any other elixirs he produces, allowing him to bestow them at his discretion. What generosity! What grand expenditure! Xiao Chun marveled inwardly. This arrangement incentivizes all alchemists to exert their utmost efforts, not only for the benefit of the Golden Pill Pavilion, but also for their own interests. Consequently, even if another alchemy workshop outside were to hire alchemists, they could never afford such generous terms. Naturally, no one could compete with the Golden Pill Pavilion. As Xiao Qin stepped in the backyard, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelmingly rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. He inhaled deeply, feeling warmth suffuse his body. The lingering injuries from his rapid meridian opening began to dissipate, as if healed by the very essence of the aroma. What potent medicinal energy! Xiao Chun felt a surge of reverence. Merely inhaling the fragrance had remedied his internal injuries. What grade of elixir could possibly possess such power? At that moment, the backyard was bustling with activity. Servants rushed about, carrying various instruments filled with water, their faces etched with urgency. and no one impeded Xiao Yong's passage with an outsider. "What is happening?" Xiao Yong asked, bewildered. The Golden Pill Pavilion's backyard, though referred to as such, was actually a collection of numerous independent courtyards, each housing an alchemist. The scene was alive with the sights and sounds of alchemy in progress, with fires igniting and elixirs being refined, presenting a spectacle of wondrous occurrences. Xiao Chun even glimpsed clouds of auspicious vapors drifting above certain courtyards. The furnace is ablaze. Master Han is refining the breaking wall pill. Without waiting for further inquiry into Xiao Chen's identity, one of the hurried servants broke free from Xiao Yong's grasp, clutching a water basin and rushing towards the courtyard engulfed in flames. A furnace ablaze? Yet the breaking wall pill is known for its cold nature. Typically, even ordinary flames could extinguish it with ease. How could it possibly catch fire? Xiao Yong was taken aback, but swiftly joined the fray to extinguish the flames. Xiao Chen approached the courtyard that was ablaze, and the cacophony grew more pronounced, the flames more dazzling as he drew nearer. Standing beneath a grand willow tree, he observed the small courtyard that had its walls dismantled, and he was momentarily taken aback. Buckets of water were being hurled onto the alchemical furnace, yet to no avail. The brilliant flames enveloped the 3-meter-high alchemical furnace entirely, and as time passed, the fire seemed to grow even fiercer. If the flames could not be controlled, spreading to the surrounding courtyards, it would spell a catastrophic blow for the Golden Pill Pavilion. Do not douse it. My elixir is about to succeed. You cannot ruin my hard work. Outside the courtyard, an elderly man with white hair wept bitterly as he watched the long line of people attempting to extinguish the flames. Could this be Master Han, the very person Xiao Yong had mentioned? Chapter 17. Master Han. The aromatic fragrance of the elixirs wafted through the air, and as the flames intensified, this rich scent did not diminish, but instead grew more potent. A faint mist of elixir began to rise, intoxicating those nearby. The ordinary servants, caught unawares, inhaled the scent and promptly became weak, as though they had sunk into a cloud, stumbling forward. Their bodies turned to a puddle of mud, collapsing to the ground, only to be assisted away from the scene. There is thunder bamboo in the elixir. What? How could there be thunder bamboo in the breaking wall pill? Who knows? Master Han has always been unpredictable, and his temper is quite peculiar. Even the pavilion master cannot rein him in when he is in a fit. Furthermore, while refining elixirs, he does not permit anyone to record the materials used, insisting on doing everything himself, never allowing us to interfere. Otherwise, such a monstrous fire would never have erupted. Having reached the unprecedented 10th layer of the opening veins realm, Xiao Chen's auditory acuity had attained its zenith. Even the hushed whispers of the merchants who frequented the antique market, though they were several paces away, were distinctly audible to him. Master Han, a somewhat renowned second-tier alchemist, ranked among the elite in the myriad of alchemists within the Diyu dynasty. However, his relentless dedication to the art of alchemy, particularly in revising formulas, had rendered his behavior eccentric and his personality peculiar. Even the head of the Golden Pill Pavilion found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the irascible temper of this odd old man. Devising various means to avoid him in hindsight, it was indeed prescient. Xiao Chun frowned as he pondered the common broken wall pill formula. Not only should it not contain any thunder bamboo, but there should not be even a trace of any yang-related herbs. The broken wall pill, characterized by its cold nature, nevertheless harbored unparalleled capabilities to dismantle barriers, aiding warriors in overcoming formidable obstacles in their pursuit of divine mastery. Within the memories inherited by Xiao Chun, the number of herbs required for any pill aimed at enhancing one's realm was as numerous as the stars, with each herb intricately layered to form a remarkably delicate balance of medicinal properties. Each herb represented the cumulative knowledge of countless alchemists who had endured centuries of experimentation, during which innumerable lives were lost, culminating in the creation of a viable alchemical formula. Yet, Master Han aspired to achieve the unprecedented feat of revising this universally acknowledged and nearly flawless broken wall pill formula, while still within the confines of the second tier. To Xiao Chun, this ambition seemed utterly delusional. It was sheer folly. The combination of thunder bamboo and the century-old Qingyang ginseng was fundamentally incompatible, poised to unleash a terrifying surge of energy. One misstep could ignite an uncontrollable alchemical fire, consuming hundreds of precious herbs in an instant. Memories of crafting the broken wall pill surged in Xiao Chen's mind, prompting him to mutter in exasperation. While the notion was indeed innovative, it contradicted the fundamental principles of complementary medicinal properties. Focusing solely on the peculiar efficacy of thunder bamboo, he seemed unaware of its inherent rejection of Qingyang ginseng. It appeared that this Master Han was merely a name-seeker, lacking genuine substance. Understanding herbs and discerning their properties are two essential capabilities that any alchemist must possess upon embarking on this path. For a second-tier alchemist to be unaware of such fundamental principles cast doubt on his true prowess, making one question whether he was indeed capable or merely a charlatan. What did you say? Master Han, under the sprawling branches of a large willow tree and weeping profusely, overheard Xiao Chen's soliloquy. His tone was laden with disdain and contempt for himself, which ignited his fury. You little brat. When I was refining elixirs, you were merely a babbling infant. How dare a snot-nosed child like you critique my alchemical skills? With a fierce glare, Han unleashed a surge of true energy outward. Eighth layer of the opening veins realm. Should he choose, Master Han could effortlessly leverage his 8 meridians to break through to the realm of divine mastery. Indeed, every alchemist is not only a master of pill concoction, but also possesses formidable martial prowess. However, while Han's display might intimidate others, it held no sway over Xiao Chen. With the legacy of the dragon elephant, Xiao Chen's foresight had long since expanded. Moreover, his cultivation had already surpassed that of Master Han. With a concealed ring, the cultivation he displayed was merely at the 5th layer of the opening veins realm. With a dismissive scoff, Xiao Chen remarked, different fields require specialization. True masters lead the way. No wonder your alchemical skills are so rudimentary. While others take pride in their self-proclaimed mastery, do you genuinely believe you are without fault? Utterly foolish. Master Han's expression shifted dramatically, his lips quivering as he struggled to find his voice. Indeed, after breaking into the 2nd tier, he had long considered himself a genius. Yet as 2 decades slipped by, his contemporaries had all advanced to at least the 3rd tier, while he remained ensnared at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, repeatedly striving for advancement. Countless attempts had led to numerous failures, and he had begun to lose hope. As the specter of mortality loomed, Master Han yearned to entwine his name with that of the broken wall pill in the annals of history. Yet in Xiao Chen's eyes, such aspirations were linked to folly. Master Han's gaze darted about before he suddenly fixed his eyes on Xiao Chen, glaring fiercely. Brat, I know not what your purpose is in visiting the Golden Pill Pavilion. However, if you cannot articulate a solution to this alchemical fire, I guarantee that from this day forth, no pill shop in the royal capital will sell you a single pill. Such cruelty. The nearby merchants flinched at his words, internally cursing this eccentric old man for once again losing his temper. Clearly, Xiao Chen had come to purchase pills, yet Master Han's behavior seemed intent on driving away a valued guest. Yong, standing by, felt a chill run down his spine as he stepped forward to mediate. Master Han, this esteemed guest seeks to acquire the broken wall pill. Your words are hardly fair to him. I am indeed making it difficult for him. Master Han's eyes widened, his imposing presence escalating once more. While his 8th layer of opening veins might not intimidate Xiao Chen, it left the uninitiated Yong pale and sweating profusely. If he dares to speak arrogantly, he must face the consequences. If you do not provide a solution today, I can assure you that you shall never obtain a broken wall pill. Chapter 18. The wager yet. Should you find a solution to this alchemical fire, I shall personally guarantee that from this day forth, I will concoct pills for you free of charge. I stand by my word. The promise of a 2nd-tier alchemist was undeniably enticing. Moreover, should Xiao Chen resolve this alchemical fire, he would be able to procure the necessary pills directly from Master Han upon breaking through to the realm of divine mastery, without the need for the blind luck that characterized his current endeavor. However, could extinguishing this alchemical fire truly be so straightforward? Master Han was clearly being unreasonable. Indeed, extinguishing the alchemical fire seemed an impossible task. To my mind, Master Han was merely making things difficult for this guest, desperately trying to salvage his own lost pride. How utterly excessive. In that moment, the surrounding merchants felt a surge of sympathy for Xiao Chun. Offending an alchemist was a grave mistake, especially when that alchemist was a formidable second-tier master. The repercussions would be magnified 1,000-fold. Furthermore, the respect commanded by alchemists stemmed not solely from their powerful pills, but also from the myriad strong individuals they had aided over the years. To offend an alchemist meant to offend the countless powerful figures that stood behind him. That it was fear that from this point onward, the young man's martial path would be irrevocably stunted. The merchants cast sympathetic glances at Xiao Chun, while Young Yong, undeterred by the risks, stepped forward to plead on his behalf. Master, please forgive this guest's unintentional misstep. After all, if even you, with your profound alchemical knowledge, cannot extinguish this fire, forcing him to attempt it is tantamount to sentencing him to death. This matter is none of your concern, Master Han retorted, glancing at Young Yong with a dismissive huff. Despite his penchant for using his cultivation to intimidate, he hesitated to act against an unarmed, ordinary person. Yet if you persist in your meddling, do not blame me for casting you out of the Golden Pill Pavilion. Young Yong's face turned ashen, clearly caught in a profound dilemma. However, just then, a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder, pushing him aside. Xiao Chun chuckled lightly. Is it merely a matter of extinguishing this alchemical fire? If it leads to a second-tier alchemist working for me, I would consider it a tremendous gain. The prospect of such a reward was indeed appealing, but the caveat was whether he could truly extinguish the fire. Young Yong's expression was one of anxiety, but under Master Han's stern gaze, he dared not utter a word. Nevertheless, his eyes brimmed with concern and care for Xiao Chun. Have you thought this through, young man? Master Han was taken aback upon witnessing Xiao Chun's determination to extinguish the alchemical flame. Initially, he had intended to seize the opportunity to regain his lost dignity by selling Xiao Chun a wall-breaking pill at a 50% markup. Provided Xiao Chun would concede. This way, he would reclaim both face and benefit. However, if Xiao Chun was indeed arrogant enough to believe he could extinguish that flame, Master Han would not harbor any sympathy for such a presumptuous youth. Xiao Chun declared, "Old man, remember your words that, if I succeed in extinguishing this flame, from henceforth, whenever I require alchemical concoctions, you shall devote yourself entirely to crafting pills for me, as long as you can prepare the necessary materials. I swear I shall not go back on my word." Master Han snorted lightly. "That is contingent upon your survival." The temperature of the alchemical flame was exceedingly high. Even the ground, paved with asphalt where the cauldron stood, had melted away, creating a large pit. Drops of shimmering liquid continuously dripped, while the towering cauldron sat engulfed in fierce flames. Numerous attendants stood far from the small courtyard, holding basins of water, their faces scorched by the intense heat. Even at a distance of several dozen paces, the waves of heat were palpable, thwarting their attempts to approach and extinguish the fire. Without any protective energy, they were unable to come near the cauldron. "Very well, it is settled." Xiao Chun took a step forward, advancing towards the roaring flames. Had he truly agreed to this? Was he out of his mind? What if he genuinely possessed such capability? This was a promise made by a second-tier alchemist. It seemed impossible. He appeared so youthful, and even if he had some knowledge of alchemy, what could that accomplish? The flame would not extinguish when met with water, and even the alchemists in the backyard were at a loss, helplessly watching the flames consume everything. Yet, in this moment, Xiao Chun stepped forth. His figure swiftly surpassed the others, striding towards the courtyard with unyielding determination, 30 paces. Boom! Inside the cauldron, the nearly shattered pills suddenly cracked under the heat of the flame, their potent essence melding into the fire, causing the temperature to surge drastically. "Dragon Elephant Guardian," Xiao Chun called out, and 10 meridians shone brilliantly, forming an impenetrable shield within a 3-pace radius, repelling the searing waves of heat. He moved forward 10 paces, the temperature escalated once more. Despite the Dragon Elephant Guardian, Xiao Chun still felt an undeniable heat. Suddenly, a first-tier martial seal, crimson as fire, manifested above his head, seemingly responding to the surrounding heat. its brilliance intensifying as waves of pure medicinal energy surged into the seal. The seal became increasingly crimson, resembling a blazing sun, drawing energy from all directions. The scorching heat dissipated instantly, allowing Xiao Chun to steady his mind and continue forward. With the dragon elephant guardian and the martial seal protecting him, Xiao Chun consumed the restorative pills he had procured earlier, as the expenditure of true energy was staggering, requiring him to rely on these pills to maintain balance. Boom! Upon reaching the cauldron's side, the terrifying temperature struck again, causing Xiao Chen's expression to shift slightly as the consumption of true energy surged, nearly depleting his reserve in an instant. I could see that moment. A faint sound rang in his ears. Ding! The crimson martial seal, having absorbed an excessive amount of medicinal energy, suddenly radiated a glimmer of orange light. A sudden change occurred. The surrounding waves of heat momentarily faltered, and pure medicinal energy began penetrating through the heat, continuously being absorbed by the martial seal. The alchemical flame had incinerated the majority of the materials intended for the wall-breaking pill, yet within the raging fire lay immense medicinal potency. At this moment, that potency was being extracted by the martial seal, filling it with energy. Chapter 19. Second-tier martial seal. The orange light grew increasingly vibrant, swiftly occupying half of the martial seal's domain. Meanwhile, within Xiao Chun, the energy pool, initially capable of holding just over a cubic meter, began to expand rapidly. When the orange light completely replaced the crimson, the energy pool transformed into a colossal vessel, accommodating approximately 5 cubic meters to the second-tier martial seal. In just 3 days, it had ascended from being unranked to first tier and now to second tier, achieving such rapid advancement in a remarkably short time. Even Xiao Chun had not anticipated this. The expansion of the energy pool brought about a replenishment of true energy and an accelerated rate of absorption from the surrounding space. In an inexplicable manner, Xiao Chun sensed a subtle shift within the majestic bridge of energy in the pool. Yet he was unable to focus and investigate further due to the pressing situation, so he set it aside for contemplation at a later time. The accumulation and expenditure of true energy reached an exceptionally delicate equilibrium. Once the martial seal's advancement was complete, it merged into Xiao Chun's brow, falling into a state of tranquility. The dragon elephant guardian radiated newfound vitality, more dazzling and powerful than before, enhancing its ability to withstand the waves of heat. Approaching the cauldron, Xiao Chun peered into the crimson flames, observing that a significant portion of the residue was slowly dissolving, generating heat waves that fueled the fire. If left unchecked, this inferno would likely spread throughout the backyard within half a day. Thus, only one method remained to extinguish the raging blaze: alchemy. Xiao Chun possessed a wealth of knowledge inherited from the ancient dragon elephant, far surpassing that of most alchemists in this world. His understanding of alchemical theory stemmed from the glorious era of ancient times, with countless formulas stored in his mind. What he lacked was practical experience. At this moment, a powerful cauldron was at his disposal. The first step in alchemy: calm the mind. Xiao Chun slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze gradually regaining its composure. He retrieved the precious herbs he had purchased earlier and arranged them meticulously before him. Cold ice grass, profound flower, Xiao Chun murmured. The dragon elephant guardian isolated him from the external waves of heat within a 3-pace radius, ensuring that the herbs would not turn to ash the moment they were drawn forth. After extracting over 100 varieties of herbs, Xiao Chun stretched his shoulders, a serious expression settling on his face. For his first attempt at alchemy, he was to confront the flames ignited by the conflicting properties of the herbs. A daunting pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders, demanding utmost focus. Using true energy, he levitated a herb, then summoned a spark from 3 paces away, employing the formidable mental strength honed through countless trials against divine beings. He forcefully suppressed the flame to a minimal temperature, gradually refining the herbs. Patience was key. With an exceptionally rich theoretical foundation in alchemy, Xiao Chun understood precisely what he needed to do and how to execute it. The attendants outside could only watch helplessly as the fire blazed ever brighter, powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun had already concealed himself within the flames. That rascal is actually refining pills. Master Han unleashed his true energy. penetrating the flames, and upon seeing Xiao Chun seated calmly on the ground, diligently refining the herbs, he was taken aback. Refining pills amidst the flames? Was that even feasible? Master Han found himself in a quandary. He believed that had he been in Xiao Chen's position, he would have been unable to remain so composed as for refining herbs. That was beyond his imagination. Time flew by, and half an hour slipped away. The more Master Han observed, the more astonished he became. He could not comprehend how a mere fifth-layer true meridian cultivator could endure in such intense heat for so long. While Master Han was bewildered, Xiao Chun was nearing completion of the refining process. Gazing at the hundreds of floating droplets of pure medicinal liquid before him, Xiao Chun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sign of mental fatigue from overexertion. Yet ahead lay the most challenging step in alchemy, condensing the pill. This step demanded not only mastery over the flames, but also endurance and the regulation of true energy flow. Rubbing his temples to regain focus, Xiao Chun began cautiously maneuvering the various sized medicinal droplets closer together. Sizzle. The once tranquil medicinal concoction surged with turbulence, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake. Upon sensing the presence of other medicinal groups nearby, the formidable repulsive force rendered Xiao Chun exceedingly fatigued. However, after nearly a stick of incense's worth of strenuous effort, the more than 100 medicinal ingredients before him had coalesced into a half-solid pill. No larger than the palm of his hand, the pill radiated a frosty azure hue, and as the temperature of the flames gradually escalated, its size continued to diminish. Simultaneously, a chilling aura began to rise within him. Success! A wave of elation washed over Xiao Chun. Achieving the formulation of a pinnacle-grade ice pill on his very first attempt at alchemy signified his emergence as a competent alchemist. Once he sought certification from the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Chun, would officially be recognized as a genuine pinnacle-grade alchemist. Yet before he could fully savor this joy, he glanced down to find the ice pill had shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball, the surrounding coldness intensifying to the point of frost forming. Now is the moment. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Xiao Chun swiftly retracted his mental energy, simultaneously unleashing a burst of true qi that struck the ice pill. Boom! The pill erupted violently. A tempestuous wave of icy energy surged forth from the alchemical furnace, extinguishing the roaring flames in an instant, encasing them in in the blink of an eye, a massive ice block, nearly 10 zhang in diameter, materialized around the furnace. The intersection of fire and ice produced continuous hissing sounds as plumes of white steam enveloped the area. The inferno had been quelled. It was extinguished. The alchemical fire was snuffed out. Xiao Chun had truly accomplished it. Remarkable. How did he manage such a feat? Quickly, we must check on that young man's condition. Amidst the astonishment, the crowd marveled at the miracle Xiao Chun had wrought. Through the swirling mist, a figure gradually emerged from the now-collapsed courtyard, which had been scorched by the alchemical flames. A gentle breeze lifted the hair from Xiao Chen's forehead, and upon seeing the assembled onlookers, he offered a slight smile, fulfilling his duty. Chapter 20. Master of the Golden Pill Pavilion, he truly succeeded. The fire had been extinguished, and the remaining embers were swiftly snuffed out by the combined efforts of numerous assistants. The mist from the thunder bamboo gradually dissipated, revealing the desolate courtyard. Master Han's expression, which had initially been one of shock, began to morph into a state of despondency. It was not that he could not bear defeat. Rather, the extinguishing of the alchemical flames signified yet another failure in his attempts to enhance the wall-breaking pill. Fortunately, the second-grade alchemical furnace remained largely intact despite the excessive heat, suffering only minor damage that could be easily repaired without compromising its functionality. As he regarded Xiao Chun standing before him, Master Han let out a wry smile, acknowledging, indeed, the Yangtze River's rear waves push forward the front waves. It is precisely because of prodigious talents like yours within the alchemical lineage that ancient formulas long buried have been revitalized. It appears I am truly aging, unable to keep pace with the youth. Master Han sighed lightly. Rest assured, my young friend, I shall uphold my promise. Should you require any pills to be refined in the future, feel free to seek me out. You are too kind, Master Han. Xiao Chun replied respectfully. In truth, while extinguishing the rampant alchemical flames, I pondered the underlying cause of the failure in refining the wall-breaking pill. What? The true cause? Master Han's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting the loss of materials as he eagerly inquired. Was it not due to the repulsion between the thunder bamboo and the century-old Qingyang ginseng? No, to be precise, the issue extends beyond that, Xiao Chun elucidated. The thunder bamboo and Qingyang ginseng possess similar attributes. The notion of like-repelling like means that forcibly merging the two generates an immensely powerful energy fluctuation, impacting the other hundreds of medicinal ingredients. Among these ingredients, a significant portion with fire and thunder attributes was affected, resulting in a minuscule reduction in quantity. However, it was this barely perceptible deviation that transformed into a catastrophic disaster at the moment of condensing the medicinal liquid into pill form. The ensuing tumultuous flames were ignited, leading to the incineration of countless precious materials. Xiao Chen's explanation instantaneously resolved a lingering question in Master Han's mind. The latter's expression brightened, and he slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "No wonder it turned out this way. I had calculated the quantities of the materials, and I believe that even if the pill failed, it should not have resulted in such a disastrous outcome." With his confusion alleviated, Master Han's mood lifted considerably, and his gaze toward Xiao Chun softened. "If you do not mind, from this day forth, let us refer to each other as brothers. As long as you visit the Golden Pill Pavilion regularly and share your alchemical experiences with me. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. How could I even dare to accept such an honor? Master Han's expertise in alchemy far surpasses mine, and my success in extinguishing the flames was merely a stroke of luck. I hardly deserve such a title," Xiao Chun humbly declined. After a moment of mutual courtesy, Xiao Chun remained resolute in his refusal. This scene left the surrounding assistants utterly astounded. When had the notoriously eccentric Master Han ever shown such friendliness, even going so far as to refer to someone as a brother? This spectacle not only astonished the assistants, but also left Hong, the master of the Golden Pill Pavilion, who had rushed over to offer assistance, utterly flabbergasted. "What is happening here?" Hong, an elderly man with graying hair clad in luxurious robes, bore embroidered golden patterns on his sleeves, signifying his status as a bona fide second-grade alchemist. After the assistants briefed him on the situation, detailing the perilous events, even the well-versed Hong could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one was harmed. Xiao Chun, allow me to introduce you. This is Hong, the master of the Golden Pill Pavilion," Master Han announced. Upon noticing the kind-eyed master scrutinizing him with fervor, Xiao Chun instantly understood that Hong perceived him as an obscure alchemist, and thus respectfully bowed, stating, "I am Xiao Chun. Greetings to the pavilion master." "Xiao, of the Xiao family. What is your relation to the King Yu?" Hong inquired. "King Yu is my father. I was once the 7th prince of the Yu dynasty. However, I was cast out of the palace due to the schemes and slanders of the first prince's faction." Xiao Chun replied candidly. The enmity between him and the first prince was well known throughout the capital, and many present had witnessed his true appearance. A little inquiry would reveal that Xiao Chun had previously been here. Thus, he saw no reason to conceal his identity. In the presence of a seasoned expert, excessive concealment would only reveal a sense of guilt. Is it the same Xiao Chun who publicly divorced Ouyang Yinshan? To Xiao Chen's surprise, upon hearing his name, Hong not only failed to recognize who he was, but instead eagerly probed further. That would be me." Xiao Chun scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Hadn't he once been something of a public figure, possessing the infernal bloodline and supreme bone? One would think the pavilion master should have recognized him. Yet he appeared completely oblivious, only learning of his identity through the public divorce. Well done." Hong clapped in approval. "I have long suspected that the Ouyang family was not comprised of good people. If the father is like that, how virtuous can his daughter be? Indeed, Pavilion Master speaks true." Xiao Chun concurred. "Young friend Xiao, you have come to the Golden Pill Pavilion seeking the wall-breaking pill," Master Han added, "and you even assisted in extinguishing the flames. That it is only right that the Golden Pill Pavilion expresses its gratitude." "Quite so," Hong nodded, then turned to Xiao Chun. "Xiao Chun, your aid in quelling the flames for Elder Han has been a tremendous help to our pavilion. Speak freely of your desires, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate them. He Hong's bold promise resonated with confidence, stating, although Elder Han's reputation in our pavilion may not be stellar, his alchemical prowess commands my respect. For him to willingly refer to you as a young friend grants you the right to make demands. Elder Han wore a stern expression and let out a cold snort. Yet he refrained from voicing any rebuttals. He was acutely aware that his reputation within the Golden Elixir Pavilion was not particularly favorable. At this moment, Master Han interjected, suggesting that Xiao, my young friend, could raise additional demands, excluding the breakthrough pill that AS previously agreed upon. I shall present a premium breakthrough pill to Xiao as a token of apology. Thank you, Master Han. Xiao Chan expressed his gratitude hastily, stating that his visit to the Golden Elixir Pavilion was primarily to procure a breakthrough pill in preparation for his future advancement to the Divine Passage realm. Although the crafting of the ice pill had consumed a considerable portion of Xiao Chen's materials, its value was still far inferior to that of a second-grade pill. Moreover, Xiao Chen's martial seal had also benefited from this endeavor, allowing him to ascend to the second grade and significantly amplify the capacity of his internal energy reservoir, thereby enhancing his strength exponentially, even when facing a formidable opponent at the Divine Passage realm. Xiao Chan felt confident in his ability to emerge victorious. Given the immense advantages he had already gained, Xiao Chan felt somewhat reluctant to impose further demands upon the Pavilion Master. Since you've acquired the breakthrough pill, how about I gift you a weapon? He Hong pondered aloud. Within the Diyu dynasty, weapons, much like pills, are classified according to distinct standards. Among these classifications, there exists a hierarchy that includes true weapons and common weapons. For someone of Xiao Chen's caliber, a true weapon would be most suitable, capable of harnessing the full power unleashed by the simultaneous vibration of his 10 meridians. However, a true weapon is worth its weight in gold. Even if Xiao Chan were to purchase one himself, he would feel a pang of regret, let alone receiving it as a gift. How could that be acceptable? Xiao Chen quickly declined, asserting that the value of a true weapon even surpassed that of the breakthrough pill forged in that furnace. If crafted by a renowned master, it could even rival the worth of a third-grade pill that, in the hands of a skilled martial artist, the power wielded by a true weapon would increase exponentially. Furthermore, among the true weapons crafted by esteemed artisans, numerous potent inscriptions are engraved, capable of elevating the weapon's rank several tiers. Rest assured and accept it. Master Han laughed heartily, saying, do you think the esteemed Pavilion Master of the Golden Elixir Pavilion would be foolish enough to gift you a true weapon worth thousands of silver coins? Fear not. Old He's daughter is a top-tier artificer within the capital, and if I am not mistaken, Old He actually intends to bring you along to swindle his daughter. Swindle his daughter? Xiao Chan smirked, thinking it peculiar how Pavilion Master he and Master Han seemed to share a certain camaraderie, to give something to another while contemplating swindling one's own daughter. Surely, as a steward of a pill workshop, one should exercise better judgment. Nevertheless, the number of artificers capable of crafting true weapons in the entire capital could be counted on one hand, and to discover that one of them was the daughter of the Pavilion Master was indeed surprising to Xiao Chun. Can you really call it swindling? He Hong retorted with indignation. If it weren't for me looking after her business every now and then, that ungrateful girl would have been kicked out of the Artificer Association long ago. Master Han scoffed, unabashedly revealing, Shinner is now a bona fide second-grade artificer and is on the verge of breaking into the third grade. If anyone is truly looking after the business, it remains unclear who is caring for whom. You old fool, who are you referring to? He Hong bellowed in anger. I'm referring to you, you old rascal. Master Han shot back, his eyes blazing, unwilling to yield an inch. The tension between the two escalated, their auras clashing fiercely, one at the 8th level of the Meridian Realm and the other at the 1st level of the Divine Passage Realm. Simultaneously, their respective martial seals, one a blue 6th grade and the other a green 5th grade, erupted in a dazzling display of light, each pulsating with true energy, resembling a prelude to a fierce battle. Elders, please cease your quarrel. Xiao Chan interjected, feeling overwhelmed if their dispute led to a confrontation between these two formidable alchemists. It would surely result in countless individuals seeking to curry favor with them by defeating him the following day. Old fool, I shall settle the score with you later. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's plea, He Hong immediately restrained his aura, letting out a huff. "I will accompany you to the end." Master Han laughed in exasperation, seemingly unfazed by He Hong's threats. The two parted ways unhappily, with Master Han bidding farewell to Xiao Chun before seeking out an available alchemical courtyard, dispatching someone to bring the slightly damaged second-grade alchemical furnace to the courtyard. Before long, the air was filled with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, He Hong led Xiao Chun away from the golden elixir pavilion. Making their way towards the Artificer Association, that on the way, He Hong remarked, "Xiao Chun, my young friend, earlier when the alchemical flames surged, almost all first-grade alchemists were powerless to intervene. Might I inquire how you managed to extinguish the flames?" With that, He Hong smiled, adding understandingly, "Of course, if it's too much to share, you need not disclose it. Every alchemist possesses their own unique opportunities and secrets." After some contemplation, Xiao Chun replied, "In truth, extinguishing the flames was merely a stroke of luck on my part. Although the alchemical flames burned fiercely, rooted in the medicinal materials, they are in essence formless flames. Coincidentally, I possess a fragmented alchemical formula, a remnant I found tucked within an ancient tome at the Royal Library." A new alchemical formula? He Hong's breath quickened. Since the ancient cataclysm, countless alchemical treasures have been lost in the flames of war. Even now, the number of formulas held by the Alchemist Association within the Dayu dynasty is a mere handful. Nevertheless, with these scant formulas, the association generates substantial profits amounting to millions of silver coins annually, and no one would ever complain about earning too much money. Indeed, Xiao Chun nodded, but soon his expression grew troubled. However, that formula has suffered the ravages of time and is in a dilapidated state, lacking several key ingredients. Furthermore, the resulting pill only possesses the ability to counteract heat, and even the process of forming it into a pill is exceedingly arduous. To be able to manage both manipulating true energy to resist the alchemical flames while simultaneously refining over 100 medicinal ingredients, only a step away from successfully crafting a first-grade pill. Chapter 22. Provocation with such prowess. He Hong naturally believed every word Xiao Chun said. However, even a fragmented formula holds tremendous potential. As they walked along the path, He Hong mused for a moment and said, "Xiao Chun, my young friend, would you be willing to sell that alchemical formula?" Fearing Xiao Chun might misunderstand, He Hong hastily added, "Of course, I am not pressuring you into a decision. I merely wish to propose a transaction." A transaction? Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. After all, in the memories he inherited, the ice pill was barely considered a grade in ancient times. It was merely a practice piece for an apprentice alchemist. Otherwise, he would not have had absolute confidence in his ability to refine a first-grade pill amidst such intense flames. Yet, despite its humble origins, this formula had caught He Hong's eye, prompting him to express interest in purchasing it. Xiao Chun hesitated, not out of reluctance to part with the ice pill, but rather considering the numerous formulas he possessed in his mind. Would casually presenting one frighten this old man so much that he would lose all his hair? The Golden Elixir Pavilion is willing to offer 100,000 silver coins for the ice pill formula in your possession, or alternatively, 50,000 silver coins, with you receiving 10% of the profits once a finished pill is developed. How does that sound? He Hong proposed, indicating that this arrangement was also intended to bind the Golden Elixir Pavilion and Xiao Chun together. In prosperity, they rise together. In adversity, they fall together. He Hong was captivated by the remarkable talent for alchemy that Xiao Chun had displayed. Confident he would not misjudge him. Given time, Xiao Chun would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown across the continent. This investment was merely a stepping stone towards the future that, of course, if my young friend is unwilling to part with the formula, I shall not hold it against you. The promised gift of a true weapon will still be presented with both hands. Xiao Chun feigned deep contemplation, yet inwardly weighed the profound implications of the two options before him. The first choice promised a windfall of 1,000,000 silver coins, instantly replenishing his withered purse and allowing him to procure an additional 2 months' worth of cultivation resources that had cost him 700,000. Conversely, the second option, though initially yielding fewer silver coins, held the potential for greater returns as the production of ice-cold pills increased. With each sale, Xiao Chun would reap a share of the profits. The contrast between the two was starkly evident. I choose the second option. Xiao Qin's palm met He Hong's with a firm grip that a pleasure to collaborate. Master He. Ha, my young friend, you truly are a man of decisiveness. We have arrived, He Hong chuckled, treating the precious pill formula with utmost reverence as he carefully stored it within his spatial ring for safekeeping. Earlier, Xiao Chun had explained to He Hong that the formula he possessed was remarkably perfect, lacking no ingredient. His claim of it being flawed was merely a precaution against the possibility of Master He coveting it and attempting to seize it. Upon hearing this, He Hong smiled knowingly, indicating that he bore no ill will. After all, in this ruthless world of martial arts, it was wise to conceal one's treasures, a testament to his discerning nature which warranted no anger. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at a magnificent and resplendent hall. The Alchemist Guild. We have arrived. Upon entering the Guild of Artificers, a young and beautiful maid quickly recognized He Hong and approached him with deference. Master He, where is Xian'er? Where can I find her? Well, the maid hesitated, her expression troubled. Master He instructed us not to bring you to the courtyard anymore, lest we be expelled from the guild. How dare she? He Hong's gaze flicked to Xiao Chun, who was curiously surveying the layout of the guild. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice intentionally, saying, Go in and tell her that I have come not to summon her back, but to introduce a genius whom I wish her to temper a bit. The maid glanced at the dashing Xiao Chun beside her, hesitating for a long moment before steeling herself to comply with He Hong's request and returning to the courtyard to inform Master He. Watching the maid depart, He Hong stroked his long beard, chuckling, My daughter, while she possesses many admirable qualities, has one flaw. She is excessively proud. In her youth, I painstakingly taught her the art of alchemy, hoping she would someday inherit my position. Yet, she stubbornly chose to learn the craft of artificing from her mother, which vexes me greatly, he sighed. As she grew older, during a quarrel, she stormed out and has since lived in the Guild of Artificers. Refusing to return. Young friend Xiao Chun, I hope you can persuade her. I will certainly do my utmost, Xiao Chun replied earnestly. After a brief wait, the maid returned, her expression grim. Master He said you have used this reason more than once. She stated that even if you were to bring a dog, she would still admit her inferiority. This is outrageous. Xiao Chen's expression soured, his face darkening. Beside him, He Hong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson as he had never anticipated that his daughter would humiliate him in front of others. Just as He Hong prepared to make another attempt to enter the courtyard, a piercing voice rang out from behind them. Who do we have here, if not our genius, Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun turned to see the source of the voice. Prince Xiao Yun, what brings you here? A young man, adorned in elegant attire with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, strode into the Guild of Artificers, flanked by 8 formidable palace guards. Upon spotting Xiao Chun, he couldn't suppress a sneer. Prince Xiao Yun was a staunch ally of the first prince, sharing the same mother, and was unwaveringly loyal to Xiao Feng. When Xiao Chun had fallen from the cliff and was returned home, it was during a time when concubine Jiang, facing relentless oppression from the Queen of Yu, was forced to vacate the palace and take refuge in a slum. Upon regaining consciousness and subduing the myriad of demons within him, the first enemy he eliminated was none other than Yang Kai-Tai, dispatched by the very Xiao Yun before him. Xiao Yun raised his head, gazing disdainfully at Xiao Chun. How could the Guild of Artificers allow someone like you to enter? Do you not know that the entrance forbids dogs like you? The atmosphere was rife with arrogance and contempt. Dogs are not allowed, and neither is Xiao Chun. Does that not imply that Xiao Chun is but a dog? Laughter erupted from the guards, deriding Xiao Chun with various insults. Seeking to provoke him, I misspoke, Xiao Yun chuckled. How can I insult a dog? For dogs are far more precious than you. During the earlier sacrificial ceremony, Xiao Yun had witnessed the fierce clash between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng. He had also seen Xiao Chun audaciously dismiss Ouyang Yunsan in front of numerous members of the Xiao family. The first prince's faction had been thoroughly embarrassed. According to their plans, once Ouyang Yunsan announced her intention to break off the engagement, Xiao Feng would promptly ascend the stage to propose to her, garnering the support of the Ouyang family and further solidifying their power. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice icy as he responded. Xiao Yun, I advise you not to provoke me, or your fate will mirror that of Yang Kai-Tai. Just days prior, Yang Kaitai had come to harass concubine Jiang, only to be slain by Xiao Chun, who had regained his senses. The remaining ruffians had met a similar fate. Moreover, Xiao Yun's strength was on par with Yang Kaitai's. Xiao Chun had previously dispatched Yang Kaitai using the dragon elephant prajna, and now, having reached the legendary 10th layer of the Meridian Realm, killing Xiao Yun would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Young friend Xiao Chun, do not resort to violence within the Guild of Artificers. He Hong interjected, his brow furrowing. The temperaments of the artificers here are notoriously eccentric. Even I, at times, find it challenging to gain the upper hand against the guild master, should they find a reason to hold against you. It could lead to significant trouble that I shall not kill him, but I will strike him, and if compelled, that poses no issue. Correct? Xiao Chun queried. Ti Hong nodded. As long as it does not result in death, I will bear the consequences. After all, he was the head of the Golden Pill Pavilion and held a respectable position within the Guild of Alchemists, much like Elder Han, that he was confident that the Guild of Artificers would grant him some leeway, especially since it was Xiao Yun and his entourage who initiated the provocation. Kill me? Humph, Xiao Chun, do you possess the capability? Xiao Yun sneered. Men, dispose of him. He laughed maniacally, underestimating Xiao Chun, believing him to be merely a warrior who had awakened a first-rank martial seal. His 8 guards were all 6th-layer warriors of the Meridian Realm, and one-on-one, Xiao Chun would undoubtedly perish, let alone when they all charged at once. Let's end him here. Xiao Yun's heart brimmed with murderous intent. Once Xiao Chun was eliminated, everything would return to its rightful course. Ouyang Yun-san would break the engagement, and then Xiao Feng would unite with the Ouyang family, receiving the backing of another top-tier clan, leaving no one to obstruct their ascension to the position of heir. With the resources of the Diyu dynasty at their disposal, they would continually break through their current realms, as long as Xiao Chun was killed. All would no longer be mere fantasy. Xiao Yun's gaze hardened once more, charged together. The 8 guards exchanged glances and slowly drew their blades. Their energy surged as they bellowed in unison, charging forward with fervor. Dragon Elephant Power! Xiao Chun issued a low growl, his true energy surging as he suddenly charged towards the 8 guards. The Dragon Elephant Strength, a unique martial skill derived from the ancient Dragon Elephant art, allowed Xiao Chun to unleash his true energy stored within his palms at an astonishing speed, achieving unexpected victories. With his current prowess, he could only manifest the Dragon Elephant Strength to a level comparable to mid-tier human martial techniques. However, against these guards of lower cultivation, it was more than sufficient. Beneath him, 10 meridians suddenly illuminated. Within his energy reservoir, true energy gushed forth, gathering above Xiao Chen's palms to form a faint protective shield of true energy. Bang! With his left hand, he seized a long blade, and in the face of the guard's horrified gaze, Xiao Chun struck out with a palm, instantly sending the latter flying, crashing back over 10 zhang. Unconscious upon impact, discarding the broken blade he held, Xiao Chun then resembled a whirlwind, dashing into the remaining 7 guards, his hands flitting about like butterflies dancing among flowers. In an instant, all that could be heard were the muffled sounds of flesh colliding, followed by the 7 figures being sent flying, their heads tilting as they lost consciousness. I could see that moment. Xiao Chun showed no mercy. The terrifying strength of his 10th layer of Meridian Realm was fully displayed, effortlessly incapacitating the guards who were merely at the 6th layer. Swift, it was all so rapid that by the time onlookers registered what had occurred, the last guard had also fallen to Xiao Chun's palm, swaying before collapsing. Before him stood only Xiao Yun. Witnessing this scene, He Hong, who had intended to assist, finally felt at ease, turning to the already dumbfounded maid beside him. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and fetch some people to remove this trash. As the maid snapped back to reality, she hurriedly nodded and dashed toward the rear courtyard in search of help. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun stood rooted to the spot, his gaze dazed as he looked at the guards sprawled on the ground like mud. His mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Xiao Chun had defeated all these 6th-layer guards. How could this be possible? As he watched Xiao Chun approach like a demon, the bewilderment on Xiao Yun's face gradually morphed into sheer terror. No, it couldn't be. You are merely a waste. How could you possibly overcome my guards? Xiao Yun shrieked in panic, turning to flee. Yet his legs felt as though they had lost all sensation. making it impossible for him to move even an inch. What is happening? Xiao Yun looked down in shock, only to find that his feet were inexplicably glued to the ground by a viscous black liquid. But when he had entered moments ago, he hadn't seen this black liquid at all. Where had it come from? In his terror, Xiao Chun stood before him, his gaze icy and unyielding. Xiao Chun, if you dare to harm me, my elder brother will not let you go. The royal consort will not spare you. Even the queen of you will not forgive you, Xiao Yun threatened, his voice laced with desperation. However, to his astonishment upon hearing this, Xiao Chun merely shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "How naive you are to think that invoking Xiao Feng and those two wretches would intimidate me. The most amusing aspect of this situation is that you stand before me, pleading for your life while attempting to use my enemies as leverage against me." With a disdainful sneer, Xiao Chun declared, "I would fear soiling my hands by eliminating trash like you." His tone reflected a profound contempt for Xiao Yun. Yet upon hearing that Xiao Chun would not strike him down, the fear in Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope, the joy of a person on the brink of death who learns they might survive. "You want to kill me. For the sake of the Alchemist Guild, I want to make a move against you. However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment." Xiao Chun grinned, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. But to Xiao Yun, it appeared as the smile of a devil. Slap. Xiao Yun was stunned. His left cheek instantly reddened and swelled as if seared by a hot iron, the sharp pain striking him to his core. Xiao Yun clutched his face, screaming madly, "Murder! Murder! Help! What are you shouting for?" Xiao Chun, irritated by the noise, bellowed, his voice infused with a hint of true energy, forcibly suppressing Xiao Yun's cries back into his throat. With a strangled yelp, the screams abruptly halted. Xiao Yun stared blankly at Xiao Chun, bewildered by his next intentions. "Return to the palace and inform that woman, along with Xiao Feng, to make sure they understand. Xiao Chun has returned. Everything that was lost shall be reclaimed by my own hand, and they should brace themselves for it. Now be gone." Xiao Yun, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, looked down to find the black liquid that had ensnared his feet gradually receding, transforming back into a pool of murky water. True martial. However, having been thoroughly frightened, Xiao Yun paid little heed to the origin of this liquid. Upon realizing he was no longer immobilized, he abandoned his guards. Scrambling away in disarray towards the outskirts of the martial market, he appeared utterly disheveled. He needed to reach the palace to inform his mother and Xiao Feng that Xiao Chen's powers had not vanished. In fact, he had effortlessly defeated his 8 guards. It was all a fabrication, a ruse, the so-called first-grade martial seal, the supposed grievous injuries. All lies. Xiao Chun had deliberately released this smokescreen to lower Xiao Feng's guard, only to strike when it mattered most, toppling him. Convinced he had unraveled the entire scheme, Xiao Yun raced forward, his once splendid robes now tattered, his expression a grotesque amalgamation of terror and exhilaration, resembling a person in the throes of a seizure. Onlookers, witnessing Xiao Yun's deranged state, recoiled in disgust from the man who laughed and cried simultaneously, fearful of being tainted by his madness. Where did this lunatic come from, laughing and crying at the same time? Is that not the 8th Prince Xiao Yun? He was seated next to the 1st Prince Xiao Feng during the sacrificial ceremony. Oh dear, what happened to him? How could such a fine person suddenly lose his mind? On the streets, people whispered among themselves, their words dripping with mockery for Xiao Yun and sympathy for Xiao Feng. To see his own brother in such a state, yet still bear the burden of caring for him, was truly pitiful. Within the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Chun watched as Xiao Yun fled into the distance, then turned to a strikingly beautiful young woman. Bowing respectfully, "Thank you, Missy, for your assistance. Just moments ago, it was Dan Xian who had deployed her self-developed special true martial technique to immobilize Xiao Yun. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would have had to expend significant effort to deal with him. Such an endeavor would have been unwarranted." Dan Xian appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, her delicate features complemented by bright, enchanting eyes and rosy lips, her flawless skin captivating the attention of all the men around her upon her entrance. Gazing at the grateful Xiao Chun, Dan Xian slightly nodded, acknowledging his thanks. After receiving news from the maid, she had come to the hall, but was still sulking over a quarrel with her father. choosing to remain incognito. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's provocation of Xiao Chun and Xiao Chen's counterattack, this extraordinarily talented second-grade weapon refiner had secretly unleashed her special true martial skill to subdue Xiao Yun. "My daughter, do you see? This is the genius I mentioned, named Xiao Chun," He Hong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he introduced Xiao Chun to He Danxian. "Yes, yes, I know. No need to elaborate." To his surprise, He Danxian waved her hand impatiently, interrupting He Hong, then lifted her head to address Xiao Chun. "So you are the legendary Xiao Chun? Not all that impressive." Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Could it be that this voluptuous beauty had heard of his name before, and upon meeting him, found him lacking compared to the powerful genius depicted in rumors? "Enough with your nonsense. I have no time for your drivel." He Danchuan's temper was exceedingly fiery. Speaking bluntly, can you refine weapons or pills? Given your cultivation, you're merely at the 5th layer of the Meridian realm. Managing to defeat 8 6th-layer martial artists is somewhat commendable. Choose which one you wish to compete in. If you win, I'll grant you a true martial technique. If you lose, you'll leave your pants behind. Do you understand? Huh. Xiao Chen's eyes widened, bewildered. What did she mean? Wasn't this supposed to be a setup for her daughter? How had it suddenly turned into a contest? Lose and leave his pants behind. Why not have her take them off instead? Glancing back at He Hong, he suddenly noticed the latter sneaking toward the exit. After being caught, He Hong awkwardly chuckled. Didn't I mention that to you? My daughter, you see, is utterly obsessed with martial arts, alchemy, and weapon forging. She delights in competing against prodigies, and this time, the prize for her victory is, of course, the genuine weapon I promised you. No, this is not what we agreed upon. Xiao Chun exclaimed in frustration. You old schemer, hand over the alchemical formula. I would rather throw the formula for the ice-cold pill to the dogs than give you, you old rascal, a single chance to profit. However, it was too late. He Hong, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly fled, shouting as he went, Xiao Chun, do your best. Regardless of the outcome, I will ensure you receive an extra 10% of the profit from the ice-cold pill, and furthermore, any elixirs you purchase afterward will be offered to you at a 10% discount. Humph, just another fool who fell for a trick. He Danxian scoffed disdainfully, addressing Xiao Chun. Hey, are you even capable? Wait a moment, let me think this through. Capable or not, what does waiting mean? Chapter 25. The contest a real man should never admit defeat. Xiao Chun was infuriated. What do you mean by saying I can't? What are we competing in? He Danxian looked at Xiao Chun, who had suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, with astonishment and a hint of helplessness. Nonetheless, she continued, my specialty lies in weapon forging, followed by alchemy, and lastly martial arts. However, I see that your cultivation level is merely at the meridian opening stage, which is vastly inferior to mine. How about this? Let us choose one of the two paths, weapon forging or alchemy, and focus on refining the basic materials. Shall we? Refining materials is the foundation of both alchemy and weapon forging. Yet this is also the skill that tests a weapon forger's abilities the most, for both medicinal herbs and metals must endure high temperatures to extract their essence. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter failure. Moreover, as a martial artist of the spirit-connecting realm, He Danxian already possesses formidable skills, making Xiao Chen no match for her. Humph, skilled in weapon forging? Xiao Chen's eyes glinted. Then I shall defeat you fair and square in your area of expertise. How dare this youth utter such words in front of a second-tier weapon forger? Does he truly not know the meaning of danger? Nearby, the maidservant gazed at Xiao Chun in shock. Did I hear correctly? You intend to challenge a second-tier weapon forger who has crafted genuine weapons. Are you not aware that, Master, he is the most gifted weapon forger our guild has seen in nearly a century? Furthermore, she ascended from a first-tier to a second-tier forger in just 3 years. How do you plan to compete with her? This is my business. Since I dare to accept the challenge, I possess ample confidence. Xiao Chun declared with assurance. You very well. Let it be as you wish. We shall compete in weapon forging. He Danxian looked at Xiao Chun with a mix of surprise and resignation before instructing the preparations for their materials. Half an hour later, in the backyard, 2 towering furnaces stood prominently, each taller than a person, their walls adorned with intricate inscriptions that dazzled the eyes and exuded an inexplicable power. Xiao Chun understood that the inscriptions primarily served to catalyze strengthen, and enhance various beneficial functions for forging. By the quantity of these inscriptions, he could discern that this was a second-tier forging furnace, perfectly matching He Danquan's rank. Crowds had gathered, drawn by the news of this challenge, whispering in disbelief at the audacity of someone daring to contest against a rising second-tier weapon forger. He's seeking to invite trouble upon himself. Many tiered forgers, upon learning of the significant disparity in strength, were drawn in by greed when they heard that one of the participants was the beautiful He Danxian. Is this fool, overestimating himself by challenging Master He? A mere boy who has yet to fully mature dares to speak so brazenly? Miss He, allow me to confront him. The flower protectors were eager to showcase their prowess, howls of enthusiasm echoing as they anticipated Xiao Chen's response. Meanwhile, He Danquan's expression darkened, and she shouted at the crowd. You useless lot, why aren't you cultivating? Are you here to embarrass yourselves? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for using the recording stones to expose your foolishness to your families. So this is what you were waiting for. Xiao Chen was speechless, having thought that He Danquan's remark about losing her pants was merely a jest. Yet the reality was that she truly had the means to catch them off guard. These forgers were mostly married, and in their youthful recklessness, many had challenged He Danxian for her beauty, some even voluntarily offering themselves for a chance at her favor. Yet to this day, He Danxian had yet to part with a single genuine weapon. The thought of their secret being held over their heads left the surrounding forgers speechless, as if someone had grasped their throats. A bunch of cowards, He Danxian scoffed lightly, then turned her attention back to the matter at hand. Striding over to a forging furnace, she addressed Xiao Chen. If you wish to back out, now is your last chance. Though I am a second-tier forger, I possess the ability to outmatch many seasoned third-tier forgers. And I can inscribe up to 4 inscriptions when crafting a genuine weapon. Inscribing 4 inscriptions means that He Danxian has successfully forged a weapon of the 4th-tier genuine weapon level. Some third-tier forgers can barely manage to inscribe 3 inscriptions. It is evident that He Danquan's only disadvantage is her age, not her skill. Even if Xiao Chen intends to compare their material refining abilities, the vast difference in strength almost seals the outcome before it begins. Xiao Chen grinned. A warrior should challenge their limits. How can you know I am not your equal if you have never tried? Or are you saying that if you lose to me, it would upset your pride? Arrogant. He Danxian shook her head, no longer attempting to dissuade Xiao Chen. However, in her eyes, his behavior was no different from those infatuated forgers. Unbeknownst to her, she had mentally categorized Xiao Chen among those second-tier forgers. Let me make it clear. If you lose, I will not show any mercy just because you were tricked by that old man. I will undoubtedly record your humiliating moment with the recording stone. Let us hope so, Xiao Chen retorted with a subtle smirk. Starfall Xian Iron, Crimson Moon Dew, and Broken Mountain Vine. Each participant will receive 1 portion. And whoever can refine the essence of these 3 materials within the time frame of a single incense stick shall be declared the victor. The maidservant announced the conditions of the contest with a stoic expression. No objections? Xiao Chen nodded. Starfall Xian Iron is a specialty of the Liu dynasty, entirely black with varying blue speckles resembling stars, making an exceptional material for crafting genuine weapons. However, due to this very quality, Starfall Xian Iron is notoriously difficult to refine. Crimson Moon Dew, on the other hand, is sourced from a pool within the Sun and Moon Mountains outside the royal capital. The water is crystalline, yet it flows beside a perpetually active volcano. The duality of ice and fire over many years has given rise to this uniquely powerful treasure, Crimson Moon Dew. However, incorporating it into a genuine weapon is even more challenging than refining Starfall Xian Iron. A moment's inattention could lead to the evaporation of this precious resource. As for the Broken Mountain Vine, its reputation precedes it. This lush green vine, growing robustly against mountains, is resilient enough to cleave mountains asunder. The difficulty of refining it is evident. Chapter 26. Hammer Technique Breaking the Diamond Thus. Xiao Chen and his opponent will utilize these 3 treasures to determine the outcome of their contest. Are you ready to lose your pants? He Danxian smiled slightly, a glint of mischief flashing in her exquisitely crafted eyes. Even a second-tier forger would find these 3 materials to be quite the headache. And her deliberate selection of these items was intended to place Xiao Chun in a position of difficulty. She never hesitated to humiliate a fool who presented themselves so readily. Xiao Chun returned her smile. I am more than ready to select my genuine weapon, Dan Xian huffed lightly. Choosing to ignore him, the maidservant's command, the contest commenced. The moment the words left her lips, countless hands appeared before Xiao Chun, as if dancing willows swaying in the wind, swiftly delivering materials into the furnace. Boom! Suddenly, a raging inferno erupted, its crimson flames instantaneously enveloping the entire furnace. Xiao Chun concentrated his mental energy, carefully controlling the temperature of the flames surrounding the three materials. According to the memories he inherited, the Starfall Black Iron and the Broken Mountain Vine required an exceptionally high flame temperature for continuous roasting, while the Crimson Moon Dew demanded a much lower temperature to gradually expel its impurities. The differing temperature requirements implied that Xiao Chun needed immense mental strength to masterfully manipulate the flames. Otherwise, a mere misstep could incinerate the precious Crimson Moon Dew. Moreover, with the task of refining the essence of the three materials within the span of a single incense stick, he could not afford the slightest negligence. For someone like Xiao Chun, who had endured the trials of countless divine and demonic obsessions, this was a trivial matter. In stark contrast, Dan Xian glanced disdainfully at Xiao Chen's technique before donning a pair of exquisitely crafted soft gloves. Subsequently, she retrieved a massive iron hammer from her storage ring. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ground, producing a significant tremor. It was the Howling Moon Hammer, a third-tier true martial weapon. Missy had inscribed 3 special runes upon this hammer: strength, lightning, and fire. With a mere flick of her wrist, the hammer exhibited tremendous power, ensuring her victory this time. Gasps of astonishment echoed around, clearly indicating that Dan Xuan's true martial weapon held considerable renown. Xiao Chun cast a sidelong glance, noting that the Howling Moon Hammer stood taller than a person and weighed several hundred pounds, its surface adorned with intricate and elaborate rune patterns. Dan Xuan's command. 3 runes unveiled themselves upon the hammer. With a sudden surge of strength, she drove the Howling Moon Hammer down upon the most resilient Broken Mountain Vine. Clang! At the point of contact, a fierce cacophony erupted. As if iron and stone were colliding, delicate blue lightning crackled across the hammer's surface, resembling serpents as they slithered into the Broken Mountain Vine. After a few faint pops, silence fell in the wake of this. Flames quickly engulfed the vine, the temperature rising steadily, yet the Broken Mountain Vine remained unchanged, still vibrant and green. Seeing this, Dan Xian unleashed several more hammer strikes. Clang, 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 the epitome of brutal force and exquisite aesthetics. Dan Xian, already blessed with natural beauty and a graceful figure, wielded the massive hammer with a striking juxtaposition of strength and delicateness. Her slender waist formed a graceful arc alongside the giant hammer, descending with increasing velocity. Clang, clang, clang. The Broken Mountain Vine began to tremble violently, innumerable lightning bolts dancing across its surface as the flames roasted it under the immense force. The once sturdy exterior began to reveal visible cracks, exposing its dark green core. But a droplet of emerald liquid trickled down the fissures. But before it could touch the ground, a waiting maid swiftly approached and caught it in a jade vial. The sap of the Broken Mountain Vine held numerous miraculous properties and was highly valuable, not to be wasted lightly. Subsequently, Dan Xian applied the same rigorous method to the Starfall Black Iron, nearly smashing the entire boulder into a flat disc before nodding in satisfaction. She wiped the sweat from her brow and placed the 3 materials into the furnace. The flames roared to life. After enduring countless blows from Dan Xuan's hammer, the 2 materials had become significantly softer, and the flames quickly enveloped all 3 under the formidable manipulation of mental energy. The temperatures surrounding each material varied distinctly. By now, nearly half an incense stick's time had elapsed. Genius! Observing this, Xiao Chun couldn't help but silently admire Dan Xuan's approach. Utilizing brute force to break the tough exterior of those materials allowed for simultaneous exposure to the flames during the subsequent refining process, hastening the extraction of their essence. Had Xiao Chun not inherited ancient memories, he might have been awed by Dan Xuan's innate talent. for not all craftsmen possess the patience to undertake the preparatory work essential for refining. Moreover, this method bore a striking resemblance to the techniques of an ancient master of craftsmanship that, in antiquity, a renowned craftsman had distilled ancient texts, innovating a comprehensive hammering technique specifically designed to shatter the indestructible treasures of heaven and earth. Today, He Danxian had independently grasped a portion of the secret art, explaining Xiao Qin's admiration. For craftsmen, achieving exceptional refining skills alongside immense strength is nearly impossible, yet He Danxian had accomplished it. Xiao Qin mused that he had once believed the paths of alchemy and craftsmanship, which once shone brightly in ancient times, were on the brink of decline. Yet he was astonished to find that someone had rekindled a glimmer of the ancient master's glory. He Danxian would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. And Xiao Qin etched her name into his memory. Around them, whispers circulated, seemingly discussing He Danxuan's methods. Master, he uses her hammer to strike the starfall black iron and broken mountain vine, making these materials easier to refine. Why didn't I think of that? Come on. While this method is effective, it is virtually exclusive to Master He, who would forge a hammer-shaped true martial weapon just to use it as a tool for refining materials. Alas, why don't I have a wealthy father? Countless voices expressed their envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Unlike alchemists, craftsmen were not as sought after. Naturally, their resources were not as abundant, and opportunities to forge true martial weapons were exceedingly rare. As for He Danxian, due to the frequent purchases made by the pavilion master, her earnings from crafting true martial weapons had nearly reached 10 million silver coins. With such vast experience backing her, He Danxuan's progress was rapid, and her cultivation had not lagged behind her peers in the slightest. At this moment, 3/4 of the incense stick had burned away, with a small segment still smoldering. Both Xiao Qin and He Danxian had reached the critical juncture of refining the essence. Before Xiao Qin, within the crimson furnace, 3 liquids of varying colors began to transform into a purer state. Their impurities nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. This was the limit attainable by an ordinary craftsman, but on the other side, He Danxian was likewise at this stage. The flames in her furnace blazed fiercely, and she dared not relax her focus, fearing that the most volatile crimson moon dew could evaporate entirely with the slightest lapse in attention. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, it seemed this contest would conclude in a tie. The essence He Danxian typically refined could only reach this level. She glanced at Xiao Qin, only to find a subtle smile gracing his features. What could this mean? Did he possess a foolproof method to secure victory? He Danxian was not surprised by Xiao Qin's mastery of craftsmanship. After all, as she had stated, he was once a prodigious talent, and prodigies are often synonymous with vast knowledge. Achieving such a level in the refining process indicated that Xiao Qin had already outshone He Danxian in numerous respects. It was merely out of concern for her pride that she had not declared the contest concluded. However, Xiao Qin was not content with a mere as he observed the incense stick nearing its end. He called out, "Dragon Elephant Might." With both palms clenched into fists, true energy surged around his hands as he thrust them into the furnace, relentlessly striking at the 3 liquids. Boom! 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 This sudden spectacle left countless onlookers dumbfounded. Had Xiao Qin lost his mind? Daring to thrust his hands into the furnace, even with true energy protecting him, how long could he endure? Did he know he couldn't win and resorted to trickery, forcibly expelling the impurities from the 3 essences? How foolish! True energy was so domineering that any contact with a liquid essence would trigger an explosive reaction. Otherwise, why would crafting true martial weapons require mental energy manipulation? Foolishness and arrogance. This was the crowd's initial impression of Xiao Qin. After all, in front of so many witnesses, suddenly directing true energy into the furnace and striking the liquid seemed like a veiled admission of defeat. Yet fearing a disgraceful loss, he opted to destroy all the materials instead of facing the humiliation of being reduced to a puddle of sludge. Had he known this would be the outcome, why had he recklessly challenged Master He? What a disgraceful display. No, something was amiss. Look, it seems something is emerging. Constantly vigilant regarding the movements of her opponent, He Danxian had detected an anomaly early in the morning. After Xiao Qin unleashed a powerful punch infused with true energy, To her astonishment, the several orbs of liquid did not explode. Instead, they seemed to meld together, incessantly kneading. Pulses of force intertwined with flames caused the temperature to surge dramatically, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary fires. In the blink of an eye, the initially murky liquid gradually transformed into a clear and transparent substance. Threads of gray impurities were expelled from the liquid under Xiao Qin's relentless assault. Incinerated in an instant. Not only did the Starfall Black Iron and the Scarlet Moon undergo this purification, but also the Broken Mountain Vine, all moving towards an unblemished state, their colors becoming singular. How could this be? He Danxian was utterly bewildered. To manipulate mental energy while simultaneously channeling her true energy, multitasking with such finesse. What manner of creature was this? In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sinister sound suddenly emanated from the alchemical furnace behind her. He Danxian covered her face in anguish. Indeed, when she diverted her attention to Xiao Chun, a momentary lapse caused the surrounding flames of the Scarlet Moon to rise slightly in temperature, leading to the instantaneous evaporation of the fist-sized liquid orb. Well, it seems I've lost completely, he Danxian sighed, deciding to disregard the remaining two materials and instead moved behind Xiao Chun, keenly observing his technique. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen's fists appeared to flail aimlessly, devoid of any method as he channeled true energy into the furnace. Yet to He Danchuan's eyes, there was an underlying rhythm to Xiao Chen's every move. At times, he would strike the liquid directly, but then he would suddenly punch the furnace wall. The combination of fists enveloped in true energy scorched the liquid mass, easily forcing the impurities out. This is a secret technique. He Danchuan's eyes sparkled, as if she had stumbled upon a great revelation. Time flew by, and just before the last incense stick extinguished, Xiao Chun exhaled a long breath, his countenance radiant with uncontainable joy. I have one. He extracted 3 portions of the material essence into jade bottles, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Placing the jade bottles on the table, He Danxian tiptoed to peer inside. The potion within was pure and spherical, almost devoid of impurities, perfect and flawless. A chorus of awe erupted from the crowd. Even if they had personally taken the stage, they could never hope to refine the notoriously challenging Starfall Black Iron and Broken Mountain Vine to such a degree in front of so many eyes. So, does this mean Missy is lost? Impossible. How could Missy possibly lose? That boy must have cheated. This is unfair. If he has the guts, let him compete with Missy in engraving inscriptions. Various voices rose and fell. These individuals were less interested in the outcome for Xiao Chun and more eager to see what they wished to see. Hearing this, Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. Had he known the members of the Alchemist Guild were of such ilk, he would never have come here if he could simply purchase enough materials and study alchemy at home, guided by the memories he inherited. Given time, Xiao Chun could even reach the level of improving 1 grade per day. Why bother associating with this collection of wretches who were filled with nonsense? No need to compare. I concede. He Danxian waved her hand, silencing the surrounding clamor, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Chun as she spoke. Xiao Chun, you truly are a genius. Why continuously bombarding the flames with true energy, you have enabled the Starfall Black Iron to withstand immense temperatures in a remarkably short time. This enhancement has even allowed the adjacent Scarlet Moon to remain unaffected, expelling the majority of impurities in record time. Chapter 28. The Fourth Order True Martial Dragon Piercing Spear. He Danchuan's words unveiled the secret behind Xiao Chen's victory in this contest. The only distinction was that Xiao Chun could effortlessly achieve what others could scarcely imagine. Accepting defeat gracefully, she offered, as for the prize, I shall bestow upon you a true martial weapon. Follow me. He Danxian beckoned, leading Xiao Chun to her secluded courtyard in the rear. The surroundings were picturesque, with verdant mountains and clear waters, a long bridge adorned with elegant boats, and a gentle stream flowing from distant mountains beneath a blue sky dotted with white clouds. Accompanied by a beautiful maiden, she remarked, I wonder what kind of weapon you excel in. Among the many true martial weapons I have forged, there is a vast array: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all of which are of 2nd order or higher. A 2nd order true martial weapon is one inscribed with 2 inscriptions. For an average warrior, possessing even a single second-order true martial weapon is a stroke of fortune, as such items typically circulate on the market at prices exceeding 100,000 silver coins. Moreover, each additional inscription doubles the price. However, those inferior items, I trust you hold in disdain. He Danxian continued. Did the old man send you here to persuade me to return? Indeed, Xiao Chun nodded candidly. What are your thoughts? Not my concern. He Danxian laughed heartily, giving him a thumbs dash up. In that case, I shall not hold back. To be honest, Xiao Chun, if you teach me the technique you just employed, I will grant you a truly exceptional item, a nearly completed fourth-order true martial weapon. He Danxuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. On the market, a fourth-order true martial weapon could fetch nearly 1 million silver coins, not merely due to its rarity, but also because of the numerous inscriptions it bore, representing the utmost effort of a second-tier alchemist. Its value was substantial, especially for an unfinished fourth-order true martial weapon. In the future, whether for Xiao Chun or He Danxian, they could raise the number of inscriptions on this weapon at will, increasing its worth exponentially. As it stood, this true martial weapon could only be considered a mere embryo. Xiao Chun felt a stir of interest within him. Are you truly willing to exchange a fourth-order true martial weapon for this method of expelling impurities? Nothing is too precious to me, He Danxian replied. As long as I can master the technique for extracting the hidden impurities within the materials, it would significantly enhance my chances when striving to become a third-tier alchemist. To trade an unfinished true martial weapon for a sliver of assurance. This deal is undoubtedly in my favor. You may not be a loss, but why should I agree to this exchange? Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow. Miss He, have you misunderstood the situation? I came here for a true martial weapon, but first, your father tricked me, and now you propose a trade for a fourth-order true martial weapon. Pray tell, what true martial weapon is worth this much, that even the technique for expelling impurities cannot compare? Beauty without brains. The ancients did not deceive me. He Danxian had oversimplified and absolutized the matter. The alchemical arts of ancient times had reached their pinnacle only after generations of dedicated research, culminating in the development of this secret technique. Now, He Danxian thought she could dismiss it with a few light words. Such delusions were truly naive. He Danxian was taken aback. It was the first time in her life that she had heard a man refuse her. As a martial enthusiast, her greatest fear was not rejection, but rather the presence of a secret technique within her grasp. Yet being utterly powerless to obtain it. I can offer other items in exchange. He Danxian pleaded earnestly. Just say the word, and I will agree to anything. A fourth-order true martial weapon is worth 1 million silver coins. But in the face of such a secret technique, it is unworthy even to serve him. Xiao Chun would not be so foolish as to be blinded by beauty, allowing his mind to heat up and handing over such a formidable secret technique to He Danxian. Moreover, her father had just deceived him. Tit for tat, a plan suddenly formed in Xiao Chun's mind. How about this? I will exchange another martial technique that is just as formidable as this secret method for your fourth-order true martial weapon. In addition, you must agree to one more condition. Speak. I will agree to any condition. He Danxian nodded vigorously, entirely devoid of the fiery temper she displayed in front of others, in Xiao Chun's presence. She even appeared somewhat respectful. Linen He Danxian moved closer to Xiao Chun's ear, and, after a brief discussion, her eyes grew brighter until she finally chuckled, nodding eagerly. All right, since you have agreed, I will give you this lower-grade spiritual level technique. The diamond hammer method. Xiao Chun produced a sheet of paper containing the manuscript from his ring and handed it to He Danxian. She then led Xiao Chun directly to a small courtyard. This is where I keep my true martial weapons. He Danxian opened the courtyard gate, and a dazzling array of various Jinwu weapons came into view, leaving Xiao Chun in awe. The long sword inscribed with thunder and water runes. The shoes adorned with earth and wind runes. Each item was distinctive, and even Jinwu weapons that Xiao Chun had never imagined appeared within He Danxuan's arsenal. The sheer abundance of Jinwu weapons would undoubtedly stir up quite a commotion in the outside world. Yet at this moment, these formidable weapons lay quietly in place, awaiting their owner's selection. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun's focus was not on them. Come with me, He Danxian beckoned. Outside the door, intricate runic restrictions were present. He Xian swiftly deactivated 3 of them, causing the grand formation enveloping the house to gradually dissipate, revealing a pale wooden door. Following closely behind, He Xian, Xiao Chun stepped inside. This is the 4th tier Zhenwu I wish to present to you, the Dragon Breaker Spear. Following He Chuan's voice, Xiao Chun looked up to find an imposing, massive spear before him. The spear, nearly a yard long, gleamed in gold, with a fearsome dragon coiling around its shaft, its head poised to unleash sharp fangs, as if it were howling at the sky. By projecting a fragment of his consciousness, Xiao Chun discerned several different runic markings on the spear. Strength, ice, thunder, and wind. 4 runes occupied nearly half of the spear's length, while a large portion remained vacant, awaiting future inscriptions. Merely with these 4 runes, this spear had become a rare weapon among the Refiners' Guild. Indeed, it was a splendid item. Xiao Chun clutched it in his hands, reluctant to part with it. In the future, as his rank as a refiner ascended, he would be able to inscribe the unmarked runes himself, transforming it into a true weapon of slaughter. Chapter 29. Life is like a play. All dependent on skill. Having obtained his goal of the 4th tier Zhenwu, Xiao Chun had no desire to linger further and bid farewell to He Xian. Before departing, he reminded her not to forget their agreement. He Xian patted her chest, assuring him she would ensure his satisfaction. After Xiao Chun left, He Xian tidied up briefly before also exiting the Refiners' Guild. Although the competition had concluded, many remained gathered around the 2 towering furnaces that had yet to be removed, observing the remnants left by the 2 refiners with admiration. For them, the techniques of a 2nd-tier refiner and the methods of material refinement were invaluable experiences. Even a slight understanding could propel their own refining skills forward significantly. He Xian was unperturbed by this. Ever since her promotion to a 2nd-tier refiner, she had frequently shared her refining insights with the public. Otherwise, confining oneself to a closed-door approach would yield no breakthroughs in a century. Xiao Chun returned to the palace, while He Xian continued her journey toward the Jindan Pavilion. Upon entering the grand doors of the Jindan Pavilion, a voice met her. "Esteemed guest, what brings you here?" "Miss, you're back?" The attendant, Xiao Yong, was momentarily stunned, gazing at the ethereal beauty before him, his once articulate tongue faltering. "Where's my father?" He Xian inquired at Yuan. "The pavilion master is in the back courtyard," he stammered. "Understood. You may continue your duties." She waved dismissively, striding toward the back courtyard. Xiao Yong nodded dumbly, yet his gaze remained fixated on He Chuan's retreating figure, as if enchanted, unable to divert his eyes. "Hey, are you dazed?" A companion nudged him with an elbow. "She's the young miss, a refiner, a person of great standing in this royal city. You 2 inhabit entirely different worlds. Don't entertain such fantasies. Ha, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Go home and look in the mirror. Or perhaps ask your mother why you can only inherit a worthless martial seal, destined to be a failure in this lifetime." Laughter and derisive jeers echoed through the Jindan Pavilion, ridiculing Xiao Yong's unrealistic dreams. He Xian was the only daughter of the pavilion master, barely in her 20s, yet already a powerful 2nd-tier refiner destined for greatness. And what of him? Merely a lowly attendant in the Jindan Pavilion, possessing only a worthless martial seal. He could never escape the label of failure. Xiao Yong bowed his head, silently sneering at his own impractical aspirations. He then shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind, and resumed attending to customers purchasing elixirs. "Esteemed guest, this rejuvenation pill is a 1st-tier elixir, primarily used for..." He Xian stepped into the back courtyard. The back courtyard of the Jindan Pavilion bore a striking resemblance to that of the Refiners' Guild, replete with picturesque scenery, clear mountains, flowing waters, and blue skies adorned with fluffy clouds. But a stream meandered from the horizon, flowing into the distance. Pavilion Master, he was seated under a willow tree, engaged in a game of chess with Master Han. The game had reached a tense stalemate, with Pavilion Master he wearing a confident expression, his eyes narrowing with delight as he gazed at Master Han. "Old Han, after all these years, your chess skills remain abysmal. I've even allowed you 5 moves, yet I still prevail. What say you? Will you concede and lend me that treasured volume of alchemical knowledge for my dear Xianer to peruse? Otherwise, once you've passed, I'll have to dig up your grave. How inappropriate would that be? Fear not, you old rascal. If I'm to perish, it shall be after you. Master Han huffed angrily, nearing the age of interment, yet still unable to restrain his baser instincts, declaring he would die atop a woman's belly. And you? Will you raise a cup to the moon, filled with resentment? He Hong retorted with a chuckle. In my old age, I've been blessed with a daughter, and I cherish this precious girl like a jewel. That Xianer has grown up under your watchful eye. You can't bear to let her glimpse even a portion of your cherished alchemical tome. Even if she were to see it, I'd rather burn it than allow you to lay eyes on a single word. Master Han shot back, his glare fierce enough to intimidate He Hong, who was considerably stronger than him. That moment, Grandpa Han. He Danxian beamed at Master Han. The Xianer has returned. Master Han's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting the chessboard, laughter erupting from him. That you've not visited your Grandpa Han in quite some time. But I'm here now, He Danxian said, nestling beside Master Han like a granddaughter seeking affection. From now on, Xianer will come to see you every day, all right? Huh, splendid. Grandpa Han wishes to see my Xianer every day. He Hong's face flushed with irritation. You are my daughter. What does it mean for you to call him Grandpa? Are you seeking a father figure? He Hong was infuriated, yet He Danxian paid him no mind, turning to share amusing stories with Master Han. Their laughter echoed, further aggravating He Hong. With a crash, he slammed a chess piece onto the board, nearly embedding it into the jade-carved surface. Rage surged in his chest. What exactly do you intend to do? To his surprise, He Danxian merely cast him a sidelong glance, snorted lightly, and then, with her beautiful eyes misting over, buried her head in Master Han's embrace. Sobbing, Grandpa Han, look, my father is bullying me again. Just now he brought someone over, claiming they were merely a novice I could toy with. But who would have thought that person was a once-in-a-century, no, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius? I was humiliated and too ashamed to show my face. Master Han, with a tender expression, comforted He Danxian, then turned his furious gaze upon He Hong. Old rascal, what do you mean by setting my Xianer up for failure? Old beast, do you have no shame? He Hong was nearly choking on his own blood from rage. I care not for shame. What can you do about it? He Hong was so furious, he nearly hurled the chessboard at Master Han's head. Had he lost control, the reputation of the Jindan Pavilion would tremble. However, recalling that He Danxuan's temperament mirrored his own, stubborn and obstinate, He Hong begrudgingly softened his tone, conceding, my dear daughter, I was wrong. Speak. What do you wish to do? I will comply with your wishes, all right. Had you just done so from the start, we would not have encountered this strife. Chapter 30. A sudden inspiration, He Danxian wiped away her tears, standing before the astonished gaze of Master Han and addressing He Hong. You brought Xiao Chun to deceive me. I shall remember this debt and wait for the day I repay you. Upon hearing these words, He Hong was immediately struck by a wave of headache. The thoughts of He Danxian were, if anything, more complex than his own. Her beauty was akin to that of a celestial being, yet her heart was as venomous as that of a serpent. If she kept this in mind, it was to be feared that his future days would become increasingly difficult. He Hong sighed silently within, preparing to listen to the additional conditions put forth by He Danxian. However, I made a bet with that young man, and I lost. Thus I had to part with the broken dragon spear. What? You lost the broken dragon spear to him? He Hong exclaimed in shock. My dear daughter, while other fathers may indulge you, you must hurry and retrieve the broken dragon spear with money. Go and redeem it. He Danxian retorted lightly, showing no sign of regret, although the broken dragon spear was crafted by her own hands. And it was the very weapon that allowed her to ascend to the rank of a second-tier weapon refiner at such a young age. The truth was that the majority of her success stemmed from the gentle materials used in its crafting, which did not require excessive mental exertion. Most crucially, the spear contained a rare material known as the binding heaven vine, which could be utilized to forge spiritual weapons. Even though He Hong was accustomed to the circulation of gold and silver, he had nearly suffered a heartache when purchasing such a treasure. Just a half-foot length of binding heaven vine would cost nearly 10 million silver coins. Moreover, the most precious aspect was that the broken dragon spear had yet to be completed. This implied that, given sufficient opportunities in the future, the broken dragon spear might even advance into a spiritual weapon. At that time, it would coincide with the Danxian stepping into the realm of third-tier weapon refiners. Yet now, with just a casual remark from He Danxian, she had relinquished such a precious item to another. He Hong could not help but cry out in despair. Conversely, He Danxian felt no regret whatsoever. She was acutely aware of her desires. Although the broken dragon spear was valuable, it had become a sort of mental obstacle for her. The notion of it being unfinished was akin to failure. Relying on a failed weapon to ascend to the rank of a second-tier weapon refiner was the deepest pain in He Danquan's heart, and as time passed, the once clear vision of reaching the third tier began to blur. This was a mental affliction. Otherwise, she would not have been frantically seeking every possible method to enhance her refining skills. It was already too late for regrets. She waved her hand, stating, "There is one more thing I must say before I leave. In the future, for the ice-cold pills sold in partnership with Xiao Chun, half of the profits shall belong to me, while the 1.5 portions of Xiao Chen's earnings shall also be sent to me for management." Just as He Hong was about to speak, thinking that since the formula had already come into their possession, they might as well eliminate Xiao Chun without anyone being the wiser, and that all remaining profits could go to her without issue. He was taken aback when He Danxian rolled her eyes, seemingly reading his thoughts. Do not entertain any thoughts of foul play. Xiao Chun is a member of the royal family. If you harm him, once King Yu emerges from seclusion, he will not hesitate to bring down the Golden Dan Pavilion along with me and Master Han. What nonsense are you spouting? He Hong glared at her, then cast a furious glance at Master Han, who was watching the spectacle nearby, before snorting in frustration. Very well, if you insist on that half going to Xiao Chun, the rest shall be yours. Agreed? You dare. He Danxian suddenly glared fiercely at He Hong, her eyes ablaze as she declared, "Old man, if you utter a single word of dissent, I will leave this place immediately and never set foot in the Golden Dan Pavilion again." He Hong's wide eyes ultimately faltered under the intensity of He Danquan's beautiful gaze, gradually softening. After a long pause, he sighed, very well. A daughter grows up and cannot be kept. I shall acquiesce to your wishes." He Hong was a shrewd merchant, yet He Danxian was not, especially since she had exchanged the broken dragon spear for the nearly spiritual level technique known as the diamond hammer method, a unique skill that could be used for material refinement as well as combat. In terms of value, it was not much inferior to the broken dragon spear and, due to its rarity, was even more precious than the binding heaven vine. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had also contributed half of the profits. Asking He Danxian to act as his steward, which made her reluctant to offend him, He Danxian huffed, "You forced me to resort to this." 5 days later, as the night grew cool as water, within the cold palace of the royal palace, Xiao Chun stood quietly with the broken dragon spear in hand. Suddenly, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, and with a sharp cry, he charged forward, dragging the spear along the ground, producing a shower of sparks and a series of friction sounds. True energy surged from his energy pool and under the operation of the ancient dragon elephant technique. It instantly ignited all 10 meridians in his body, a surge of warmth flooding into his palms and enveloping the spear. Boom! The broken dragon spear was activated with the inscriptions of power, thunder, and fire, and the menacing dragon head suddenly glowed a deep crimson, appearing as if a 5-clawed golden dragon was about to soar into the sky. Dragon elephant power. With a powerful stomp, he leaped several feet into the air. A piercing sound of breaking air echoed continuously, mingled with a rising dragon's roar, as he sent a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds flying 10 feet away. Boom! The heavy stone shattered instantly, fragments scattering in all directions. The silence of the night was shattered by the sound, reverberating throughout the royal palace. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the heated breath formed 2 faint white wisps in the night before slowly dissipating. With the aid of a 4th-tier weapon, the first level of dragon elephant power could rival mid-tier human-level martial arts, easily capable of breaking a giant stone. After all, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Dragon elephant power, inherited from the ancient dragon elephant technique, is a unique martial art that is divided into 10 levels, each demanding exceedingly rigorous physical requirements from the practitioner to the extent that it could be described as perverse. Now, with the power of the 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, Xiao Chun could barely unleash this martial art, but the results were remarkably gratifying. The mysteries of the 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm were boundless. Having only refined for less than 5 days, he could already attempt to draw true energy from the surrounding world without hindrance, while others could only rely on vast amounts of medicinal pills for cultivation unless they reached the divine ability realm. After returning to the Cold Palace from the Weapon Refiners Guild, Xiao Chun devoted himself entirely to honing his 10 meridians. Chapter 31. A Midnight Visitor after nearly 5 days of continuous practice. Xiao Chun, feeling inspired that night, decided to wield the broken dragon spear he had obtained earlier to practice dragon elephant power and validate his training results. Indeed, his strength had made significant progress. Between his arms, true energy flowed like a rushing river. With a slight activation, he could unleash boundless energy. It seemed that in just a few more days, he would be fully prepared to break through to the divine ability realm. Xiao Chun was brimming with confidence. Ever since acquiring that 10th grade martial seal, he felt the meridians within him undergoing earth-shattering changes at every moment. The large quantity of medicinal pills he had previously purchased had already been consumed by more than half. The vigorous medicinal power transformed into a torrent of true energy, continuously nourishing his energy pool, and now, having evolved into a 2nd grade martial seal, that feeling of fullness was gradually rising in his heart, signaling that another evolution was not far off. In Xiao Chun's eyes, the next evolution of the martial seal might occur at the moment he breaks through to the divine ability realm. And having only retrained for less than half a month, Xiao Chun was already preparing to break through to the divine ability realm. Such speed would surely astonish countless people if known to the outside world. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from outside the wall. The 7th prince is indeed diligent. Even in the middle of the night, he still thinks of cultivating. Meanwhile, that Xiao Feng is likely already indulging in sweet nothings with Ouyang Yunsan. It was the national master. Xiao Chen's expression tightened, his gaze sharp as he observed the figure gracefully approaching from the distance, seemingly floating in the air as if a celestial being, upon reaching the Cold Palace. The national master waved his hand, gathering his true energy and slowly descending, but a quick glance revealed the massive stone that had been sent flying and now lay in shattered pieces, causing his eyelids to twitch. He nearly lost his composure. The progress was indeed terrifying. In just 5 days, Xiao Chun had already been able to unleash a full-force strike comparable to a beginner in the divine ability realm. Possessing considerable strength, the national master was inwardly astonished. He had initially thought that after obtaining a 1st grade martial seal, Xiao Chun's confidence would suffer a blow, possibly leaving him in despair. However, it appeared that not only had Xiao Chun not been affected, but he had also become even more diligent and hard-working than before. It is important to note that even a warrior at the 3rd level of the Divine Passage realm may not possess the strength of a single ox with their utmost effort. After all, most martial artists of the Diu dynasty break through to the Divine Passage realm at the 7th meridian, while those at the 8th meridian can be considered prodigies, the AS for the 9th meridian. Such individuals are rare gems, appearing only once in a century. In fact, many martial artists of the Divine Passage realm are destined for a rather limited path in martial arts from the very beginning. A weak foundation will inevitably lead to a precarious structure. No matter how high the building, it may collapse at the slightest gust of wind. However, since the ancient era's demise in the national master's view, no one has established a foundation as solid as that of Xiao Chun. It is imperative not to become enemies with this individual. This thought surged within the national master's mind. Yet the next moment, as he recalled his purpose for being here, he hesitated. Should this plan succeed, he would likely lose any opportunity to speak on equal terms with Xiao Chun henceforth. However, the anticipation of realizing a plan he had upheld for so long overshadowed his concerns. Even if the king of you stood before him, he could not afford to waver. Resolutely, he met Xiao Chun's scrutinizing gaze once again. "What brings you here?" Xiao Chun inquired in a deep voice. This old man, appearing and disappearing at will, wandered the royal palace with an air of mystery. There had been instances when Xiao Chun had awoken from meditation, only to sense the national master's presence departing. The overwhelming aura of enigma surrounding the national master made Xiao Chun occasionally question whether he had unwittingly fallen into the national master's scheme. becoming a mere pawn as a partner. I have come to bestow upon you a momentous piece of news." The national master smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Qian's hostility. After all, they were merely collaborators, and betrayal could occur at any moment. Moreover, when Xiao Qian had been ensnared by the first prince and the Ouyang family, the national master had maintained an indifference that left Xiao Qian unable to trust him easily. Noticing Xiao Qian's guarded expression, the national master felt a twinge of helplessness and spoke. "I must say, the ring you wore was a gift from me. Must you harbor such deep-seated suspicion towards me? Once the ancestral trials conclude, I shall present you with the Shuilong grass, and all debts will be settled. I have no reason to distrust you. Speak plainly about the news," Xiao Qian replied. The national master sighed in resignation and divulged. Not long ago, Xiao Feng's men discovered the lost disciples of the Butian sect within the slums of the royal capital and are now en route back to the palace. The Butian sect, which has been missing for so long, has finally been found. But why were they in the slums? A flicker of realization sparked within Xiao Qian. He had heard of the celestial phenomenon that had drawn the attention of various factions on the night he restored his cultivation. Countless powerful individuals had rushed to the royal capital, eager to persuade the prodigy to join their ranks. By a twist of fate, they had come to believe that the talented individuals who triggered that celestial event were none other than Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan, both of whom had simultaneously broken through to the divine passage realm. Consequently, numerous esteemed elders dispatched by top-tier factions had entered the royal palace, awaiting the ancestral trials in half a month's time, encouraged by the king of Yu's consort. However, all of this hinged on the premise that the Butian sect had not yet arrived, and that Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan had yet to choose their sect. Should the two of them be drawn to the Butian sect, the unfolding events could surpass Xiao Qian's expectations. Once they encountered Xiao Feng, it was likely they would recruit him as a disciple due to his supreme bone and true phoenix bloodline. At that point, even considering the Butian sect's formidable reputation, eliminating them would not be a trivial matter. Xiao Qian had long been aware of the Butian sect's illustrious renown. Even his father, the king of Yu, had once hailed from the Butian sect. These prestigious sects were notoriously protective of their disciples. Although their training methods were harsh, when a disciple faced life-threatening dangers, the speed of rescue from the sect was astonishingly swift. If Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan indeed joined the Butian sect, Xiao Qian would be in a precarious position. Xiao Qian furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean? Find the Butian sect. Before Xiao Feng and the others encounter them, secure your position as a disciple. By then, it will be too late. Even if Xiao Feng wishes to act against you, he will need to carefully consider the consequences of his actions." The national master urged. Chapter 32. Malevolent schemes. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the national master's eyes as he declared, "The Butian sect excels in nurturing talent. When a region produces a number of extraordinary geniuses, the Butian sect will only recruit one of them, inciting the others to fight among themselves. Either the disciples emerge bloodied yet triumphant, or they are jointly slain, after which the Butian sect will step in to eliminate the remaining talents. But you are different. You possess a mysterious technique that allows you to unlock 10 meridians, and within your energy pool lies a bridge between heaven and earth. Each of these attributes is sufficient for the Butian sect to take you as a disciple." As a key figure who had witnessed everything, the national master seemed to know all of Xiao Qian's secrets. He continued to coax, "You must act quickly. In just 15 minutes, the carriage responsible for welcoming the Butian sect's disciples will return to the palace. At that point, the royal consort's guards will surround the cold palace, and once Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan confirm their allegiance to the Butian sect, they will make their move against you." Xiao Feng's entry into the Butian sect would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire dynasty. In the past, the king of Yu had returned from the Butian sect, wielding unparalleled prowess to slay the regent and his treasonous faction, causing a bloodbath that left the populace in terror. The regent, once a formidable warrior, had been vanquished one by the then young king of Yu, who had later erected a monument outside the royal palace in remembrance of the fallen. The king of Yu, indeed, hailed from the Butian sect. Should Xiao Feng gain entry into the Butian sect and return as a master, he would undoubtedly be the next crowned prince to that moment. Attempts on Xiao Qian's life would not require explicit orders. Others would readily conspire to eliminate him. And as for the royal consort, she might not even wait for Xiao Feng's return to devise schemes against Xiao Chun. However foolish the Batian sect may be, they should not overlook that Xiao Feng's supreme bone was not innate, but rather forcibly extracted from me and implanted in him. Though he might initially thrive in his cultivation, he would inevitably encounter insurmountable obstacles later on. Seizing Xiao Chen's supreme bone would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Xiao Chun held no belief that the Batian sect could remain oblivious to Xiao Feng's true nature. Unexpectedly, the national master shook his head in resignation and sighed. Do you truly believe the royal consort is waiting for Xiao Feng to join the Batian sect? This is merely a diversion to shift attention away from her intentions towards you. Regardless of whether Xiao Feng joins the Batian sect or not, the royal consort's malevolent designs will have been set in motion. By then, it will be too late. Even if the king of you wishes to pursue accountability, he cannot force his only somewhat talented son and the queen to rebel together at that juncture. Even the king of you must accept this outcome begrudgingly. As he pondered, a faint sound of armor clashing reached his ears. Suppressed and muted, yet unmistakably numerous, the guards accompanying the royal consort were likely equipped with siege crossbows specifically designed for combating martial artists. Xiao Chen's expression shifted. Could it be that the national master's words were true? Was the royal consort truly preparing to strike against them? Quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Xiao Chen resolved. No longer hesitating, he donned a black robe from his ring and activated the concealment ring to mask his aura. Then, he scaled the wall and fled. Observing Xiao Chen's departing figure, the national master grinned. A peculiar smile curling at his lips, he fell for it so quickly. I thought it would take more effort. However, it is indeed the case. 9/10 of what I said was the truth, yet it was that 1/10 of deception that led Xiao Chun to be unwittingly manipulated by me. The discovery of the Batian sect is true, and the royal consort's dispatching of guards is also true, but the only falsehood lies in the notion that the royal consort intends to harm Xiao Chun, even if Xiao Feng becomes a disciple of the Batian sect. With him present, the royal consort would not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, upon the king of Yu's return, she would be the first to perish. Years ago, upon returning from his studies, the king of Yu, incensed by the regent's treachery and the massacre of the Xiao family, had unleashed his fury, slaying every last one of the regent's men. The national master sighed, lamenting that, despite King Yu's unparalleled martial prowess and meticulous strategies, he could never have foreseen that an 8-year-old child, in his playful innocence, would be led beyond the capital by a maidservant. The past, like smoke, resurfaced vividly in his mind. The incessant clanking of armor echoed in his ears. And as the elite guards drew closer, anxious shouts began to permeate the air. Quick! Surround the cold palace. No one is to be allowed to escape. The siege crossbows and ballistae were moved to the front lines. Form ranks. Before the sun rises tomorrow, not a single soul shall leave the cold palace alive. The roar of commands resounded like a tiger's growl, and a formidable aura of true energy began to coalesce around the formation. Perhaps disturbed by the sounds from outside, a solitary oil lamp flickered to life within the cold palace, casting dim light that refracted a frail silhouette against the window. Yet, no one anticipated that the little boy of yesteryear had now transformed into the national master of the Yu dynasty, who personally presided over the martial rites of the Xiao clan disciples every 4 years. Suddenly, a figure clad in black emerged on the wall, obscured by a mask yet unable to conceal the mocking smirk beneath it. What troubles you, my esteemed national master? Have you perhaps grown soft-hearted? The black-clad figure disregarded the elite guards, forming a battle array at the corner, instead watching the national master with keen interest, eager to see his next move. Since that rainy night 50 years ago, my heart has long been extinguished. What remains is merely a vessel consumed by vengeance. The national master breathed lightly, as per our plan. You will raid the Butian sect, while I shall confront King Yu in the rear mountains. Intrigue and bribery had ensnared the guards surrounding the cold palace. They were not loyal to King Yu, but rather the national master's subordinates. 50 years of preparation and painstaking scheming had all led to this moment. The national master turned back to the frail figure illuminated by the window. The last vestige of warmth in his gaze vanished entirely. The blood-soaked butcher of Ur was set to return to the capital. Alas, it would be a tragic symphony. The figure in black laughed heartily, and in an instant, ascended skyward like a shooting star, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chapter 33. Outmaneuvered, Xiao Chun scaled the city walls, his form shrouded in darkness as he activated the maximum capacity of the concealment array within his ring, rendering his presence almost imperceptible to others. The slums, situated directly to the south of the capital, were a sprawling expanse of low-roofed dwellings. The only thoroughfare leading from the slums back to the palace was a single grand avenue. Along this street, a lavish carriage made its way to the palace, flanked by a dozen elite guards, clad in armor and astride majestic steeds, radiating a formidable aura of true energy. Each of them was a formidable presence. At least at the 5th level of the Meridian Realm, the leader had even reached the 7th level, poised to break through to the divine ability realm at any moment. Such a protective force parading down the avenue was akin to a brilliant moon, captivating the gaze of the surrounding residents. Yet the palpable pressure emanating from them instilled a deep-seated fear, causing people to hastily retreat into their homes, peering through cracks in the doors at the peculiar carriage gliding by. "Senior brother, someone is blocking the way," the scholar's attendant suddenly remarked from within the carriage. The young man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, his spiritual awareness extending to encompass a half-mile radius, revealing Xiao Chun concealed in the shadows. After a moment's contemplation, recalling his uncle's admonitions before departing, the young man murmured, "Understood. Are we not to take action? Uncle has ordered not to engage him if you find yourself idle. Perhaps recite the supreme forgetting emotion mantra in your heart a few times." The young man's expression tightened, yet upon recalling his uncle's instructions, he let out a heavy snort, resolutely closing his eyes to continue his meditation. Xiao Qin's reputation had reached even the secluded sects, for within the Diyu dynasty, there emerged a prodigious talent, possessing the supreme bone and the infernal fire bloodline. Having cultivated for merely 3 years, he had surged to the 7th level of the Meridian Realm, perilously close to the divine ability realm. Such terrifying potential had prompted a long-secluded elder to impart to Xiao Chun the advanced method of the 9 meridians to divine ability. The 9 meridians, a pinnacle sought after by countless martial artists. Regrettably, Xiao Chun became infatuated with a woman whose heart was as venomous as a scorpion's, forsaking the 9 meridians to forcibly enter the divine ability realm. To make matters worse, that very woman later conspired with the crown prince to sever his supreme bone and seize his infernal fire bloodline. The young man recalled the elder's anguished demeanor, unable to suppress a sigh. Life is harsh, especially for one so grievously wronged by love. Yet, the sect had its laws. Xiao Qin's downfall was of his own making, and having his innate gifts forcibly stripped away meant that the gates of the Butian sect would forever remain barred to him. Even if Xiao Chun were to obstruct the carriage in the street, the outcome would remain unchanged. It would be a futile endeavor. The scholar's attendant grimaced, silently reciting the supreme forgetting emotion mantra. The guards tasked with protecting the carriage also became aware of Xiao Qin's hidden presence. "Who goes there? Depart at once," the leader bellowed, pointing his spear menacingly at Xiao Chun. "This is the Butian sect's carriage. Any who dare obstruct it shall be executed." Xiao Chun remained silent, instead drawing forth the breaking dragon spear from his ring. As the spear trembled, the faint sound of dragon's roar spread across the area, its tip gleaming coldly, reflecting the light. His intentions were clear. "Kill!" the leader shouted, and a surge of true energy erupted. The armored horses whinnied as they charged toward Xiao Chun. Beside him, 8 others shouted in unison, brandishing their spears as they rushed at Xiao Chun. The heavy cavalry surged forward, an unparalleled force. Though there were only 9, they exuded an overwhelming might. Each one channeled their true energy, their high-level meridian realm cultivation merging into a single entity, forming a spearhead that swiftly advanced toward Xiao Chun. The sound of hooves thundered down the long street. "Dragon elephant, Prajna!" Xiao Chun called out lightly, his eyes slowly opening, as if he could faintly hear an ancient dragon elephant trampling the stars and roaring towards the heavens. His energy surged, The martial imprint within him stirred. A multitude of power flowed from the depths of his meridians, and as Xiao Chun gripped the breaking dragon spear, he felt as if everything before him was but an ant, a tidal wave of strength swelling within him. Compared to before, his might had doubled. With a roar, Xiao Chun glared fiercely, planting his feet firmly on the ground, his body launching forward like a blazing cannonball. Hurtling towards the battle formation, his momentum was not in the slightest inferior to the heavy cavalry's charge. "Kill!" the leader shouted, "the Dayu King's cavalry, to live or die." Boom! The breaking dragon spear suddenly thrust upward, and Xiao Chun deftly dodged the incoming spear, the dragon's head viciously piercing through the heavy armor and embedding itself in the flank of the warhorse. "Rise!" Xiao Chun roared, exerting tremendous force that transmitted through his hands to the breaking dragon spear, lifting the 1,000-pound warhorse and sending it crashing down to the side. Boom! Flesh and blood flew as the 9 heavy cavalrymen suffered 6 casualties in a mere exchange, even the highest-ranking leader turning pale and severely injured. The 3 cavalrymen who had narrowly escaped Xiao Chen's strike now slowly commanded their horses to turn, preparing to launch another attack against him. The breaking dragon spear, having tasted blood, now appeared even more sinister, glinting with a deep crimson hue under the moonlight. "Quickly retreat. Inform the palace that Xiao Chun has attacked the carriage," the leader bellowed, appearing less like a cavalry commander and more like a death-seeking warrior resigned to his fate. The leader shouted again, leaping into the air, determined to hold back Xiao Chen's pursuit despite his grievous injuries. "You seek death," Xiao Chun seethed, as 3 inscriptions on the breaking dragon spear blazed to life in succession. The spear lunging forward like a dragon, a piercing sound echoed as the spear punctured the leader's palm, driving deep into his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The leader clutched the breaking dragon's spear tightly. Yet even as his life force waned, his eyes remained fixated on Xiao Chun, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The strength of one facing death was so great that even Xiao Chun, who had activated the dragon elephant prajna, could not budge him, leaving him with a furrowed brow, coldly observing as the light in the leader's eyes gradually dimmed, that life's vitality extinguished. "Humph, seeking death." Xiao Chun swung the broken dragon spear, effortlessly casting aside the lifeless body of the leader, which flopped like a tattered rag. A cascade of blood droplets fell like rain, and Xiao Chun's gaze fixated upon the corpse of the leader, a faint sense of foreboding stirring within his heart. Why would the national master be so fervently intent on having him intercept the convoy? Was it for the snow dragon grass? No, that could not be the case. Even if it were a mid-grade spiritual treasure, it would hardly warrant such concern from the national master regarding his well-being. There must be more to this. Chapter 34. Unexpected joy. Xiao Chun. A youthful voice pierced through the carriage frame, reaching Xiao Chen's ears. His expression shifted, opting not to approach and lift the veil, instead standing elevated at a distance, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing that something was amiss. The national master claimed to act in his best interest, yet if Xiao Feng were to become a disciple of the sky-repairing sect, would the queen not seize this opportunity to brazenly eliminate him? Even during the martial seal ceremony, the queen required a pretext to execute Xiao Chun openly. Moreover, Xiao Chun had committed no transgressions. In fact, he scarcely ever crossed paths with Xiao Feng, but he was aware that Xiao Feng was scouring the world for the sky-repairing sect, expending vast financial resources, causing several underground forces within the royal capital to mobilize. It was only then that disciples of the sky-repairing sect were located at S. Oh, why was the national master so certain that once Xiao Feng was accepted as a disciple, the queen would immediately act against him? This was too peculiar. A surge of anxiety coursed through Xiao Chun, compelling him to retreat further instead of engaging in conversation. He had refrained from taking decisive action against Xiao Feng's entourage, which resulted in his failure to seize control of the several guards within the convoy at the earliest opportunity. Point 2 or 3 had already fled, likely having returned to the palace to report. Wait, report. A flash of realization struck Xiao Chun like lightning at that moment. A thunderous crash erupted from the heavens, as a fiery meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail of flame before plummeting suddenly. The surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic, And the young man sensed the meteor's presence, his countenance shifting dramatically as he swiftly grasped the scholar beside him and dashed aside to evade in the blink of an eye. A dreadful force descended upon the area, flames erupted, and a powerful aura rapidly engulfed all directions, enveloping the scene in smoke as the dust settled. A dark figure emerged at the sight, with only a pair of covetous eyes gazing at the young man. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged around them. "Who are you, and why have you come to attack my sky-repairing sect?" The young man swiftly shielded Xiao Chen behind him, his expression guarded as he regarded the figure clad in black. His hand grasping an empty space as a high-tier, true martial weapon materialized in his grasp. His aura surged, quickly surpassing the realm of divine powers. Above divine powers lies the realm of mortals. The young man was indeed a formidable practitioner of the mortal extremity realm. Yet, despite his gaze fixed upon the figure in black, an unmistakable wariness lingered, soaring through the air with a speed akin to lightning. The young man could barely perceive the shadow of the black-clad individual. This person's prowess eclipsed his own. A jolt of alarm surged through the young man's heart, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. The sky-repairing sect? Then they certainly had not erred. The figure in black smiled cruelly, yet stood frozen in place. No, it was not a moment of stupor. It was that the black-clad figure was simply too swift. Leaving behind an afterimage, this individual was from the 100 Rivers realm. Clang, a long blade crossed before him, instantly transmitting an immense backlash. The young man's complexion paled as he bore the pain, shouting loudly to hinder the black-clad figure's advance, preventing him from unleashing his overwhelming speed. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, the sounds of fierce clashes erupted incessantly. Streams of uniquely luminous spiritual energy scattered everywhere, demolishing countless structures. The energy erupted, revealing a 6-tier martial seal, the fiery energy resembling a dragon soaring through the air. The violent, searing flames surged toward the figure in black as the young man roared with fury, his long blade trembling under the strain, as if unable to withstand the weight of his terrifying might. Undoubtedly a practitioner of the 100 Rivers realm, should he hold back any further, death would be imminent. An immense gathering of spiritual energy coalesced, and the fire dragon shattered the ice crystals in the next moment. The shattered ice transformed into a crystalline prison, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Bai Hong unleashed a series of fierce strikes with his long blade, eyes fierce, as spiritual energy surged within him like a mighty river flowing into the blade. The fire-based inscriptions ignited, the fire dragon's form suddenly becoming more substantial, roaring toward the heavens. Boom! The fire dragon and the crystalline prison simultaneously collided. Scalding steam engulfed the area, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily blinded, losing sight of the two combatants. Yet, the thunderous sounds akin to rolling thunder echoed in his ears, signaling that the fierce battle between the two continued. This was a clash befitting the strong. Xiao Chen felt an exhilarating thrill. When the sea reaches its end, the heavens serve as the shore. When I ascend the peak, I am the summit. Above the mortal extremity lies the realm of 100 Rivers. The movements of the black-clad powerhouse seemed to invoke a trace of the world's might. It was this ability to harness the forces of nature that rendered practitioners of the 100 Rivers realm so formidable. Had it not been for the black-clad individual just recently breaking through to the 100 Rivers realm, still unfamiliar with the manipulation of the world's forces, Bai Hong would have been unable to withstand his frenzied assault. He was a true assassin. Once he struck, it was like the thunderous force of nature. Boom! When Bai Hong's blade came crashing down, the figure in black did not yield, but instead roared low, unleashing a blinding radiance from his hands. Suddenly, the air around Bai Hong felt suffocating, his previously swift speed now resembling that of a sluggish snail. Damn it, this guy can use that technique too, Bai Hong cursed inwardly, utilizing the forces of nature. A practitioner of the 100 Rivers realm could even rival the path of heaven within a confined space. Seizing the opportunity to trap Bai Hong, the figure in black chuckled lightly, charging toward him with astonishing speed. In midair, a series of afterimages materialized. Bai Hong struggled to cope. However, What went unnoticed was the change in Xiao Qin's expression after the black-clad figure summoned the world's might. Within his body, the ancient dragon elephant technique activated automatically, drawing forth a similar special energy from the void, which was continuously absorbed and refined into his reservoir of spiritual energy. This special energy was immensely potent. Even a trace of it instantly replenished his previously depleted reservoir, filling his meridians with spiritual energy, as if a swimming pool was being filled with water. And within Xiao Qin's body, there were 10 such pools. Once the meridians brimmed with spiritual energy, the surging energy converged and suddenly launched a fierce assault on a specific point. Boom! As if tidal waves struck a dam, his entire meridian system trembled violently, the shock wave causing Xiao Qin to momentarily lose his vision, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. I am on the brink of a breakthrough. A thought ignited within Xiao Qin's mind that this moment, the bridge connecting the realms within his reservoir subtly shifted as a mist dissipated, revealing a pristine white jade pillar. Surrounding were true dragons entwining and colorful phoenixes soaring, a dreadful aura instantly enveloping the entire reservoir, followed by a resounding explosion. Chapter 35. Breaking through to the divine power's realm, what is happening? Xiao Qin gaped in astonishment. Within the reservoir, the transformation of the bridge connecting the realms was so bizarre, causing countless wisps of spiritual energy to scatter like mist. The sound of dragons roaring and phoenixes shrieking filled the air, and an overwhelming pressure surged in all directions. The fierce winds intensified, and Xiao Qin's aura gradually strengthened. Within him, 10 meridians flickered with golden light. I am about to break through. Not only Xiao Qin, but the scholar beside him also gaped in disbelief at this astonishing scene. How is this possible? Quickly, take the breakthrough pill. The young man turned, sensing Xiao Qin's unusual aura, and without time for careful consideration of why it differed from the rumors, shouted out in urgency. While many warriors could enter the divine power's realm without relying on the breakthrough pill, those who consumed it significantly increased their likelihood of success, soaring to as high as 90%. The more gifted one was, the more crucial it became to seize every fleeting moment. Xiao Qin retrieved the breakthrough pill from his ring and swallowed it whole. Boom! An even more formidable aura erupted from within Xiao Qin as the ancient dragon elephant technique activated, drawing in strands of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into his body. Suddenly, the world transformed. Endless dark clouds rapidly approached from afar, shrouding the sun. Thunder rumbled. The ominous sounds emanated from the black clouds, reverberating throughout the surroundings, as countless people gazed upward, witnessing a cataclysmic scene, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an entire egg within. How long has it been since the last occurrence? Could it be that Prince Xiao Feng has broken through to the human extreme realm? How is that possible? On the back mountain of the royal palace, the national master, having shed his luxurious robes, has donned the battle armor of the regent from years past. This formidable armor is adorned with countless intricate and peculiar patterns, seated atop the mountain. The national master meditates, striving to elevate his aura to its utmost pinnacle while simultaneously directing his attention to the vast celestial phenomenon above the royal capital. This little fellow is even swifter than I anticipated. The national master muses, no longer preoccupied with Xiao Qin him. Xiao Qin embodies both an adversary, bearing the blood of his enemies, and a child nurtured by the beloved consort Jiang. The complexities of these intertwined emotions result in the national master's gaze toward Xiao Qin oscillating between venomous and familial affection. Fortuitously, before he fully engages, he plans to lure Xiao Qin out of the palace to momentarily fend off the disciples of the heaven-mending sect, as to whether Xiao Qin will ultimately succeed in joining their ranks. The national master remains indifferent. His only concern lies in whether he can vanquish his foes. Just a little longer, I'm almost there. Suddenly, a fierce hurricane sweeps through the surroundings. Within the palace, this is a celestial phenomenon. In the royal capital, yet another prodigy, not inferior to Xiao Feng or Ouyang Yunshan, has emerged. In the mere span of half a month, 2 celestial phenomena have manifested within the royal capital. What is happening within the Daiyu dynasty? Is fortune truly flowing like a river? Quickly notify the sects. This time, we must invest heavily. The elders of numerous prestigious sects were expressions of astonishment, yet at this moment, none are foolish enough to seek confirmation regarding Xiaofeng's supposed breakthrough. If Xiaofeng could leap from the initial stage of the Divine Passage realm to the human extreme realm in just half a month, then they might as well abandon their training and simply seek a block of tofu to end their lives at this moment. Many elders wished to burst forth from the palace, meticulously searching in the direction of the celestial phenomenon. However, Queen Yu personally intervenes, kindly urging the elders to calm themselves and await the ancestral temple trial in half a month. After all, should an extraordinary genius arise, regardless of their identity, they must ultimately showcase their prowess within the ancestral temple trial. At that time, the elders can present their own terms for the genius's admission into their respective sects, rendering the process fair. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Xiaofeng's countenance darkens like a stormy sea as he prepares to rush onto the long street, only to be halted by the unfolding events before him, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the ominous clouds above, as if heralding the end of the world. This phenomenon is not for him. Another genius has triggered this celestial display during their breakthrough. To the side, Ouyang Yinshan, who has just received the news, gazes in shock at the scene, her lips parted in disbelief. Who could it be? Who, after the conclusion of the martial seal ceremony, could still evoke such a celestial phenomenon during their breakthrough? At the conclusion of the martial seal ceremony, the bronze giant gate had just retreated. Yet the sacrificial energy lingers, enveloping the entire royal capital with a density that could persist for a month. That was indeed the most opportune moment for a breakthrough. Xiaofeng and Ouyang Yinshan, aided by the vast quantities of marrow-cleansing liquid, were able to step into the Divine Passage realm. 0.8 meridians of Divine Passage. With the Supreme Bone and Infernal Bloodline, Xiaofeng had once believed that within the vast expanse of the Daiyu dynasty, no one could rival him. However, following the appearance of the celestial phenomenon, his previous conviction of invincibility began to waver. Could it possibly be Xiao Chun? Xiaofeng shook his head, quickly dispelling this unrealistic thought. Mocking himself, how could that be? A mere waste who has only awakened a first-grade martial seal could not possibly incite a celestial phenomenon. If he possessed the supreme bone, wouldn't he ascend to sainthood with a single step? Xiaofeng scoffed derisively. Mounting his steed, determined to charge onto the long street, he intends to seize this opportunity to utterly eliminate Xiao Chun. Some are filled with trepidation, while others rejoice above the firmament. Flashes of lightning crackle as massive dragons, charged with electricity, roar incessantly, and the atmosphere grows increasingly ominous. Beneath such a dreadful phenomenon, the figure cloaked in black wears a grim expression that he had initially believed he could swiftly dispose of Bai Hong without drawing the attention of any factions and then retreat in scathe. Yet he never anticipated that the previously flawless plan would be disrupted by the most unlikely of accidents. Xiao Chun, renowned throughout the royal capital as a waste, is on the verge of breaking through to the Divine Passage realm. How has he accomplished this? His gaze shifting past Bai Hong, the cloaked figure's eyes fixate on Xiao Chun, who is in the midst of his breakthrough, a formidable presence of the Hundred Rivers realm. His vision surpasses that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to see through the hidden formations laid by the National Master and observe the 10 shimmering golden meridians within Xiao Chen's body. The passage realm at the 10th level. The figure gasped in astonishment, each word slowly revealing this shocking revelation. Chapter 36. 10 meridians of divine passage. It turns out that beyond the 9th level of the passage realm, there exists a 10th level. As Xiao Chun mobilizes his inner energy, launching an assault on the barrier to the divine passage realm, the atmosphere above becomes increasingly terrifying. Thunderous dragons roar, their terrifying cries echoing throughout the sky. As divine beings shatter mountains and rivers, and the essence of gods and demons briefly permeates the heavens before vanishing without a trace, in the ninth sky, dragons and elephants trample the celestial palace. With a skyward howl, roar, finally, with a thunderous explosion resonating through his meridians, the barrier of the divine passage realm shatters. An immense surge of energy races through the ever-expanding meridians, which begin to transform into a golden hue. As they grow increasingly resilient, they become capable of sustaining the overwhelming flow of inner energy. Entering the divine passage realm signifies that Xiao Qian will no longer be a mere soft target for others to manipulate. He will possess sufficient strength to retaliate against the faction of the Great Prince. Everything is about to restart. Xiao Qian silently contemplates. Xiao Feng, Ouyang Yinshan, did you ever imagine this? We are once again at the same starting line. This time, Xiao Qian will not afford either of them a single opportunity. Should a chance arise, he will stop at nothing to eliminate them both. At that moment, from within the dark clouds, a column of energy suddenly appears. Piercing through the heavens and enveloping Xiao Qian. It feels incredibly soothing, warming him as if basking in sunlight, as pure energy continuously flows into his body, healing the meridians that have been strained by his forceful breakthrough. This unique energy, after all, is beyond Xiao Qian's capability to harness. Even the cloaked figure must tread carefully in its presence. Yet it is forcibly drawn in by the ancient dragon-elephant technique, transforming into pure energy that swiftly fills Xiao Qian's entire meridians. Having already possessed sufficient confidence to break through to the divine passage realm, Xiao Qian never anticipated that his second breakthrough would occur while observing the fierce battle between two powerful beings. Fueled by the absorption of such exquisitely pure energy. It is indeed a delightful surprise. However, following his breakthrough into the divine passage realm, Xiao Qian does not hasten to awaken. Instead, he continues to immerse his consciousness within his body, guiding the inner energy to flow gently through the vastly expanded meridians. If previously, Xiao Qian's meridians were akin to winding paths, they have now transformed into broad avenues capable of accommodating 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. This is a qualitative metamorphosis. Before Xiao Qian can fully appreciate the peculiar changes occurring within his 10 meridians, an unusual sound suddenly emanates from the energy pool. Drawn by this disturbance, Xiao Qian swiftly shifts his gaze to the energy pool, only to discover that the previously obscured bridge between heaven and earth has shed some of its mist. The exposed area is just large enough to accommodate Xiao Qian's entire being. The notion of a space to stand, that is precisely the meaning. Yet within Xiao Qian's heart, a surge of exuberance begins to swell. Can he truly step onto the bridge between heaven and earth? A wave of joy washes over Xiao Qian as the figure of Xiao Qian, formed from condensed inner energy, passes through the once blocking transparent barrier, 1 foot slowly stepping onto the marble bridge. Boom! Xiao Qian let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That on this bridge of heaven and earth, it seemed as if an entity more terrifying than countless gods and demons was suppressed, the overwhelming pressure nearly flattening Xiao Qian entirely. After taking just a single step, he found himself unable to advance further, unable to explore other realms. Yet, that single step had already exhausted nearly all of Xiao Qian's strength. He lacked the energy to take another step. Nevertheless, even in such a state, Xiao Qian could sense the immense benefits that the bridge of heaven and earth could bestow. All around him, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries filled the air. As true dragons and divine phoenixes soared above, streams of golden light from the firmament descended into the vital pool, causing the originally colorless true qi to shimmer with hints of gold. The aura gradually became formidable. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Bai Hong, engaged in battle with the figure clad in black, sensed that Xiao Qian's aura was steadily growing stronger. Indeed, it had already surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the divine passage realm, ultimately rivaling that of a typical third-tier divine passage warrior. At this moment, Bai Hong, belatedly aware, released a thread of true qi to probe Xiao Qian's meridian condition, that he was curious about how Xiao Qian, who could match a third-tier divine passage practitioner at the moment of his breakthrough into the divine passage realm, could be so much stronger than he had been at that stage. His gaze gradually became vacant. 10 meridians at the peak of the passage realm, the bridge of heaven and earth. The young man was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. How could this be possible? After the ancient calamity, this world could still give rise to a peerless prodigy with 10 meridians in the divine passage realm. At this moment, he found himself immensely intrigued by Xiao Qian, even contemplating the idea of bringing him under his wing. Should this youth survive, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Move aside, disciple of the Celestial Restoration sect. I shall spare your life. The figure in black narrowed his eyes, and after a fierce clash with Bai Hong, he redirected all his true chi, uttering a sharp command as a blood-red sword shadow materialized between his hand. As the blood-red sword shadow appeared, a terrifying aura made Bai Hong's heart race. Yet he remained steadfast, positioning himself to shield Xiao Chun behind him. Bai Hong chuckled lightly. If you dare to reveal your visage, I might still regard you as a man, but since you do not, even if you're a practitioner at the 100 Rivers realm, to me, you are no different from a mere clown. And a clown, regardless of how powerful, will never be a match for the Celestial Restoration sect. A brilliant array of inscriptions began to rise upon the long blade in the young man's hand. Strength, wind, fire, thunder, without a total of 9 inscriptions materialized. This was a 9th-tier, true martial weapon. Upon activating the true martial weapon, Bai Hong felt confident. While he might not be able to contend with a 100 Rivers realm practitioner, it would be impossible for the opponent to defeat him in a short span of time. Within his body, 9 shimmering golden meridians surged with roaring true chi, and above, 9 radiant celestial bodies like golden crows illuminated the surroundings. The aura of the 9 meridians at the Divine Passage realm emanated like a dragon's roar, challenging the figure in black. One had anticipated that Bai Hong was, in fact, a peak practitioner at the human apex realm. Furthermore, he was even more powerful than the elders of other sects. It was no wonder that Bai Hong could withstand the attacks of a 100 Rivers realm practitioner for so long. He was already on the cusp of the 100 Rivers realm himself. You are courting death, the figure in black growled, his form blurring like lightning. As a blood-red beam shot across the sky, he collided fiercely with Bai Hong. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless phantoms of the long blade were unleashed. Die, the figure in black bellowed, as blood-red, true chi blazed like flames, burning brightly in the night. The essence and blood transformed into a dragon. The air became a furnace, and the dazzling blade light sliced through the heavens, igniting the temperature around them. Bai Hong roared in response, his 9th-tier true martial weapon swinging fiercely, unleashing a terrifying wave that rapidly spread in all directions. The two engaged once more, at this moment truly showcasing the might of martial prowess. Countless clods of earth were sent flying, and the houses within a half-mile radius were instantly reduced to rubble. The deafening roars echoed around the royal capital, drawing the gaze of numerous powerful beings. Yet none dared to intervene. They were both wary of the formidable strength of the figure in black, and were also observing the movements within the royal palace. Within the capital, disciples of the Celestial Restoration sect were being publicly attacked. As the host, King Yu had to appear to provide an explanation to the sect. The battle raged on, the two figures ascending higher and higher until they finally vanished into the clouds, obscured by the vast expanse of dark clouds. Amidst the clouds, thunder cracked and flashed, with terrifying true chi swirling about. Bai Hong continued to roar, the surging true chi within him erupting outward with ferocity. However, as the blood-red sword shadow in the hands of the figure in black became increasingly distinct, it was evident that Bai Hong was beginning to falter, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Should you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the ability, Bai Hong shouted, his 9th-tier true martial weapon radiating brilliance. The expression on Xiao Chun's face darkened as he opened his eyes, only to find himself amidst the ruins of a devastated landscape. Bai Hong and the figure in black were locked in a frenzied aerial battle, the shockwaves of their conflict wreaking havoc on buildings even hundreds of zhang away. The clash of titans brought with it an inherent risk. Merely observing, it was perilous. Before Xiao Chun stood Bai Fong, a disciple of the Celestial Restoration sect, who was also a practitioner of the Divine Passage realm and well-versed in formations. When Xiao Chun was drawn by the allure of the ancient dragon elephant art and began to automatically break through to the Divine Passage realm, Bai Fong had already noticed the 10 meridians within Xiao Chun erupting with blinding golden light. 10 meridians at the Passage realm. An ancient prodigy. Moreover, there was yet another practitioner at the 100 Rivers realm who was intent on extinguishing Xiao Chun in his infancy, to protect himself and simultaneously safeguard the fragile Xiao Chun who was in a breakthrough state. Bai Fong utilized a piece of Demon Beast crystal to set up a formation that was precisely because of this formation that the two were shielded from the aftermath of the battle until Xiao Chen awakened. At that moment, Bai Hong's long blade flashed, treading upon the void as a tremendous wave of true qi surged forth from his vital pool. With a thunderous roar, the heavens erupted with sound, accompanied by flashes of lightning. With a mighty shout, he thrust his long blade forward. Countless rushing blood-red sword shadows shattered upon impact. The 100 Rivers realm truly invincible. Bai Hong, at this moment, stood like a god or demon in the sky. His long blade dancing ceaselessly, his speed so great that Xiao Chen could scarcely make out their movements. Boom! 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 The battle grew fiercer with each clash, the initially pristine white garments of Bai Hong now marred with countless sword marks. His once valuable attire reduced to tatters. The blade shattered mountains and rivers. The aura intensified, the terrifying fluctuations threatening to rend the very fabric of this realm. The figure in black wore a grave expression. Yet he chose not to engage Bai Hong head-on, that he understood that the disciples of the Celestial Restoration sect were dragons among men, each possessing the strength to fight above their rank. The peak of the human apex realm was not vastly different from the initial tier of the 100 Rivers realm. Not vastly different meant that Bai Hong had the means to triumph. The only way to overcome him was to prolong the battle, to exhaust his essence and blood, to drain his vital pool. The figure in black recognized that these highly potent martial techniques placed a tremendous burden on true qi, and the disparity between the human apex realm and the 100 Rivers realm was monumental. Bai Hong's vital pool began to deplete. The figure in black still had nearly half of his reserves remaining. The tide of battle was about to shift. Although Bai Hong remained unstoppable, the drawbacks of his dwindling true qi were beginning to manifest, just as the figure in black prepared to capitalize on his advantage and strike down Bai Hong. A terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the rear mountain of the royal palace, akin to a slumbering abyssal dragon slowly awakening. The transformation of this scene astounded countless onlookers, whether they were the elders watching the spectacle within the palace or the guards of the royal capital. They all gazed in astonishment towards the mountain range extending beyond the palace. What on earth is this fellow doing? The National Master has violated the plan laid out initially. The figure in black's face turned pale with fear. No longer able to concern himself with Bai Hong and the others before him, the blood-red sword shadow in his hand surged violently, and myriad intricate inscriptions illuminated, the blood-red, true qi gushing forth like a fountain, instantly pushing Bai Hong back. The terror on his face intensified, as if the entity emerging from the rear mountain of the royal palace was a long-sealed god or demon, whose arrival would unleash untold calamity. Transforming into a long rainbow, his figure suddenly vanished from sight, racing towards the horizon. Since you have arrived, then leave behind your presence. A resonant voice echoed from the depths of the clouds, as if a deity descending from the heavens was about to unleash divine retribution. From the firmament, a colossal hand emerged from the clouds, reaching out to seize the figure in black that was King Yu. A pair of eyes suddenly ignited with recognition, identifying the owner of that voice as the once reclusive King Yu, who had sought seclusion for a breakthrough. What the cloaked figure feared was the emergence of the King Yu, who had shattered his confines. With a colossal hand descending, it seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth. No, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Qixing Tower. The figure in black stood on the precipice of nothingness, as his blood-red blade erupted violently in his grasp. His expression stiffened, and a mouthful of reverse blood gushed forth as his crimson energy surged, doubling in intensity. His speed also more than doubled. Behind him, remnants of a shadow trailed in his wake. Whoosh! The sound of rupturing air echoed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed nearly half of the royal capital, instantly reaching its boundaries. Yet he was still unable to evade that enormous hand. No! The hand clenched fiercely, and the black-clad man's scream abruptly ceased. His life force severed. A formidable warrior of the 100 Rivers realm met his demise within that hand that had emerged from the clouds. Utterly formidable. Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment, watching as that hand slowly relaxed, revealing a figure crushed into a flat shape. drifting down like a fallen leaf. The gentle breeze swept by, and the figure instantly disintegrated into powder, vanishing from sight. The black-clad man was dead. Bai Hong's form gently descended to the ground, his expression still ensnared by the shock imparted by that colossal hand, unable to extricate himself from its grip. Chapter 38. Above the 100 rivers separated by countless miles, yet still able to manipulate energy with ease, effortlessly crushing a warrior of the 100 Rivers realm. Could it be that King Yu had truly taken that final step? No, it was utterly impossible. If King Yu could so easily tread upon that last threshold, how could his master have remained ensnared at that juncture for decades without advancement? However, after slaying the black-clad man, King Yu lingered in silence, devoid of further action, just as confusion pervaded the minds of all. A presence no less formidable than King Yu's materialized atop the rear mountain. To King Yes. No, it was a challenger to King Yu. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted. The rolling dark clouds had yet to disperse before coalescing once more over the rear mountain. As a terrifying wave of energy began to rise, the two auras clashed head-on. Merely the confrontation of their energies plunged this realm into a frenzied spectacle once more. Mountains crumbled, and boulders were sent flying. From the swirling dust emerged a middle-aged man, crowned and draped in a dragon robe, radiating an overwhelming majesty that seemed to look down upon the world. As King Yu appeared, he immediately noticed the figure that had awaited him for quite some time. National Master, why have you come here? Before entering seclusion, King Yu had strictly prohibited anyone from stepping foot upon the rear mountain, both to protect lower-tier warriors from being crushed under the unintentional release of his aura, and out of concern that rival kingdoms might send assassins to infiltrate the palace, threatening his safety. Yet now, the National Master stood before him. Why was this so? King Yu prided himself on his profound understanding of the National Master. Prior to appointing him, he had conducted an in-depth investigation into the National Master's past. The National Master's home lay in a small mountain village far to the north of the Yu dynasty, where he had displayed exceptional cultivation talent since his youth, later discovered and brought into the Heavenly Repair sect for training. Eventually, through a series of fortuitous events, King Yu had convinced him to take on the role of National Master for the Yu dynasty. Upon recalling this, King Yu revealed what he deemed a rather gentle smile and inquired, "How fares the small village? Since your appointment as National Master, I have exerted considerable effort in dispatching warriors to eliminate the beasts, and no need for your majesty to concern yourself." The National Master replied with a slight smile. "That village was eradicated by my own hand long before your seclusion began." What? King Yu's expression shifted abruptly, disbelief evident in his eyes. "What do you mean?" The aura surrounding King Yu transformed suddenly, reverting to the domineering, decisive force he had exhibited when dispatching the black-clad figure. He found it hard to accept that the National Master had annihilated the village in which he had grown up. A terrifying pressure began to envelop the National Master, but he appeared entirely unfazed, gazing at King Yu with an inexplicable gentleness. King Yu's hair stood on end at a cultivation level like his. Impervious to illness and harm, such a visceral reaction should not have occurred. This change could only be explained in one way. The National Master's strength surpassed his expectations by more than a fold. "Who exactly are you?" King Yu's expression hardened as he fixed a cold stare upon the National Master, his energy surging like a dragon, gathering formidable power between his palms. Today, regardless of whether this person was indeed the National Master he had once known, he would face punishment. This was the wrath of a king. "Perhaps your majesty has forgotten that 50 years ago, the things you did were far more sanguinary than my actions." The National Master chuckled, also gathering energy around him at a pace that rivaled King Yu's 50 years ago. King Yu's gaze sharpened. Upon returning after his training, he had sought vengeance against the regent's lineage, leaving almost no survivors. Could it be? You are the missing 8-year-old heir from the regent's manor all those years ago. King Yu's demeanor turned cold as he recalled the bloodshed he had wrought in order to eradicate the roots of that calamity. Yet, in all his calculations, he had never anticipated that someone from the regent's manor would survive, enduring in secret, and later seek revenge. Your Majesty is indeed astute, grasping the essence with a mere hint. The National Master responded, rising slowly, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble in his wake. This formidable aura was nearly indistinguishable from King Yu's. However, the energy surrounding him was far more chaotic and dim. "What a pity," King Yu lamented. "Had you waited another 20 years, when your concealed strength surpassed my own, your plan for revenge would have been flawlessly executed, yet relying on secret methods to forcibly elevate your realm. How much true essence can you possess? 3 parts will suffice." The National Master chuckled. "The secret method has drained my vitality. In any case, I have but a few years left to live. It is better to exert my final strength for those remnants still surviving before I depart." Remnants? King Yu's expression fluctuated wildly. "Not only you, but others also survived back then." "Of course," the National Master replied. "Otherwise, do you think I could have acquired such powerful secret methods to reach a level so close to yours in just 50 years? During your years of seclusion, the palace has been quite lively. Brothers turned against each other, kin became foes, prodigies perished, and enemies ascended to power." The National Master clicked his tongue in amazement. "Originally, I intended for you to experience the pain of losing loved ones, but later realized that once your offspring began to turn against one another, the thrill of revenge would far surpass the satisfaction of merely killing them. To make King Yu experience the agony he once inflicted was far less terrifying than inciting strife among his descendants. Even to the point of life and death struggles. What did you say?" King Yu's expression darkened considerably. Before his seclusion, he had entrusted the regency to the National Master and the Queen. Could it be that relying solely on the National Master, the entire Shao clan had been torn asunder? At this moment, King Yu was eager to return to the palace and uncover what had transpired during his years of seclusion, but the National Master intercepted him. "Your Majesty, do not be in such a hurry to leave. That a splendid show is currently unfolding, and you must not interrupt its performance." The National Master stood before King Yu, suspended in midair. The annihilation of the Supreme Bone and the obliteration of the 10 Meridians. Or perhaps the true Phoenix bloodline being suppressed by the bridge of heaven and earth. Each was an extraordinary spectacle. "You seek death!" King Yu roared with fury, suddenly launching himself like a meteor towards the National Master. Boom! 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 The rear mountain trembled as if facing an apocalyptic disaster. Chapter 39. Repelling the supreme being of the era within the royal capital. Countless onlookers craned their necks in anticipation, their gazes traversing countless miles as if they could penetrate the obscuring mists and witness the fierce battle between the 2 formidable auras. Should 2 warriors of the 100 Rivers realm engage in a life-and-death struggle, the resulting chaos would surely devastate the heavens and earth. That night, the events that unfolded within the royal capital were utterly surreal, transpiring so rapidly that one could scarcely react before multiple powerful figures clashed in battle. Warriors of the 100 Rivers realm, even those above it, revealed themselves, engaging in a series of battles that satisfied the spectators' cravings for spectacle. On the Long Street, Xiao Chun was about to explain his intentions to Bai Hong and relay the National Master's reasoning verbatim when he was interrupted. "Xiao Chun, you dare lay hands on my subordinates. I will see you dead." A thunderous roar echoed from the far end of the Long Street. Xiao Feng's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes intently on Xiao Chun with a mighty shout. He spurred his steed, leaping into the air, his supreme bone manifesting that a formidable surge of true energy erupted from his dantian, enveloping his fist that a pale azure energy cloaked his iron fists, causing Xiao Chun to blink in surprise. The green radiance even obscured the brilliance of the moon, hurtling towards him. "Kill!" Xiao Chun uttered a soft command, the dragon-breaking spear instantly in hand, for inscriptions illuminating one by one, the overwhelming aura of the Divine Passage realm instantly spreading in all directions. Without hesitation, he also leapt into the air. This scene caused Xiao Feng's expression to shift. Xiao Chen's cultivation had unexpectedly re-entered the Divine Passage realm. Terror filled Xiao Feng's eyes. He could not believe it. How could a mere waste, who had only awakened a first-grade martial imprint and had his cultivation completely nullified, ascend back to the Divine Passage realm in such a brief span of time? It was impossible. He must have used some secret technique, making his cultivation appear nearly indistinguishable from the Divine Passage realm to the outside world. But in truth, Xiao Chun was nothing more than a fragile paper tiger. Yes, it had to be so. Regaining his composure, Xiao Feng's eyes hardened with renewed determination to slay Xiao Chun. With a fierce roar, his iron fist collided violently with the dragon-breaking spear. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as Xiao Chun shouted, unleashing a burst of golden true energy that sent Xiao Feng flying. Xiao Feng's face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it into the air. The overwhelming force propelled him several dozen feet backwards before he finally managed to regain his footing. His internal energy surging violently, making it nearly impossible to consolidate his true energy. Xiao Chen's cultivation was genuine, and indeed, even more formidable than his own, who possessed the supreme bone. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Bai Hong and the attendant Bai Fong had yet to react when Xiao Feng was already repelled by Xiao Chun. And Xiao Feng had activated his supreme bone. Xiao Chun had actually repelled a contemporary supreme being head-on. Slowly swinging the dragon-breaking spear, Xiao Chen's true energy continued to coalesce, while Xiao Feng's gaze roamed over him, filled with disbelief. How could you possibly break through to the divine passage realm? Xiao Feng bellowed. How can a waste with a first-grade martial imprint gather sufficient true energy to cross the barrier between the meridian realm and the divine passage realm? There exists a pill called the breakthrough pill. Fool! Xiao Chun scoffed, further undermining Xiao Feng's fragile confidence. The breakthrough pill was originally a divine medicine meant to assist martial artists below the third-grade martial imprint in breaking through to the divine passage realm. And since it was no longer circulated within the royal court, how could Xiao Feng even know that such a miraculous pill existed in the world? Impossible. You are a waste, and will forever remain one. Xiao Feng roared, charging again at Xiao Chun. Then die at the hands of a waste. Xiao Chun retorted, brandishing the dragon-breaking spear as he surged forward. Enough, Bai Hong intervened, forcibly separating the two, stating in a deep voice, if you wish to fight to the death, then wait for King Yu's decision. Otherwise, if you continue this reckless behavior, do not blame me for personally escorting you before King Yu to await your fate. King Yu was the acknowledged sovereign of the Great Yu dynasty by the Celestial Repair sect. Even Bai Hong, upon arriving at the Great Yu dynasty to meet King Yu, had to adhere to the rules. In a world where the strong held dominion, strength was the ultimate measure of all. Bai Hong had no interest in the feud between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng, nor did he wish to involve himself. Even if their conflict escalated to absurdity, before joining the Celestial Repair sect, Bai Hong would never show favoritism to either side. It was best to leave the matter for King Yu to ponder. With the carriage destroyed by the cloaked figure, Bai Hong had no choice but to lead Xiao Chun and the others through the air towards the royal palace. Within the palace, King Yu, who had sustained severe injuries after defeating the national master and expending his lifeblood to perform secret techniques to escape, returned with a heavily wounded body. Suddenly, countless guards surged from all directions, surrounding King Yu, their expressions filled with fear, yet their hands clutched tightly onto their spears, unwilling to relax. They were the national master's subordinates, and upon King Yu's return, they knew he would uproot the national master's influence within the palace, eradicating it entirely. Even though they were of lowly strength, they sought a glimmer of hope before King Yu. A bunch of clowns. King Yu scoffed, unconcerned by the assault of these guards, who were merely at the 6th layer of the Meridian realm. If they were replaced by warriors of the 7th layer, he might feel a hint of concern, but these were nothing but ants. As he walked, King Yu merely relied on his imposing aura to crush them to death. Upon entering the palace, King Yu wondered what had transpired during his retreat, that he suddenly noticed that the palace seemed different from before, yet he could not pinpoint what had changed. The surrounding maidens were timid and dared not speak. Were they to tell him that the current palace was dominated by the queen, suppressing the many consorts to the point where they could not raise their heads? Even Xiao Chen's mother, Consort Jiang, had been relegated to the cold palace, subjected to humiliation. Moreover, the first prince's faction had usurped the supreme bone and plundered the inferno bloodline, and even the cleansing liquid that should have been bestowed upon Prince Xiao Chun had been unjustly withheld by the queen, leaving it for the first prince to advance to the divine passage realm. Each event was too bizarre and shocking. They dared not and could not speak. To remain silent might not lead to death, but to speak would certainly be fatal. King Yu's expression suddenly darkened with anger. He sensed that a change had occurred within the palace, yet due to the reason reflected in their eyes, These maidens were too afraid to inform him of the matters at hand. To uncover the truth, he would need to summon the protagonists of this affair. Summon Queen Xian. Soon, the elegantly robed Queen Yu entered the grand hall. Bowing to King Yu, lost in thought, looked up as the queen entered, his expression turning serious. During my retreat, what good deeds did you and the national master engage in? Speak the truth to me, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The national master and the queen jointly governed the nation, and King Yu did not believe that the national master could instigate the Shao clan's disintegration without the queen's tacit approval. Furthermore, it was likely that the queen was complicit in these actions. Chapter 40. The heir apparent's position, a powerful aura swept through the hall, pressing down upon the queen, who lacked any cultivation. Her face paled, and she quickly knelt on the ground, pleading for King Yu's mercy. She revealed that she had obtained a secret method from the national master that could transfer the supreme bone. In just half a month prior, she had stripped Shao Chun of his supreme bone and given it to Shao Feng. As for the infernal bloodline, it had been taken by Ouyang Yinshan. Wretched woman! How dare you! Upon hearing that his most favored offspring had been utterly destroyed and reduced to a waste by this woman, King Yu felt a surge of blood rise to his throat, his eyes burning with fury as his already potent aura intensified, overwhelming the queen, who could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Yet before a martial arts master, a mere mortal dared not even harbor thoughts of resistance, only bowing continuously and pleading for King Yu's forgiveness. Just then, a guard's report echoed from outside, announcing that Bai Hong, a disciple of the Celestial Repair sect, was leading two princes, Shao Feng and Shao Chun, into the grand hall. According to Bai Hong, had he not forcibly separated the two, one of the Shao brothers would likely have perished by now. Is this the good show the national master has left for me? King Yu's heart tightened in his mind. The first prince was merely the second choice for the heir apparent, subordinate to Shao Chun. Yet now he possessed Shao Chen's supreme bone and was undoubtedly formidable. It was even possible he might join the Celestial Repair sect. However, since Shao Chen's cultivation had already been rendered void, the die was cast, and King Yu could not permit Shao Chun to assume the position of heir apparent for the future Great Yu dynasty. A genius who perishes before blossoming is no different from an ordinary martial artist. Thus, the only remaining candidate for the heir apparent was Shao Feng. Yet when Shao Feng and Shao Chun entered the grand hall and bowed to King Yu, he was taken aback. What is the situation? Wasn't it said that Shao Chun had been rendered a waste? Yet now, standing before him, why did Shao Chun appear to be at the divine passage realm? He was nothing like the waste described by Queen Yu, who could only survive by relying on others. Shao Chen's aura was even more formidable than when King Yu first entered the divine passage realm. King Yu extended a sliver of his consciousness, carefully probing the conditions of Shao Feng and Shao Chen's bodies. The more he examined, the more his expression tightened. What the queen had said was indeed true. Indeed, there exists within Shao Feng the supreme bone of Shao Chun, and that seventh-grade martial seal is undeniably genuine, exuding a formidable aura, as if this supreme bone were an innate possession of his. Upon examining Shao Chun, however, one finds his body devoid of substance. Both the infernal fire bloodline and the supreme bone have vanished without a trace, replaced instead by 10 shimmering golden meridians, surging with true energy like a mighty river. Wait, 10 meridians? The King of Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he crushed the armrest of his throne. How could there exist a divine realm practitioner with 10 meridians? Father, Shao Chun has wronged both my mother and me, injuring many of my subordinates. I implore you to take action and eliminate Shao Chun. Let this worthless fool be expelled from the Shao family henceforth. Shao Feng glared fiercely at Shao Chun, his teeth clenched as if staring down a mortal enemy, radiating rage. Father, Shao Feng, in collusion with his mother, has desecrated my supreme bone and plundered my infernal fire bloodline. Their sins are unforgivable, that I beseech you. Grant death to these two. Even if it means the supreme bone and infernal fire bloodline are wasted, I refuse to let them fall into the hands of these wretches. Shao Chun shouted. You bastard, who are you cursing? I'm cursing you. I'll kill you. Come on. Let us see who can kill whom. As the two were about to engage in battle once more, the King of Yu slammed his palm on the long table before him. creating a thunderous sound as the golden table shattered, halting the two. Since you both wish to slay each other, let it be decided in the ancestral trial. The king of you, filled with wrath, had initially intended to emerge before the ancestral trial to preside over it himself, but now it seemed this trial would be far too simplistic. Typically, in the ancestral trial, after honoring the ancestors of the Xiao family, participants would engage in combat 2 by 2, with victors advancing until a final champion emerged, who would receive precious rewards. However, the conflict between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng had escalated to an irreconcilable degree, ensuring that one would live and the other would perish. Originally, the king of Yu had favored Xiao Chun, who possessed the supreme bone and infernal fire bloodline, and practiced the pinnacle techniques of the Yu dynasty, destined to become a formidable force. Upon returning from the sect, Xiao Chun would undoubtedly become his most trusted aide. Moreover, when the king of Yu abdicated, Xiao Chun would surely ascend as the crown prince. Yet now, the situation had shifted. The supreme bone and infernal fire bloodline that rightfully belonged to Xiao Chun had been seized by Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan, granting them a 7th grade martial seal, thereby creating a historical precedent in the Yu dynasty. Even the martial seal he had once acquired was merely a 6th grade seal. Given time, the martial achievements of Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan could very well rival, if not surpass, those of Xiao Chun. In an instant, the king of Yu found himself in a quandary, and no matter which side he favored, the other would inevitably be displeased. He was well aware that the current predicament was orchestrated by the national master, who wished to witness the cruel spectacle of kin turning against each other. However, the national master had underestimated the king of Yu. He had miscalculated the ironclad resolve of a ruler. There can only be one crown prince, and thus, let there be death. The ancestral trial is far too lenient. In front of everyone, it is impossible to strike directly. So let us adopt another approach, that we shall venture into the hidden realm within the ancestral temple. There, the accumulated essence of the sacrificial beast from past martial seal ceremonies awaits. Over the years, the hidden realm has given rise to a unique creature known as Blood Spirit, devoid of intellect. Ferociously bloodthirsty, upon slaying the Blood Spirit, a crimson crystal will drop from its body, serving a purpose akin to that of a mysterious crystal. Go to the hidden realm. You wish to kill each other, do you not? Then let us fight. To outsiders, you are all descendants of the Xiao family, sharing close blood ties, making it inappropriate to engage in combat. But within the hidden realm, no one's consciousness can penetrate the barriers. Witnessing the events that unfold, there, you shall have your battleground for mutual slaughter. With a swift flick of his sleeve, the king of Yu stormed away, declaring that whoever survives will become the next crown prince. The position of crown prince, it has finally arrived. A glimmer of brightness flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. The position he had long coveted was finally acknowledged by the king of Yu, who stated that it would be determined after this ancestral trial. He was determined to possess it. At this moment, there were still 10 days remaining until the originally scheduled ancestral trial. However, under the king of Yu's command, the trial was moved up to just 3 days later. Only 3 days remained. Chapter 41. A certain death? Out. All of you, get out. The king of Yu, unwilling to see Xiao Feng any longer, waved his sleeve, sending everyone in the hall flying up midair. The king of Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Severely wounded, Xiao Feng, upon glancing at the king of Yu, fixed his gaze firmly on Xiao Chun, disregarding the king of Yu entirely. Xiao Chun, you wait. I will kill you. Any time is welcome. Yet Xiao Chun paid no heed to Xiao Feng's frenzied outcry, pondering instead why the king of Yu had suddenly become so irate, even going so far as to expel the queen and the 3 of them from the hall, leaving only the disciples of the Healing Sky sect. This was unreasonable. It could even be said that there were numerous points of suspicion. Nevertheless, as Xiao Chun observed the departing figure of Xiao Feng, a cold sneer escaped his lips. What fairness, what justice! All are but facades. Even his own father could not act impartially, allowing the thief who usurped his supreme bone to continue living in the end, it is the king of Yu, not his father. Xiao Chen's heart had turned utterly cold. He departed in silence. Within the hall, once the king of Yu saw that no one remained, his expression finally softened, no longer cold and unfeeling, but resembling that of a gentle elder. Bai Hong stepped forward, respectfully bowing, and said, "Congratulations, Master Uncle, on successfully advancing to the spirit-gathering realm. Above the 100 rivers lies the spirit gathering." The king of Yu laughed heartily, the worries on his face dissipating, replaced instead with satisfaction as he remarked, "This breakthrough is largely thanks to your master's Chilean Sacred Heart. One day, I shall return to the Healing Sky sect to express my gratitude to my senior brother." With the Chilean Sacred Heart, the king of Yu was able to significantly reduce his cultivation time, continuously accumulating strength, thereby freeing up more mental energy to combat the unbreakable barrier. Ultimately, he achieved a breakthrough. Bai Hong smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with the king of Yu's words. However, he then turned and said, "Now that Master Uncle has broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, you rank among the most formidable cultivators in the entire wilderness domain. A true powerhouse. When the Healing Sky sect faces difficulties, I hope that Master Uncle will not hesitate to lend your full support." The king of Yu nodded, smiling as he replied, "Naturally, the Healing Sky sect is the sect I joined when I sought enlightenment. If the sect encounters troubles in the future, how could I possibly refrain from offering assistance?" Meanwhile, the scholar Bai Fong, overhearing this, looked somewhat bewildered. Wilderness domain. The Healing Sky sect in peril. How could that be? The Healing Sky sect is not only the most powerful sect within the Yu dynasty, but also ranks among the top sect across several surrounding dynasties. Yet according to Bai Hong, it seems an imminent crisis looms over the Healing Sky sect. How could this be? Ignoring Bai Fong's astonishment, Bai Hong, having received the king of Yu's affirmative response, gradually wore a smile of satisfaction that in that case, I can report back to the sect, after sharing a few words of sentiment. Bai Hong finally took his leave, guided by a maid to the small courtyard designated by the king of Yu, where he would await the commencement of the ancestral trial in 3 days. After seeing off Bai Hong and his companion, the king of Yu's smile vanished in an instant, returning to his indifferent demeanor. Would he truly come to the aid of the Healing Sky sect? A joke. What right does he have to intervene? Your Majesty, the elders from the Burning Heaven sect in Golden Phoenix City request an audience. Such meddling. The king of Yu sighed softly, resuming his earlier gentle expression. "Announce them." Back in the palace, Xiao Feng, having returned to his chamber, roared in fury, venting his pent-up resentment and anger upon the objects surrounding him. He was but a worthless wretch. How could he possibly? "Xiao Chun, you dog, how dare you bark in my presence? Who gave you the audacity? Kill him. I must kill him." Xiao Feng's roar, accompanied by the shattering of numerous precious porcelain objects, echoed outside the hall. The dreadful clamor resonated continuously, terrifying many maidens, who turned pale, fearing to be caught in this wrath. Xiao Chun has actually managed to cultivate again. Moreover, his speed in breaking through to the divine realm within a mere half-month is utterly inconceivable. Half a month from having nothing to achieving the divine realm. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, after consuming several healing elixirs, the Queen of Yu finally regained some of her strength and coldly remarked, "What use is there in all this rage?" Exposed by King Yu, her nefarious scheme unraveled, she found herself grievously wounded beneath his wrath. Fortunately, the formidable backing of her family provided her with an abundance of healing elixirs. After casually consuming several precious pills, she exhaled deeply and declared, "Now that that little beast has regained his cultivation, he will not sit idly by. Once he possesses sufficient strength, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against us without hesitation. The grudge of bloodshed and the enmity of stolen bones are unforgivable." As the architect of all this, upon recalling the sensation of being trampled by Xiao Chun once more, Xiao Feng's expression hardened as he gravely inquired, "Mother, what do you mean? Send out assassins. Issue a bounty." The Queen Mother of Yu said venomously, "With a generous reward, there will surely be brave souls willing to act. What of the divine realm? The capital is rife with such beings. If the price is right, even those of the human extremity realm can be mobilized to eliminate Xiao Chun." However, Xiao Chun resides within the palace, and with the king just emerging from seclusion to guard the palace. It is as fortified as a fortress, which underground faction possesses the audacity to murder under the king's very nose. The recollection of the imposing aura encountered during his audience with King Yu left him breathless. Despite the latter's deliberate restraint, that he, a born supreme being, still felt the weight of pressure emanating from King Yu. It is evident how immensely powerful King Yu truly is. The notion of assassinating someone beneath such a formidable presence is utterly foolish. The Queen Mother of Yu, exasperated by his incompetence, retorted, "Since Xiao Chun is within the palace, we shall compel him to venture outside. Let us act beyond the palace. Ideally, we should strike outside the capital." Xiao Feng's eyes brightened. After all, Xiao Chun was merely a practitioner of the divine realm. Even if he encountered fortuitous circumstances, he could at most contend with those at the third layer of the divine realm. If they were willing to pay the price, they might even recruit a human extremity realm expert to assist. Isn't Xiao Chun particularly close to Xiao Ling Tong? Have Yin Shan lured Xiao Ling Tong out with false pretenses, and then we shall eliminate Xiao Chun. The Queen Mother of Yu sinisterly proclaimed. At that point, with nowhere to turn, even if Xiao Chun possessed 9 lives, it would not suffice for his survival. This is the true deadlock. The more Xiao Feng listened, the more feasible it seemed. His gaze grew increasingly fervent. Ultimately, he erupted into a wild laugh that echoed throughout the great hall. "Xiao Chun, this time you are undoubtedly doomed." Chapter 42. A Thief's Guilt in the Cold Palace. Xiao Chun returned with a somewhat despondent demeanor, only to encounter the graceful and enduring figure of concubine Jiang approaching him with concerned "Sure. What troubles you?" "Nothing, mother," Xiao Chun replied, though his countenance remained grim. He mustered a semblance of a smile. "Last night, there was chaos within the palace, but fortunately, father emerged in time to vanquish the intruders." What he did not disclose was the scene that unfolded when Bai Hong brought him and Xiao Feng back to the palace. An atmosphere rife with horror. The air thick with a foul stench, mingled with the odor of slain beasts, leaving a shocking impression. However, soon after, others arrived to clean up the aftermath, and by morning, the palace had returned to its former state. As if nothing had transpired. That is good, as long as all is well. Concubine Jiang expressed her relief, though tinged with fear. "Last night, I heard faint sounds outside the courtyard walls and got up to investigate. Yet found no one instead. I discovered a golden key in the corner, which seemed rather peculiar." Concubine Jiang produced the key, which bore no distinguishing features aside from its antiquated bronze hue, adorned with numerous enigmatic engravings. "What is this?" Xiao Chun took the key, equally puzzled. He had found no mention of such a key in the memories inherited from the dragon elephant, yet the intricate engravings felt strangely familiar. Could this be a token to unlock some forbidden mechanism? After stowing the key, Xiao Chun informed concubine Jiang about King Yu's impending initiation of the ancestral temple trial in 3 days. "In these 3 days, the Queen Mother and Xiao Feng will undoubtedly seek to eliminate me swiftly. I must ensure your safety in a more secure location." Concubine Jiang nodded, aware of her limited strength and influence within the palace, recognizing herself as a burden to Xiao Chun. Thus, she resolved to comply with his arrangements. The safe haven Xiao Chun selected for concubine Jiang was the Alchemist Guild, fortified by a multitude of formidable alchemists and under the personal protection of He Danxian. Xiao Chun was confident that even if the Queen Mother harbored malicious intentions, she would not be able to harm concubine Jiang in the slightest. Once he emerged from the secret realm, Xiao Feng would surely meet his demise at his hands, and the power dynamics within the palace would undergo a complete overhaul. Without further ado, once back in the cold palace, concubine Jiang swiftly gathered her meager belongings, merely a few changes of clothing. For she possessed little else. The cold palace was the most impoverished corner of the entire palace, and concubine Jiang frequently distributed the treasures bestowed upon her by King Yu to her servants, preferring a life devoid of extravagance. Regrettably, when they were banished to the cold palace, not a single servant was willing to remain steadfastly loyal. Xiao Chun chuckled softly, musing on the inscrutability of human hearts. He then accompanied concubine Jiang to the Alchemist's Guild located in the Martial Market. Outside, He Danxian and others, having received word from Xiao Chun, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, a flicker of joy crossed her exquisite features as she approached. "This must be your esteemed mother, right? Rest assured, she will be perfectly safe here." He Danxian winked at Xiao Chun, then extended a hand, her fingers pinched together in an endearing manner, resembling a little money grubber. Understanding her cue, Xiao Chun promptly retrieved a scroll imbued with a faint aura of true energy from his ring and presented it to her. The spirit-level low-grade martial technique, Xin Yu Finger. He Xuan's face instantly lit up with joy, and she cheerfully ushered concubine Jiang into the Alchemist Guild. Observing this, Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. With concubine Jiang safely settled, it was time for him to confront the life-and-death battle against the first prince. Within the palace, Xiao Ling Tong, having spent a sleepless night, appeared somewhat haggard. The previous night, several fierce battles erupted throughout the capital, causing the guards around the palace to mobilize incessantly, their jarring footsteps preventing her from finding peace. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, the clamorous sounds outside finally subsided into tranquility. The guards informed her that His Majesty King Yu had emerged from seclusion and was presently convening in the great hall to judge the traitors. Xiao Ling Tong's face brightened with joy. Her father had emerged from seclusion. During the martial seal ceremony, she had been the only one to step forward and stand by Xiao Chun's side, allowing him to feel that a flicker of warmth still existed in this world. That moment, Xiao Ling Tong had resolved to report Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan to her father as soon as he emerged. Seizing the opportunity when concubine Lin was distracted, she stealthily slipped out of the palace, making her way towards the great hall. Just as she stepped outside, she suddenly spotted a figure lurking outside the gate. It was Ouyang Yinshan. The thought of this wretched woman and her machinations against Xiao Chun ignited a fire within Xiao Ling Tong. However, given the public nature of the situation and Ouyang Yinshan's successful advancement to the divine realm, Xiao Ling Tong felt she had little chance of winning. She could only scold. "What are you doing?" Ouyang Yinshan was startled, her innocent expression betraying her surprise. Upon seeing Xiao Ling Tong, her eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. "Oh, Xiao Ling Tong, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for so long." Ouyang Yinshan's ecstatic demeanor appeared genuine, as though she genuinely delighted in Xiao Ling Tong's presence. Yet Xiao Ling Tong, wary of her malicious intentions, recoiled in disgust, her contempt evident as she regarded the advancing Ouyang Yinshan. "This woman, after plotting against my seventh brother, now seeks to ensnare me as well. Speak quickly. What do you want? If there is nothing, kindly leave the palace. This is the stronghold of the Xiao family, and outsiders are not permitted to enter," Xiao Ling Tong stated coldly. "What a thing to say. Aren't we bound to become family sooner or later?" Ouyang Yinshan replied with a hint of awkwardness, her resentful gaze flickering momentarily before adopting an innocent demeanor once more. Become family?" Xiao Ling Tong scoffed disdainfully. "You first deceived my seventh brother of his supreme bone and the Hellfire bloodline. And now you cling to the first prince, Xiao Feng, with such a venomous heart. Do you expect me to treat you as family? That would be a delusion. Moreover, since my elder brother has divorced you, have you heard even a whisper of the news that the Grand Prince intends to become engaged to you? Engagement. That is utterly impossible. Which man would be foolish enough to take a woman with such a venomous heart as his wife? Merely inviting the prospect of betrayal. For Xiao Feng, you are nothing more than a means to an end." Chapter 43. Xiao Ling Tong is deceived. Ouyang Yinshan's expression stiffened, nearly causing her to reveal her true thoughts in a fit of rage. However, upon reflection, she realized that her relationship with Xiao Feng was one of mutual exploitation. Moreover, she had come here with a mission. Yes, there was a mission. Ouyang Yinshan, almost misled by Xiao Ling Tong, discreetly wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead and said, "Sister Xiao, I know you despise me for betraying Xiao Chun, but I have no choice." Ouyang Yinshan lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Although the Ouyang family appeared glamorous, it was in reality a chaotic mess. My father has abandoned thoughts of developing our family and instead spends his days indulging in debauchery, squandering our family's wealth as a mere woman. What power do I possess? Ouyang Yinshan sorrowfully confided. Initially, the Grand Prince approached me, promising that if I help him obtain the Supreme Bone, not only would he relieve the Ouyang family of its debts, but the Ouyang family would rise to become a prestigious household in the capital. From a second-rate family, we would ascend to a status just beneath the royal Xiao family. Such temptation is difficult for me to resist. I had no choice. The offer was simply too enticing. In her vivid description, she crafted herself into a reluctant, virtuous woman, while Xiao Feng emerged as a heinous villain, wielding his power to oppress. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Lingtong's convictions began to waver ever so slightly. Ouyang Yunshan's image in her heart seemed to improve. Looking at the tear-streaked face of Ouyang Yunshan, Xiao Lingtong felt a twinge of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, summoning her resolve, she declared, "Come, let us go before Father. We must implore him to take your side. This Xiao Feng has gone too far. If Father were to learn of your experiences, he would undoubtedly punish him severely." "You wish to see King Yu?" Ouyang Yunshan was taken aback, though her face remained a mask of composure. Her body rigid as she feverishly devised a strategy. "Damn it, this wretched girl actually intends to confront King Yu." Thankfully, I arrived just in time. As Ouyang Yunshan concocted a plan, she suppressed her tears and, feigning concern, inquired, "But what if King Yu asks for evidence of my claims? What shall I say?" Without evidence, merely accusing the Grand Prince of the Xiao family could lead to my immediate execution. Xiao Lingtong, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed in distress. Indeed, if only we had evidence. With evidence, even if Xiao Feng tried to deny it, he could not escape punishment. A glimmer of realization sparked in Ouyang Yunshan's eyes. Hesitatingly, she stammered, "Actually, I do have evidence." "What? You possess evidence? Why did you not mention this sooner? I've been worried for so long," Xiao Lingtong chided, fully convinced of Ouyang Yunshan's fabrications. "Yes, I have the evidence right here," Ouyang Yunshan affirmed. Initially, fearing that Xiao Feng would eliminate me after disposing of Xiao Chun, I strategically placed a recording stone behind a mountain rock, capturing the entire process in its entirety. Xiao Lingtong's expression brightened, urging Ouyang Yunshan to retrieve the evidence promptly, eager to strike while the iron was hot and bring Xiao Feng to justice. After persistent questioning, Ouyang Yunshan hesitantly revealed, "The recording stone is hidden within a dilapidated house outside the capital. Now, Xiao Feng has sensed my regret and has dispatched his subordinates to monitor me constantly. Would you accompany me to the outskirts of the capital to retrieve the evidence? How could this be a problem? Leave it to me." Xiao Lingtong confidently patted her chest upon returning to the palace. Xiao Chun closed the courtyard door. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, he began to circulate the ancient dragon-elephant technique, drawing the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings into his body, surging through his 10 meridians. Within the energy pool, a strand of golden energy danced like a dragon. Since his breakthrough to the divine ability realm, this was the first time Xiao Chun meticulously observed the transformations occurring within him. The most significant difference between the meridian opening and divine ability realms lay in the changes to the meridians. The spiritual energy within his body, based on the meridians established during the meridian opening, continued to solidify, refining one meridian after another, encapsulating the spiritual energy within a strand of the great Tao, categorizing the previously gentle energy into a singular attribute. Once the transformation of spiritual energy was complete, and the internal and external meridians harmonized, achieving clarity, that would be the moment to strive for the human extreme realm. Yet for Xiao Chun, it was still too early to contemplate such matters in the past. Xiao Chun had also reached the divine ability realm. Although he later fell from grace, he retained the insights and experiences necessary. This was why he was able to achieve a formidable breakthrough to the divine ability realm within just half a month. For him, as long as the energy was sufficient, he could even break through to the divine ability realm within 7 days. However, such haste would leave his foundation precariously unstable, leading to unnecessary complications in the future. Even now, after absorbing a strand of special energy to ascend to the divine ability realm, his primary focus remained on consolidating his foundation, repeatedly reinforcing his stability, the first light of the moon. As the stars filled the sky, Xiao Chun's focus was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Xiao Chun, open the door. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." A melodious voice rang out, revealing the speaker's intense urgency. It was Lin Fei, Xiao Lingtong's mother. Lowering his guard, Xiao Chun approached and opened the door. Something terrible has happened. Xiao Chun, you must save Tung. She has not returned since being taken by Xiao Feng's men. Lin Fei's anxious voice struck Xiao Chun like a thunderclap. Xiao Ling Tong had been abducted. Had Xiao Feng truly descended into madness, turning against those closest to him? But Xiao Ling Tong was not only Xiao Chen's sister. She was also Xiao Feng's sister. Lin Fei, do not panic. Tonger will be fine. Xiao Chun consoled Lin Fei while contemplating where Xiao Feng might have taken Xiao Ling Tong. However, he could not fathom how, given Xiao Ling Tong's intelligence, she could have fallen for Xiao Feng's trap and so easily left the palace. Among the many descendants of the Xiao family, aside from Xiao Chun, Xiao Ling Tong posed the greatest threat to Xiao Feng's claim to the throne. Possessing a 6th-grade martial imprint, her talents were nearly indistinguishable from those of King Yu in his prime, which was precisely why she had garnered King Yu's affection. Did Xiao Feng truly believe that King Yu would turn a blind eye to his actions against her? Chapter 44. A provocation at the door at that moment. An excruciatingly piercing voice echoed from the end of the long street. I've taken the 9th sister, Lin Fei. One may eat a meal in disarray, but one must not speak carelessly. It was clearly the 9th sister's own choice to leave the palace with me. How could it be construed as my abduction? Xiao Feng approached Xiao Chun with an air of smugness, his face beaming with pride. The 9th sister is my own flesh and blood. Why would I harm her? You beast, return my Tonger to me. Otherwise, I shall go before King Yu and report your misdeeds. Lin Fei cried, tears streaming down her face. Yet the fear of Xiao Feng and the queen had rendered her submissive, almost incapable of resistance. Xiao Feng regarded Lin Fei with disdain, sneering, Go ahead and report. After you do you think you will still be alive to see the sun rise tomorrow? Or perhaps you prefer not to see your 9th sister alive again? This was a blatant threat. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, his voice icy as he demanded, Xiao Feng, where have you taken Xiao Ling Tong? Is this not merely an attempt to force me out of the palace? Very well, I shall comply. Tell me where Xiao Ling Tong is, and I will go myself. This was a scheme that could not be unraveled, utilizing the close bond between Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong. Xiao Feng was coercing Xiao Chun to leave the palace, distancing him from King Yu. Xiao Chun had previously worried about Jiang Fei's safety, yet now he realized that the most vulnerable one was himself. If Xiao Ling Tong was captured and he did not act to rescue her, what would Lin Fei think of him? What would his mother think? Failing to act would make him no different from King Yu or Xiao Feng. How could he remain passive? Xiao Feng erupted into a hearty laugh, relishing the exquisite pleasure derived from tormenting Xiao Chun. Presently, Xiao Ling Tong was ensconced in a dwelling merely 10 miles from the capital. And time was of the essence. Otherwise, after the burning of a single incense stick, even I would be oblivious to the kind of treatment that 9th sister might endure. After all, those lurking in the shadows were a band of fearless rogues. Xiao Chen's countenance was as heavy as water as he exited the palace, aware that even at his swiftest, it would take him the duration of an incense stick to traverse the distance to the capital. He was resolutely plunging headlong into the trap meticulously set by man, yet Xiao Chun had no choice but to leap. Ha ha! What is this, Xiao Chun? Are you having second thoughts? You could simply choose not to go. If you don't go, wouldn't that mean nothing would happen? Xiao Feng laughed boisterously. That wretched beast! Xiao Chun had no time to engage him further, letting out an angry huff as he activated the Tai Gu Dragon Elephant technique. Propelling himself towards the palace gates with fervent urgency, not daring to squander a moment, he remained in the dark about Xiao Feng's intentions toward Xiao Ling Tong. However, he was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly face countless assaults and attempts on his life along the way, with the risk of demise looming large. Yet he had to proceed. If he didn't, no one else would. Xiao Chen's figure darted like lightning, his speed surpassing the ordinary, resembling a bolt of lightning as he streaked through the streets, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Suddenly, Bai Fong, the scholar's attendant, who was poised to exit the palace, caught sight of Xiao Chun. Just as he intended to greet him, the latter's anxious demeanor left him perplexed. What was going on? Bai Fong was about to inquire, but in the next instant, Xiao Chun vanished like a whirlwind from his position, dashing straight through the palace gates. All that remained was a voice, growing fainter as it receded. Please summon Senior Brother Bai Hong for me. In the future, once I enter the ranks of the Butian sect, I shall repay you handsomely. Bai Fong was somewhat bewildered, but obediently retraced his steps. Conveying Xiao Qin's message to Bai Hong to T.O. him, Xiao Qin's dazzling performance on that day had overshadowed Bai Hong, who was presently battling against the cloaked assailants in the 10th layer of the Meridian Realm. He had nearly become a designated disciple of the Butian sect. However, the results of the ancestral trials had yet to be revealed, making such proclamations premature. Whether Bai Hong would intervene remained an uncertainty. Ultimately, everything relied solely on Xiao Qin himself. The long street lay deserted. Although Xiao Qin's spiritual awareness was not exceptionally potent, it was more than sufficient to encompass a radius of 15 zhang. Activating his spiritual sense, the consumption of true energy within his energy pool surged dramatically. Despite the fact that his martial imprint had advanced to the second tier, expanding his energy pool's capacity fivefold. Compared to those of higher-tier martial imprints, Xiao Qin's energy pool resembled a mere child's It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Qin had continually avoided protracted battles whenever he encountered foes. He aimed to conclude the skirmish in a single, swift surge, akin to a flash of lightning. Otherwise, should he be delayed by adversaries, the inherent flaws of his diminutive energy pool would soon be laid bare. Within the territory enveloped by his spiritual sense, several warriors with auras akin to his own lay concealed on the second floor of a nearby building, lying in wait for Xiao Qin to unwittingly enter their ambush. Boom! The Killing Heaven Pavilion. The walls of the tavern suddenly exploded, and amidst the falling debris, two figures clad in black emerged, one at the 6th layer of the Meridian Realm, and the other at the 5th layer. Mere refuse, the dragon-piercing spear. With a sharp exclamation, the menacing dragon-piercing spear was gripped in his hands, true energy surging through his palms as he swept the spear horizontally, its tip slicing through the air like a crescent moon. The two warriors widened their eyes in disbelief, but in truth, the dragon-piercing spear sliced smoothly through them, cleaving them in two. Blood gushed forth. Having dispatched these two appetizers, Xiao Qin hardly paused to ascertain their identities. Darting through the long street like a gust of wind, the dragon-piercing spear continued to sweep through the air, reaping life after life. Bloodhand Prison, Annihilation Workshop, Heavenly Evil Sect. The long street resounded with the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries. One after another, assassins from the infamous killer factions of the capital fell beneath Xiao Qin's spear, his speed rendering them almost incapable of reaction. Glancing back, he beheld a scene of utter devastation. Countless assassin corpses lay shattered into pieces upon the ground, blood flowing from their remnants, converging into a river. Xiao Qin panted heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Among the assassins, two were formidable martial artists, one at the 1st layer of the Divine Passage Realm and the other at the 8th layer of the Meridian Realm, posing significant challenges for Xiao Qin. The quantity of meridians they possessed indicated their potential to a considerable extent. Those capable of opening 8 meridians were coveted treasures within the various sects, yet now, their lives had been extinguished before they could even reach their full potential. They might have had a bright future ahead, yet due to their greed for the bounty set by Xiao Feng, they had met their demise here, rendering any discussion of loss irrelevant. It was merely a matter of not being strong enough. From his ring, Xiao Qin retrieved a handful of healing elixirs, swallowing them down as he felt the surge of true energy swelling within him. He took a moment to adjust his breathing before charging forth towards the city outskirts. On this long street, he had encountered 32 ambushes, vanquishing nearly 100 elite assassins. Wait for me, Xiao Tong. I am coming. Chapter 45. The Arrival of the Enemy Kill. Xiao Qin's eyes glinted with ferocity. The dragon-piercing spear in his grasp akin to a bloodthirsty and ruthless demonic weapon, relentlessly claiming the lives of these assassins. Under Xiao Feng's generous reward, even those possessing merely the 1st or 2nd layer of the Meridian Realm dared to band together and seek trouble with Xiao Qin. This was a mystery Xiao Qin could not fathom. He remained oblivious to the magnitude of the price Xiao Feng had offered, compelling them to recklessly charge forth, even at the cost of their lives. Seeking to inflict even a minor wound upon Xiao Qin. Were they not afraid of death? The assassins employed a plethora of tactics, traps, poisons, formations, and an array of esoteric methods unknown to Xiao Chun, all aimed at ensnaring him. Their eyes were ablaze with madness. Afraid of death? Of course. Yet, there exist horrors far more terrifying than death itself. Among them, some had risen from the lowest rungs, enduring unimaginable hardships, and had only now reached this point. The days of living on the edge were arduous. They yearned for a single mission to secure their wealth for the remainder of their lives, allowing them to retire in peace from the martial world. The treasures offered by Xiao Feng were sufficient to ensure a common person lived in opulence for a decade and more. Wealth stirs the heart. This truth rings especially true in the martial-centric Great Yu dynasty. The Meridian Realm, the Divine Passage Realm. Ultimately, these are still the foundations of martial arts. Without sufficient resources to expend, to purchase weapons and elixirs, even the greatest talent will fade into obscurity. Xiao Chun carved his path through the thorns. Making his way out of the capital, covered in blood, he stood atop the city gate, glancing back at the blood-soaked long street, a flicker of hatred suddenly crossing his fatigued visage. Xiao Feng, I shall slay you. Once his animosity with Xiao Feng was merely personal, yet now, the resolve to eliminate Xiao Feng was firmly etched in his heart. As long as Xiao Feng lived, the Xiao family would never know peace. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chun charged straight through the city gates. Heading towards the location Xiao Feng had ominously suggested, he raced onward. Beyond the capital lay an expanse of towering mountains. The peaks reached into the clouds. And this place was seldom trodden by man, for within these mountains dwelled countless formidable beasts. Should an ordinary person encounter them, they would be fortunate to escape with their lives. Xiao Chun exhaled deeply, retrieving several elixirs from his ring to ingest. Noticing the persistent darkness in the sky, filled with stars, he felt a sense of reassurance as he began to mend his injuries. Despite employing various techniques against the assassins earlier, he had still sustained considerable harm. Yet, these were but minor wounds as Xiao Chun recuperated and prepared to confront the trap Xiao Feng had set for him on the other side of the mountains. "Boss, is anyone coming from outside?" In a secluded cave, someone inquired of a figure clad in black, standing at the entrance. Not yet. The leader, vexed, shook his head, cursing that damned Xiao Feng promised there would be people arriving today. Yet as dawn approaches, not even a shadow is in sight. Could it be that the brat is toying with us? A voice emerged from the darkness. Upon this remark, a chorus of responses echoed in agreement. "Indeed, boss, Xiao Feng's reputation is quite notorious. He murdered his own brother, forcibly took his sister-in-law, and even sent us to kidnap his own sister. Such a person, would he truly honor his word and deliver the promised reward?" "Exactly. In my view, that scoundrel Xiao Feng is merely fishing for trouble. He first instructed us to await in the cave, assuring us that someone would eventually arrive, at which point we could eliminate that individual and claim our reward. Who knows whether he might resort to silencing us afterward." The darkness reverberated with a cacophony of disjointed sounds, revealing that the cave housed not just one or two individuals, but a total of no less than 10. Among them were 5 in the Meridian Realm and 3 in the Divine Realm. Such prowess was sufficient to establish a formidable faction within the royal capital. Yet, due to their acceptance of Xiao Feng's commission, they found themselves here, biding their time for the appearance of Xiao Chun. However, the prolonged waiting had drained the last vestiges of patience from these desperate assassins, and some avaricious glances were cast toward the depths of the cave, where a beautiful figure lay in a state of unconsciousness, stirring a restless desire within them. Even if they failed to acquire that substantial fortune, indulging in the company of this beauty would render the journey worthwhile. Moreover, they had heard from their leader that this enchanting woman was a princess, a member of the Xiao family. Merely this singular identity was enough to ignite a spark of excitement within their hearts. "Do not court unnecessary trouble," the leader said coldly. At the same time, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, revealing him to be a formidable warrior at the 5th level of the Divine Realm. Faced with such a powerful leader, the others could only laugh awkwardly, suppressing their lewd thoughts. Provoke Xiao Ling Tong would invite retribution not just from Xiao Feng, but also from the Prince Yu, who would make them experience a fate worse than death. The leader, well aware of the stakes, knew that such thoughts were merely for his own restraint. Among these desperate outlaws, The reputation of Prince Yu bore little significance. The only universal currency was the might of one's fists. Once the night passes, we shall divide the treasures among ourselves and then part ways. Whatever you wish to do afterward is of no concern to me. But while we are here, you must heed my commands. Those who refuse may step forward and challenge me to see whose strength prevails. The leader's words instantly quelled the unease among the restless assassins. No one would be foolish enough to provoke the wrath of a divine realm warrior. That would be courting death. Suddenly, the leader exclaimed, "Someone approaches!" Finally, they rejoiced. Once we eliminate him, we can revel in the most renowned brothels of the royal capital for 3 days and nights. Be careful not to kill the wrong person. If at ISNT Xiao Chun, that scoundrel, Xiao Feng 1T pay us a dime. The 8 of them rose and advanced toward the cave's entrance. Xiao Chun lifted his gaze, observing the 8 figures before him, and chose not to engage. Instead, his brow slightly furrowed. Was it merely these 8? 5 at the 6th level of the Meridian Realm, 2 at the 3rd level of the Divine Realm, and 1 at the 5th level of the Divine Realm. Was this the culmination of Xiao Feng's elaborate scheme to slay him? It wasn't that they lacked strength. Rather, Xiao Chun felt that Xiao Feng had underestimated him. Did he believe that these mere 7 Meridian warriors could bring about his demise? Xiao Chun suddenly experienced a disconcerting sensation as if he had exerted all his strength only to strike at empty air. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you Xiao Chun? Don't die at our hands without even telling us your name," someone shouted. "Enough with the chatter. Let us take them on together." Xiao Chun waved his hand dismissively. "A bunch of trash. It's a waste of my abilities to even engage with you." The Dragon Elephant Prajna, a secret technique that synergizes with the ancient Dragon Elephant art, allowed him to unleash power thrice his own. However, once the effect faded, he would be plunged into a prolonged state of weakness, unable to recover before entering the ancestral realm. The mere thought of enduring that peculiar sensation of utter fatigue for the next 2 days sent a shiver down his spine. Resolutely, Xiao Chun decided to act brazenly, beckoning the assassins with a flourish. "Come at me all at once. I'm pressed for time. You arrogant little brat. Let me show you what I can do." A burly figure clad in black, a 6th-level Meridian warrior, fumed as he drew dual blades and charged forward. "Kill!" He bellowed, his blades tracing a smooth arc through the air. The sound of steel was like thunder, and the dense true energy in his palms materialized as he swung his blades downwards with relentless ferocity. Foolish jester. Unleashing the Dragon Elephant Prajna, Xiao Chun's reflexes and strength surged to a level comparable to that of a 5th-level Divine Realm warrior. With a single, powerful thrust, he pierced through the rotund assassin's chest. In the wake of the latter's astonished gaze, life ebbed from him, and he was flung aside like refuse. Xiao Chun regarded the remaining 7 with indifference, his expression calm. "Either you all attack together, or I will take you down one by one." Such domineering confidence. Yet Xiao Chun possessed the means to back it up. "Arrogant fool! Kill him!" the leader roared, charging forward with a terrifying aura that shimmered with a faint azure hue. His 7 meridians resonated, establishing a direct conduit to the external world that a torrent of true energy surged from his dantian. Converging upon his longsword, spirit blade slash, the leader cried as he unleashed his strike. The blade's radiance illuminated the void, resembling a thunderous dragon descending to engulf Xiao Chun. In the next instant, Xiao Chun retaliated with a single punch. Boom! The Dragon Elephant Fist. Ordinary, unremarkable. This was the accompanying martial skill derived from the ancient Dragon Elephant art. The ancient Dragon Elephant Fist. In ancient times, the dragon elephant was as solid as iron, virtually indestructible, and possessed a terrifying strength unmatched by any foe. The leader's arm collided with an immovable wall, contorting grotesquely as if beads were popping out. "This kid is rather peculiar. Let us all engage him." The leader, clutching his arm, hastily retreated and shouted to the others. Just a kid who has recently broken through to the divine realm. What could be so extraordinary? Yet, witnessing the leader's pale expression, they sensed the gravity of the situation and cautiously encircled Xiao Chun. However, observing their anxious demeanor, Xiao Chun made his move. The inscriptions on his dragon-breaking spear glowed, and a torrent of true energy surged like a river, coalescing into the spear. with the dragon's head fierce and a formidable aura exuding from him. He swiftly pierced one of his assailants. Blood gushed forth. "Fourth brother!" A bald man cried out in disbelief, unable to fathom how his closest brother had been so easily slain by Xiao Chun. "Scoundrel, I will kill you!" the bald man roared, unleashing his true energy, which radiated with a violent fiery essence. This man was also a divine realm warrior, at the 3rd level. In the past, Xiao Chun might have been wary of this warrior's strength, hesitant to provoke him. Yet now, his power had transformed dramatically. With the dragon elephant prajna activated, he could unleash a force nearing 2 bulls. Typically, a divine realm warrior could only exert 1 bull's worth of power every 3 levels. As the bald man charged at him, Xiao Chun merely snorted. Vanishing from sight in an instant, he seemed to disappear into thin air, leaving the bald man searching desperately for any trace of him. "Behind you!" the leader shouted in horror. Behind me, the bald man spun around. Yet there was still no sign of Xiao Chun. Could the leader be deceiving him? No, that couldn't be. It was precisely because he trusted the leader that they had chosen to join forces. And now his closest brother lay dead in this mission. Fury surged within the already volatile bald man as he recalled his brother's tragic fate, yet Xiao Chun slipped away like a slippery eel. Evading detection, a scream echoed as the bald man turned to see a 7th-level Meridian companion collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. "Curse be that guy!" The bald man's teeth ground together in rage. But Xiao Chun offered him no opportunity for pursuit, darting through the crowd like a bolt of lightning in the span of a mere moment. Only 3 divine realm warriors remained of the 8. The trio stood back to back, terror etched across their faces. "How is this possible?" they gasped in disbelief. How can a mere newly ascended divine realm warrior possess such overwhelming strength that even all of us combined cannot match him? What kind of terrifying existence has Xiao Feng provoked? This scoundrel, slender, trembling warrior at the threshold of divine abilities, spoke in a voice laced with fear, standing behind the burly man and the leader. None among them had gained the slightest advantage in their encounters with Xiao Chun. Even the remnants of their prior arrogance had now transformed entirely into sheer terror. They yearned to raise their hands and surrender, pleading for Xiao Chun to spare their lives. Alas, the last warrior at the Pulse Realm who attempted such an act had his neck crushed by Xiao Chun. Surrender was not an option. Having dared to lay hands on Shaoling Tong, they must pay a blood price. The leader gritted his teeth and declared if they could not defeat him, then they must flee, as long as they could escape. No matter how formidable Xiao Chun was, he could not possibly pursue all 3 at once. Run. Since the mission was doomed to failure, they could not proceed to the royal capital. Otherwise, the assassin forces lurking behind them would surely not let them off easily. The slender warrior nodded, and under the leader's command, he focused entirely, ready to flee at the slightest sound. He possessed a speed secret technique that allowed him to burn his meridians for a terrifying burst of speed, though this would likely mean bidding farewell to the divine realm thereafter. Chapter 47. Suing Xiao Feng. It matters not. Being at the Pulse Realm is better than death. The young warrior's gaze was resolute. The leader took a deep breath and whispered, "Run." Whoosh! The young warrior moved like lightning, vanishing from his original position in an instant, and the next moment he was already 10 zhang away, a peculiar flame igniting upon him. The young warrior dashed forward, not glancing anywhere else, hoping that Xiao Chun would choose to pursue the other 2 instead of him, a 1/3 chance at a gamble worth taking. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his chest. It felt as though a foreign object had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Looking down, he saw a dragon's head bursting forth from his chest, its vicious maw thirsting for blood as vitality drained away. "Fool, you have been deceived." Xiao Chen's voice echoed, almost lamenting the young warrior's fate. The leader and the burly man remained motionless after the young warrior's escape. They were waiting for the young warrior to lure out Xiao Chun before fleeing in haste. As expected, upon seeing the ghostly figure of Xiao Chun appear, the 2 immediately darted in opposite directions. Their speed was astonishing, despite the considerable distance. Even with Xiao Chun activating the dragon elephant prajna, he found it difficult to catch up. Today, as humiliation, the 7-star pavilion will remember One day, you shall pay the price. The leader bellowed from a distance before fleeing. 7-star pavilion. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow slightly. This was the second time he had heard that name. Previously, Bai Hong and his companions had encountered an assassin from the 7-star pavilion in the royal capital, a warrior of the 100 Rivers realm. Such a formidable assassin resided within the 7-star pavilion. It seemed this faction was not to be trifled with. Xiao Chun shook his head. The leader and a burly man were utterly terrified by his strength, lacking any desire to resist. Moreover, the duration of the dragon-elephant prajna had reached its limit. If he forced it further, he risked sustaining internal injuries detrimental to his future martial cultivation. Very well. I shall let them go for now. Xiao Chun's figure slowly descended into a cave halfway up the mountain. This moment, the immense power bestowed by the dragon-elephant prajna gradually dissipated, replaced by an unimaginable fatigue and sense of emptiness. However, until he found Xiaoling Tong, he could not afford a rest. Dragging his weary body, Xiao Chun entered the cave. Found you! A surge of joy filled Xiao Chen's heart as he hoisted Xiaoling Tong onto his back and began the arduous journey back to the royal palace. Step by step. By now, the sky was aglow with daylight. News of Xiao Chun returning to the royal palace, drenched in blood while carrying Xiaoling Tong, reached Xiao Feng's ears. His face was a mask of disbelief. What? Xiao Chun actually returned alive? Xiao Feng's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend. Those were 3 warriors at the Divine Realm and 5 Peak Pulse Realm warriors. Even he would find it challenging to defeat them. How had Xiao Chun managed such a feat? Just as Xiao Feng grappled with confusion, Xiao Chun, burdened with Xiaoling Tong, made his way back to the cold palace. Along the way, throngs of people emerged to witness the spectacle. This return had stirred quite a commotion. Lin Fei would undoubtedly rush over upon hearing the news. Otherwise, Xiao Chun harbored concerns about whether any of the first prince's subordinates remained in the palace, intent on harming Xiaoling Tong once more. Half a day later, Xiaoling Tong's eyelids fluttered slightly. 7th brother, what are you doing here? As Xiaoling Tong gradually regained consciousness, she blinked in confusion upon seeing Xiao Chun before her. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she sprang up and shouted, Where is that wretched Ouyang Yinshan? I want to kill her. How did this become his concern? Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Through Xiaoling Tong's account, he finally grasped the entire sequence of events. By the end, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Oh my silly sister, how could you believe that Ouyang Yinshan would suddenly have a change of heart? A venomous woman. Even if all the wicked people in the world perished, she would show no remorse. All she felt was regret for not having secured more for herself during her betrayal. Having witnessed Ouyang Yinshan's true nature, Xiao Chun could not trust a single word she uttered. That woman was a better actress than the finest performers in the world. It was truly foolish of Xiaoling Tong to still believe her. I was merely worried about you, Xiaoling Tong said sheepishly. Concern breeds chaos, Xiao Chun replied sternly. Fortunately, his formidable strength allowed him to crush those who sought to harm Xiaoling Tong with the overwhelming power of the 10 Meridian's divine abilities. Had even a single detail gone awry, Xiao Chun would have been condemned to a life of regret and suffering. However, despite their escape, Xiaoling Tong remained relentless, insisting, 7th brother, let us seek father and have him take charge. I refuse to believe that Xiao Feng and his ilk would be so audacious, especially after father emerges from seclusion. Xiaoling Tong sought to accuse Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yinshan of plotting against the Xiao family. Yet, Xiao Chun could only shake his head helplessly, sighing, father will not take action against Xiao Feng. The more he aligned his thoughts with King Yu, the more pangs of sorrow Xiao Chun felt. In his view, perhaps familial ties paled in comparison to enhancing one's strength. Otherwise, when he had previously accused Xiao Feng of seizing his supreme bone, King Yu should not have responded with such indifference. He merely granted Xiao Chun the opportunity to confront Xiao Feng in a life-or-death battle. But what of fairness? What of justice? In a martial-oriented Yu dynasty, such concepts would not even be believed by the children playing by the roadside. Xiao Chun understood this, yet did not mean Xiaoling Tong would grasp it as well. Ultimately, Xiao Chun was still dragged by Xiaoling Tong to seek an audience with King Yu, to accuse Xiao Feng as expected. Upon hearing that Xiao Feng had kidnapped Xiaoling Tong and sought to eliminate Xiao Chun, he erupted in fury, vowing to impose the harshest punishment on Xiaofeng. Immediately after, however, he shifted his tone, advising the two to return to the palace and recuperate, fully preparing for the ancestral hall trial in 2 days. As predicted, Xiao Chun couldn't help but sneer within. What punishment, what familial affection, were all mere facades before this emperor. He likely didn't even care to know how many children he had. With a sense of disillusionment, Xiao Ling Tong parted ways with Xiao Chun. Back in the cold palace, Xiao Chun consumed a medicinal pill, focusing on regulating his internal energy in preparation for the upcoming ancestral hall trial. Time flew by, and 2 days had passed. Chapter 48, Ancestral Hall Trial. Today marks the day of the ancestral hall trial. After a night of chaos, King Yu had yet to send any word regarding Xiaofeng. However, Xiao Chun understood that in King Yu's eyes, this matter paled in comparison to the ancestral hall trial. After all, this was a battle that would determine the future and the heir of the Yu dynasty. Countless pairs of eyes are fixated on this matter. At this juncture, should King Yu decide to punish Xiaofeng, it is likely to provoke widespread discontent among various sections. Offending so many prestigious factions for no justifiable reason is certainly not an action befitting a ruler. Thus, it is best to hold the matter aloft and then gently set it down. The notion of using a cannon to swat a fly aptly illustrates this reasoning. Standing on the platform, Xiao Chun surveyed the throngs of guests occupying the high seats, hoping to spot a few familiar faces among them, as expected. Master He, Elder Han, and He Dan Xin, individual Xiao Chun was acquainted with, had all received invitations and graced the viewing platform. King Yu, seated at the head of the assembly, cheerfully introduced various disciples of the Xiao family to the surrounding elders. Xiaofeng, merely 20 years of age, had already achieved the 7th layer of the Meridian Realm, just a step away from breaking into the Divine Passage Realm. Observe my sister Xiao Yu, truly a prodigy in martial arts. Just half a month prior, she awakened a 4th-grade martial imprint, her future potential boundless. The disciples of the Xiao family are indeed remarkable in their youth. The elders of the Xiao family, those who had survived the calamity of their clan's annihilation, stroked their long beards and chuckled as they introduced their promising disciples to the guests. For them, these young talents represented the future strength of the Xiao family. Once they entered the sect, it would signify that the great Yu dynasty had gained yet another powerful force in the form of a human realm warrior. Generations of the Xiao clan had thrived upon such legacies, enabling them to become masters of the great Yu dynasty. Xiao Chen's gaze traversed the crowd, searching for Xiaofeng. The latter, sensing Xiao Chen's scrutiny, flashed a sinister smile and slowly gestured across his throat. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen silently cracked a smile. This was the outcome he had anticipated. Otherwise, if he were merely evading in the secret realm, he would find himself powerless even if he wished to eliminate Xiaofeng. The ancient dragon-elephant technique is famed for its formidable combat prowess. Yet regrettably, it lacks in speed. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted by, accompanied by a melodious voice akin to a nightingale. Xiao Ling Tong had inexplicably appeared by Xiao Chen's side, her cheerful words flowing forth, "Seventh brother, I will surely assist you in claiming victory in this ancestral trial." "I shall do my utmost," Xiao Chen humbly replied, for this ancestral trial was not solely organized by the Xiao family. It included all eligible youths from the capital's families, all of whom had been invited to the plaza. The ancestral trial was not merely a test orchestrated by the Xiao family, but a grand event for the entire capital, with countless martial artists eager to reap substantial benefits from this secret realm. According to the original plan, the ancestral trial was not intended to open a secret realm. If adhering to past customs, the participants would typically engage in head-to-head duels, ultimately vying for supremacy. The rewards, although enticing, were predominantly unrelated to external martial artists. Only in this instance, within the secret realm, would the royal family truly incur significant losses. The auspicious hour has arrived. Disciples, enter the ancestral hall and pay tribute to our ancestors. A voice boomed from the platform, replacing that of the national master. As Xiao Chun entered the ancestral hall alongside the others, he suddenly felt an inexplicable air of solemnity envelop him, majestic and ancient. Before him lay a vast expanse of high ancestral tablets, each honoring the forebears of the Xiao family. who had made formidable contributions to the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty in ancient times. Now, enshrined by their descendants, it was as if their gazes still lingered upon the world, watching over their progeny. Xiao Chun bowed respectfully, his demeanor reverent, devoid of any hint of disrespect. In stark contrast, Xiao Feng wore a defiant expression. When it came time to pay homage to the ancestors, he audaciously declared, "There is no need to bow to these ancestors. In the future, with my supreme bone, I shall surely surpass them all." Arrogant, brazen, yet the act of paying tribute to the ancestors was merely a formality. Xiao Feng's reluctance to comply went unchallenged. Once the tribute concluded, King Yu cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, you are all the young elites of the Great Yu dynasty. As you venture into the secret realm, I implore you to refrain from engaging in conflict, for we all must contribute to the glory of our Great Yu dynasty in the future." Refrain from conflict, he stated, though it was merely rhetoric. Not to mention the numerous grievances harbored in the past, the tension between Xiao Feng and Xiao Chun would undoubtedly ignite a storm of bloodshed within the secret realm. This reality was apparent to any observer. King Yu was aware that his words bore little credibility, so after exchanging a few pleasantries, he announced the criteria for victory in this ancestral trial. The champion of this trial shall be the one who collects the most blood crystals, and the victor will receive a spirit-grade, low-grade martial technique, the Qinshan Palm, personally inscribed by me, along with 10. The announcement sparked an immediate uproar. King Yu's generosity was truly astounding. Setting aside the spirit-grade martial technique, the mere offer of 10 was enough to incite fierce competition that in this world, no martial artist could remain indifferent to the allure of. This declaration ignited the fervor of countless individuals. Even Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed upon hearing King Yu's words. 10. If used for himself, Xiao Chun would not have to worry about resources until he reached the 7th layer of the Divine Passage Realm. Sensing the excitement he had stirred among the crowd, King Yu nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, instructing, "Now, all of you shall stand in place and await the trial's teleportation." As Xiao Chun stood still, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Upon regaining clarity, the surroundings were vastly transformed. The secret realm. Before him lay a shroud of faint crimson mist. Xiao Chun sensed the thin air around him, laced with a violent and unknown element that could easily incite a bloodlust if absorbed in excess. The ancient dragon-elephant technique began to circulate slowly, dispelling the remnants of that feral essence within his meridians. Looking around, he could only discern the scenery within a 10-zhang radius. Anything beyond was obscured by the enigmatic blood mist. According to prior information, the ancestral secret realm was divided into 3 layers: inner, middle, and outer, with each layer possessing enough space to span the entire capital. Within these layers dwelled blood spirits of varying strengths that a moment's carelessness could result in severe injury or death. The individual who amassed the most blood crystals and rare treasures would emerge as the ultimate victor. However, there were no stipulations on how to obtain them. Slaying blood spirits and collecting blood crystals was one method, but seizing the achievements of others was equally viable. With Xiao Feng's acquisition of the Supreme Bone, his reputation among the Xiao family disciples soared. Consequently, many willingly relinquished their chances at ranking to safeguard Xiao Feng during their venture into the ancestral secret realm. After all, none wished to forfeit the opportunity to curry favor with the future heir. Xiao Chun silently scoffed at these individuals. Once upon a time, they had bowed and scraped before him, their demeanor one of utmost humility. Yet when Xiao Chun was perceived as a waste in the eyes of others, their expressions shifted instantaneously, hurling insults as if to reclaim the deference they had previously shown him. Such is human nature, Xiao Chun mused inwardly. Fortunately, the teleportation into the secret realm was randomized. Otherwise, upon stepping through the portal, he might have faced a barrage of attacks from hundreds of individuals. Such a scene would surely instill trepidation. Even in Baihong, faint crimson figures emerged upon the earth. Endless blood mist obscured Xiao Chen's vision, transforming the once azure sky into a murky expanse reminiscent of a polluted pond, evoking a sense of oppression in one's heart. Within the ancestral secret realm, there were no specific maps. Everyone was randomly transported to various locations, leaving them unaware of their surroundings. Additionally, Peculiar creatures such as blood spirits inhabited this realm, making the trial fraught with peril from the very outset. The closer one drew to the center, the higher the concentration of the violent element in the air, and the longer it would take to clear it. Unable to meditate for recovery, he would have to rely on medicinal pills. Fortunately, with the backing of the Golden Pill Pavilion and as a stakeholder in the provision of ice-cold pills, Xiao Chun enjoyed a significant share of the profits from their production. Thus, acquiring medicinal pills from the Golden Pill Pavilion was nearly effortless, with the mass production and distribution of ice-cold pills. Xiao Chun found himself accruing substantial amounts of silver coins daily, rendering him virtually worry-free regarding the essentials for cultivation. Therefore, despite the inconveniences of traversing the secret realm, the overall impact on Xiao Chun was negligible. However, the question remained, where should he proceed next? Xiao Chun lifted his gaze, surveying the indistinct surroundings, uncertain of which direction to embark upon. The secret realm was divided into 3 layers: inner, middle, and outer. Presently, Xiao Chun found himself at the periphery of this mystical domain, where the blood spirits that roamed were of the weakest caliber, and the blood crystals they left behind upon demise were of correspondingly inferior quality. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation level, the efficacy of the low-tier blood crystals was nearly negligible. Even if he were to present them, the king might not even acknowledge the quantity of resources Xiao Chen possessed. Thus, he could only press forward. He aimed to reach the very center, to slay several blood spirits of the divine ability realm and procure their blood crystals. Each divine ability blood spirit was at least equivalent to 10 high-tier blood spirits of the pulse realm. If he could vanquish more than 10, no matter how many individuals gathered around Xiao Feng, they could never hope to rival Xiao Chun. Amidst the mist, a sudden roar akin to that of a wild beast erupted from short distance away. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt a tempestuous wind materialize before him. The bloodied claw burst through the fog. Lunging towards him, it was a blood spirit. Xiao Chen's expression stiffened, and the scene before him abruptly shifted. The ancient dragon-elephant technique began to circulate slowly within him as a formidable force coalesced into his palm, forming a powerful whirlwind that dispersed the blood mist. The form of the blood spirit became visible. Resembling a butcher drenched in blood, its figure indistinct yet exuding an overwhelming, terrifying strength that sent chills down one's spine. The blood spirit roared, its claws akin to 2 jagged blades of shattered rock. Simultaneously attacking Xiao Chun, a mere pulse realm 6-layer blood spirit dares to dance before me. Xiao Chun snorted softly, deeming the use of the dragon-breaking spear unnecessary. He transformed his hands into fists, imbuing them with true energy, and unleashed a ferocious strike. Boom! The dense true energy erupted violently, shattering the blood spirit's claws completely, leaving only remnants clinging to its arms, bloodied and mangled. The blood spirit howled in agony, its eyes suddenly igniting with a crimson glow, a frenzied aura emanating from its being as the surrounding blood mist began to coalesce once more in the blink of an eye. The claws that Xiao Chun had obliterated returned to their original state. How could this be? Xiao Chun was taken aback, astonished. Blood spirits were originally livestock used in the sacrifices of the martial imprint ceremony, evolving over time into these peculiar life forms. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's understanding of the ancestral secret realm was rather limited. Otherwise, he would not have been unaware of the realm's map. Since blood spirits were birthed from the secret realm, it was only natural that they possessed an intangible connection to this land. Should an unprepared martial artist or one of similar strength encounter a blood spirit, this ability could potentially catch them off guard. However, for Xiao Chun, even if the blood spirit could absorb the surrounding blood mist to mend its wounds, it was merely a delay of time. Dragon-elephant strength, Xiao Chun exclaimed softly, his fists igniting with bright veins as surging true energy continuously gathered. The ancient dragon-elephant technique summoned the true energy contained within his dantian. And with a sudden, powerful punch, boom! The blood spirit shrieked as a large hole was torn into its chest. Countless wisps of blood mist swirled around the wound as if striving to mend this injury. Its claws swiped wildly, yet Xiao Chun deftly evaded each strike, swiftly delivering a second punch, followed by a third and a fourth. An array of fist shadows overlapped, each imbued with terrifying force, crashing down upon the blood spirit. Flesh and remnants scattered in the air. With the might of dragon-elephant strength, Xiao Chun shattered the blood spirit, leaving behind only a blood-red diamond crystal. The blood crystal. Xiao Chun held it in his hand. Scrutinizing it closely, discovering that the true energy contained within was remarkably pure, surpassing even that of the mysterious crystal he had previously purchased out of curiosity. It was a rare treasure for cultivation. Alas, upon exiting the secret realm, he would have to surrender it to King Yu. Xiao Chun sighed, realizing that the king had opened the secret realm primarily for his own benefit. A single pulse realm blood crystal might hold little significance. But what if there were 10, 100, or even 1,000? If not for the secret realm's formation being unable to accommodate an unparalleled powerhouse, King Yu would have already ransacked the entire realm to pave the way for his future cultivation. Nonetheless, Xiao Chun could not help but admire King Yu's strategic mind that a stone to kill 3 birds. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and continued forward. Regardless of King Yu's actions, it was not for him to judge. Continuing onward, Xiao Chun wandered aimlessly through the blood mist, instinctively sensing that the higher the concentration of violent elements in the air, the closer he drew to the center. Chapter 50. The Treasure Vault 3 days later. As Xiao Chun traversed an unnamed mountain range, he suddenly felt a stirring within him. With a peculiar expression, he retrieved an item from his ring. It was the ancient key that Jiang Fei had entrusted to him. At this moment, countless intricate inscriptions on the archaic ring flared to life, exuding an inexplicable urgency as it struggled to escape Xiao Chun's grasp, racing towards another location. This scene left Xiao Chun momentarily stunned. Where was this place, and why was the key exhibiting such unusual behavior? Jiang Fei had claimed to have casually found the key in the courtyard, yet to Xiao Chun, it seemed far from simple. On that day, Xiao Chun had been deceived by the National Master and had hurried to thwart the Celestial Repair cult's infiltration into the palace, in the Cold Palace. Only the National Master remained. This beast, if Xiao Chun's conjectures were correct, was deliberately left behind by the National Master. However, he could not disclose to Xiao Chun why the National Master had gone to the back mountain to confront King Yu after leaving behind this key. Moreover, now that the key was reacting, what could be the reason behind its stir? Was the direction it indicated benevolent or malevolent? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Chun resolved to follow the key, soaring into the mountain range. Regardless, he yearned to uncover more truths about this world. The key danced in midair, spiraling for a moment before plunging straight down into a mountain hollow. Observing this, Xiao Chun hastily pursued. Yet the key suddenly halted midway up the mountain, surrounded by towering peaks, enveloped in blood mist, with distant roars of enraged blood spirits echoing nearby. Xiao Chun stepped forward, gently grasping the key. This time, it did not resist but smoothly settled into his palm. Before him lay an empty expanse. However, as Xiao Chun curiously placed his hand upon it, a ripple akin to water surged forth in the It seemed to wrap around the entire mountain. Could it be a formation? Xiao Chun's heart raced with astonishment. The art of formations was profoundly intricate. Those skilled in it could harness the mountains and rivers to trap formidable foes, rendering it terrifyingly powerful. Now, a colossal formation unveiled itself before him, concealing its secrets. The National Master had not only entered the ancestral secret realm, but had also possessed the strength to complete the layout of this grand formation. Xiao Chun could not help but inhale sharply. The National Master's prowess was truly enigmatic. He had previously claimed that due to his cultivation, he could not enter the secret realm. In hindsight, that statement seemed a mere jest. If he could set up a grand formation here, how could he possibly be unable to enter? Xiao Chun's gaze gradually steadied, true energy flowing as he extended the key forward, as if it were being embedded. A series of clicking sounds echoed in the air. The grand formation began to shift, and a pitch-black entrance materialized before him, but a chill wind continuously blew from within, instantly dispelling Xiao Chun's fatigue. Reviving his spirits, there were treasures within. Xiao Chun's eyes gleamed, and he exhaled lightly, stepping inside while simultaneously grasping the dragon-breaking spear to guard against unforeseen dangers. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. After walking several dozen steps, he finally glimpsed faint starlight, akin to fireflies, illuminating the entire space. Xiao Chun released his spiritual sense, probing within a 15 zhang radius, and detected no hint of danger. He even caught a whiff of fragrant medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Upon discerning the scene before him, even Xiao Chun could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the national master's wealth. On an expanse the size of a courtyard lay a collection of precious resources resembling small mountains. Silver coins, medicinal pills, and true martial artifacts. The more he gazed, the more Xiao Chun felt a surge of dread. He wondered if the national master had emptied the treasury of the entire Diyu dynasty. How else could such immense wealth have accumulated? As he walked, Xiao Chun mused. Compared to the national master, he felt like a newly arrived country bumpkin, utterly incomparable. Among these medicinal pills, some were of kinds scarcely accessible in the outside world. Even classified as forbidden drugs, in the present moment, Xiao Chun found himself within the national master's private treasury, where he beheld an astonishing mound of elixirs, the sheer quantity of which was simply unbelievable. Unable to suppress his amazement, he gasped in wonder. As he continued to move forward, he suddenly felt as though he had kicked something. Lowering his gaze, he discovered an unremarkable iron plate at his feet. What could this be? Xiao Chun picked up the iron plate and noticed that it bore numerous peculiar engravings. Unlike traditional inscriptions, there was no trace of true energy flowing through these patterns. Moreover, he felt an ancient, timeless aura enveloping him. Yet, the iron plate appeared utterly pristine, resembling the chaotic scribbles of a child. However, could an item that found its way into the national master's treasury be anything trivial? Uncertain of the value of this nameless iron plate, Xiao Chun decided to cast it into the deepest recesses of his ring, waiting for a future opportunity to study it further. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a young man on the viewing platform suddenly changed his expression, his gaze towards the grand formation becoming increasingly strange and helpless. Has this fellow discovered the treasure I left behind so quickly? It is too fast. At this moment, only 3 short days had passed since everyone entered the secret realm. Yet within this brief span, Xiao Chun had traversed nearly the entire outer secret realm, arriving at the nameless mountain that connected the middle and outer realms, where he uncovered the national master's secret. The young man's demeanor returned to normal as he resumed conversing and laughing with others, revealing not a hint of flaw. Many believed he was gravely injured and could only rely on secret techniques to escape. From then on, he became a pariah, reviled by all. However, no one anticipated that the national master not only returned to the royal capital, but even boldly approached King Yu without revealing any sign of weakness. Just wait, King Yu. The show is about to begin. The young man grinned widely, no longer paying attention to the situation within the secret realm, inside the treasury, although limited by the size of the ring space. Xiao Chun could not transport all the items. Yet, despite their value, they held little significance for him. After all, he possessed the ancient technique of the Tai Gu Dragon Elephant and had opened 10 meridians. With his true energy flowing abundantly like great rivers, not easily depleted as for those true martial items, they were merely superfluous. The broken dragon spear, though a mere 4th-tier true martial weapon, was an unfinished treasure. Once he exited this time, Xiao Chun intended to visit the artisan guild to attempt forging a true martial weapon. Despite it being his first encounter with weapon forging, the memories he inherited in his mind would allow him to swiftly elevate his rank as a forger. Chapter 51. Advancing to the inner layer. Once he had sufficient assurance to inscribe the engravings, Xiao Chun would remelt the broken dragon spear, elevating it to the pinnacle of its potential in comparison. Xiao Chun still felt that, for now, the broken dragon spear was most suitable for him. Thus, faced with such an immense treasury, he ultimately only took away a nameless iron plate. After all, treasures are lifeless, while a person is alive. Once the trial concluded, Xiao Chun would naturally find a way to return to the secret realm and retrieve the resources from the treasury to bolster his strength. Since the national master had been driven away, was this treasury not a gift bestowed upon him by fate? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Subsequently, he pocketed the key and turned to leave the place. Moments after his departure, he suddenly heard voices nearby. "Kill Xiao Ling Tong, and the crown prince will reward us." "Ha ha, my beauty, If you yield to me, I promise to grant you a swift end. Blame yourself for having been too close to Xiao Chun. Several piercing voices erupted across the plain. A beautiful figure was fleeing in front of him, her face pale with fright. This person was none other than Xiao Ling Tong, who had been separated from Xiao Chun. Upon entering the ancestral shrine as a secret realm, Xiao Ling Tong had not panicked. She quickly steadied her mind. Relying on the violent factors in the air, she discerned her bearings and set off towards the inner layer. Along the way, she encountered several formidable blood spirits and, after a fierce battle, managed to secure a narrow victory. Although she was equally astonished by the remarkable recovery abilities of these peculiar creatures, the formidable Xiao Ling Tong ultimately overwhelmed the blood spirits and acquired several blood crystals. However, this left her somewhat depleted of true energy, prompting her to consume an elixir in preparation for a moment of meditation to restore her vigor. Just as she was about to recuperate her true energy, she suddenly found herself pursued by a large group of Xiao family disciples who were intent on hunting her down. Xiao Ling Tong had some recollection of these individuals, but she had never anticipated that one day she would find herself in such a perilous chase. Having yet to break through to the divine passage realm, Xiao Ling Tong was merely at the 7th layer of the meridian realm, her energy reservoir not sufficiently vast and her meridians somewhat immature, leaving her nearly on par with these pursuers. Yet after several encounters with blood spirits, she was now considerably injured and was naturally no match for them. She could only flee, but now she found herself in the presence of Xiao Chun. Suddenly, the pursuer spotted Xiao Chun standing atop a high mountain. "Look, it's Xiao Chun. Kill him, and Xiao Feng will be the sole heir. Kill!" The multitude of pursuers abandoned their chase of Xiao Ling Tong and charged towards Xiao Chun instead, their eyes gleaming with fervor. If they could kill Xiao Chun without anyone noticing, then the crown prince would surely reward them handsomely, and breaking through to the divine passage realm would be within reach. Within the secret realm, isolated from the outside world, even King Yu would find it exceedingly troublesome to investigate the happenings within. Therefore, they felt no concern that their actions against Xiao Chun would leak outside. After all, this secret realm, under the guise of providing conditions for the young talents of the royal capital to establish themselves in the sect, was blatantly a battleground for Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng to clash. Confronted by the approaching throng, Xiao Chun bellowed fiercely, the broken dragon spear manifesting instantly as he moved with the swiftness of lightning, descending upon the several pursuing Xiao family disciples behind him. Without further ado, he wielded the spear like a dragon, swiftly piercing through the life of a nearby foe. The spear drank blood, and all present seemed to hear a faint dragon-esque roar. Terrifying and ferocious, before the surrounding individuals could react, Xiao Chun swung the broken dragon spear once more, akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Xiao family disciples. In an instant. Only fear remained in their eyes. No. Xiao Chun, you cannot kill me. How could a useless waste like you become so powerful? It must be a trick. I am a disciple of the Xiao clan. If you kill me, King Yu will not spare you once we are outside. Enough noise. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, his spear not hesitating for a moment as it continued to harvest lives, since they sought to hunt down Xiao Ling Tong. They must be prepared to face death. He, Xiao Chun, was not a weakling to be trifled with. He was a celestial talent, akin to a dragon. With the final scream echoing, there was no one left standing around, all having been slain. Coming back to her senses, Xiao Ling Tong, saved from peril, could not help but cover her astonished mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at Xiao Chun with disbelief. "Seventh brother, have you regained your strength?" "Yes, I have regained it." Xiao Chun smiled slightly, but inwardly he vowed to himself that he was now stronger than ever. The 10 meridians of divine passage existed only in legends, and with all his meridians activated, the power he could wield was at least several times that of a typical warrior of the same tier. Although the benefits of the 10 meridians had not yet fully manifested, as his martial arts cultivation rose, the gap between him and those with the usual 7 meridians would continue to widen, until he left them far behind. Although Xiao Ling Tong was astonished at Xiao Chun's strength, Realizing he had broken through to the divine passage realm in just half a month, she recognized that he must have encountered a unique fortune belonging solely to him. Yet, she did not inquire further about his breakthrough. Instead, she turned and said, "These people are truly despicable. Why did they try to kill me right from the start?" Recalling her earlier frantic escape, an overwhelming fury surged within her. She understood that supporting Xiao Chun would inevitably provoke Xiao Feng's ire. But she had never imagined that Xiao Feng would send someone to target her. The secret realm was fraught with danger, both from the blood spirits and others, and this time, victory required an ample supply of blood crystals to succeed. In the face of overwhelming numbers, Xiao Feng naturally harbored no concerns. He had a far more significant objective awaiting his conquest: to delve into the inner sanctum and slay the Blood Spirit King. Xiao Chun could not refrain from expressing that with the multitude of blood spirits present, it was inevitable that a ruler would emerge among them, whose strength, albeit constrained by the suppressive formation, would hover around the divine passage realm. Yet, the richness of their blood crystals surpassed that of the divine passage realm. Securing even a single blood crystal would render any quantity of blood crystals of the meridian realm that Xiao Feng possessed utterly incomparable. Xiao Ling Tong, equally cognizant of this truth, nodded in agreement, her innate intelligence leading her to understand that Xiao Chun's mention of the Blood Spirit King was not without purpose. He was indeed prepared to confront the Blood Spirit King. Having encountered Xiao Chun, Xiao Ling Tong naturally chose to accompany him into the inner layers. After taking a brief respite, Xiao Chun collected the blood crystals from the bodies of several pursuers, amassing a total of merely 5 crystals. This quantity was evidently the result of their relentless efforts over the past 3 days. Now, combined, Xiao Chun and his companion possessed more than 10 blood crystals, albeit all from the Meridian realm. The path before Xiao Chun was clear: to infiltrate the inner layers and confront the Blood Spirit King. Upon concluding their rest, the duo set forth, guided by the violent elements in the air, toward the inner sanctum. Days of travel passed, and suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression shifted as an overwhelmingly potent aura surged toward them. Boom! It was a blood spirit of the divine passage realm. Xiao Chun shouted a warning, only to be violently hurled backward, plunging into the blood mist. "Seventh brother!" Xiao Ling Tong cried out, drawing a third-tier Jinwu from her spatial storage. As her true energy erupted, she transformed into a dazzling sun, capturing the attention of the pursuing blood spirit. The Jinwu glowed with 3 sigils representing power, speed, and fire, unleashing a colossal pressure that swept toward the blood spirit. However, the latter merely swayed momentarily before charging forward with remarkable speed. How fast? Xiao Ling Tong's eyes narrowed, and with a determined shout, she enacted her evasive technique to dodge the blood spirit's assault, simultaneously launching a strike that, despite inflicting minimal damage, was sufficient for her purposes. Although the blood spirit could not compare to ordinary divine passage realm powerhouses, its lack of meridians endowed it with astonishing strength and defense. Inflicting any injury upon it was an arduous task. Within the blood mist, Xiao Chun steadied himself and roared, seizing the breaking dragon spear. Like a bolt of lightning, he pierced through the blood mist, charging directly at the blood spirit. Dragon Elephant Might? Boom! The ancient dragon elephant technique activated autonomously. Vast true energy continuously surging from his energy reservoir, coalescing into a dragon elephant phantom that shielded his meridians. The overwhelming force struck the blood spirit, dispersing the surrounding dense blood mist and sending chunks of flesh flying from its midsection. The blood spirit howled in pain, its claws slashing forward, producing a deafening sound of tearing air. With urgency, Xiao Chun pulled Xiao Ling Tong back, activating the spear's sigils: power, speed, thunder, and fire. One after another, the previously light spears suddenly became heavy, enveloped in faint arcs of lightning and flames. Go! Xiao Chun shouted, hurling the breaking dragon spear, which plunged into the blood spirit's chest, creating a gaping hole. The sounds of thunder and fire echoed as they charred a large swath of flesh, eliciting a series of agonizing screams from the blood spirit. Yet, the creature, now even more enraged, lunged at Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong. Not enough, having already recognized the tenacity of the blood spirit's life force. Xiao Chun closed the distance, embodying the essence of an ancient dragon elephant trampling the earth. An immense power surged into his fists, unleashing a torrent of strikes from above. Boom! 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 The resilience of the blood spirit's life force exceeded Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong's expectations. Despite countless blows, Xiao Chun could still sense its formidable vitality amidst the mangled remains, still not dead. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. If a blood spirit of the Divine Passage realm was so difficult to vanquish, how much more formidable would the blood spirit king be? At that moment, Xiao Ling Tong suddenly interjected, suggesting that the blood spirits, born from the secret realm, might be sustained by the surrounding blood mist, granting them an almost immortal quality. The blood mist, filled with a repugnant, violent essence, was precisely what birthed such extraordinary beings. However, if they could disperse the blood mist, perhaps this space could be cleared of its influence, thereby hindering the blood spirit's regenerative abilities. Better to try than to wonder. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Xiao Ling Tong then gathered her true energy, releasing it in a powerful wave that swept through the surroundings. Dispersing the nearby blood mist, a space devoid of blood mist emerged between them. Following this, Xiao Ling Tong promptly sat cross-legged, swallowing a medicinal pill to replenish her true energy in this cleared space. The blood spirit, which had just begun to recover, suddenly let out a wretched scream as its life force ceased to grow, entering a state of temporary paralysis. It resembled a hibernating turtle, remaining motionless, conserving its vitality until the surrounding blood mist returned. Yet, Xiao Chun would not grant it the opportunity to recover. He rained down punches, each strike akin to a meteor crashing, further reducing the blood spirit's already mangled form to a mere puddle of goo. Wails echoed from the muck. Moments later, the blood spirit's form reluctantly began to dissipate, leaving behind a palm-sized, blood-red diamond crystal. This crystal was infinitely more potent than those from the Meridian realm. Xiao Chun could not help but exclaim in awe. Even with their 10 blood crystals, none could compare to this singular gem. They were of entirely different orders of magnitude. It was akin to a small pond, standing in comparison to a lake. No matter how much water the pond held, it could never rival the vastness of a lake. Moreover, the violent elements contained within the blood crystal of the Divine Passage realm far surpassed those of any Meridian realm crystal. The wonders of the blood crystal were truly astonishing, leaving Xiao Chun in a state of admiration. Meanwhile, as Xiao Ling Tong meditated to restore her energy, a faint sound resonated within her body. All 7 of her meridians trembled simultaneously, causing beads of sweat to form on her fair forehead. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. This scene mirrored Xiao Chen's own experience when he had broken through to the Divine Passage realm, unceremoniously and unprepared, amidst a bustling street. Had it not been for the assistance of 2 members from the Butian sect, Xiao Chun may well have perished at the hands of the black-clad assailants. Lost in thought, Xiao Chun snapped back to reality, observing Xiao Ling Tong struggle to channel her true energy through her meridians. Filled with concern, this was not an ideal place for a breakthrough. The air was thick with turbulent blood mist, and lurking within were blood spirits eyeing them hungrily. Furthermore, achieving a breakthrough here would yield no replenishment of true energy. As her meridians solidified and began to expand, the surrounding violent true energy could directly damage Xiao Ling Tong's meridians. This was no jest. Xiao Ling Tong was clearly aware of this danger. Her body trembling as her true energy flickered unpredictably, she exerted herself to control the energy, urging it back into her reservoir. However, the true energy within her reservoir was too vast, and the strength of her 6th-grade martial imprint was overwhelmingly powerful. Xiao Ling Tong's control over her energy reservoir remained limited, preventing her from redirecting the energy. If Xiao Chen's energy reservoir resembled a swimming pool brimming with water, then Xiao Ling Tong was akin to a river with its gates wide open. Torrents of water rushing forth, reshaping her meridians. Once this process was complete, it would signify that Xiao Ling Tong's martial path had been prematurely concluded. No, I cannot allow this to happen. Xiao Chun positioned himself opposite Xiao Ling Tong, settling into a cross-legged posture as he spoke quietly. "Ninth sister, I am aware that you can hear my words. The situation is perilous. so I shall be brief, should you choose to attempt a breakthrough here. I will employ the entirety of my blood spirit crystals to assist you in solidifying your meridians, even if the true energy within your chi pool becomes tainted by the blood mist. You still have the potential to ascend to the Divine Passage realm. The Divine Passage realm and the Meridian Opening realm are two distinct stages, each representing entirely different worlds. The former will be prioritized for cultivation by the Great Yu Dynasty, as they aim to secure significant positions within their sects for future benefits to the dynasty. Conversely, the latter can only play the role of an ordinary individual in a martial society that venerates strength above all. However, if you choose to forego this opportunity, I have the means to halt your progression, but the cost will be the complete negation of your cultivation, be stripped of all your power. Xiao Ling Tong's eyelids fluttered violently, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly with fear. Having begun her cultivation at the tender age of 8, she had only recently, with the aid of a 6th-rank martial seal, reached the 7th layer of the Meridian Opening realm. With 7 meridians opened, she was more than qualified to advance to the Divine Passage realm, having been diligently preparing for this breakthrough during the days leading up to the opening of the secret realm. Some ambitious individuals aspired to unlock all 9 meridians before advancing, yet many faltered at the 7th, their meridians expanding and solidifying uncontrollably, rendering them indistinguishable from the masses. Others were exceedingly cautious, even at the threshold of the 7th meridian, opting to keep their chi pool half full, afraid to expend all their energy on stabilizing their realm, lest they inadvertently trigger the solidification of their meridians, thus squandering the most precious time for cultivation and progressing slowly in their martial journey, living with regret for a lifetime. Yet, Xiao Ling Tong, despite her perceived caution, could not evade the invasion of that frenzied, true energy amidst the blood mist. When the vessel is full, it overflows. The true energy within her chi pool surged forth, widening her meridians with unstoppable force. Should she merely attempt to break through to the Divine Passage realm with her 7 meridians, she would forever be no different from an ordinary martial artist. Rest assured, I have once encountered a fortuitous event, acquiring a technique capable of opening 8 meridians, along with numerous precious elixirs. Just grant me a few months, and I will ensure you can ascend to the Divine Passage realm once more. Xiao Chun declared with unwavering confidence that if you consent to the forfeiture of your cultivation, merely blink. If you refuse, remain still, gripping the blood crystal of the Divine Passage realm tightly in his hand. Xiao Chen's expression was grave. Within his mind resided memories from the ancient dragon elephant, which contained a method to forcibly lower one's realm at the cost of their cultivation. However, this was fundamentally different from Xiao Chen's own experience of having his powers stripped away. The key distinction lay in the fact that Xiao Chun was compelled, whereas Xiao Ling Tong was faced with a choice. This, indeed, seemed far more cruel. To willingly sacrifice her entire cultivation, even with Xiao Chen's assurances, required immense resolve. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Ling Tong finally mustered all her strength and trembled her eyelids. 7th brother, I trust you. Very well. I shall proceed. Xiao Chun nodded silently, his face etched with tension and gravity, a necessary gravity. Were he to engage in combat, he would charge forward without hesitation, spear in hand. Yet this time, he was tasked with saving his own sister, and the weight of that responsibility filled him with anxiety. If something were to go awry, Xiao Ling Tong's future would be irrevocably marred by his actions. Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation left Xiao Chun little room for hesitation. Within the Dragon Elephant legacy lay a special martial technique of superior spirit grade, originally a core method of an ancient demonic sect. This technique, when employed, could obliterate an opponent's cultivation with ruthless efficiency, in a cataclysmic purge against demons that swept across the myriad realms. The ancient dragon elephant had appeared on that battlefield, crushing countless formidable foes with a single stomp, their indestructible forms obliterated as it departed. The dragon elephant had committed the sect's techniques to memory, passing them on to Xiao Chun. In subsequent recollections, it was revealed that this technique had not only eluded prohibition, but had gradually disseminated, becoming the sole means for noble families to rescue their prodigies during breakthroughs. Should one wish to avoid advancement, They could choose to abandon their entire cultivation and begin anew. Although this was Xiao Qian's first attempt at utilizing such a martial skill, the profound power of the ancient dragon elephant art soon allowed him to grasp it fully. The time for practical application had arrived. Martial Seal. With a soft command, Xiao Qian activated his second-rank Martial Seal, which began to emit a gentle glow, its orange light piercing through the surrounding blood mist, creating a purified space for the two of them. Channeling his true energy, the 10 meridians within him resonated with a thunderous roar as Xiao Qian raised his palms, swiftly meeting Xiao Ling Tong's hands. Boom! Golden-hued true energy surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding into Xiao Ling Tong's meridians in an instant. Wherever it coursed, the true energy that had once belonged to her retreated in fear, no longer exuding its former dominance. Boom! As Xiao Qian's gaze shifted, the true energy that had entered Xiao Ling Tong's body began to systematically disperse her original energy, evaporating almost entirely within the chi pool formed by her 6th-rank Martial Seal. Even the formidable 6th-rank Martial Seal could not withstand the onslaught of Xiao Qian's true energy. Chapter 54. Heading to the inner circle. Boom! 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 Xiao Ling Tong let out a pained moan as her meridians were nearly destroyed. With only a fraction of her true energy remaining, even that began to dissipate gradually, she had become an ordinary person. As Xiao Ling Tong awakened from her seated meditation, an indescribable sense of desolation washed over her. With her true energy depleted, she could no longer fend off the encroaching blood mist, her once vibrant face turning increasingly pale under the oppressive atmosphere. Raising her head, she saw Xiao Qian exhale deeply, his true energy returning to the chi pool as he opened his eyes to meet her bewildered gaze. "Oh, not be disheartened, ninth sister. This is but a rebirth. We shall begin anew. I possess a technique known as the Phoenix Sutra, a supreme method that opens 9 meridians and allows for advancement to the divine passage realm." 9 meridians? Xiao Ling Tong gasped in astonishment. Within the Great Yu dynasty, even the Xiao family's royal lineage, with their clan's ultimate technique, the Xiao family overlord art, could only open 7 meridians to advance to the divine passage realm, a privilege that other families could only envy. The Xiao family overlord art was a spirit-grade technique passed down from their ancestors thousands of years ago. In this era, techniques capable of aiding martial artists in meridian opening were exceedingly scarce. Even within prominent sects, such methods were precious and rarely shared. The ease with which Xiao Qian claimed to possess a technique that could open 9 meridians and facilitate advancement to the divine passage realm left Xiao Ling Tong utterly astounded, even causing her to question the veracity of his claims that, in this age, how could such a thing be possible? Noticing the disbelief in her eyes, Xiao Qian understood her misunderstanding and decided to retrieve an ancient, red glowing tome from his ring, presenting it to her. Could it truly be so? Xiao Ling Tong's joy mingled with astonishment. She had initially doubted Xiao Qian's words, but now she marveled at the sight of a technique far surpassing the Xiao family overlord art. The more she examined it, the more she felt like a frog confined to a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the sky above. 7th brother, I am so sorry. I have hindered you. Xiao Ling Tong exclaimed, clutching the Phoenix Sutra tightly, her face alight with excitement. With stronger meridians as her foundation, a future as a martial powerhouse was assured, leaving her exhilarated. However, once the thrill subsided, the harsh reality swiftly grounded her thoughts. Xiao Qian was still embroiled in a struggle for the position of crown prince against Xiao Feng. Already at a disadvantage and utterly alone in that moment of carelessness, she had nearly advanced to the divine passage realm with just 7 meridians, which was a severe blow to her. Even Xiao Feng had only managed to break through after opening 8 meridians. If she remained at 7, would she not be destined to be overshadowed by him in the future? In this moment, with a tome in her possession capable of unlocking 9 meridians, Xiao Ling Tong naturally felt a sense of pride swelling within her. However, the next instant, as she gazed at Xiao Qian, her eyes flickered with a hint of evasion. Having lost her cultivation, she could no longer accompany him on his descent, and moreover, even when she was at the height of her powers, it was unlikely that she could have journeyed the entire way with him. Venturing into the innermost layers would be tantamount to courting death for someone of her cultivation level. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had already devised a plan for Xiao Ling Tong's safety from the very beginning. I have encountered an extraordinary opportunity, as you are aware, he said with a light cough. Due to this fortuitous event, I have developed a close relationship with the former national master, who even divulged the location of his treasure vault to me. You mean Xiao Ling Tong's eyes gradually brightened at this juncture. Xiao Chen's mention of the national master's treasure vault implied that it resided within the secret realm. But how did the national master gain entry? This is something I have yet to investigate thoroughly. I simply did not have the opportunity to inquire. After engaging in a fierce battle with our father, the national master burned his essence and fled. Xiao Chen refrained from elaborating further, for since that fateful night, beheadings had become a daily spectacle in the royal city. The very name of the national master had turned into a taboo, seldom spoken of lightly. Xiao Ling Tong, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose not to press for more information at this moment. The pair found themselves in close proximity to the mountain peak that housed the treasure vault. Xiao Chun hoisted Xiao Ling Tong onto his back and activated his movement technique, swiftly making their way forward. Upon leaving the nameless mountain range, they pressed onward towards the area where the blood mist was densest, requiring constant vigilance to discern their direction while also remaining alert to the traces of the blood spirits. However, their return journey did not take long. After securely placing Xiao Ling Tong within the treasure vault and leaving her with the key, Xiao Chun turned to depart. He still needed to reach the inner layers before Xiao Feng to slay the Blood Spirit King and obtain the Blood Crystal. Time was of the essence. There was little to spare. After all, this place was protected by the National Master's concealed formation, which, along with countless elixirs and resources, would ensure that once the 15-day duration of the secret realm concluded, they would all be transported back to the outside world without excessive concern for Xiao Ling Tong's safety. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun pressed onward, avoiding any engagements with the blood spirits he could, and swiftly dispatching those he could not. Racing towards the inner layers, in less than a day, he traversed the entire outer perimeter. After a day and a half, he crossed into the middle layer and arrived just outside the inner circle. Upon stepping into the inner layer, Xiao Chun instinctively inhaled sharply. The blood mist here was not only more concentrated, but also harbored a savage aura that surpassed the combined intensity of the mist from the previous two layers. Moreover, he felt an invisible pressure emanating from ahead, nearly akin to the oppressive aura of the King of You. Xiao Chen's expression grew grave. Yet, the thought of Xiao Feng soon becoming the crown prince and the inevitable retribution that would befall his familiar friends and kin rekindled his resolve. Steadily and purposefully, he advanced deeper into the inner layer. The sounds of powerful blood spirits roaring echoed in his ears. This was the territory where the blood flowed after the sacrificial beasts met their demise. And whenever fresh blood cascaded down, the blood spirits that had lingered there for ages would surge forth, ravenously competing for the new sustenance. That it was here that the Blood Spirit King was birthed. In the distance, Xiao Chun heard an earth-shattering roar, reverberating like thunder, soaring into the heavens. This was the cry of the Blood Spirit King. His heart stirred, and as he raised his gaze, he was taken aback to see an enormous blood spirit ascending skyward with great force. The Blood Spirit King roared in fury, its claws slashing forward, unleashing two arcs of crimson light. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible hand had firmly grasped it, preventing any further ascent. Is this the secret realm's formation? Xiao Chun discerned clearly that the force restraining the Blood Spirit King was a colossal formation, imposing and insurmountable, that forcibly suppressed the enraged creature back to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth split as the Blood Spirit King was slammed down. Its terrifying roars echoed throughout the inner realm, its furious cries spreading far and wide. Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated retreating, abandoning the notion of slaying the Blood Spirit King. It was tantamount to courting death. This Blood Spirit King had likely existed for countless years, possessing a degree of intelligence. Even if confined within the formation, its strength would not diminish. Yet, even so, how could one withstand the onslaught of an old and seasoned powerhouse in the godly realm when it fought with abandon? A tremor coursed through Xiao Chen's heart, prompting him to decide to remain cautious and observe for the time being. For 3 consecutive days, he wandered the outskirts, seeking a method to defeat the Blood Spirit King. Inside the inner layer, the Blood Mist's influence on martial artists was overwhelmingly significant, obstructing vision and hindering movement. That on the third day, just as Xiao Chun had completed a substantial circuit around the inner layer, he stumbled upon a blood pool. The rich chill mingled with the blood mist, dispersing around him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Surrounding the pool were several formidable blood spirits of the godly realm, indicating the presence of treasures within. Xiao Chun was certain of this. Otherwise, the mindless blood spirits would not have congregated here, and their auras were markedly stronger than those of their kin, reaching the mid-tier of the godly realm. Before Xiao Chun could finalize his course of action, he suddenly heard distant, furious shouts followed by human screams. Damn it! How can this beast be so much stronger than the others? Its power is nearly on par with that of Prince Xiaofeng. Be cautious, swiftly eliminate it without causing a significant ruckus, lest we attract the attention of the other blood spirits. After nearly 10 days of arduous travel, Xiaofeng, accompanied by a group, finally arrived at the outskirts of the inner layer. In terms of power, Xiaofeng undoubtedly surpassed Xiao Chun by a considerable margin. Surrounding him were several individuals, each possessing cultivation beyond the godly realm. However, judging by their appearances, it seemed as though many of them were in their 30s or 40s, which was rather alarming. Too old. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. The murderous aura emanating from these individuals was palpable, suggesting they bore the weight of many lives lost. They could not possibly be disciples from the families within the royal city. Rather, they resembled mercenaries dispatched by some external force, tasked with protecting Xiaofeng. I could see that moment. Xiaofeng wore a haughty expression, cradling Ouyang Yinshan in his arms. As he addressed the group, "Your willingness to travel thousands of miles to the royal city is a kindness I shall remember. Should you assist me in securing the position of crown prince, the Diyu dynasty shall grant you whatever you desire from the Seven Stars Tower." Another mention of the Seven Stars Tower? Xiao Chen's expression darkened. He had heard that name more than once, and had even conducted investigations into it. However, the information he had obtained was scant. He only knew that the headquarters of the Seven Stars Tower was not located within the Diyu dynasty, indicating that the individuals alongside Xiaofeng were sent by another dynasty to aid him. Xiao Chun decided to observe the situation for the time being. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, several of the mercenaries exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Prince Xiaofeng, you are indeed a prodigy, as clever as they come. Excellent. May our collaboration be harmonious. Collaboration must indeed be pleasant." Ouyang Yinshan, nestled in Xiaofeng's embrace, smiled alluringly that we, the Ouyang family, have allocated numerous quotas to allow you entry into the secret realm, compensating for those martial artists you replaced. However, I do not seek your gratitude. I have but one request. Eliminate Xiao Chun and assist Xiaofeng in claiming the position of crown prince. That is understood. One of the mercenaries nodded. Currently, the only one capable of contending with Prince Xiaofeng in the secret realm is Xiao Chun. Unfortunately, after searching for 10 days, we have found no trace of him. Furthermore, upon locating him, the Seven Stars Tower will seek revenge for the 8 mercenaries it lost to him. Looks like our goals align perfectly. Xiaofeng laughed heartily. However, that cowardly waste would never dare to confront me. Moreover, with a number of blood crystals in my possession, even if Xiao Chun were to race towards me, he would never catch up. Including those he has gifted me, I currently possess over 100 blood crystals. Such a substantial quantity, concealed in the shadows, Xiao Chun could not help but lick his lips. Over 100 blood crystals, such a quantity, if presented at an auction, would nearly equate to the price of 10 inferior grade spiritual techniques. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us not squander any more time. Dispatch these blood spirits, retrieve the blood spring, and continue our journey inward. The leader of the assassins proclaimed loudly, since that brat Xiao Chun has not made an appearance in the middle or outer layers. He must be harboring intentions to slay the Blood Spirit King. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to eliminate him first, claim the blood crystals, and then utilize the remaining 2 days to await Xiao Chen's arrival at our doorstep. The blood spring? Xiao Chun felt no surprise that they could surmise his intentions. After all, relying solely on himself and Shaoling Tong to vanquish the blood spirits would be an arduous and thankless task. Even if they succeeded, the number of blood crystals amassed would scarcely rival a fraction of Xiao Feng's haul. It would be far more efficient to eradicate the Blood Spirit King. Yet, why had he never encountered any mention of this treasure, known as the Blood Spring? What purpose does the Blood Spring serve? Ransacking his memories, Xiao Chan found no trace of the Blood Spring. The memories he inherited were predominantly from the ancient era, spanning nearly 30,000 years from the Cataclysm to the present. In that expanse of time, Xiao Chan could not ascertain what kind of treasures the world had since birthed. For instance, the Blood Spring appeared to Xiao Chan as merely a pool of icy water. However, in the hands of the assassins from the Seven Stars Tower, it seemed to transform into a coveted artifact. How peculiar! Xiao Chan continued to observe. The assassins from the Seven Stars Tower were all formidable fighters, particularly adept at dealing with opponents like the Blood Spirits, strong yet lacking in speed. The daggers they wielded appeared to be coated with a venom specifically lethal to Blood Spirits. The defensive capabilities of the Blood Spirits crumbled like melting ice beneath such sharp blades. In mere moments, the figure of the Blood Spirit vanished, leaving behind several palm-sized blood crystals. My Blood Spring is gone. I shall retrieve it. One assassin remarked, "Be cautious. Remember, do not let your hands touch the surface of the lake," came the reply. Nodding, the assassin drew a porcelain vial from his robes, approached the Blood Spring, and prepared to channel his true energy to fill the vial with the spring's water. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, as though his throat had been obstructed by some foreign object, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His true energy had yet to be utilized, yet his life had already been extinguished. Seizing the porcelain vial, Xiao Chan wore a look of astonishment. The blades wielded by those assassins had been smeared with a crimson liquid, frigid as frost, which, upon contact with the Blood Spirit's body, sliced through effortlessly, akin to harvesting wheat. The cutting edges were remarkably smooth and even, to the extent that the surrounding blood mist could not mend the inflicted wounds. Xiao Chan observed all of this with clarity. The weapons they employed were undoubtedly the very vial of Blood Spring he now possessed. Why hasn't the fourth returned? A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Feng, causing him to lift his gaze in shock toward the Blood Spring. Xiao Chun, on the opposite side, the leader raised his head and was taken aback to discover Xiao Chen's presence. Is it really Xiao Chun? What a stroke of fortune to find him without effort. Kill him, Xiao Feng bellowed, and beside him, several assassins, masquerading under false identities to enter the secret realm, exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of dread. He was merely a martial artist who had just entered the divine ability realm. These individuals were all at least above the third layer of the divine ability realm. Their combined might, when exerted to the fullest, should easily surpass Xiao Chen's capabilities. However, the fact that Xiao Chun had just executed a powerful warrior of the divine ability realm left them utterly astonished. What are you all standing around for? Charge! Kill him! Xiao Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted. If you are all a bunch of cowards, how about the two of you come at me together? Xiao Feng sneered, his gaze half squinted. While the assassins from the Seven Stars Tower were indeed powerful, their behavior was decidedly uncharacteristic of true assassins. Not only Xiao Feng, but even Xiao Chun found their actions contemptible. The assassin leader hesitated momentarily before steeling himself, declaring, "All together now, eliminate him." In an instant, Xiao Chan sensed an increase in resistance within the surrounding space. Even the flow of true energy within him felt somewhat sluggish and difficult to control. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Feng unleashed an aura of ancient majesty from the supreme bone upon his chest, the air around him thickening as an overwhelming wave of true energy emanated forth, causing the blood mist to recede as if sensing danger, revealing the previously pristine sky. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. Each supreme bone naturally possessed a unique ability, and his own had the power to suppress the true energy of martial artists. This was a skill befitting a king, yet at this moment, it was wielded against him by Xiao Feng. Xiao Chun, how does it feel to be suppressed by your own supreme bone? Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Beside him, Ouyang Yunsen suddenly brandished a spear, its shaft inscribed with 3 runes, indicating it was a third-tier true martial weapon. The runes illuminated one by one, causing the temperature around Ouyang Yunsan to drop gradually. Even as frost began to form in the the IT is the ice spear technique. Ouyang Yunsan sneered coldly. Xiao Chun, to die beneath this inferior grade spiritual technique would indeed be your fortune. Is that so? I think not, Xiao Chun replied with a slight smile, grasping his dragon-breaking spear. As the runes ignited one after another, for runes radiated a dazzling light. He too was employing the ice spear technique. Yet, the power of the ice spear technique in Xiao Chen's hands was even greater than that of Ouyang Yunsan. This is impossible. How could you possibly know the ice spear technique? Ouyang Yunsan's pure visage was now filled with shock, unable to grasp how the surrounding ice crystals began to affect the environment. Unbelievable. You thief, you have stolen my Ouyang family's ancestral technique. I shall report this to King Yu and have you executed. Want to kill me? Should I also extract your infernal fire bloodline and return it to its rightful owner? Xiao Chun retorted with a cold scoff as the dragon-breaking spear in his hand let out a resonant dragon's roar. Surging forward with lethal intent, kill, an assassin lunged at Xiao Chun, the fearsome dragon head roaring past, instantly sending the assailant flying, their brains splattering, blood spraying. Having opened 10 meridians within his body, Xiao Chen's full-force strike was already capable of matching the strength of two bulls. After advancing to the divine ability realm, his martial physique underwent a fundamental transformation, elevating his power to a terrifying level of two bulls, coupled with the force runes inscribed on the dragon-breaking spear. A single blow was sufficient to shatter the skull of a divine ability assassin. Even under Xiao Feng's suppression, Xiao Chen's strength remained somewhat unstoppable. This scene left onlookers utterly dumbfounded that Xiao Chun really this formidable. Were we not told he had only awakened a first-tier martial imprint, making it exceedingly difficult for him to advance to the divine ability realm? Yet, how could this spectacle be explained? It must be a secret technique. He has undoubtedly employed some form of secret technique. Xiao Feng shouted, disbelief evident in his voice. Detain him until his secret technique's duration expires. Then he will be like a lamb to the slaughter. The assassin leader considered this and realized that it was indeed the only explanation that could account for Xiao Chen's overwhelming might. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chun merely chuckled lightly. A secret technique? Then let me show you what a true secret technique looks like. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Activate. He intoned inwardly, and in an instant, the atmosphere around Xiao Chun transformed, becoming extraordinarily dense. Xiao Feng's complexion turned ashen, his true energy rapidly depleting, nearly beyond his control of the Supreme Bone. This is what a secret technique truly is. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Following that, he became like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the assassins, the dragon-breaking spear continuously thirsting for blood. Screams echoed throughout, but these assassins could not even catch a glimpse of Xiao Chen's shadow. Flee, at last, after yet another assassin fell. The leader's courage shattered, and he managed to call out, Lord Xiao Chun, if we can survive this, let us discuss cooperation. With that, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Feng and others, the assassin leader and his companions transformed into streaks of shooting stars. Dashing toward the inner layers, Xiao Chun, if you dare to kill me, my father will never let you off. Xiao Feng hissed, his bravado faltering, don't rush to meet your end. Xiao Chun offered a faint smile, one that seemed to echo the whispers of a devil. I intend to have you all perish in agony and despair at my own hands, that I shall make you truly comprehend the essence of suffering. Chapter 57. Mercy, I will fight you with all my might. Ouyang Yunxiang declared, gritting her teeth, her brows furrowed in determination. Suddenly, 3 brilliant patterns illuminated the long spear in her grasp as the true energy of the second layer of the divine realm erupted forth. Inside her, 8 meridians shimmered with radiance. Within the vast reservoir of energy forged by 7th-grade martial seal, an overwhelming true energy surged like a torrential river, where a phantom of a true phoenix could be glimpsed soaring through the energy pool. True phoenix bloodline, Ouyang Yunxiang exclaimed, as the true energy emanating from her encompassed a trace of ethereal phoenix energy. Xiao Chun chuckled softly, and the breaking dragon spear in his hand trembled violently. For patterns flaring to life, the fierce dragon's head roaring with a hidden ferocity. The spear, imbued with formidable true energy, swung violently, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water in a tempest. Ice spear technique. Xiao Chun shouted, and his entire true energy suddenly transformed into an extreme cold, roaring through 10 meridians. With a thunderous stomp, Xiao Chun propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. A massive recoil driving him swiftly ahead. The air was filled with a tumult of blood mist and the sound of shattering space. What you have done to me in the past, I shall now reclaim with interest. With a powerful roar, the breaking dragon spear, laden with immense force, charged towards Ouyang Yinshan. The first form of the ice spear technique, Swallow returns to nest. The chilling true energy rapidly enveloped Xiao Chun, transforming him into a swift, predatory swallow, the spear in his hand glinting coldly as it dove with a piercing shriek. Boom! The two swallows clashed fiercely in mid-air, a cascade of intense sparks erupting with each exchange. The more they battled, the more Ouyang Yinshan felt a sense of shock. How can his strength be so formidable? She thought, her teeth clenched as her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen, a second-layer divine realm expert with a true phoenix bloodline. Her power had reached an astonishing level, easily capable of propelling 1,000 Jin boulder nearly 10 zhang away. Yet before Xiao Chun, it was still insufficient. Ouyang Yinshan's eyes widened in disbelief as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face paling, her figure akin to a kite with severed strings, drifting helplessly downward. The spear shattered, the precious third-grade, true martial weapon disintegrating into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Even though Ouyang Yinshan had been forcefully sent flying by Xiao Chun, her expression remained one of utter astonishment. The true phoenix energy within her had failed to gain any advantage over Xiao Chun. She, defeated by Xiao Chun? The flaws of the ice spear technique became a mere jest in the face of Xiao Chun's prowess. It could even be said that when Xiao Chun had previously sold the ice spear technique, he had not intended to offer the complete martial skill. How could the true ice spear technique possibly have such glaring weaknesses? You think you could defeat me with what you have taken from me? Xiao Chun scoffed. The ice spear technique belongs to you? Ouyang Yinshan's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept Xiao Chun's words. It was a low-grade spiritual martial skill, rare even within the Diyu dynasty. Yet, Xiao Chun had unhesitatingly placed it up for auction, and her Ouyang family had foolishly purchased it as if it were a treasure. Enough, Xiao Chun. What exactly do you intend to do? Xiao Feng exclaimed, pulling the self-doubting Ouyang Yinshan into his embrace and shouting at Xiao Chun. You worthless fool, do you truly believe that your rise to power makes you invincible? Surviving that cliff should have made you humble. Your existence is merely a stepping stone for me to ascend to the position of heir. At this point, Xiao Feng could not suppress a cold laugh. Without the Supreme Bone, you are nothing but a defeated dog. The Supreme Bone symbolizes innate supremacy. Whoever possesses it shall become the future ruler. Yet, that Supreme Bone should have belonged to you, Xiao Chun. Who is the true ruler? Xiao Feng's gaze bore into Xiao Chun, unwilling to recall how, in the past, Xiao Chun had pressed it beneath his foot while possessing the Supreme Bone. Even without the Supreme Bone, I shall still be supreme. If one can only ascend to greatness through the Supreme Bone, then they are unworthy of it. But you, without the Supreme Bone you stole from me, what can you possibly be? In the past, Xiao Feng had been utterly pressed beneath Xiao Chen's might, which had not been mere luck, but rather sheer strength. Xiao Chen's talent, which instilled despair in countless observers, even left the forces behind the crown prince trembling. Given time, the question of who would claim the position of heir was uncertain. Xiao Feng chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe that surviving this secret realm means you will become the heir of the Diyu dynasty? Let me tell you the truth. This position of heir is not something I desire. It has been forcibly thrust upon me by King Yu, if not to silence those noble families. This trial would not even exist. Xiao Feng cast a contemptuous glance at Xiao Chun, saying, Do you think calling you a dog is an insult? Wrong. It is a compliment. Even my dogs understand that opposing me in the Diyu dynasty leads to only one outcome, death. You, however, have lived because of my mercy. But why must you persist in being an eyesore to me? Why not cherish the worthless life I have granted you? Live? Xiao Chun paused, seemingly unable to comprehend Xiao Feng's words. Shaking his head with a smile, T, who sees my bloodline and supreme bone, how can you have the audacity to claim that allowing me to live is an act of mercy? Utterly shameless. And at the same time, exceedingly arrogant. Even now, facing Xiao Chun, neither displayed any sign of repentance. Rather, they were filled with regret for not having personally severed Xiao Chen's head. The Crown Prince's extreme confidence evoked disdain, as he proclaimed that after the trial, regardless of the outcome, the position of heir would rightfully belong to him. His backing was a force that even King Yu could not provoke. Yet, when Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but chuckle. Are you suggesting that in this ancestral trial, it can only be my death and your survival? But how do you intend to escape from my grasp? With your worthless underlings, they cannot withstand even a single round against me. What can you possibly do? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. You are mistaken. Living is not your mercy towards me, but rather mine towards you. Within this secret realm, none know what truly transpires. Yet, when 3 days have passed and the trial concludes, if your backing learns that you have perished in this trial, I can only imagine their expressions will be quite entertaining. Chapter 58. Lies you dare, Xiao Feng bellowed. Yet it was evident that he was somewhat afraid that, is this not what you have yearned for day and night? Unfortunately, it seems the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. Xiao Chun gradually approached the two, declaring with 1,001 blades, each strike is etched into my heart. Ouyang Yinshan, you seize my hellfire bloodline solely to awaken your true phoenix bloodline. The bloodline lies deep within the meridians. And only by inheriting the martial seal and advancing to the divine realm can one gather the spirit and manifest its form. He chuckled lightly. If I were to establish the energy pool, would that not grant you a powerful bloodline for free? You overestimate your hellfire bloodline. Ouyang Yinshan scoffed. The true phoenix bloodline of my Ouyang family ranks 99th among the myriad bloodlines of the heavens. Were it not for your hellfire bloodline helping me awaken my true phoenix bloodline, do you truly believe I would regard you with any significance? Had it not been for Xiao Chen's possession of the hellfire bloodline, how could Ouyang Long have chosen to marry his daughter to him and not to the formidable Xiao Feng? Talent, indeed, commands respect, but how many true geniuses can reach the pinnacle when they stand alone without support? 1 in 10,000, with such a low success rate. How could Ouyang Yinshan trust that Xiao Chun would help her ascend the summit of martial arts? Yet, standing beside Xiao Feng, she could foresee the path to martial glory. In such a comparison, the choice was clear. If you look down upon me, then why not return it to me? Xiao Chun smiled lightly, suddenly recalling something. Oh right, the true phoenix bloodline devoured the hellfire bloodline to evolve, awakening the bloodline within you and greatly enhancing your potential. That is how you obtained a 7th grade martial seal during the martial seal ceremony, etching your name in history. Xiao Chun softly recounted, as if narrating an inconsequential matter. Oh, it seems Miss Ouyang is unaware that while the infernal bloodline and the true phoenix bloodline are remarkably compatible, there exist numerous flaws within. One of these flaws is the inability to bear offspring henceforth. The inability to produce the next generation. This is one of the defects of awakening the true phoenix bloodline through the infernal bloodline. Observing the instantaneous pallor of Ouyang Yinshan's face, Xiao Chen's mood unexpectedly brightened. Revenge, akin to savoring a sumptuous feast, may be exhilarating like a whirlwind, yet leaves nothing behind once concluded. Only by relishing and savoring slowly can one truly appreciate the thrill of vengeance. The inability to reproduce signifies that should Xiao Feng take Ouyang Yinshan as his wife, they shall not have descendants to inherit the resources of both parents. If Xiao Feng were to ascend to the throne of King Yu, then the disciple destined to inherit the position of crown prince could never possibly be Ouyang Yinshan's child. Xiao Chun suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It seems that even villains cannot outwit the heavenly decree. I will kill you! I will kill you!" Ouyang Yinshan suddenly shrieked, charging forth like a shrew. Yet, she was sent flying by a kick from Xiao Chun, who regarded her with a cold stare. Ouyang Yinshan, having learned some method from an unknown source, understood that if the infernal bloodline were devoured by the true phoenix bloodline, it would trigger a bloodline awakening. enhancing not only strength but also potential. However, every gift in this world comes with a hidden price. As Ouyang Yinshan felt the immense power bestowed by the true Phoenix bloodline, she must also bear the consequences. The inability to reproduce means that the future queen of the Great Yu dynasty could never be Ouyang Yinshan. Hence, her schemes and the ambitions of the Ouyang family would dissipate into thin air, reducing to a mere joke. Moreover, there was Xiao Feng. Had he known this news earlier, how could he possibly have become engaged to Ouyang Yinshan, binding the Ouyang family to his chariot of war? The news Xiao Chun had just revealed was far too shocking. Xiao Feng would never believe it, and similarly, Ouyang Yinshan would never wish for it to be true. Did you not already discern the truth? Upon seeing Xiao Feng's grave expression, Xiao Chun suddenly erupted into laughter. Fool, you have been deceived by me. I will have your life, Xiao Chun, Xiao Feng roared. Do you think you are strong? In my eyes, you are merely a waste seeking a sense of existence. With a mighty shout, Xiao Feng unleashed his true energy, the supreme bone radiating a dim light. Ancient inscriptions appearing as an ancient aura surged throughout the surrounding space. The blood mist receded, seemingly surrendering to an innate supremacy, rapidly forming a purged space in the distance. The echoes of blood spirits could be faintly heard roaring. As the supreme bone emerged, it clashed with the environment, exuding overwhelming strength and invincibility. The ancient aura rapidly spreading outward, enveloping everything in its wake. Xiao Chen's expression turned slightly cold, yet he merely snorted. Retracting the broken dragon spear into a spatial ring, his fists accumulating true energy, 10 meridians quaking in unison within his body. The surging true energy burst forth as Xiao Chun charged toward Xiao Feng. Supreme Bone! Xiao Feng bellowed. Suddenly, the supreme bone at his chest flared with light, a terrifying might pressing down upon Xiao Chun as if an enormous divine mountain were descending upon him. Do you think I fear you? Xiao Chun shouted, as within his energy pool, a second-tier martial seal erupted, emanating a blazing orange light, akin to the divine light of creation, colliding fiercely with the invisible pressure in midair. Sparks flew. The weight upon him suddenly diminished as Xiao Chun raised his fists, charging fiercely at Xiao Feng. First, pass my test. Even when defeated by Xiao Chun from midair using her most proud technique, Ouyang Yinshan gritted her teeth and resolutely stood in front of Xiao Feng. Raising her fists, the true phoenix within her energy pool sang out, igniting her entire being in roaring flames, instantly fueling her true energy. Surrounded by flames, Ouyang Yinshan appeared as a phoenix dancing in fire, noble and powerful. Die! Xiao Chun roared, Dragon Elephant Guardian. With a thunderous roar, 10 meridians trembled simultaneously. A colossal figure, reminiscent of a primordial dragon elephant, let out a piercing howl that resonated through the air, shaking the very core of their beings. How could a flailing phoenix display its might before the dragon elephant? Boom! A punch was thrown, akin to the dragon elephant shattering the earth. His spear techniques were never his forte, possessing the dragon elephant technique. Xiao Chun recognized that his physical form was his most formidable weapon. Each strike contained immense power. Ouyang Yinshan was once again sent flying, blood spilling from her lips, clearly injured from the single blow. Yet, Xiao Feng did not spare a glance towards her, fixated solely on Xiao Chun. Chapter 59. The first clash with a mighty shout, 2 flames suddenly surged from his palms, the pure white, eerie fire seeds burning with intense heat. Erupting into a boundless sea of flames, standing at one end of this inferno, Xiao Feng resembled a monarch of flames, the dreadful heat scorching the surrounding blood mist, producing a series of piercing sounds. Dragon Elephant Guardian, Xiao Chun softly intoned, as true energy flowed like a mighty river through his meridians, subtly forming an ancient dragon elephant that steadfastly protected him. Boom! A punch shattered the incoming flames. Xiao Chun stood amidst the sea of fire, his demeanor calm and unflinching, impervious to the searing heat. Xiao Feng's expression shifted. The temperature of the flames surged dramatically, and with the frenzied output of true energy, cracks began to appear in the space surrounding the sea of flames. The stability of the space was compromised. After all, this was a secret realm, having undergone the ravages of time. The protective formation was already in disrepair, with only a single focal point struggling to maintain its integrity. However, the collapse of this place was merely a matter of time. Dragon Elephant Might. With a soft utterance, Xiao Chun swiftly enveloped his palms with a hint of golden true energy. As his cultivation improved, he could now wield the Dragon Elephant Might to a level comparable to mid-tier human martial techniques. Facing the oncoming Xiao Feng, Xiao Chun maintained a composed expression, the Dragon Elephant Guardian firmly shielding him from the scorching heat. The martial seal glowed brightly, staunchly resisting the pressure from the Supreme Bone. Xiao Chun raised his fists, suddenly colliding with Xiao Feng. Boom! A powerful whirlwind erupted, sending countless clods of earth flying below. Ouyang Yunshan clutched her chest, struggling to rise, gazing at the two figures in the air. She had long been aware of Xiao Feng's might, yet what she did not anticipate was that Xiao Chen's strength could be so formidable even after she had stripped him of all his cultivation. Xiao Chun must have encountered some fortuitous event. Ouyang Yunshan was convinced that Xiao Chen's recovery could not possibly be due to her leniency. She was acutely aware that the severing of the Supreme Bone and the infernal bloodline had been a lethal blow. No one could survive such grievous injuries. Yet, not only had Xiao Chun survived, but he had also swiftly returned to the realm of divine power within a remarkably short period. His combat prowess was nearly on par with before. If this truly was a stroke of fortune, could she also seize a share of the benefits? Ouyang Yunshan pondered, convinced that Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter must be extraordinarily significant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a gravely wounded individual to survive. But compared to the power behind Xiao Feng, who truly was stronger? This was a gamble. Previously, Ouyang Yunshan had placed her bets on Xiao Feng, uniting with him to seize Xiao Chen's bloodline, successfully awakening the true Phoenix bloodline and acquiring a 7th-tier martial seal. Inscribed in history, clearly, she had won that bet. Now, however, Ouyang Yunshan found herself once more at crossroads. With Xiao Chen's triumphant return, a lethal battle with Xiao Feng loomed ahead. Whoever emerged victorious would become the future crown prince of the Great Yu dynasty. This time, on whom should she place her bets? Watching the two figures in the air, Ouyang Yunshan contemplated for a long while before finally producing a communication talisman from her bosom, transmitting, "All of you, come to the inner layers of the secret realm to assist in battle." She had chosen Xiao Feng once again. Moments later, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the distant horizon, like a great host commencing its march. The sound deafening. "Oh, you have reinforcements?" Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, observing the thronging figures approaching from a distance, a sense of astonishment stirring within him. This time, only a few hundred individuals met the criteria to enter the ancestral trial in the secret realm. Moreover, those within the Great Formation had been randomly transported to various locations around the periphery of the secret realm, making it exceedingly difficult to gather a faction in such a fragmented environment. For Xiao Feng to achieve this, he must have exerted considerable effort. Even with over 100 communication talismans, if they could slay you here, everything would be justified. A cold smirk escaped Xiao Feng's lips as he commanded the sea of flames to surge once more. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng was nothing short of fierce. The destructive force unleashed by the two practitioners of the divine ability realm was astonishing, leaving almost no living creature in their wake. Countless disciples of the Xiao clan gathered at the periphery of the battlefield, watching the chaotic duel above with trepidation, hesitant to step forward. Is Xiao Chun truly this powerful? Then why did he suddenly become a cripple before? Look, that is indeed the supreme bone of His Highness Xiao Feng, truly formidable. The crowd murmured, marveling at the spectacle. The intensity of their battle, purely in terms of momentum, could rival even the combat of ordinary practitioners at the pinnacle of the human realm. Furthermore, it appeared even more ferocious and captivating. The supreme bone, shrouded in mystery, wielded an unfathomable power. Each time Xiao Chun engaged with Xiao Feng, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing what could have been a victorious advance to falter. Had Xiao Chen's martial imprint still been of the first rank, his energy reservoir would have surely been depleted by now. However, Xiao Chun had successfully advanced to the second rank, causing his internal reservoir to expand to over 5 times its original capacity. His true energy surged mightily. Even when manipulating the martial imprint to counter the pressure exerted by the supreme bone, the consumption of true energy was minimal, leaving his strength virtually unaffected, with both fists raised. Xiao Chun bellowed, unleashing the dragon elephant power, comparable to mid-tier human martial techniques. The formidable force erupted, tearing through the void as it struck the sea of flames. Boom! The inferno was rent open, revealing the crimson earth beneath. Such was the visage of the secret realm. Xiao Feng let out a furious grunt. Within his energy reservoir, true energy surged forth, merging into the sea of flames, while fiery manifestations enveloped his arms. Radiating an astonishing heat, with iron fists raised, Xiao Feng charged forward, colliding violently with Xiao Chun. Boom! 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 The life and death struggle between the two was awe-inspiring, each punch exchanged resonating with a sound akin to iron clashing against stone. Fiery sparks erupted in a dazzling display. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The onlookers were left dazzled, their hearts in turmoil. They were in awe of Xiao Chen's might. Able to contend with the third layer of the divine ability realm represented by Xiao Feng, while simultaneously gaining a clearer understanding of the supreme bone upon Xiao Feng's chest. Only upon reaching the divine ability realm could practitioners fully harness the immense bloodlines within them. Now, at the third layer of the divine ability realm, Xiao Feng's grasp of the supreme bone was no less than that of its former master. The resounding clashes echoed around them. Chapter 60. Blood Spirit King from the depths of the blood mist. Powerful roars of blood spirits suddenly reverberated. They too had sensed the tremendous fluctuations in this vicinity. In their fervent struggle, Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng were oblivious to the events unfolding around them. Suddenly, a formidable aura began to rise from within the inner layer, enveloping the area. The dense blood mist gradually thickened, shrouding the dim sky to the point where one could hardly see their own hand. Why can't I see clearly? What is happening? What on earth is going on? Look, it seems the number of blood spirits nearby has multiplied exponentially. Someone cried out in terror from within the nearly 100-strong group, a significant portion of whom had not yet reached the divine ability realm. Logically, they should not have been able to enter the inner layer, yet at the behest of Xiao Feng as communication talisman, they had come to demonstrate their loyalty. However, this reckless choice might well cost them their lives, for the Blood Spirit King has arrived. Roar! From afar, a towering figure, several people high, bellowed fiercely as it charged toward this location. The thick blood mist surged beneath it, expanding ceaselessly, splitting the earth as its formidable form trampled the great formation to dust. The Blood Spirit King raised its sharp claws, aiming to grasp Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng. Roll! The two responded in unison, directing their flames and iron fists toward the Blood Spirit King. Their battle would not allow any interference. Xiao Chen's fist, imbued with the terrifying physique gained from practicing the ancient dragon elephant secret, also contained the pinnacle application of his strength through the dragon elephant power. Boom! Together, they struck, and astonishingly, they sent the towering Blood Spirit King flying. The latter soared backward for several hundred feet, instantly stirring up a wave of blood-red soil. They had, against all odds, managed to jointly repel a peak practitioner of the divine ability realm. Roar! The Blood Spirit King howled in madness, the viscous blood mist instantaneously expanding outward, consuming all in its path. Run for your lives. The Blood Spirit King has gone mad. It seeks to bury everyone simultaneously. Split up and flee. Be careful not to touch even a trace of this bizarre blood mist, or none can save you. Countless individuals fled in panic, dark spots appearing on the ground, moving swiftly. Suddenly, the blood mist in the surrounding atmosphere surged as if boiling, rippling with energy as crimson figures emerged from the mist. Their auras erratic, yet the weakest among them possessed at least the first layer of the divine ability realm. Upon a cursory glance, there seemed to be hundreds of them. Hundreds of practitioners of the divine ability realm. This was undoubtedly a profoundly shocking sight. All present stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a terrifying spectacle could occur within the ancestral secret realm, even within the entire royal capital. The number of divine ability realm experts was scarcely so great. Roar! The blood spirits, summoned by the Blood Spirit King, roared, brandishing their claws as they pursued the crowd. In mere moments, several individuals were caught and brutally slaughtered beneath the savage claws of the blood spirits. Even the surrounding blood mist possessed a sinister capability. Should anyone become tainted by it, they would be instantaneously eroded until nothing remained but bleached bones. The sight was truly horrifying. The blood spirit king roared madly, and around it, endless blood mist poured forth, engulfing all directions. The blood spirits. This rich blood mist was a feast, more delectable than ordinary blood. However, for those practitioners of the Meridian realm who had not yet reached the divine ability realm, this blood mist was akin to the scythe of death. Mixed within the swirling blood mist, it was almost invisible and colorless, exceedingly difficult to guard against. In mere moments, nearly half of the individuals perished under the assault of the blood mist and the hundreds of divine ability realm blood spirits. Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng also sensed the changes in their surroundings, ceasing their battle to survey the chaos, their expressions filled with confusion. What is happening? Where are the reinforcements Xiao Feng summoned? The fleeing crowd sought to evade the attacks of the blood spirits, channeling their true energy to disperse the surrounding mist, fearing they would be drained of their essence by the blood spirit king. Looking around, the once numerous disciples had dwindled to fewer than 50. That moment, the blood spirit king let out a thunderous roar. Its form moved with lightning speed, hurtling towards the two. Xiao Feng barely registered a blur before a blood-colored figure darted past, and an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him, prompting him to raise his arms defensively. The next moment, the blood spirit king's razor-sharp claws sliced through his arms, blood splattering. Xiao Feng screamed in pain, staggering back, his arms hanging limply, clearly gravely injured. Unable to continue the fight in a single instant, with one strike, the blood spirit king rendered Xiao Feng incapable of further combat. Such power would even make Xiao Chun gasp in astonishment. The pinnacle of the Meridian realm, just one step away from ascending to the human realm. However, constrained by the Grand Formation, even though the blood spirit king had been born long ago, countless ages have passed, and it remains ensnared in this realm. Moreover, due to the ferocious blood mist, it has yet to evolve true sentience. After effortlessly defeating Xiao Feng with a single strike, the blood spirit king did not pursue further but redirected its attention toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. The ancient dragon-elephant technique surged within him, and an ethereal dragon-elephant materialized before his meridians, letting out a piercing roar towards the heavens. Clang! It was astonishingly swift. Before Xiao Chun could harness his true energy to flee, the towering figure of the blood spirit king abruptly appeared before him, raising a claw to strike. Unease gripped Xiao Chun's heart. He dared not withstand the blood spirit king's lethal talons. Grasping the broken dragon spear, for inscriptions emerged, and with the aid of the fourth-tier Jinwu weapon, he barely managed to fend off the blood spirit king's assault. Yet even so, Xiao Chun felt a violent surge of blood and qi, and he spat a mouthful of reverse blood, barely managing to withstand this overwhelming force. Run. This beast is far more formidable than anticipated. Xiao Feng, having been flung away by the blood spirit king, rose from the ground and, after being helped up by Ouyang Yunsan, exclaimed in terror, "Run as far as you can. In 3 days, the Grand Formation will automatically activate and set us free." The remaining warriors, still clinging to life, were momentarily stunned by Xiao Feng's words, but soon they were galvanized into action, swiftly fleeing towards the distance. Observing Xiao Chun, who was spitting blood from the assault of the blood spirit king, Xiao Feng let out a cold laugh and, without looking back, fled alongside Ouyang Yunsan. Only Xiao Chun remained, still engaged in battle with the blood spirit king. Chapter 61. Human shield. Upon seeing Xiao Chun entangled with the blood spirit king, bloodied and battered, Xiao Feng laughed heartily. "Fool, let this beast entertain you. I hope it beats you to death," alleviating my own resentment. With a disdainful snort, he turned and fled into the distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, wielding the broken dragon spear, fought desperately against the blood spirit king's claws. The inscriptions on his weapon dimmed, and even the sturdy defenses he had erected began to show cracks. The frenzied blood spirit king's might exuded an almost palpable despair. Hearing Xiao Feng's derisive words, An unbounded fury surged within Xiao Chun, and he bellowed, "Do you think you can escape? Today, no one shall leave alive. All must perish here." Boom! The broken dragon spear shattered beneath the Blood Spirit King's talons. The materials capable of forging insights were instantly unleashed by Xiao Chun, triggering a massive surge of inscriptions that detonated with a resounding explosion. The tremendous shockwave forcefully separated the two figures. In midair, stabilizing himself, Xiao Chun gritted his teeth and, harnessing the immense recoil, surged towards the direction where Xiao Feng had fled. His speed was so great that even the Blood Spirit King could not catch up momentarily. "Xiao Chun, you scoundrel!" Upon hearing the violent noise, Xiao Feng turned around only to discover that Xiao Chun was being relentlessly pursued by the Blood Spirit King and was quickly overtaking him. "That bastard has actually led the Blood Spirit King towards us." Xiao Feng felt rage bubbling within him, nearly spitting blood, yet he felt utterly powerless against Xiao Chen's desperate escape. Seeing the approaching Blood Spirit King, Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and swiftly retrieved a precious elixir from his spatial ring, swallowing it whole. Instantly, a powerful medicinal force coursed through his meridians, rapidly restoring the flesh and blood on his arms, sprouting new life, and his arms returned to their former state. After expending a precious elixir, Xiao Feng glared at the already distant figure of Xiao Chun, seething with resentment. "You wait. Once I escape, I will send the most formidable assassins after you, personally to end your life." Roar! The Blood Spirit King's surrounding blood mist suddenly constricted, and its speed surged dramatically, quickly closing the distance to Xiao Feng. Supreme Bone! Xiao Feng glanced back and was nearly struck with terror. The Blood Spirit King was now so close he could almost smell its putrid blood. Xiao Feng shouted, and a hazy glow appeared before his chest. An aura of nobility and strength gradually emerged, instantly signaling great danger to the Blood Spirit King behind him, forcing it to halt. Gazing at Xiao Feng in disbelief, taking advantage of the Blood Spirit King's momentary distraction, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan swiftly fled, their speed remarkable. However, no matter how long this interval lasted, it would eventually come to an end. Just as the Blood Spirit King recovered from the influence of the Supreme Bone and noticed the already distant Xiao Feng, it erupted in unrestrained fury. It sensed it had been deceived. Roar! The Blood Spirit King bellowed, and the surrounding blood mist thickened, nearly exposing its emaciated form. Boom! The air crackled with explosive sounds as the Blood Spirit King propelled itself through the air, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Feng. Its claws began to shimmer with a dangerous, almost ethereal bloodlight. "Your Excellency, please," a warrior from the Ouyang family, upon seeing Xiao Feng pass by, initially felt delighted and was about to approach him when his expression suddenly changed. He realized he had been seized by Xiao Feng, yanked backward with astonishing force. In an instant, he was dragged towards the Blood Spirit King. Xiao Feng intended to use the Ouyang warrior as a human shield, merely to delay the Blood Spirit King's advance. Roar! The Blood Spirit King cared not for the identity of the warrior before it. Its innate bloodthirstiness rendered thought unnecessary as its claws struck out with lethal precision, effortlessly tearing the warrior into shreds. In effect, Xiao Feng glanced back, his soul nearly departing. The Blood Spirit King's speed remained undiminished. Indeed, after absorbing fresh blood, it became even more swift. "Damn it! Why is that fool so useless?" Xiao Feng cursed in fury. Looking around, he found that the surviving warriors had all distanced themselves, fearing being used as shields and cast aside at a bunch of useless fools. Xiao Feng huffed in anger, but did not approach the other warriors again. Such an act had already reached its limit. Should he attempt it again, it might ignite the latent resentment within them. Once they escaped the secret realm, he would deal with them one by one. Roar! The Blood Spirit King quickly closed the distance to Xiao Feng, its claws ready to strike down in the next moment. Supreme Bone! Supreme Bone! Supreme Bone! Repeatedly activating the Supreme Bone drained Xiao Feng's true energy significantly, and the mottled inscriptions upon it dimmed, nearly resembling ordinary bones. Xiao Feng's complexion shifted between ashen and pale, feeling utterly drained. Roar! Yet, the Blood Spirit King clung to him like a leech, even as Xiao Feng neared exhaustion. He could not shake off this terrifying blood spirit. Damn it! How can Xiao Chun run so fast? Xiao Feng glared at Xiao Chun with unbridled hatred. He too had been determined not to let Xiao Chun off easily, maintaining the same trajectory as him. Thus, if the Blood Spirit King caught up with Xiao Feng, its next target would undoubtedly be the nearby Xiao Chun. The two were now like grasshoppers tied to the same string, unable to escape from one another. Damn it, that bastard is like a stubborn leech. Xiao Chun turned to look back, only to find Xiao Feng closely pursued by the Blood Spirit King, not far behind. Around them, the arriving warriors had long since scattered, fleeing without a trace. Even Ouyang Yunsan had vacated the area, hastily making his way towards the periphery, waiting for the secret realm to conclude in 2 days. Xiao Chun, concerned that leading the Blood Spirit King outward might force Xiao Ling Tong from her secluded state, opted to keep Xiao Feng with him, continuously circling the inner layers. Time passed, and before long, half a day had slipped by. Watching Xiao Chun sprint ahead, Xiao Feng felt his lungs might explode, bellowing, "Xiao Chun, how long do you intend to hide? The moment you stop leading the Blood Spirit King after me, I will cease my evasion." Xiao Chen's distant voice echoed back, filled with disdain for Xiao Feng. "What a joke! You think I'm foolish enough to remain and assist you against the Blood Spirit King, while being pursued by a peak conduit realm beast? My elixirs are plentiful, and the formidable endurance granted by my 10 meridians far exceeds your capabilities. I am not afraid of a war of attrition." Moreover, the Blood Spirit King, ensconced within the mists of blood, continuously regained his strength, rendering any notion of exhaustion utterly inconceivable. The first to perish would undoubtedly be Xiao Feng. Xiao Chun was resolute in his belief that the Blood Spirit King would slay Xiao Feng. However, he was also incessantly contemplating how to escape with his own life, unless he could inflict severe injury upon the Blood Spirit King, compelling him to retreat to the innermost sanctum of the secret realm. There seemed to be no feasible way out. What did the Blood Spirit fear the most? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Xiao Chen's thoughts. The Blood Spring. Previously, a killer under Xiao Feng had effortlessly dispatched a blood spirit of the Divine Connection realm by exploiting the unique properties of the Blood Spring. That scene was vividly etched in Xiao Chun's memory. Thus, it stood to reason that the Blood Spring wielded an extraordinarily potent effect against blood spirits. Even a mere drop of its water could potentially harm the Blood Spirit King. What if an entire blood spring were to be unleashed? Firmly convinced of his escape route, Xiao Chen chose to disregard the incessant curses of Xiao Feng behind him and silently altered his course, gradually making his way toward the blood spring located at the periphery of the inner circle of T last. After several hours of arduous pursuit, Xiao Chun beheld a spring emanating a hazy, sanguine aura. It was indeed the blood pool. By this time, Xiao Feng had become utterly fatigued, panting heavily as he trailed behind Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, the Blood Spirit King was drawing ever closer to Xiao Feng. Just as Xiao Chun crossed over the blood pool and continued to forge ahead, Xiao Feng happened to do the same. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Xiao Feng, drawing upon a reserve of strength from who knows where, let out a tremendous roar, channeling the remnants of his vital energy into a single fist. With a powerful strike, an overwhelming force collided with the Blood Spirit King, causing the latter to roar in fury as he was forced to retreat repeatedly until he teetered precariously at the edge of a cliff. Just as he managed to steady himself, Xiao Feng found himself utterly depleted. The Blood Spirit King, in a fit of rage, howled, enraged that this insignificant insect dared to strike at him with a swift slash of its claws. It tore through Xiao Feng's chest, exposing bone, as a faint, warm glow lay nestled within the cavity, adorned with intricate inscriptions. Just as despair washed over Xiao Feng, heralding his impending demise, a sudden gust of force swept over him from above. "Duck!" Xiao Chun bellowed, unleashing a formidable punch that struck the Blood Spirit King. The latter let out a wail as its towering form plummeted over the cliff, plunging into the blood pool below. The air was rent with the echoes of its anguished cries, reverberating around them, leaving both men's ears ringing. The Blood Spirit King's body gradually succumbed to the blood spring, vanishing from sight. Standing at the cliff's edge, Xiao Chun felt a surge of trepidation as he gazed down at the bubbling blood spring, his heart filled with an inexplicable dread. should a person fall into that abyss. Their fate would likely mirror that of the Blood Spirit King. In the very moment he vanquished the Blood Spirit King, a sense of foreboding surged within Xiao Chun. Abruptly turning around, he found Xiao Feng sneaking up behind him. Hands outstretched, an icy expression upon his face. That I saved you, and yet you still contemplate my demise? You merely sought to save yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Feng scoffed softly. Earlier, he had consumed a precious elixir, and his vital energy was swiftly returning, even the wound on his chest beginning to mend. Had Xiao Chun not recognized that this was perhaps the optimal moment to confront the Blood Spirit King, he might have simply stood by and watched Xiao Feng perish without a flicker of compassion. Yet, pondering further, how could such a perfect coincidence have occurred, leading the Blood Spirit King to the precipice? It was only under a multitude of factors that Xiao Chun ultimately resolved to intervene. Boom! Xiao Chun unleashed a mighty punch, and as Xiao Feng prepared to counter, he realized that in the face of Xiao Chen's fist, which appeared the size of a cauldron, he was as defenseless as a creature with no strength. Damn it, I must have ingested a counterfeit elixir. This thought flitted through his mind. A deafening crash resounded as Xiao Feng was sent sprawling 10 feet away, hurtling over the cliff and landing on the ground before the blood spring. Coughing violently, blood spilled from his mouth as he found himself devoid of any strength to flee. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chen approached, effortlessly slicing open his chest to extract the supreme bone. Boom! The orb of mysterious radiance shattered under Xiao Chen's onslaught, unleashing a terrifying energy that swept through the air, instantly suppressing the endless blood fog. The supreme bone was shattered. Xiao Feng's face turned ashen, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning, even his life force beginning to dissipate. The supreme bone was intimately connected to its owner's life force. Once shattered, it would severely impact the owner as well. Before him, having escaped the clutches of the Blood Spirit King, Xiao Chen called out, "Dragon Elephant Protection." An ethereal dragon elephant materialized within his meridians, shielding him from the overwhelming force unleashed by the exploding supreme bone. That moment, a fearsome roar erupted as the Blood Spirit King emerged from the thick mists of blood, its terrifying aura pulsating. The droplets of the blood spring continued to fall around it, hissing as they struck the ground. Gathering a torrent of violent energy, the Blood Spirit King stepped forward, an immense pressure emanating from its form. The pinnacle of the Divine Connection realm? No, it had ascended to the first layer of the human extreme realm. The Blood Spirit King had actually taken that monumental step. Xiao Chen's expression shifted. It was the blood spring. His gaze tightened as he beheld the pure, pristine droplets of blood cascading from the Blood Spirit King. Unexpectedly, what would be toxic to an ordinary blood spirit was the very key to the Blood Spirit King's ascension. Suddenly, a hazy beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Blood Spirit King within its embrace. This was the secret realm's grand formation, forcibly suppressing the Blood Spirit King's breakthrough to the human extreme realm. Roar! The Blood Spirit King let out an ear-piercing shriek, its entire body ensconced in the mysterious light, as if it had been doused in acid. The pain was excruciating. The Blood Spirit King thrashed violently, causing the very ground beneath to tremble. The earth quaked. No, the sky was collapsing. Looking up, the once endless blood fog above fractured into numerous colossal rifts. A terrifying force began to consume the blood mist. And in mere moments, the world gradually began to clear. The earth crumbled, the heavens shattered. Rifts in space erupted throughout the secret realm. And one could have anticipated that a Blood Spirit King at the human extreme realm could transform the entire secret realm into a scene of impending collapse. Chapter 63. Slap in the face. Outside the Grand Formation, countless individuals sat on makeshift platforms, projecting their consciousness into the suppressive array of the secret realm. Although they could not witness the real-time events within the secret realm, their auras were unmistakably detectable by the assembled crowd. Xiao Ren's aura has vanished. He has actually perished. Furthermore, Ouyang Chun, Jiang Yin, and the other illustrious young leaders of the intersect have nearly all met their end. Wait, look, that radiant glow belongs to Xiao Ling Tong. Her aura has surged tremendously, reaching the 8th layer of the Divine Connection realm. No, she is on the verge of breaking through to the divine ability realm. A cacophony of astonished voices arose, marveling at Xiao Tong's astonishing transformation, surpassing the comprehension of many that eye in their eyes. A martial artist transitioning from the divine connection realm to the divine ability realm typically required at least half a month of arduous cultivation, not to mention an abundance of rare treasures to assist in such a swift advancement. Those who could leap directly into the divine ability realm were universally regarded as peerless geniuses, a sight seen only once in a century. Yet now, this once-in-a-century spectacle unfolded before them. Moreover, Xiao Tong's aura had only a few days prior dwindled to a level akin to that of an ordinary person. In the mere span of 3 days, she had risen from obscurity, nearly completing a monumental leap in her cultivation. This scene inevitably evoked memories of the night following the conclusion of the martial seal ceremony. A night fraught with calamity. Alas, what a pity! Had Xiao Tong chosen a breakthrough outside the secret realm, her ascent would undoubtedly have sparked a phenomenon akin to that of the past. Someone lamented, recalling that when His Highness Xiao Feng broke through, he had provoked the heavens' jealousy, unleashing boundless calamity as a warning to him. In future cultivation, he must not advance too swiftly, lest the heavenly tribulations descend to obliterate any potential threat to the celestial order. As martial artists, we battle against heaven and earth. We have never feared the celestial order, even though His Highness Xiao Feng received a warning from the heavens. In our eyes, it was a tremendous honor. Those martial artists who could be remembered by the heavenly Tao are, throughout the vast river of time, few and far between in their strength, some have countered. Yet, was the extraordinary phenomenon truly instigated by Xiao Feng? Doubts arose among the crowd, for although the Supreme Bone is formidable, it is not an exceedingly rare entity. Historical texts recount numerous innate supremes who, during their breakthroughs, did not evoke such terrifying celestial occurrences. Throughout endless ages, there have indeed been innate supremes, yet despite their immense power, they remain within the tolerable bounds of the heavenly Tao. Among them are beings with talents surpassing even Xiao Feng, who have never triggered such fearsome phenomena as various speculations accumulated. Those who spoke began to question Xiao Feng's actions at that time. Dear friends, has anyone among you ever witnessed the celestial phenomenon that occurred during Xiao Feng's breakthrough? Indeed, the rumors we speak of seem to have originated from Xiao Feng himself, relayed through the words of his attendants before spreading further. Does this imply that the celestial phenomenon was propagated by Xiao Feng himself? Upon hearing the discussions below, the 3 elders, Han Shuang, Fan Zhong, and Pei Hui, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. King Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly unable to grasp the subject of the martial artist's discourse. Elder Pei Hui, with utmost respect, remarked, after the conclusion of the martial seal grand ceremony, several prodigies who attained the martial seal in the capital experienced breakthroughs to the divine passage realm overnight. Among them is an extraordinary talent who, during his ascent, astonishingly triggered a celestial phenomenon, causing the night sky to shift as numerous stars altered their courses. Each of our sects has dispatched representatives to recruit this genius. Initially, we believed that this phenomenon was instigated by His Highness Xiao Feng, but now it seems. Pei Hui smiled bitterly, falling silent. Xiao Feng had brazenly deceived them. It is worth noting that their journey was not solely for the prodigy who caused the celestial phenomenon, but primarily to gather the talented youth of the Diyu dynasty for nurturing within their sect. Yet, Xiao Feng's remarkable maneuver not only ensnared the 3 elders, but also left the entire capital in the dark. If they were to bring him back to the sect now, would it not be a shameful spectacle for them? Beside them, Bai Hong of the Batian sect chuckled lightly and said, I actually believe that this matter cannot be blamed on Xiao Feng. Oh, how so? King Yu's interest was piqued, as his eldest son faced public scorn, and the elders from the Xiao clan, who were observing the secret realm, felt immense shame, unable to meet the gazes of others. The surrounding eyes were filled with sympathy and mockery. Look, a genius has emerged from the Xiao clan. He brazenly claims to have evoked a celestial phenomenon during his breakthrough, yet in truth, he is nothing more than a blatant fraud. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's grand proclamations of the moment the phenomenon occurred, the backlash would not have been so swift. Even King Yu found it difficult to maintain his composure. Using Bai Hong's inquiry as an excuse to momentarily turn away, Bai Hong continued, in the present capital, the only individual who possesses sufficient potential to evoke a celestial phenomenon during a breakthrough to the divine passage realm, in my opinion, is His Highness the Seventh Prince, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun? How could it be him? No, this is utterly impossible. Outcries of astonishment erupted from countless voices, as they could only recall the image of Xiao Chun, once a complete waste of talent, now seemingly unable to think straight, and could not fathom that he might be the one who triggered the phenomenon. How could it possibly be Xiao Chun? Even the three elders, upon hearing Bai Hong's assertion, were taken aback. They had also dispatched individuals to investigate Xiao Chun and were well aware that he had transformed from a once prominent genius into a complete wastrel merely half a month prior, even losing his ability to communicate normally. How could he then be the prodigy who invoked the celestial phenomenon? Had it not been for the fact that the speaker was Bai Hong from the Batian sect, the elders might have stormed off in disdain, unwilling to partake in the discussion any further. This, King Yu pondered thoughtfully, nodding slightly as he continued. What is the reason? A talent capable of invoking a celestial phenomenon is exceedingly rare throughout history. If it truly is Xiao Chun, how did he accomplish this? As the three elders leaned in attentively, Bai Hong reluctantly explained, have you not noticed? When a capital underwent drastic changes, numerous powerful figures above the 100 Rivers realm engaged in fierce battles overnight, and a celestial phenomenon emerged as well. Moreover, compared to the first incident, this subsequent phenomenon was even more terrifying, with demonic shadows emerging from dark clouds, threatening to rend the heavens. The two incidents were merely days apart. Could it be that Xiao Chun, after breaking through to the divine passage realm, experienced yet another breakthrough? How is that possible? Pei Hui and the others, in their excitement, crushed the armrests of their chairs, the precious mahogany splintering into dust, reflecting the fervor of their emotions. If this were true, then Xiao Chun would be no mere mortal. His talent would be almost monstrous. Such a being, even if deemed a fool, could only be their sect's treasure. Otherwise, should he fall into the hands of rival sects, it would spell endless trouble. How could this be? Bai Hong's expression turned incredulous, struggling to comprehend the elder's thoughts that a typical martial artist, upon breaking through to the divine passage realm, requires an extensive period to strengthen, widen, and stabilize their meridians. Without these steps, how could one possibly undergo another breakthrough? Did they truly believe the heavenly Tao was so lenient? If such a martial artist were to arise, Bai Hong would even keep his distance, fearing any association. Disregarding the laws of the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly lead to one's demise. This is an unyielding truth. Bai Hong only hoped that when that time came, he would be far removed from Xiao Chun. Otherwise, the divine retribution would not distinguish between acquaintances. Fortunately, however, Xiao Chun was not of such ilk. Bai Hong clarified, Your Highness should know that Xiao Chun's realm is said to be the legendary 10th layer of the Meridian realm. The 10th layer? He has opened 10 meridians. Before King Yu could respond, Elder Han Shuang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. His voice, though not loud, captured the attention of many, whose faces transformed in astonishment upon grasping his words. The 10th layer? Is it not said that the limit of the Meridian realm is the 9th layer? 9 is the ultimate number. It is well known that the human body contains only 9 meridians. Yet why has Xiao Chun opened a 10th meridian? Do not speak foolishly if you do not understand. In ancient times, the talents of humanity battled against the heavens, relying on 10 meridians. Ancient times, the most formidable warriors among humanity, they faced down any beast, for none could stand against a prodigy who had opened 10 meridians. Regrettably, with the destruction of the ancient era, most histories of that time have been lost, leaving only fragments that have gradually evolved into the martial arts of today. King Yu nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his face, seemingly acknowledging Bai Hong's assertion. So, it is true that Xiao Chun has opened 10 meridians. In that moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within the hearts of the crowd. The legends of ancient times are indeed real. There exists a hidden 10th meridian within the human body, undiscovered until now. And Xiao Chun not only uncovered the secret meridian, but also ascended to the divine passage realm because of it. This explains everything. Han Shuang and the others, upon receiving confirmation, let out long breaths, collapsing back into their seats. The opening of the 10th meridian had caused the heavenly Tao to rage. Someone was attempting to recreate the glory of ancient times, resulting in the celestial phenomenon. Subsequently, on the long street, he absorbed a fragment of the strange energy wielded by 100 Rivers realm expert, using the might of the heavens to break through to the divine passage realm. As Bai Hong spoke, he marveled internally at Xiao Chen's audacity, daring to absorb the energy of 100 Rivers realm martial artist. Not only did he avoid being torn apart by the violent aura, but he also turned calamity into fortune, achieving the unprecedented 10 meridian divine passage. This young man is truly suited for the practice of Batian arts. Look, the grand formation seems to be exhibiting anomalies. Someone cried out on the square. The modeled formation flickered intermittently, pure essence continuously emanating from the mountain-like piles of mysterious crystals, merging into the grand formation. The ancient formation's runes swirled erratically, as if a stream of blood mist was seeping from within, drifting into the surroundings. Not good. The formation is on the verge of collapse. With a thunderous roar, King Yu immediately rose and soared into the air, gathering immense true energy between his palms, relentlessly suppressing the tremors surrounding the grand formation. The consumption of the mysterious crystals surged dramatically, streams of true energy flowing into the array like rivulets. Everyone, quickly lend me your strength. If the formation collapses, not to mention anything else, all members of the Shao clan currently within the secret realm will perish. In this moment, King Yu disregarded all else, his true energy surging violently, emanating a fearsome might that pressed down on all directions as he endeavored to stabilize the formation. Bai Hong and the others, fully aware of the dire situation, hesitated no longer. They shouted in unison and ascended into the air, joining King Yu in his efforts to secure the formation at this moment, regardless of their individual stances. Their collective conscience urged them on. This realm could not be allowed to collapse. What transpired within the secret realm? Han Shuang bellowed, his true energy unwavering as he tirelessly repaired the long-neglected formation patterns. Among the four, he alone excelled in array techniques. Even though the grand formation was a relic from millennia past, he managed to maintain the integrity of the patterns. Yet, something monumental must have occurred within the secret realm. Otherwise, such a scenario would not arise, with the long-neglected formation on the verge of collapse, and the lives of Xiao Chun and the others hanging by a thread. Everyone evacuates swiftly to avoid collateral damage when the formation collapses. Bai Hong's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he shouted loudly, urging countless warriors probing the formation with their spiritual senses to depart the area immediately. Under the relentless shouts of the 5 powerful beings, individuals began to flee from the square in droves. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the Ouyang clan's camp, making a beeline for the grand formation. Ouyang's son, what do you think you are doing? The clan head, Ouyang Long, sensed something amiss and dashed out after him. However, upon witnessing the latter's indifferent gaze, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Silence. Ouyang's son turned back with a punch, instantly sending Ouyang Long crashing to the ground, creating a shallow crater upon impact, a mouthful of blood spewing forth before he succumbed to unconsciousness. This individual was undoubtedly not Ouyang's son. However, after dealing with Ouyang Long, Ouyang Sun wasted no time and charged toward the grand formation like a streak of lightning. King Yu stood in his path, shouting, "Who dares disturb my royal palace?" With a resounding crash, his fist struck, unleashing a fierce tempest that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of space. The terrifying true energy expanded outward, and a series of thunderous explosions echoed forth. Above, a figure resembling a divine general materialized, coldly observing the scene. A formidable being of the spirit realm, even one who had only just ascended, could unleash a power and fury that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Ouyang Sun's expression stiffened. At this moment, facing the mightiest warrior of the dynasty, any thoughts of concealing his strength would be an act of utter irresponsibility toward his own life. With a flash, Ouyang Sun unleashed his full speed, his figure appearing as a fleeting bolt of lightning, almost instantly traversing nearly 10 zhang to arrive beneath the grand formation, channeling his true energy upwards with fierce intent. Dragon coiling palm. A faint dragon's roar resonated throughout the surrounding atmosphere. Boom! Two fists, each embodying the might of an avalanche, collided with a deafening impact, generating a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings, toppling countless individuals who had yet to evacuate. Immediately, King Yu's expression grew grave. He sensed an immense force emanating from the other person's palm, one that was not the least bit inferior to his own. This was also a formidable being of the spirit realm. A solemn expression formed on King Yu's face. This individual clearly was not Ouyang's son. More likely, he had long since usurped Ouyang's son's identity, having infiltrated the Ouyang clan for an extended period. Unlike the national master, who had forcibly ascended to the spirit realm by draining his life force, this person's aura was profound and ancient, showing little difference from King Yu himself, utilizing the tremendous rebound force. Ouyang's son swiftly ascended above the grand formation, a flash of bloodlight appearing as he seized this fleeting opportunity to enter the secret realm. Before King Yu could react, the grand formation suddenly emitted a sound of unbearable strain as it began to collapse. The intricate patterns flickered and dimmed, the once sturdy array now weakened and teetering on the brink of destruction due to Ouyang's son's intrusion. The grand formation could not accommodate beings of the blood spirit level above the divine passage realm, nor could it tolerate the incursion of powerful entities beyond that threshold. This posed a monumental challenge to the maintenance of the formation's operation. Indeed, had it not been for Elder Han Shuang's desperate repairs, this vast array would likely have crumbled to pieces in an instant. The consequences were beyond their imagination. Yet, allowing that individual to breach the grand formation was out of the question. Everyone, hold the formation for now. Allow me to enter the secret realm and expel this rogue. With a commanding shout, King Yu's figure surged after the shadow, vanishing from the square. As King Yu disappeared, the rate at which the formation's patterns collapsed surged alarmingly, the surrounding mysterious crystals rapidly depleting in number. However, the collapse of the array surpassed Elder Han Shuang's repair speed. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he dared not relent within the formation. Nearly 100 disciples from various prominent families in the capital were present. Any mishap would mean the annihilation of the young generation of the Dayu dynasty. The entire martial lineage of the Dayu dynasty would face a complete severance. The aftermath was unimaginably dire. Why did I have to encounter such a situation? Elder Han Shuang muttered to himself, then suddenly seized a nearby mysterious crystal, swallowing it to absorb its pure, true energy. As he felt fresh, true energy coursing through his meridians, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Han Shuang's eyes, akin to a beast long restrained being released from captivity. Boom! The speed at which Elder Han Shuang repaired the array patterns surged to several times its previous rate, his figure nearly becoming a blur of afterimages. Both Fan Zhong and Pei Huai exchanged astonished glances. When had they ever witnessed Han Shuang exhibit such terrifying prowess? At this moment, Bai Hong, with clarity of insight, shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly bring the mysterious crystals and funnel their pure, true energy to Elder Han Shuang." This is a special martial technique, Bai Hong discerned, for it was otherwise improbable for Elder Han Shuang to suddenly become so formidable, barely keeping pace with the destructive power of the two spirit realm beings. What secrets has this fellow been hiding? A flicker of shock ignited in the eyes of Fan Zhong and Pei Huai, though their emotions remained subdued. Having known each other for decades, despite belonging to different sects, they shared a mutual admiration. Moreover, they understood array techniques, while they could not match Elder Han Shuang's terrifying capabilities. They possessed some degree of skill. All they hoped was that King Yu and that mysterious individual would not go too far. Otherwise, even with their combined efforts, it would merely be a drop in the ocean. Pei Huai let out a bitter smile. The secret realm is far too chaotic at present. First, the Blood Spirit King bathed in the Blood Spring, coincidentally initiating his ascension to the human extreme realm. Consequently, the ancient secret realm began to collapse, with a significant portion of the array responsible for suppressing the blood spirits of the divine passage realm fracturing first. Then, a mysterious figure suddenly burst forth. clashing with King Yu in a contest of strength, neither yielding, before tearing open a breach in the Grand Formation and forcefully entering the Secret Realm. King Yu would not allow a Spirit Realm warrior to wreak havoc within the Secret Realm. Thus, with only he as the sole Spirit Realm warrior present, he followed the mysterious figure into the depths of the Secret Realm. At this juncture, the Secret Realm began to collapse entirely. Terrifying spatial tempests manifested around them, growing increasingly powerful as countless blood spirits and warriors were swept into the maelstrom, instantly reduced to ashes. Roar. The Blood Spirit King's furious roar, which had begun to weaken considerably, echoed through the air. Xiao Chun turned to glance back and was astonished to find the once mighty Blood Spirit King, now surrounded by dissipating blood mist. Even as the secret realm began to fragment slowly, the hazy beam of light showed no signs of fading. On the contrary, as time passed, it only grew more ominous. The pressure surrounding the Blood Spirit King intensifying gradually. Roar. The Blood Spirit King, corroded by this light beam, found his aura severely weakened, reduced to a state of incessant roaring and struggling, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it too wished to perish alongside the Blood Spirit King. Xiao Chun, someone will come to kill you in the future. Xiao Feng lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly, his aura gradually dissipating, and his complexion turned increasingly ashen, devoid of any color. With the destruction of his supreme bone, coupled with the pervasive corrosion of the surrounding blood mist, his injuries had deteriorated to the utmost extreme in mere moments. If he were not to receive aid soon, it was likely that within moments, Xiao Feng would succumb to his injuries. Come, I shall bear it all. Chapter 66. The ancestor Xiao Chun suddenly felt a sense of relief above the secret realm. The dark rifts in space intermittently surged with chaotic currents, rendering the entire secret realm akin to a precarious vehicle on the verge of collapse. Sitting beside that mysterious beam of light, Xiao Chun displayed no trace of fear regarding his impending demise. Rather, he appeared serene, as if a wish had been fulfilled. Having killed Xiao Feng and destroyed the Supreme Bone, the revenge he had tirelessly sought was finally achieved. And the intoxicating sensation of avenging a great grievance was undeniable. As for that Ouyang Yunsuan, he had likely long been engulfed by the spatial turbulence, reduced to mere dust in Xiao Chen's eyes. Even death was not a matter of great concern. He had already tasted death once. How could he fear it again? Now, with the secret realm in ruins, it was likely that those outside the Great Formation were exhausting every effort to rescue them. The hope was dim. Xiao Chun sat on the ground without any semblance of dignity, observing the Blood Spirit King, whose aura was waning, and nonchalantly inquired, "Do you believe that the King of you would bestow upon you the position of heir out of fear for the power behind you? What, pray tell, stands behind you that could rival the might of the King of you? Why should I tell you?" Xiao Feng replied, a silent grin stretching across his lips, a movement that agitated the wound on his chest, triggering yet another fit of violent coughing, blood spilling forth that, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. I'm not one to pry excessively. Xiao Chun shrugged helplessly, though he was curious about Xiao Feng's backing. Such matters seemed trivial to him now. What concern did a dying man have for such things? After death, one is liberated. A dreadful silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the anguished roars of the Blood Spirit King and the terrifying sounds of the earth merging into the void. It is the Panlong sect. Finally, after the silence, Xiao Feng spoke first, his voice weak, as if he might expire at any moment. With the destruction of his supreme bone, Xiao Feng's energy reservoir had nearly collapsed as well. His time was rapidly running out. In the face of death, one speaks with sincerity. The Panlong sect, Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe it. The Panlong sect was a preeminent hidden sect within the Daxia dynasty, its standing comparable to that of the Butian sect within the Diyu dynasty. In the wild domain, they were both rivals and partners. The Panlong sect concealed countless powerful martial masters, including many of the first rank of the King of Yu. If indeed the Panlong sect stood behind Xiao Feng, it could indeed sway the King of Yu's intentions. Yet, why would the Panlong sect support Xiao Feng? Just as Xiao Chun was about to inquire further, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the void above. Boom! 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 Countless terrifying rumblings reverberated, causing even the surrounding realm to tremble slightly. Two figures emerged from the spatial rifts, one after the other, their bodies emanating the terrifying aura of chaotic currents, as if they had burst forth from the great formation and traversed the void for some time before finally arriving in the secret realm. The moment the two appeared, a powerful desire to survive surged within Xiao Feng's eyes. "It is the people of the Panlong sect. King Yu, have you forgotten the agreement made with my Panlong sect?" A figure that appeared to be fleeing suddenly shouted back. Before him, several sparse spatial rifts materialized. Though small, they were capable of shredding a person to pieces, blocking Ouyang Sun's path. The next moment, shadows of fists imbued with terrifying power emerged from within, forcing Ouyang Sun to alter his trajectory, lest he be gravely injured at once. Recalling the solemn promises he had made earlier, Ouyang Sun felt a surge of bile rise in his throat. "You audacious fool! I am now the sovereign of the Yu dynasty. How could I associate with someone of your ilk? Speak no more nonsense, or do not blame my iron fist for their ruthlessness," King Yu bellowed, effectively silencing Ouyang Sun's impending words. "You old ghost. Have you no shame left?" Ouyang Sun nearly spat blood, having been struck repeatedly by King Yu's powerful fists, his complexion darkening to the point where he could hardly speak. He could only cover his head and flee. "Stop right there, you thief!" King Yu roared, and in an instant a spatial rift appeared before him. Stepping inside, he reappeared several thousand zhang away, shattering the void. He was almost upon Ouyang Sun. Ouyang Sun shouted, his true energy surging fiercely, and the terrifying aura surrounding him escalated, as if an ancient primordial being were awakening from the abyss. Yet in the next moment, the once mighty aura shifted abruptly. King Yu's gaze became dazed, and a scent of allure wafted into his nostrils. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently inhaled a fragment of that scent. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in an entirely different sensation, a mirage. As the scene before King Yu transformed, the once darkened surroundings blossomed into a realm of enchanting beauty, filled with ethereal maidens adorned in finery, encircling him and corroding his senses. Unmoved king. The next moment, countless intricate runes surged across King Yu's body, akin to a formidable deity standing resolutely, impervious to the influences of those around him. With a single punch, he shattered the void. The myriad illusions before him disintegrated in an instant, transforming the alluring scenes into fragmented remnants. Ouyang Sun's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately turned and fled into the distance. The speed of a being of the spirit realm was such that he traversed the entire secret realm in the blink of an eye, entering the inner layer, even while being pursued by King Yu. Ouyang Sun still caught sight of Xiao Feng lying on the ground and shouted, "Ancestor Xiao Feng, are you all right?" "Ancestor." Xiao Qin's eyes widened in shock, an ominous feeling washing over him. The ancestor he referred to. Could it be you? No. Xiao Qian could not allow Xiao Feng to survive any longer. A sudden clarity struck him. Since the Panlong sect was a hidden great sect, it implied that this sect had preserved its lineage and strength since ancient times, undoubtedly possessing means unknown to Xiao Qian that could potentially rescue Xiao Feng. Villains perish through their own verbosity. Xiao Qian finally grasped this truth. Seizing the already severed blade beside him, Xiao Qian lunged towards Xiao Feng, intent on extinguishing his life before Ouyang Sun could arrive. "How dare you!" Ouyang Sun suddenly roared, his voice rippling outward like water, echoing through the in an instant. He sent Xiao Qian flying away. Chapter 67. Deceived Xiao Qian's form was sent crashing into the nebulous beam of light, instantly piercing the weakened blood spirit king, ultimately crashing into the still-standing cliff, rendering him unconscious. The blood spirit king let out a pained scream, his entire being enveloped in blood mist that rapidly contracted, finally transforming into a blood-red crystal the size of a grinding stone, falling to the ground. "Ancestor, how are you?" Ouyang Sun, seeing that Xiao Feng had not replied, suddenly grew anxious. His formidable spiritual sense surged forth, only to discover that Xiao Feng's life force was swiftly diminishing. "This is bad." Ouyang Sun's eyes widened in alarm. Behind him, King Yu surged forward, swinging his fist. Clang! Ouyang Sun turned just in time to block King Yu's punch, feeling as if he had been struck by a force of 1,000 pounds, his expression shifting dramatically. Though Ouyang Sun had not yet reached the realm of void breaking, he was nonetheless a genuine spirit realm powerhouse. He could usually hold his own against ordinary spirit realm warriors for dozens of exchanges. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched by the Panlong sect to specifically protect Xiaofeng. However, before King Yu, he felt almost fragile. His form was sent flying, and as he stabilized himself mid-air, he wasted no time tending to his wounds and rushed towards Xiaofeng's location without hesitation. "Xiao Chun, if you dare to lay a hand on Xiaofeng, I will kill you," Ouyang Sun shouted in fury, powerful true energy coalescing in his palm as he charged at Xiao Chun. Boom! After the deafening sound, Xiao Chun remained unconscious, while a formidable figure stood proudly before him, deflecting Ouyang Sun's assault. "King Yu, what exactly do you intend to do?" Ouyang Sun's countenance darkened, as he found himself perplexed by the sudden and uncharacteristic behavior of King Yu, who seemed to have turned hostile, even resorting to lethal force in an attempt to thwart him. Ouyang Sun could not fathom why, when he had first arrived in the royal capital to protect Xiaofeng, King Yu had so readily acquiesced to his request that, in fact, to rid himself of the influence of the Butian sect, he had even ceded a parcel of land within the Great Yu dynasty to the Panlong sect. Once, that land had been a refuge for the remnants of the 7 nations that had been extinguished. Now, however, it was inhabited solely by martial artists from the Great Xia dynasty. Yet, why had King Yu so abruptly reneged on their previous agreement, launching a frenzied assault on Ouyang Sun and seeking to prevent him from slaying Xiao Chun? "I do not require explanations for my actions," King Yu scoffed, positioning himself firmly before Xiao Chun. "You may take Xiaofeng, for since your Panlong sect has set its sights on him, he is yours. But should you dare to lay a hand on my Xiao clan's progeny, do you truly believe there are none left to defend?" "I still stand." King Yu's voice resonated with fury, and a terrifying aura surged forth, reverberating in all directions. Countless streams of chaotic spatial turbulence violently shook, sweeping through the remnants of the secret realm. Ouyang Sun's expression grew increasingly grim. "So, you are unwilling to designate Xiaofeng as your heir?" The position of heir was precisely what the Panlong sect coveted. Indeed, had Xiaofeng not been a prince of King Yu, they would have long since taken him back to their sect for meticulous training. The reincarnation of an elder was not something to be easily forsaken. I have already made it clear at the onset of the trials. "Whoever collects the most blood crystals shall be the undisputed heir," King Yu remarked with a sardonic smile. "Regrettably, the individual you hold does not possess as many blood crystals as that little one behind me." "Impossible!" Ouyang Sun exclaimed, counting those gathered for Xiaofeng. "The number in my possession has nearly reached 300. That is nearly half of all the blood spirits within this secret realm. How could Xiao Chun, relying solely on himself, possibly compare to Xiaofeng?" Before entering the secret realm, the Panlong sect had meticulously prepared for Xiaofeng's ascension. They had hired dozens of assassins within the 7 Stars Pavilion and exchanged positions with the warriors of the Ouyang family. Furthermore, they had exerted considerable effort to consolidate the support of nearly all the families in the royal capital. How could Xiao Chun, standing alone, contend with them? Clearly, he was ill-equipped for such a formidable challenge. King Yu explained languidly. "Yet, fortunately for Xiao Chun, he has you by his side, don't me?" A disquieting thought suddenly surged within Ouyang Sun's mind. Indeed, without him, how could Xiao Chun have slain the Blood Spirit King and secured victory? Slain the Blood Spirit King? Ouyang Sun's eyes widened. His concern was not for the strength of the Blood Spirit King, but rather the sudden realization that, in his fervor to save someone, he had inadvertently sent Xiao Chun hurtling away, ultimately facilitating the Blood Spirit King's forced demise. Before King Yu lay a massive blood crystal, as large as a grinding stone, that he squinted, deliberately stating, "Initially, I believed no one within our clan could rival Xiaofeng. However, at long last, a prodigious talent has emerged within the Xiao clan. Why should I neglect my own genius for yours?" King Yu was acutely aware of the ambitions of the Panlong sect. Should he elevate Xiaofeng to the status of heir, upon his abdication, he would undoubtedly face retribution from the Panlong sect, followed swiftly by the Great Xia dynasty's armies, resulting in the Great Yu Dynasty's subjugation under the oppressive weight of Xiaofeng. What a profound humiliation! Even if he no longer cared for his own lineage, the moment he learned that Xiaofeng was the reincarnation of an elder from the history of the Panlong sect, his mind momentarily reeled. He could not comprehend whether the world had lost its sanity or had become utterly mad to refer to a mere 20-year-old as an elder, while vast resources from a clandestine sect were funneled toward Xiaofeng. Very well. How fortuitous that you are so resolute. Your Highness King Yu, I shall remember this day. Upon my return to the sect, I will undoubtedly report this matter and await retribution from the Panlong sect. I would be delighted to oblige. King Yu replied with a grin, adding, and the territories you have appropriated from the 7 nations must be returned to me. Have you grown so accustomed to borrowing that you believe this land is your own? You may have slain those remnants of the 7 nations, but to think you have even killed the officials I sent to manage the towns. Do you truly believe I am unaware of these transgressions? King Yu's smile was a thin veneer over his wrath as his aura began to swell ominously. I give you 5 days to vacate the territories of the 7 nations. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Anyone who fails to depart shall be my enemy. With a thunderous presence, he bore down upon the increasingly volatile Ouyang Sun, who, after deliberating the disparity in their strengths, immediately quelled his belligerent inclinations, begrudgingly swallowing his grievances as he departed with Xiaofeng. Chapter 68. The trials conclude this time. However, King Yu did not pursue them. Glancing back at the unconscious Xiao Chun, he sighed and beckoned, enveloping the severely injured figure in a dense aura of true energy as he traversed the shattered remnants of the secret realm. With each step forward, King Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. How could such an expanse, rivaling the size of several royal cities, collapse so easily? Countless individuals had been caught in the chaotic currents of space, leaving no trace behind. Even King Yu could not endure prolonged travel through the void. In the void, there were too many unknowns. Returning to the matter at hand, the secret realm had collapsed under the force of the Blood Spirit King's assault, and a massive blood crystal was stowed within King Yu's spatial ring as he continued onward, seeking to rescue the surviving members of the Shao clan. Your Majesty, the king has come to save us. Look, we are saved. Countless surviving members of the Shao clan, who had barely managed to endure the terrifying turbulence of space, erupted in jubilant cries upon seeing King Yu. They were elated at the prospect of their newfound lease on life. In a certain location, atop a nameless mountain range, Shaoling Tong, having just broken through, appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend her current surroundings. Where am I? Shouldn't I be within the secret realm? Why does it feel so perilous in this pitch-black void? The National Master had once been a formidable figure, possessing insights into the realm of spirits, albeit achieved through sheer force of life. The array he had constructed was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals in terms of both fortitude and concealment. Yet, in the eyes of King Yu, it was as transparent as glass. Tong is here. King Yu's gaze flickered, and he shattered the void, arriving amidst the grand formation. The spatial turbulence here was exceedingly chaotic. A moment's inattention could result in significant injury, even to him. After the recent battles, the wounds he had sustained during his confrontation with the National Master had begun to flare up again. His pristine white robes were now soaked in blood, yet he still exhibited no sign of fatigue. He was King Yu. To outsiders, he was the unequivocal powerhouse of the Great Yu Dynasty, and a powerhouse does not require rest. Once he steadied his mind, King Yu took a deep breath, gathering boundless energy within his palm before striking fiercely at the grand formation. Boom! The array shattered in response. The rich scent of medicinal herbs instantly filled the air, and King Yu promptly understood why Shaoling Tong had managed to break through to the Divine Passage realm in such a brief period. The name of the owner of this treasury was on the verge of surfacing. However, at that moment, King Yu's focus lay elsewhere, and he had no choice but to momentarily overlook this nameless mountain range. Yet the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From various locations across the nameless mountain range, waves of formations surged forth, layering upon one another, numbering in the hundreds. Without exception, they were all arrays of slaughter. Outside the secret realm, the National Master, who was following the Ouyang family in their retreat, smiled faintly, parting his lips to utter a single word in a hushed tone. Explode! Boom! 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 The tremendous roar instantaneously reduced the once mighty mountains to dust. The terrifying shockwave hurtled towards King Yu, who instinctively sought to evade, yet realized that he had several young members of the Shao clan trailing behind him. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and brace himself to withstand the oncoming wave. King Yu emitted a muffled groan, his injuries nearly exposing bone, as blood oozed steadily from his wounds, instantly soaking his pristine garments. His aura began to waver precariously. In his heart, he harbored a fierce resentment towards the one responsible, wishing nothing more than to exact swift vengeance. Soon after, King Yu divided a fragment of his consciousness to suppress the relentless turmoil of the surrounding spatial turbulence, retrieving Xiao Ling Tong. After meticulously surveying the secret realm multiple times to ensure no surviving disciples remained, King Yu resolved to tear through the void and return to the royal capital. Suddenly, he heard a faint yet desperate cry for help. King Yu, enduring his grievous injuries, cast a glance and was struck by a sense of familiarity. The woman before him appeared to be a member of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Yinshan. Nodding, King Yu gestured grandly, bringing the fortunate escapee Ouyang Yinshan along as he returned to the palace. Outside the grand formation, Elder Han Shuang, already drenched in sweat, suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes, gazing at the increasingly potent formation as he shouted, "Be vigilant! They are about to emerge! They are finally coming out, Bai Hong and the others." Their eyes ablaze with fervor, hastily distanced themselves, ultimately hovering in mid-air, urging the final remnants of the formation to activate the exit. With a swift motion, King Yu stepped forth, extricating himself from the chaotic spatial currents, his countenance exceedingly grim. Having just broken through to the spirit realm, he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of this new phase before engaging in battle with the national master. The latter, wielding bizarre techniques previously unheard of, had nearly inflicted grave injuries upon King Yu. Subsequently, in the pursuit of Ouyang Sun, he traversed the void, further straining his body and exacerbating his wounds. Soon after, he encountered the national master's hundreds of low-tier formations overlapping, leading to a qualitative change through a quantitative accumulation. And in a moment of carelessness, King Yu fell victim once more, his body drenched in blood. Carrying dozens through the spatial turbulence, he nearly lost himself multiple times in the harrowing currents. Thankfully, he had returned to this moment. The returnees were overwhelmed with tears and gratitude, marveling at their survival. The fatalities in this trial had been unprecedented, surpassing even the cumulative losses from prior ancestral trials. King Yu left the rescued disciples of the Shao clan behind, then immediately hastened towards his secluded retreat for recuperation. He understood that since the national master had anticipated his journey to the nameless mountains and had even set hundreds of traps, it was undoubtedly part of a larger, more insidious plan being quietly executed. The trial had concluded. Nearby, Elder Fan Zhong remarked, "Those of you who survived such terrifying spatial turbulence have proven your considerable talent and fortuitousness. With this assurance, I believe your paths in martial arts will be smooth sailing. Those wishing to join my Burning Heavens sect, gather here. Those seeking entry into my Golden Phoenix City, come this way." Those wishing to join. The three elders continuously beckoned the surviving disciples to choose their desired sect. Over these days, while observing each disciple, the disciples had also been discreetly scrutinizing the three elders. In the Diyu dynasty, a formidable sect serves as the most crucial environment for nurturing martial artists. Within the sect, there exist numerous powerful warriors, an abundance of incredible martial arts tomes, and countless blessed realms that can aid practitioners in their cultivation. Almost every martial artist in the Diyu dynasty joins a sect to hone their skills, and even the royal Shao family is no exception, just as the crowd was following the elders' voices to pledge their allegiance. A sudden voice broke through, brimming with incredulous delight. .9 meridians? True Phoenix Chi? Elder Fan Zhong from Golden Phoenix City nearly sparkled with excitement in his eyes. He had spent years recruiting disciples for Golden Phoenix City within the Diyu dynasty and had never encountered a situation as extraordinary as this one. "You're Xiao Ling Tong?" Ling Tong, would you be willing to join my Golden Phoenix City? Should you come, our sect's foundational techniques and cultivation realms will be irrevocably open to you, that I assure you. Within 5 years, you will break through to the human extreme realm, and in 10 years, you will attain the same level as King Yu. The surroundings erupted in commotion. Did I hear that correctly? Elder Fan Zhong is lowering himself so much just to recruit Xiao Ling Tong into Golden Phoenix City. Could it be that Xiao Ling Tong is an undiscovered prodigy, but why haven't the other two sects rushed to claim her? Their strength being no less than that of Golden Phoenix City. Upon hearing True Phoenix Chi, one should understand that Elder Fan Zhong's humble demeanor stems from Xiao Ling Tong's possession of True Phoenix Chi, which aligns perfectly with Golden Phoenix City's cultivation techniques, a fact that the other three sects cannot provide. True Phoenix and Golden Phoenix share a common origin. Thus, even though Xiao Ling Tong had just broken through to the Divine Passage realm and her aura had yet to stabilize, Elder Fan Zhong had already discerned her uniqueness, that in a bid to persuade her, he even offered astonishing conditions. Hearing this, Xiao Ling Tong slightly shook her head, her voice tinged with regret as she said, I am sorry, Elder Fan. I only wish to join the same sect as my seventh brother in the future. It was Xiao Chun who had afforded her everything. Whether it was when Xiao Chun rescued her from the clutches of several assassins or during the secret realm trials, where he not only preserved her cultivation talent, but also generously gifted her a tome of the True Phoenix Scripture, aiding her in reaching her current realm. Such profound grace was akin to a rebirth from her own parents. Xiao Ling Tong was not a base creature, and she naturally understood the importance of repaying kindness. Joining the Buitian sect would be a waste of your talents, Elder Fan Zhong exclaimed anxiously. Though Buitian's sect claims to be the foremost sect in the Diyu dynasty, it is no more adept at nurturing warriors imbued with True Phoenix Chi than my Golden Phoenix City. Moreover, once you join my Golden Phoenix City, even the city lord himself will emerge from seclusion to accept you as his personal disciple. That is a peerless powerhouse of the supreme realm. At these words, the surrounding crowd held their breath, afraid to even exhale. The supreme realm, it felt infinitely distant, akin to stars in the sky, unreachable. However, upon seeing the earnest expression on Elder Fan Zhong's face, countless whispers of speculation abruptly ceased, as though their throats were constricted. Is Elder Fan Zhong serious? Could it be that the True Phoenix Chi possessed by Xiao Ling Tong is even rarer than the True Phoenix bloodline? At this moment, Ouyang Yinshan, who had been momentarily stunned, suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming as she rushed forward, declaring loudly, I possess the True Phoenix bloodline. You must take me as a disciple. I also wish to be a true disciple of a supreme realm warrior. Nonsense! Elder Fan Zhong roared in fury, a torrent of violent true chi surging from his entire being, sending Ouyang Yinshan sprawling to the ground. You shameless wretch still dare to seek entry into my Golden Phoenix City? Let me be candid. So long as I remain in Golden Phoenix City, you and that Xiao Feng shall never set foot in our domain. He found Ouyang Yinshan and Xiao Feng's shamelessness repugnant. Even if Ouyang Yinshan possessed the True Phoenix bloodline, what of it? A martial artist of poor character would ultimately bring suffering upon the sect, regardless of their talent. No, I carry the True Phoenix bloodline. I'm the most suitable disciple for Golden Phoenix City. If you refuse to accept me, do you fear that I will bring Golden Phoenix City to your doorstep and have your sect master personally expel you from the sect? Arrogance, hubris. Not to mention that Golden Phoenix City lay a staggering distance from the royal capital. Even if Ouyang Yinshan exerted herself to reach Golden Phoenix City, how could she hope to meet a supreme realm powerhouse at her whim? It could only be said that Ouyang Yinshan's intellect had sunk to a lamentable depth. Otherwise, she would never have committed such an abhorrent act. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Feng's sudden rescue that she now found herself alone in the royal palace, desperately seeking a form of support. Somehow, she became fixated on pleading with the Golden Phoenix elders, whom she had previously scorned, to accept her as a disciple. If she could become a disciple of Golden Phoenix City, she could rise again and look down upon those who had once regarded her with disdain. Wretched rabble! Elder Fan Zhong was utterly speechless in the face of this exceedingly shameless woman. Even after unleashing his true energy and sending her flying, the very next moment, Ouyang Yunshan clung to him like a parasite, unabashedly encroaching upon him. In her pursuit of stability, she had long discarded any semblance of shame. A wasteful hound, Elder Fan Zhong scoffed coldly, choosing to ignore Ouyang Yunshan's struggles. Instead, he turned his attention to Xiao Chun, extending an invitation. Xiao Chun, I am aware that your ambitions do not lie within Jinfeng City. Yet for the sake of your sister, you must understand that within the entirety of the Diyu dynasty, only Jinfeng City possesses the capability to aid a martial artist endowed with the true phoenix essence in successfully cultivating the phoenix true body. Elder Fan Zhong's words were imbued with an immense authority. However, the assembled elders dared not utter a single word of rebuttal, merely watching in silence as Elder Fan Zhong eloquently persuaded Xiao Chun. Should you choose to come to Jinfeng City, I cannot guarantee much else, but with your talent, you will undoubtedly become a direct disciple of a formidable spirit realm master. Furthermore, all the resources you require for your cultivation will be provided by Jinfeng City. Elder Fan Zhong earnestly entreated, presenting conditions so generous that even those not directly chosen as disciples would find them nearly equivalent. It is essential to note that within the vast expanse of the Diyu dynasty, talent is not confined to the capital alone, the southern territories of the former Seven Kingdoms. Now part of the Diyu dynasty, a considerable number of prodigies would also join our ranks in Jinfeng City. Chapter 70. Heavenly grade martial techniques. At that moment, a barely contained excitement bubbled within Pei Hui, who chuckled lightly, saying, Elder Fan, what a grandiose display of authority. You offer to bear all of Xiao Chen's cultivation resources. Do you truly believe he cares for such things? Pei, old dog, what are you implying? Will you cultivate without resources, relying solely on the northwestern winds to battle against others? Will you challenge their true martial arts and spirit weapons with nothing but your fists? Elder Fan Zhong retorted defiantly, if you can present a spirit weapon on the spot, I shall turn and leave without contesting a single thing. Pei Hui provocatively declared. What? The esteemed Elder Fan cannot even produce a single spirit weapon. This particular spirit weapon was valued at a minimum of 50 million silver coins, and given Elder Fan Zhong's financial standing, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Humph. Merely a facade? Pei Hui scoffed derisively, then turned to Xiao Chun, stating, Xiao Chun, should you choose to come to our Jinyu City, I assure you, our city lord, a supreme realm powerhouse, will personally take you under his wing. Moreover, all the conditions granted to direct disciples would be doubled by Jinyu City. The onlookers found themselves momentarily bewildered, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the powerful figures vying for Xiao Chun as a disciple. Jinyu City, Jinfeng City. Two formidable sects were simultaneously competing for Xiao Chen's allegiance. Such a spectacle was undeniably surreal, leaving many unable to comprehend its reality. I shall go. I possess the true Phoenix bloodline, a powerful lineage ranked 99th on the celestial bloodline chart. Accepting me as a disciple would secure a future top-tier powerhouse for your sect. Ouyang Yunshan exclaimed, jumping up and incessantly attempting to market herself to Elder Pei Hui. Seize this shameless woman and escort her away, Elder Fan Zhong commanded coldly, instructing two guards to take the unruly Ouyang Yunshan away. Her disheveled hair and spiteful gaze lingered on Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong as she was escorted out, filled with vengeful malice. A farcical scene. Once the commotion subsided, all eyes turned back to Xiao Chun. Pondering which sect he would ultimately choose to this moment, Bai Hong, who had remained silent for quite some time, unexpectedly offered a rare smile to Xiao Chun, while his attendant, Bai Fong, also grinned at him with an endearing demeanor. Xiao Chun, should you decide to join our Butian sect, despite your talent quickly elevating you, initially, no one will guide you. You must forge your own path before Butian sect officially accepts you as a direct disciple to learn our sect's revered martial technique. Butian Shu, Bai Hong proposed terms that, to the ears of many, felt strangely lacking compared to the lavish offers from Jinfeng City. The disparity in conditions for someone with Xiao Chen's exceptional talent seemed almost harsh. However, upon reflection, many began to understand the foremost sect within the Diyu dynasty. Butian sect possessed a unique approach to disciple cultivation. Every disciple admitted to Butian sect was resolute and exceptionally gifted. Such talents require no guidance from others. They must discover their own distinct paths of growth. Before they achieve this, they are not worthy of learning the sect as treasured martial techniques. This was an unyielding rule that even Bai Hong could not alter. These conditions are virtually indistinguishable from a refusal. Why should I choose Butian's sect? Do they truly believe themselves so significant? Some murmured. Foolishness. Butian's sect approach is undoubtedly justified. Otherwise, why would the renowned prodigies of the Yu dynasty strive so fervently to join their ranks? As the crowd resumed their chatter, they gradually awakened from their earlier speculations. Butian's sect sought Xiao Chun, not them. Even if they created a cacophony of disputes, it would bear no consequence. The true decision lay within Xiao Chen's hands. Yet he found himself lost in contemplation, furrowing his brow as he weighed Bai Hong's proposal. Eventually, he lifted his head and smiled, saying, I must decline. While Butian's sect's reputation is illustrious, it diverges from the path I wish to pursue. Thus, I must express my apologies. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This marked the first time in the history of the Yu dynasty that a prodigy had outright refused an invitation from Butian's sect, and to do so without a shred of remorse. It was a declaration devoid of any retreat. As the onlookers remained stunned, some began to chastise Xiao Chun for his folly in rejecting such a powerful sect. However, Xiao Chen's subsequent actions left them even more astounded. Moreover, I do not intend to join any sect from this day forth. He had simultaneously spurned the invitations of all four sects. The assembly fell into a stunned silence, rendered speechless by Xiao Chen's audacity. What did this signify? Did it imply that he planned to venture alone into the vast wilderness, or did he intend to languish within the confines of the Dayu dynasty? Are you serious? Bai Hong raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Chen's decision, his interest only intensifying. Xiao Chun, think this through, that if you change your mind now, I will treat everything that transpired as though it never happened. You may still join Butian's sect. However, if you remain resolute, Butian's sect shall part ways with you. Bai Hong's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Our Butian Shu, the sect's treasured martial technique, is said to be the finest among the low-grade heavenly techniques in the wasteland. Low-grade heavenly techniques. The crowd had heard of the might of Butian Shu, and they knew well the implications of such a claim. However, they had never anticipated it to be so formidable, a rarity in the world. Yet Xiao Chun maintained his smile and declined, stating, I am sorry, but I have my own path. His refusal remained steadfast. Bai Hong's gaze bore into Xiao Chen's. Yet the latter met it unflinchingly, devoid of any fear. Ultimately, Bai Hong conceded, letting out a soft sigh. Xiao Chun, your pride is undeniable. Yet one day you shall realize that today's choice will prove to be among the most foolish decisions of your life. The last foolish decision was your daring foray into the assassin's den alone. Regardless, I'm still alive and stronger than ever. That is sufficient. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. To infiltrate the assassin's lair and rescue Xiao Ling Tong is an endeavor that none can deem unworthy. The bond of kinship is invaluable. Moreover, the relationship between Xiao Ling Tong and Xiao Chun has long been intimate, having forged a bond akin to that of close relatives. This is not a matter open to discussion. Even if a treacherous path lies ahead, Xiao Chun would still venture forth to rescue Xiao Ling Tong. Bai Hong sighed lightly and remarked, Alas, the path of genius is invariably fraught with trials and tribulations. Should you ever feel regret in the future, you may seek me at the Tongshan Mountain and join my Tianjiao sect. With another soft sigh, Bai Hong turned away with Bai Fong in tow. Their journey was solely for Xiao Chun. If he were unwilling, Bai Hong would not linger any longer and would promptly return to the sect. Upon exiting the royal palace, Bai Fong curiously inquired, Senior brother, why did you not persuade Xiao Chun to stay? Did you not hold him in high regard? A genius must carve his own path. This is something no one can dissuade him from. Otherwise, it would not be assistance, but rather a hindrance. Bai Hong replied with a sigh that it is a pity that this lad's talent surpasses even that of brother Dao Ning. If he were to join my Tianjiao sect, he could begin cultivating the Tianjiao technique within 3 years. Senior brother, Bai Fong said with a frown. What is the matter? Are we lost again? Inside the royal palace, the departure of the Tianjiao sect seemed to herald the conclusion of the secret realm trial. Elder Fan Zhong sighed. his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Xiao Chun, sending a chill down the latter's spine. Have I wronged you in some way? Why do you look at me like that? Xiao Chun inquired. Xiao Chun, the gates of my Jinyu city will always be open to you, Elder Pei Hui said with a sigh, patting Xiao Chen's shoulder before turning to leave with his newly recruited disciple. Elder Han Shuang remained silent. Having the closest ties with the crown prince, he could not help but feel displeased upon witnessing Xiao Chen's rise. With a soft huff, he departed with the new disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. Elder Fan Zhong turned back and asked, And you, Ling Tong, how about joining my Jinyu city? Initially, Elder Fan Zhong believed that Xiao Chun had acted foolishly, but could not comprehend why Xiao Ling Tong would follow suit. Surely one of them could enter Jinyu city. However, the next moment, Xiao Ling Tong's response nearly sent him into a fit of rage. I will stand with seventh brother. If he does not seek a master, then neither shall I. Seventh brother is my teacher. Absurd! Elder Fan Zhong exclaimed furiously. It is one thing for Xiao Chun to act foolishly, but why must you follow suit? Before Elder Fan Zhong could adequately demonstrate his prowess, Xiao Chun interjected. No, you should go to Jinyu city. Cultivating alone is my path, but is not suitable for you. Your path, as Elder Fan Zhong has stated, lies with the city lord of Jinyu. Thankfully, Xiao Chun had not reached the pinnacle of folly. Elder Fan Zhong suppressed the urge to strike him, stroking his long beard with a smile. Very well. Xiao Ling Tong nodded with a hint of melancholy. Seventh brother, will you come to see me in the future? I will certainly come, Xiao Chun replied with a smile. Enough. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once, Elder Fan Zhong urged, fearing further complications. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept up the dozen or so individuals behind him, heading straight into the distance. This elder is truly passionate, Xiao Chun thought, unable to suppress a chuckle. As time swiftly passed, the aftermath of the initial fierce battle gradually settled into tranquility. King Yu returned with the majority of the resources left by the national teacher within the secret realm, without disturbing anyone. The other major sects took their selected disciples, bidding farewell to King Yu as they embarked on their journey back to their respective sections, having been officially crowned as the heir apparent of the Daiyu dynasty. Xiao Chun immersed himself in his daily life, practicing the ancient dragon elephant technique each day before heading to the Artisan Association to train alongside He Dan Xian, honing his true martial techniques. After half a month clang, He Dan Xian's small face wore a serious expression, flames of fiery attribute true qi igniting around her, resembling a valiant goddess bathed in flames. With a stern demeanor, she stood beside Xiao Chun, ready to point out any errors he made without hesitation. The 300-year-old Qinglian should be integrated into the blood crystal during the melting process, not while it is still solid. Incorrect. Start over. The temperature of the flames is too high. The medicinal liquid of the seven-spirit flower has evaporated instantly. Begin again. The sound of her stern reprimands echoed as He Dan Xian relentlessly highlighted Xiao Chen's mistakes. Even though Xiao Chun could concoct ancient pill formulas long lost to time. In He Dan Xian's eyes, he seemed like a novice, lacking any experience in crafting artifacts, and even struggling with the intricacies of array inscriptions, though the ancient legacy he inherited granted him a wealth of knowledge. If Xiao Chun wished to transform this legacy into his own power, he needed to start from scratch, learning the techniques of alchemy and artifact forging step by step. He Dan Xian was the teacher he had chosen for himself. After all, as a second-tier artifact master and the daughter of the Golden Pill Pavilion's master, her understanding of alchemy and artifact forging greatly surpassed that of the average person, making her guidance effortless. Particularly after Xiao Chun offered nearly half of his earnings from the ice-cold pill, He Dan Xian became increasingly eager to teach him the techniques of artifact crafting over the course of these 2 weeks. Xiao Chen's skills in pill concoction advanced remarkably, progressing from refining the essence of materials to independently crafting an entire batch of pills. The progress was swift. The alchemical furnace before him blazed with scorching flames. And Xiao Chun steadied his mind, probing his spiritual energy into the furnace, cautiously maneuvering the fragrant medicinal liquids as they drew near. Boom! A tremendous repulsive force emerged between the two differing medicinal liquids, compelling Xiao Chun to concentrate further, continuously pressing them into a single mass. The crackling sounds resonated, and even Dan Xian felt her heart leap in her throat. This was the most challenging step before pill formation. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. Fortunately, Xiao Qin's spiritual energy was extraordinarily robust, and within a brief moment, he successfully suppressed the fierce repulsion between the liquids, amalgamating them into a cohesive mass. Gradually, it condensed into a round liquid the size of a fist. But it was not over yet. Although he had passed the most perilous stage, this final step was equally prone to errors in pill crafting. Removing impurities. Having come this far, Xiao Qian was wholly engrossed in the alchemical process. Unaware that Dan Xian had quietly approached him from behind, her fire attribute True Qi retracted as her beautiful eyes fixated on the vibrant flame within the alchemical furnace. Chapter 72. The storm reawakens finally. After nearly half an hour of fierce struggle, Xiao Qian let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression betraying an irresistible excitement. It worked. This was his first time personally operating the furnace, and he was astonished by how smoothly it had succeeded. With his spirits soaring, Xiao Qian rose, only to hear a sudden gasp from behind him. Turning around, he found Dan Xian covering her delicate nose. Her expression one of displeasure as she glared at him. "Did I bump into you?" Xiao Qian asked, scratching his head. "Apologies, I was just too thrilled." He chuckled, disregarding her somewhat resentful gaze as he approached the alchemical furnace that a rich, verdant medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. And with just a whiff, Xiao Qian felt revitalized, shaking off the fatigue from hours of pill crafting. A first-tier pill, the revitalizing powder, had been successfully concocted. From today onwards, I am officially a first-tier alchemist. Xiao Qian beamed with pride. This achievement filled him with even greater joy than when he had acquired the broken dragon spear. "Are you really that happy?" Xiao Ling Tong rolled her eyes at Xiao Qian. Seemingly perplexed by his exuberance, it was hard to fathom how the esteemed heir of the Yu dynasty would revel in successfully refining a batch of first-tier pills. Xiao Qian shrugged, choosing to ignore Dan Xian's jibe. By the way, Xiao Qian, I heard that you publicly rejected all the sects, proclaiming your intention to carve out a path of your own. Is that true? Indeed it is. Xiao Qian nodded, diligently storing the revitalizing powder into a porcelain vial for future use. Have you lost your mind? Dan Xian was taken aback. It was one thing to reject the 3 sects. But why'd he turn down the Buitian sect? Across the vast expanse of the wasteland, the reputation of the Buitian sect was undeniably formidable. Ordinary warriors would go to great lengths, even risking life and limb. To gain entry into such prestigious hidden sections, however, for Xiao Qian, such an institution would merely become a burden. Firstly, the various fortuitous encounters he had experienced had already drawn the attention of countless gazes upon him. With fame comes scrutiny. Ever since he ascended to the status of a potential heir, the already formidable mental acuity of Xiao Qian was perpetually aware of numerous eyes peering through walls to observe him. This sensation was exceedingly disconcerting. Should he become a disciple of the Buitian sect, such unwelcome attention would only intensify. Moreover, Xiao Qian bore the legacy of the dragon elephant, and the Tai Gu Long Xiang was one of the most prestigious techniques from the ancient era. Now that the ancient age had perished, the majority of techniques had been lost to time. The Tai Gu Long Xiang represented the pinnacle of martial arts. Why should Xiao Qian forsake a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? Furthermore, the cultivation resources he required did not necessitate the assistance of the Buitian sect. Possessing the formula for the ice-cold pill, he could generate no less than $1 million in income each month. In addition, recently, Xiao Qian had procured 2 ancient pill formulas, which he promptly entrusted to He Hong. The latter's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy, nearly leading him to embrace Xiao Qian in gratitude. Xiao Qian was indeed his benefactor. Simultaneously, he requested He Hong to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of rare materials. He expected immediate notification upon any news. He Hong assured Xiao Qian with a thumping chest that he would certainly not fail in this task. Just as everyone believed matters were finally falling into place, and Xiao Qian was preparing to embark on his journey of wandering cultivation in a concealed location outside the royal capital, Ouyang Sun laid Xiao Feng gently upon the ground and assisted him in consuming a pill adorned with 7 spiral patterns. Cough, cough. After swallowing the pill, Xiao Feng's complexion visibly improved. The deep wounds on his chest began to sprout flesh, rapidly mending. Moments later, Xiao Feng erupted in a fit of violent coughing, awakening from his stupor. "Ancestor, you are awake?" Ouyang Sun exclaimed with delight, only to suddenly kneel on one knee in a display of self-reproach, stating, "It is my fault. I failed to protect the ancestor's safety in time, resulting in such severe injuries." Xiao Feng's expression still appeared dazed, as if he had not yet fully returned from the harrowing experience. He waved a hand, beckoning Ouyang Sun to rise, and then spoke quite naturally, "I am thirsty. Pour me a bowl of water." "Yes." Ouyang Sun nodded and exited the cave, quickly returning with a bowl of clear water, supporting Xiao Feng as he drank. After quenching his thirst, there was a slight shift in Xiao Feng's dazed demeanor. However, his eyes still held a lingering sense of despair, as if he were indifferent to everything in the world. Ouyang Sun understood this was a manifestation of profound sorrow. Their expedition into the secret realm had initially seemed certain of victory, only to be thwarted by the unexpected emergence of Xiao Chun, who not only snatched away the position that rightfully belonged to him, but had also obliterated the supreme bone on his chest that had once been Xiao Chen's supreme bone as well. The mere recollection of Xiao Chen's ruthless demeanor sent a chill of fear through Xiao Feng. That fellow was as cold-hearted as a being could be. Was he truly a match for such a foe? At this moment, sensing the apprehension in Xiao Feng's heart, Ouyang Sun offered, "If the ancestor wishes to eliminate Xiao Chan, allow me to take action and slay this scoundrel. With your abilities, that is impossible." Xiao Feng replied with a resigned shake of his head, and O1 understood the difficulties of dealing with Xiao Chan better than it did. An expert at the spirit realm could forcefully infiltrate the royal palace and, after slaying Xiao Chun, make a graceful exit. Such words may sound heroic, yet in reality, if Ouyang Sun attempted to breach the palace, the severely injured king, you would undoubtedly emerge from seclusion, unleashing the palace's defensive powers, capable of swiftly annihilating Ouyang Sun. Ouyang Sun could not afford to perish. He still had to assist Xiao Feng in returning to the Panlong sect. Xiao Feng immediately dismissed Ouyang Sun's proposal. But then a more pressing thought struck him. His mother, along with Ouyang Yinshan and the others, remained within the palace. Given this, it would be better to return once more, departing with dignity rather than being driven out like a stray dog. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Sun made their way back into the royal capital, settling in a tea house outside the palace to gather information. "Have you heard? This year, the palace has been the source of numerous amusing incidents." "Oh, what kind of incidents? Do tell." The celestial phenomenon during the martial seal ceremony was not caused by Xiao Feng, but by Xiao Chun. In that case, Xiao Feng must have faced utter humiliation. Not only that, today, during the ceremony for recruiting disciples by those sects, Ouyang Yinshan feigned insanity, weeping and wailing for the Golden Phoenix City to accept her as a disciple. And what was the result? Naturally, she was chased away. With these two incidents alone, the lineage of the crown prince has been completely discredited within the Diyu dynasty. Chapter 73. Conspiracy Ancestor. Ouyang Sun's expression shifted as Xiao Feng's hand suddenly grasped his. Dispersing his vital energy into the surroundings, these individuals, unaware that they had unwittingly walked through the gates of death, continued their idle chatter. Xiao Feng's countenance was equally grim, but for him, that crushing defeat had imparted invaluable experience and lessons. Enduring minor grievances leads to greater plans. Xiao Feng remarked, "If we act rashly now, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of King Yu. Should he emerge from seclusion, our chances of escape would vanish." As a former prince of the Diyu dynasty, Xiao Feng fully understood the extent of King Yu's control over the palace. Had it not been for the previous betrayal of the national teacher, King Yu would not have needed to emerge from seclusion to maintain order. The chaos would have dissipated on its own. Xiao Chan silently sipped his tea, contemplating how best to deal with Xiao Chan in the future. Now that Xiao Chan had ascended to the status of the crown prince, he stood almost alone at the pinnacle of the Diyu dynasty. Once King Yu entered seclusion, the entirety of the dynasty would be at Xiao Chen's command. To kill him, one would have to forcefully send an expert like Ouyang Sun into the palace to slay Xiao Chan. Otherwise, success was utterly improbable. But was such a course of action truly worth it? Xiao Feng fell into deep contemplation. It was then that an elderly man stepped through the entrance of the tea house, instantly capturing the attention of both individuals. The old man, with a kind and gentle demeanor, his white hair and beard giving him the appearance of a wealthy elder enjoying his twilight years, entered and scanned the surroundings. Upon noticing the heightened vigilance of the two, he inwardly rejoiced, realizing he had come to the right place. With a beaming smile, he approached. "Innkeeper, bring me 2 taels of your finest Ingchun tea. Today's tea bill is on me." "Certainly, sir. Please wait." Ouyang Sun, feeling as if he were facing a formidable enemy, began to gather his still recovering vital energy, a subtle aura slowly rising around him. The old man glanced at him sideways and leisurely remarked, "If I were you, I would not be foolish enough to act in such close proximity to the royal palace. Even if you manage to escape from me, can you guarantee that King Yu won't personally come to find you? Your presence in the royal capital is already a taboo." The old man chuckled. "Or perhaps you wish to escalate this matter, seeking wealth and danger. I have no objection to the latter, but, you see, with age comes a lack of restraint. One can easily overstep their bounds. What if, by chance, I were to kill a martial artist of the divine realm?" The old man's gaze bore down on Xiao Feng, a sly smile playing on his lips. "You dare?" Ouyang Sun roared in fury, ready to unleash his aura to confront the old man. However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed several presences, comparable to his own level, even slightly surpassing him, locking onto him from across much of the royal capital. "There are more experts." Ouyang Sun's body stiffened, and Xiao Feng gently pulled him back into his seat. Within the royal capital, there were indeed other powerful figures alongside this old man, and in terms of cultivation, they were entirely on par with him. "You come to find me. Are you not afraid I might turn to King Yu and expose you?" Xiao Feng's countenance bore no trace of fear, starkly contrasting the elder's imagined scenario where he would be utterly terrified. Having endured such experiences, Xiao Feng's character had undergone substantial tempering. "What else do you know about me?" The elder sighed softly, pondering the simplicity of the child's thoughts. "I truly miss that old fellow. You think my presence here lacks preparation?" Ouyang Sun's eyes widened in shock, scanning the surroundings, only to discover that an enigmatic white mist had enveloped the tea house at some unknown point. This mist severed all spiritual awareness, isolating the three from the outside world. It's a formation. Ever since the elder's arrival, Ouyang Sun had sensed an unsettling hesitation within himself. That it was indeed alarming that, despite reaching such a high level of power, he could still feel this way in the elder's presence. The elder's inscrutable methods sent chills down his spine. "Speak plainly, with such a grand display. I trust you are not here merely to kill me." Xiao Feng said in a deep tone that if you continue to entangle yourself in this manner, the anomalies here will inevitably attract the palace's attention. At that point, none of us can escape. That wouldn't you agree, National Master? The National Master chuckled heartily, stroking his long beard. "Indeed, discussing matters here carries certain risks. However, within the entire royal capital, finding you is no simple feat. To be direct, Xiao Feng, I wish for you to join the 7 Stars Tower." I suspected. A flicker of unusual light flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. He no longer raised his gaze to meet the National Master, but instead lowered his head, pondering the implications of this statement. The 7 Stars Tower was a killer organization operating within the underground world of the royal capital, its influence sprawling across much of the dynasty. It boasted numerous experts and ruthless assassins. Yet, the most critical aspect was that the 7 Stars Tower was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. To summarize in a single phrase, it was a counter-U alliance formed by the remnants of the 7 nations. The remnants of the 7 nations dare to aspire to overthrow the Yu dynasty. Xiao Feng scoffed, "A bunch of deluded scum. Even though I am no longer a prince of the Yu dynasty, I possess a clear understanding of the disparity in power between these clowns and the Yu dynasty. Should they attempt rebellion, they would be thoroughly eradicated within 3 days. When did the National Master become entangled with them? Even if they are scum, their sheer numbers can yield unexpected outcomes." The National Master smiled slightly. "Moreover, compared to the news of the reincarnation of the ancestor of the Panlong sect, my 7 Stars Tower's rebellion hardly seems like a major issue." "Does it? You dare?" Ouyang Sun glared fiercely at the national master, as if ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Feng was the reincarnation of an ancestor of the Panlong sect, meaning that upon returning to the sect and undergoing a secret ritual, he could potentially restore his former cultivation and memories, thereby adding a significant force to the Panlong sect. However, if this news were to leak, regardless of its veracity, no one would permit the sudden emergence of a peerless powerhouse within the Panlong sect, disrupting the balance of power among various sections. Should the national master choose to spread this information, the Panlong sect would soon find itself besieged from all sides. In other words, Xiao Feng was left with but one path forward. If I participate, what benefits will I receive? After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng finally shifted his inquiry to the more pertinent question. Haha, my young friend Xiao Feng is indeed forthright. Since that is the case, I shall not keep it hidden that I will send someone to assist you in eliminating Xiao Chun. I could accomplish that myself. Xiao Feng retorted disdainfully. Do you truly believe I cannot kill Xiao Chun? With a strong enough presence, even a gust of wind could tear him apart. If you wish to persuade me, you will need a better reason. Indeed, the national master replied with a slight smile. However, the Seven Stars Tower not only engages in rebellion, but also undertakes assassination missions. Specialization is key, a principle you should grasp. You must understand the worth of exchanging two formidable spirits for the assassination of one Xiao Chun. Nonetheless, should I fail to persuade you this time, the Seven Stars Tower would still welcome His Highness Xiao Feng to issue a bounty for Xiao Chen's assassination, as long as the price is right. No one can escape the Seven Stars Tower's reach, that I can assure you of that. Xiao Feng nodded. The assassins of the Seven Stars Tower not only possessed formidable strength, but were also willing to risk their lives to complete their missions. This reputation was one Xiao Feng found trustworthy. In addition to this, I can escort Queen Yu and Ouyang Yunshan out of the palace to the lands of the Seven Nations. Xiao Feng's expression subtly changed. Ever since he had been brought out of the secret realm by Ouyang Sun, he had remained in the mountains recuperating, only recently awakening from a near-death experience. However, Queen Yu and Ouyang Yunshan had been placed under house arrest within the palace prior to King Yu's seclusion, awaiting his return to announce their punishment. This was the aspect that stirred Xiao Feng's interest the most. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Feng finally nodded heavily. I accept. However, with my strength, I can only mobilize the forces of the Panlong sect in the lands of the Seven Nations. The Panlong sect within the Du dynasty is merely a branch. Its strongest members are on par with Ouyang Sun, falling within the realm of spiritual beings. They pale in comparison to sects like the Fenchin sect and Jinfeng City. That will suffice. If that is the case, we shall be allies. The national master laughed heartily, clasping hands with Xiao Feng. 3 days later, at the rear mountain, Xiao Chen awaited the tardy he Danxian. 3 days prior. They had originally agreed to hunt in the rear mountain. The spoils would not only satisfy their appetites, but the demon cores within the beast would serve as a precious material for inscribing inscriptions. Xiao Chun rode a spirit steed, carrying a large bow, and charged into the rear mountain. The terrain was steep, with towering peaks, cliffs, waterfalls, deep valleys, and dense forests. The demon beasts in the mountains were predominantly first-tier beasts comparable to warriors of the Meridian opening stage. With only a few second-tier beasts present, he Danxian followed closely behind Xiao Chun, equipped with a spatial ring filled with materials, also venturing deep into the mountains. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past from the grass at their feet, swiftly crossing the narrow path and vanishing into the distant thicket. The spirit steed became startled, rearing and whinnying. Xiao Chun swiftly drew his large bow and released an arrow, the thunderbolt arrow shooting forth like lightning, emitting thunderous booms as it pursued the shadow into the thicket, disappearing in an instant. Upon arrival, the thunderbolt arrow struck true, piercing the head of a small, dark-colored beast. The arrowhead unleashed a violent burst of electrical energy, causing the young beast to yelp before collapsing. This was merely a first-tier young bull, comparable to a third-layer warrior of the Meridian opening stage, holding little value. He Danxian, who had rushed over, glanced at the scene and remarked, "The meat of such a bull is indeed delicious. We can consider this a harvest."